I'm home. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rights for Vets. Usually we don't start on Mondays, but I have an emergency coming up, so it's going to be maybe 2 weeks. I'll be off the air. I'm not sure yet. Maybe a week and a half, maybe even a week. I'm not quite sure. So we started today on Monday. Um, so let's hear it for Rights for Vets. Yay boo, yay boo, yay boo. No applause, just money, please. So anyway, we have Mr. Nude Guru, my mentor, who's teaching me a lot of things here. Say hi, Nude.
Yeah. Well, I just have one question.
Huh.
If you're home, where am I?
That's a good question. You could be anywhere. You're an autonomous. You're all over the place.
Usually.
Everywhere I talk to you, you're someplace. You won't tell me exactly, but I know you're around here. I don't
Well, you
know.
said I'm home though, but then I'm right here. So, but yet I'm not.
Dang, I'm telling you, I wish I had your life.
It's
Don't
an
have to worry about the
interesting.
corporate.
It's an interesting thing being a ghost.
Wow. I got to try that one of these days. Of course, as big as I am, they'll probably see me anyway. Anyway, we
Just,
got.
just wear an unidentified sheet. They'll never see you.
Hey, you know what? You're right about that. Let's get a big sheet, a big awning tent. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They'll never recognize you.
Now, hey, I know that fat man. Even with the sheets on. Yeah. Well, we have an interesting video here, and I have a question, and I talked about it with New Guru already, and he answered it. What happens when you have no heat or no electricity at all? It's coming. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but your favorite John Kerry,
Huddle
who
up in
is,
some big titties. I
oh
don't know.
my God, yeah, well, that kind of money, yeah, you can buy a lot of them, yeah. $250 is net worth. That's how much he has. 200. I wonder how he got that money. You know,
Uh, being born in the ruling class.
well, then he made a lot more money out of it. Damn.
That's
Who
what
the
they
heck would
do.
need $250 million and more money? What could you do with that kind of money? I mean, to spend it.
What couldn't you do?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, just $5 million, you do a lifetime of things. Damn. I don't know. That's kind of hard to believe. $250 million a person's worth. You know how much I'm worth? Eh.
Well, I started with zero, and on paper, I still have close to zero. But can't make a house out of paper anyway.
Well, I don't want to talk to you then. I don't want to be poorer than what I am.
Well,
I see
maybe
how
you
this would
should
work
call
out.
John Kerry and see what he has to say.
Let's see what he has to say. Let's see. Tell me if you hear the audible. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go, folks. Learn and listen. This is what New Guru is telling me not to do, to be aware of what's going to happen to us.
You know what's interesting about all these people? None of them are volunteering to off themselves. Bill Gates is an old guy. He's late 60s, I think. Is he offed himself? I don't think so. He's still flying around in a private jet telling us all how we need to reduce our carbon footprint. The carbon they want to reduce is you. You're the carbon they want to reduce.
This is serious. What President Biden has been doing with respect to climate is quite remarkable. You look at the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'm not here just to sort of, be advertising or anything.
Right, but it was a massive investment. It was a historic investment.
It has set America up to lead in our economic future in ways that people haven't yet even fully tapped into. It's really interesting because the transformation that we're going through economically is genuinely the largest economic transition since the Industrial Revolution. And we're going to see unbelievable amounts of new jobs created. Right now, there's a geothermal energy company where 60% of the employees of that company, which is fast growing, come out of oil and gas industry. So you're seeing the transformation already taking place. And the International Energy Agency just told us we're about to reach a terminal downward trend in the demand for fossil fuel because of the amount of electric vehicles that are out there and the amount of renewable energy that's being deployed. So that is the future, Joe. It's absolutely cooked in now. CEOs, companies all around the world. We have 85 of the major corporations of America that have joined something that President Biden started called the First Movers Coalition. And they are buying willingly, paying a green premium. They're buying green products in order to send a message to the marketplace, a demand signal that you can have green steel, you can have green cement. That is a transformation that's taking place.
And Mike, you get some of the top producers in the world, talk to them privately, and they'll tell you we may have 20, 25 more years of oil under the ground. We have got to race towards alternative energy sources.
How are we doing in that?
I mean, so that is, the race is on.
Any CEO in America, of an American company or a global company, knows reality, recognizes reality, recognizes what's coming down the road. But we're going to need partners. My question to you is, you just recently returned from Beijing. Where is China in all of this? Are they going to be with us, or with the world, or against the world? Are they going to be any help at all, or a hindrance?
Well, obviously, Mike, we really hope that we're going to be able to get somewhere with China in the course of the next months. We're meeting. We've been having discussions. I'm hopeful. I had meetings here in New York. We will be meeting in the next weeks, but we don't know the answer to that completely. But we do know that China right now is outbuilding everybody in renewable energy, and they're deploying that energy at home. And literally, China is now deploying and manufacturing more than all the rest of the world put together. So China's made a decision. They had 52 degrees centigrade last summer. They've had people dying because of the floods in China. So our hope is that we can, depoliticize this issue, at least. It's a universal threat. We all need to be engaged in this. We need China. And we hope we can work with China in these.
So let's be really blunt here, because I understand when politicians are running for office, they got to bash China. I get it. That's what they're doing on the Republican side, the Democratic side. There's a lot to be really concerned about with China. I'm as concerned as anybody else. But we really have no choice if we're talking about geopolitical stability, if we're talking about global economic growth for everybody. If we're talking about trade, if we're talking about the environment, we can't just tell China to go to hell. We got to figure out a way to make that relationship work for us, right?
Correct. And that is why President Biden has asked me and Secretary Blinken and Secretary Yellen and everybody has been engaged because the president understands that we have to find a way forward. Now, that doesn't mean he's moved back on any tough policy that is appropriate. But his hope is, I think, and our hope generally is that President Xi and President Biden may be able to meet or talk sometime in the future. Right now, we are trying to lay the groundwork to be able to cooperate to get this done. We can't get it done without China. China has to be part of at the table with us. And we can't get it done actually without. I just came back from Africa where we had the African Summit. It was really impressive, the degree to which the leaders of Africa are now stepping up. But Africa has an entirely different challenge than we do. A lot of them don't have electricity. They want to develop. And so there's this north-south tension that we must address intelligently, thoughtfully, to be able to help Africa to get development, but also not to do some of the things we did, which we now know are a problem.
Yeah.
So, but Africa is also only 3% of all the emissions, Joe.
It's not Biden doing it. It's the RIF. Biden's part of it. And so is the UN, United Nations. People better wake up. They better get out of that grid. What do you think, Nude?
So there was one thing that was said in there I just got a question about. They're asking if China's going to be on board or not. What do you think about that?
Yeah, they're asking. Who cares? Really, who cares? Sounds like a one world order getting forming war. You know what I mean?
They're not asking. That's all a facade. There is no China. There is no United States. There's only the UN. I was thinking about this earlier. If you could just put all the nation divisions aside for 1 second and just see what's left. The United Nations, which is really, again, what is United Nations? That's just a name. What is it a name for? A group of people who are taking directives from people above them to control the world. There is no there is no China, there is no United States. There is just people over here and people over here who are looking up to the people over here who are the United Nations people, saying, "What do I do next?"
You're breaking up a little bit. You look like I don't know if it's you or me, but you sound different.
Am I back?
You're back, but I mean, we can hear you. Just at the end, you go at the end.
It's warbly.
Yeah,
Was it like that before, or it just started?
No, it just started. You're okay now. I don't hear it now, but you were. Go on. I'm sorry.
Probably my net. Okay, so anyways, yeah, there is there is no United Nation.
It's doing it again, dude.
Let me try and refresh. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah. Believe me, you guys are going to be herded up in 15-minute cities, and you're going to have a chip in your hand. They don't want all these people on this world. They don't need them anymore. They don't need us because they want robots, robotics. They're going to take our jobs. They don't need us. Why would they? It's not the cows they're worried about.
Is that any better?
Keep talking, although.
Testing.
Yeah, it sounds good. Try it. See what happens.
Okay, let me just check my settings too. Make sure this is where it should be. Testing. Okay, I'll try it again. Okay, so
No, doing it again.
Doing it again?
Yeah, it's like either you're loud or it could be me. I don't know. It doesn't sound
might
right.
be you. You sound okay to me on my end. Let me hold on. I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna listen to it on the on YouTube. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So anyway, get off the grid. Right now, they're trying. The car makers right now are dying for people to buy EV cars, and they're not doing it because people can't afford it. They got tons of EV cars, and they're losing money like crazy. It's ridiculous what's going on. It's heinous what they're thinking. And you don't think this is right? Study. Look at the RIF, World Economical Forum. Look at Dennis Meadows, what he says about eradicating people. This is no game, people. They're not going to say right in front of you, hey, we're going to eliminate you. But if they're going to eliminate cows that fart methane gas, what do you think we do? We do the same thing. And meanwhile, these oligarchs are going to have a good life. They're going to do what they want to do and control their herd, us, and start eliminating them. And that 15-minute study is like a concentration camp, and you don't want to do that. Screw them. Learn how to live off the land. Start buying seeds. Start looking on YouTube. Buy foliage books, how to identify plants, how to cook them, how to saute them, eat them raw.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, try it again.
So it's you.
It's me?
Yeah, actually, this is probably the best I've ever sounded on YouTube. I was surprised, like, whoa. Usually it's not as clear as that. Yeah,
I'll check it out. You go ahead and talk, and I'm going to play around with it.
Am I still not clear to you?
No, you're
Right
clear.
now?
Just at the end, it goes, great, you know. Might be me. I'll find out what's going on here.
12B is in the house. 12B, can you confirm? Is there anything wrong with my audio? As far as I could tell on YouTube, it sounded no problems. You both sound horrible. Great. Everything is just everything is just like normal, right? Thanks for the confirmation, 12B. That's what I was looking for.
He's a good technician. Did you want to come up, 12B? You're more than welcome. You know that anytime.
Yeah, we gotta fill in the spot for this Rights for Vets guy. We gotta kick him out. Come take his spot.
Don't say that. He will come up. It's for that. Yeah.
If we get 9 more people, then you get bumped off the end because you were first.
Wow, such a deal. I didn't pay for this.
Right. So what I was saying is, okay, let's say I'm a coach on a sports team. Say baseball, doesn't matter what the sport is. And I make for a scrimmage. I say half the team go over here, half the team go over here, and you're gonna have a game for fun. but I'm the coach, and I decide what the batting orders are. I'm going to decide when we're going to have the game. I decide when we're going to start, and I'm even going to make it. I'm even going to tell you guys to pretend to play. It's not even a real scrimmage. Just pretend. Just act. Just make it look like it's a real game that's going on. So that when people walk by, they think it's a real game going on. That's what's going on.
You go
Are you there?
right here, dude.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Did you disappear?
I don't think I disappeared, but probably to you I did. I don't know what you were doing.
Well, that's weird. Okay, go on. I'm sorry. Keep talking. I'm trying to figure this thing out here about my mic.
That's all right. Is it still doing it?
Oh, I adjusted it. Oh, there we go. I just adjusted the volume on it. See if that was it. Do we sound okay, 12B?
Everything sounds great to me.
Yeah, you sound all right, I guess.
Okay.
How about me? I got a new microphone.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Hey, got a new microphone. Wow.
Yeah, I had to get an external microphone. You know, you plug it into the USB port.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a little external microphone now. I guess it works okay. This is my first time trying it.
Sounds fine to me.
I can't hear him. What do you say?
Might be here. Let me just look at your setting for a second. Might boost your volume just a little bit.
Yeah, let me check my see what I got going on here.
I got you. I turned you up a little bit.
Yeah, I just bumped up my volume a little to 140. Mic volume, so
You're good. You're good, just like that.
Cool. What's up, guys?
Somebody else is here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Mr. Von Erich.
What's up? Blessings.
What's up? What's happening? Welcome.
Hey. So let me pop on there. A little late, but I'm gonna pop on and see what y'all talking about.
Yeah, you watching the game?
No.
Yeah, it's a good game. Jaguars and Bengals. It's tied at 28, 7 minutes left.
Ooh.
A bit of an echo coming from you. Oh. Maybe it's I don't know. It's somebody.
Okay, hold on. Let me check.
Testing. It's you, 12B. Make sure you put echo cancellation on if it's not.
I can automatically adjust the mic volume.
Right.
Yeah.
We got two YouTube mic.
Testing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the mic is picking up your speakers.
Huh. Who me, Guru?
Yeah.
Shit, I ain't got nothing going on in the background.
No, it's just the mic is picking up the speakers of your computer. Maybe it's too close to the speakers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, how about now? Any better?
Testing.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
It's about half better.
You got YouTube.
How about now? 1, 2,
Testing.
3, 4. Test.
Still there.
Huh.
Are you listening to it on YouTube or as well, or just StreamYard?
Well, I have YouTube on, but it's muted.
Yeah, it's picking it up from the speakers.
I'll just dump YouTube. I dumped YouTube. Maybe that'll help out.
Testing.
Yep.
No, it's still the same.
Huh. The fuck?
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
what's up,
the
Van Erich? As soon as Van Erich came up,
no, it's 12B. On mute.
Huh. Weird.
Can't be me, is it?
It's always you.
Chicken rice. And then Vaughn shows up. Look what the hell happened now.
Okay. We'll pin it on rights one way or another.
Can you reset your computer a little bit? Go up and come back up again?
Yeah, let me give it a try.
See what happens?
Yeah. All right.
Wow.
He'd be better off to get a headset.
Oh yeah, that probably that may do it.
Then
So how
it'll
you been
have a noise gate around the mic. Better that way. What's up, Vaughn? Welcome.
Not much. Just been here and there, everywhere.
Well, we're doing a late one tonight in event of some personal stuff coming up this week, so we probably won't go. We still might later in the week, but there's a good chance we won't be live. Fruity's coming back on Friday, and Wrights has some family personal stuff going on, so he might not be. He's unsure about the next weekend, maybe even longer.
Oh, okay. Oh, so y'all doing this because just in case y'all don't come on next week?
Yeah, so we'll do it today was a spontaneous thing instead, just since we were free today, so we decided to go now. And so what I was saying a bit ago there, Wrights, is if I have a sports team, I'm a coach, and I tell my team to divide into two. We're going to have a scrimmage match, but I'm going to decide all the rules of the scrimmage match. And it's not even going to be a real scrimmage match. I just want you guys to pretend that you're playing so that people who are passing by, they think there's a real match going on. That's what's going on in the political arena.
People thinking that they're being protected and everything's going to be all right, but it's not really happening. Yeah, I understand.
No, people thinking that there is a real match going on. People thinking that there is a real China that's actually like. Do you think that there's actually a president from the United States that's really going on and going over to have a conversation with a president of China? They're sitting down and making decisions.
No, they're just making it look good.
They're just making it look like that's what's happening, right? So that the public thinks that that the public thinks that there is this dynamic playing out. That's not happening at all. Nothing of the sort.
I don't know, Van. Eric, did you see the video, Van Eric, pre came up?
Yeah. Which one? Wait a minute. Which one? Which one? I don't want to be smart for something I ain't seen.
I work hours on videos. Nobody watches it.
No, I've seen the one. I've seen the ones. Some of the ones that you have put up.
You don't pay them enough.
Shorts.
I guess not. How much money do you want, Van?
Well, you didn't pay me enough to watch them. I watch them.
If you want to pay more, I might have a couple friends that would watch. Yeah.
If you pay me to remember what I watched. This is all about capitalism, man.
Well, you're a troublemaker there, Guru.
Well, I'm just trying to get 8 more on the panel.
Yeah. Yeah, the 10th one I'm knocked off. Yeah, I know what's going on.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's musical.
So who's running the strings? Because we know the leader's not, like you said. So,
ultimately, it's a question mark. We don't know.
Okay.
It's that's when they say they said, right? That's a question mark. Who's the real they? We don't know. We'll probably never know. Probably never really figure it out. There's a hierarchy that I know of that it's at least 33 levels deep above the United Nations. And that's just what I know of factually. Who knows how much higher it could go up from there,
So the ones that they say that are leaders, we should ignore them also. Like
that's right. There,
Rockefellers, the man, all of those, what they call
even those people.
And things like that.
Yeah, even those people are literally taking directive orders from others And that's the highest level in the public eye that you can get that looks like they have an effect. They don't. But especially, you know, the presidents and prime ministers literally are just running a script that they've been told to say. Like on that video there that you're watching, right? You know, are they saying, we're wondering, is China going to be on board with this, or are they going to be a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a legitimate question. That's all a facade question, because there is no China making decisions, and there is no United States. There's not a true question of if anybody's going to be on board with anything. There's only one company that's making a decision about any of these things. And so that's just all a deflectionary distraction to get people to be baited into drama that's not even real. It's not even real. Not even a real fist fight of people. It's literally just a narrative that's set up for people to be distracted by. They know they have the whole entire agenda pinpointed from the start, because they are the ones who wrote the narrative of the agenda and continue to do so with all parties involved. And all parties involved are just taking directive orders, mafia fashion style, no questions asked. They wouldn't be able to be in those positions at all if they weren't doing so. That's why even the mainstream media, you'll see, they don't actually ever truly put out a live broadcast, ever. It's at least some minutes delayed before that goes out to the public, if not more. And that's just in case something goes off script to their narrative. They just hit a button before it ever gets broadcasted to the public, so it doesn't become a problem.
So how should we look at things?
That it's all facade.
Yeah, well, I understand it's all facade, but how do we look at it as far as, besides the facade, what else can we interpret in what they're doing?
Well, if you secede from it and you learn to function without it, then that really just becomes an unnecessary thing anyways. You'll realize it never was necessary, and it's foolish to make it a part of your business. When I say business, I mean your daily endeavors and how you function, because it's not designed to be anything for you and of your best interest. It's designed to just usurp people's energy for other people's best interest and nothing else. So that's really the crux of it, you know, is to understand that and then do what you need to do to not participate as much as possible, not engage in it, not make it your affairs, and learn to function without it and make it not be a problem for you anymore. That's the proper way to be looking at it. It's in other words, it's a scam. So let's try this way. It's a scam. What is the logical thing to do with this scam?
Well, a scam, yeah, I don't. You don't go nowhere near it, or you don't participate in it, because if you do, you can get swept up in it.
Right. So that's the first order of business, is to truly understand that it's a scam. Maybe understand how it's a scam, why it's a scam, so that you really see that it's a scam. And then what to do about it just becomes logical.
Yeah, but I'm saying some of those things are scams, but you know how some things are, like, if I know some of these laws and things that they get ready to come out with, I make sure I protect myself along with friends and family. Always make sure I'm in a position that anything that goes on, I'm protected. But I also must know what's going on. I also must look at the information that they're doing.
Yeah, that's just read the agenda and you'll have a good
Right.
prediction of it, and you won't really need to pay attention anymore. That tells like the whole thing in a very short period of time. It doesn't take long to go over that, and it's pretty easy to kind of put the rest of the picture together. The rest is just sort of the little incremental steps that they're doing to achieve their goal. Right. And they're never going to say the actual, this and that to what date and stuff like that. They give you estimates and blah, blah, blah. But we don't need to care about that. It doesn't matter. As long as we know like the true objective and sort of the general how to, so that we can be out of harm's way. That's all that really matters.
Right. Like I'm saying, like, all this, the jab and all that was going on, and
right,
what was being created in the lab and things like that. I would want to know, but would I allow myself to get caught up in it? That's the thing.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like
I will put myself in the, well, I know this going, but by me living this healthy, cleansing lifestyle that I'm walking outside of what is being presented to me, I'm able to, okay, I'm protected. But at least I know what's going on, because
right.
I had to, I want to inform my friends and my family so I can know what's going on. I don't want to ignore it, but know it, but then I don't want to participate in it.
Because all right, I got you. Yeah, absolutely. So here, it's like this. The agenda minutes from the UN and the what do you call it? Just the agendas, overall agendas themselves. They've been available for the public to read for the longest of times. That's actually the most accurate depiction of what they're doing and why. The stuff that's in the media is everything distractionary to those agenda meetings. So that's not the true source. All you have to do is read those and get a holistic overview and understand what they're trying to do. And you can go on with your life after that if you realize that's what's going on here. So, for example, they told us that that they've already implemented genocide quite a long time ago. And when I say that, I mean like hundreds of years ago. And that this has been a slow process. They also told us that the next phase, they've been telling us since around the 70s or 80s through those meetings and the political spokespeople, that their number one tool for implementing the next level of that agenda for population control was through most likely a vaccine, starting with the old people, the weak, and the dumb. Those were the three things that they were going to target. They've been saying that since the 80s. All you had to do is read the agenda. And they also stated around the time that they were going to start implementing that, which is the first one was Agenda 21, which stands for 2021, and then Agenda 30. That's their target goal by Agenda 2030 is to reduce the population down to between 500 and 1.5 billion people. It was all in there. Now I have to go back again and reread them because it's been some time, and see if I can locate the exact passages. And maybe they might have changed things. I don't know, because it's their information. They can do what they want, right? And so I don't know if they're still as forthcoming as they were. But last time I checked, I did see references still to those things, if they weren't direct in terms of the numbers. But as to how they were going to carry out those things, they were still very bold and direct and not hiding anything in there. So that's more of a true, representation of where to get information as to what is being played out on a global scale here. And it always was. That's where they don't hide anything. That they're even so confident about it that they kind of flaunt it, because they know that people are so distracted by the MSM, which is they're doing, right? Let's say here, if you want information, you read the newspaper, watch CNN, or so on and so forth, or listen to your politicians. They're going to tell you what's going on. When that was the whole point. That's a big distraction for people, while they're really getting away with telling you the truth here on this side of the fence. But you're so busy being distracted by the other narrative that you're not paying attention to where they are actually telling the truth.
Yeah, that's why I mean, I will, if I hear something on, because I watch them all, but then I go deeper within my research. I don't take it at face value. I go deeper in it. I listen to the Intercept, the Guardian, and then I go deeper in the other side too. Also, I just don't take one side because one side is going to tell on the other side just to make their self look good. So I always look at it, all of it, and take it and go deeper into research and look at other things, different blogs that people do a lot of investigative reportings. So I look at that also. I don't, just because you don't have a lot of followings or a lot of this, I still, look at it or read you,
Right.
I like to
Sure.
ask Von Erich-
Truth is truth, no matter where it comes from, or no matter how many people are watching it, whatever.
Right.
I like to ask Von Erich something. Seriously. Are you ready, Von Erich?
What you gonna ask? Do I sleep upside down or something?
Do you?
Grab a railing, Von Erich. Hold on to it real tight here. We might have some couple extra double D's coming up. We never know around here.
Get
Or some milk flying through my computer.
Yeah.
Can I have your address? I'll send them over there for you.
Oh my goodness!
No charge. I'll pay
You
for it
sure
all.
Amazon? Don't Amazon have a limit of weight? A limit?
Yeah, I tried that too, but the damn dial broke.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And you don't even
Didn't
need
work
to
on
go
me.
through. You don't even need to go through Michelle's land to get access to it. Fathom that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Gee.
My question is, I'm serious about this now.
Mhm.
I understand that you're eating healthy and everything else, but what happens when the CBDC comes up, central bank digital currency? What are you going to do? Then they tell you, hey, if you don't do this, going to 15-minute city, you're not going to get paid. Then what are you going to do?
Oh, if the central, you said it's the digital
Central
currency.
bank, yeah, central bank digital currency. Well, they control your money. Your fiat is no longer. It's going to be all digital.
Well, I have myself set up that I don't rely on the money, so they can change anything they want.
Okay.
I don't unless they change it as far as like in the banks where they say you can't be drawn and stuff like it, but still I don't even have a bank account, so
That's good. That's good. That's good. No,
So
because that's important.
he's figured some things out for sure.
Yeah, sounds like
Be
it.
able to
That's
see
good.
that. Mm-hmm.
Can I live with you?
yeah, sure. You're gonna have to keep the double D's home, though.
Maybe it's Vaughn who should be saying right. You should hang on and listen to this for a second.
Yeah, really. That's good. That's because I don't want to see him get hurt or his son.
Yeah.
Vaughn has been, involved with prepper community people, and I'm sure a whole array of others as well. So he's already open to a lot of that stuff, right? And that's probably why he's drawn to here as well, because we talk about actual things that people can do and should do to not get drowned by the tsunami that's inevitable here.
It's coming. It's coming. Well, I just want to make sure he was all right because I don't want nothing to happen to him or his kid.
Yeah.
We're just gonna sit you in front of us and take all the wave, right?
I'll be the breaker wall, the levee wall. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You can even have your back turned to the tsunami. No problems.
I opened up the video that I used for the stream here, so if you want to watch it later on, you can.
Oh, okay.
The new one I just made, so I put it out there, so you know what's going on. It's with John Kerry, lying again.
What? Oh yeah, I know. John Kerry from the used to be a senator, married to the woman that owned Hershey, or she don't own it, but
they made a special position for him. It's called Envoy, ENVOY.
Oh wow!
To negotiate the Green New Deal. So they made a
special. Oh yeah. I know. What's his name was in that too. What's the Al Gore? He was a part of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think just in closing to that question, which a lot of people have on Eric, because a lot of people still are relying on whatever they're relying on for their source to be informed. I think that's the thing is if you do the research to see what's going on from a bigger picture perspective, you don't really have to worry about that anymore, because you can almost be a fortune teller. You know, that's what it sounds like. I'm sure Wrights and Frostley have scratched their head from time to time, going, "How am I hitting the nail on the head?" Time, and it's not that I have some magical powers. It's that I just read their documents, and they've been telling us not only their agenda, quite specifically, but also relatively inaccurate of their timeline, that they're going to do it as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Once I understood that, I mean, I never got my sources from mainstream or anything like that anyways. It's always, somehow I always just saw that as being just a puppet show, or, whatever, just a staged Hollywood production, nothing real. So I never did take any of that stuff for face value. But it was easy for me once I looked for truthful information. It was just obvious when I got it. Yep, that's what's going on here. And after that, I never really had to think twice about it or spend much time focusing on it. And then after to the effect, I still don't. The most I ever hear about it is when you guys and other people, like for example tonight, bring up little snippets about it, like Rich just did in that stream, or in the video he just did. It's just the confirmation of, there it is. That's the agenda that they're doing. Nothing more.
But what opened my eyes, and then I started focusing and studying and reading, is the Bible. As far as like in the Apocrypha, what Joseph went through, that opened my eyes when it comes to the prepping, get yourself prepared. When Christ was talking about keeping your money, and don't keep your money in places, that's when I stopped my bank account right there. when that said, I was like, oh snap. So those two things opened my eyes, and then I started focusing and just started listening and reading and researching and listening to people like in the prepper community, your channel, listen to you and stuff like that, and just get myself prepared, just like Joseph and Abraham, all of them. So
right. Yeah, I think a bit of experience in life just shows as well, like, we have seasons. And of course, depending on where you're at, there's variables of the dynamic of seasons that plays out. But generally, there's these seasons. And but with a bit of an open mind, we can contemplate to look further back to a more bigger picture seasonal thing. And a lot of people, I think, they don't really even contemplate that. And when I say that, not that there is such a thing as time, but we can see a pendulum swing, as in roughly 4 different seasonal aspects within a 1-year rotation of the sun. Well, what's not to say that within a 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 500, 1,000 year period, there isn't another form of seasonal rotational thing that's going on. Well, absolutely, it makes logical sense that this is the law of nature and balance. Everything is seasonal. It goes back and forth like a pendulum swing. And I think this is the key to realizing what it's really about, is that nature is fluid. And it means that there's a balance of predictability and unpredictability in the equation. And you have to be humble to have that outlook and be prepared, but also not be stagnatized and put all your eggs in be balanced in diversification is really what I'm trying to say. You have to diversify in a balanced way. Otherwise you'll just go crazy. If you're too over diversified, then you'll run yourself ragged trying to keep up with it all. But if you're under diversified, then you'll get caught up with that tsunami, right? So there's a balance there that we need to keep in the equation. And even if we can't see, the overview seasons because it's beyond our lifespan or whatever, we have to be open and realize that, This is very probable and plausible to how nature works. And I don't just mean season in terms of, well, maybe there'll be a nuclear winter that's coming up. I just mean in even just the dynamic of how species evolves and grows and transforms in certain ways, and just how nature itself works on a holistic view.
And what do we tell the people that's it's like, because people still sitting waiting for things to come, waiting and waiting and waiting, and they got all these things stacked up, but all this stuff that they say is coming has not come. It's like you said, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And it seems like, some people has done that because they believe something is about to come and have not came. They spent all this money to get all these things to prepare themselves, but yet it's not hitting. So now they thinking, I'm being played. They're using fear tactic for me to buy all these things, but yet things is not coming to what people are saying that's about to come.
And there is a lot of that going on, and it even happens in the normal seasons that we know. It happens here a lot. I see the weather news pump out, oh, we got a cold snap coming, and then just ironically, winter jackets go on sale 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's all about corporatism and selling when it comes to that. And a lot of people fall for it. That being said, it's not that there isn't some truth to that either.
Right.
Right. So you have to, again, it comes down to that balance. You have to have a balance of
how do you balance that though? What should we put in place to give the person that balance, and not just material, but mentally, emotionally, and soulfully balanced? You have to be spiritually imbalanced too.
That's really what it is. It is. Yes, it's about being the first line of action there is to not be in any sort of fear.
Okay.
That's the first line. The second thing is not being in fear doesn't mean sticking your head in the sand and being ignorant. Right. So that's the other side of the equation. Balanced means having a good head perspective that, okay, there are seasons. We know that there's a winter season. We know that there's a snow season. Mm-hmm. So we have to have a little bit of way to mitigate these seasons in a diversified fashion that's healthy for us and not too chaotic and out of control. That may vary from individual to individual. I reckon it totally does vary from individual to individual. They're going to have to look at that and come up with the path for themselves to make the decisions for themselves. For that, we can work together and talk about specifics so that people could be more educated and informed to make those decisions and even be in a team together. Because there's power in numbers, but it starts with the primary things is making sure that you yourself, you're whole in yourself with your mind and your spirit. You're not in a fear mode and you're not in an ignorant mode. You're in a responsibility mindset and you're willing to do what is necessary so you can take responsibility for yourself. With not only the possible inevitability, but also just in general with what's going on in your lives. And I think it's important not to get too carried away. I think a lot of people get way too carried away, and that's what the corporate world has done, is it's made people live in the scarcity mindset, but it's superficial scarcity. And when you learn to secede yourself out of it and get to at least where the point that I have, that's it. Talking about, it might be easier said than done to have no fear when you don't know how to do that. You're going to be for sure, you're going to believe that there's scarcity because that's all you know around you until you learn how to get out of that. So working your way out of that and knowing how to function and knowing where you can diversify, knowing all the options to you where you can diversify is a huge stepping stone to lifting yourself out of in balance.
How do you repair the kids and balance them? What's the first thing you would suggest that we tell our kids?
Fix yourself
Mm-hmm.
and pass it on.
Okay.
Show the way as you're doing it as well. Make them a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Make it an enjoyable experience. Make it fun. Make it same thing when you go out camping. You want to take that experience with your family and enjoy it. You know, well, you can make it. Everything can be educational as well. Combine the two, and then get to the point where that's not a vacation anymore. That's a way of life.
Mm.
I was thinking about that. I was listening to a bit of the stream that we had the other day. I do this sometimes. I go back over them to see if I can learn something. Did we miss something in conversation or try and improve and stuff? And there's one thing that you were asking in the terms of when we're talking about educating your children. I don't know if we really got into to the real bottom of it. I have to remember again. I should have wrote it down, but you were asking a really, really good, important question, and I'm not so sure that we actually answered it. Give me a second here to reflect on what it was. We were talking about the how-to as far as unschooling goes and the different aspects of that. And there was one specific question that you're asking.
Yeah, I remember because I kept asking it a few times.
Yeah, and I think it was being missed. Like
Right.
I think it was it more the what to say or something like that.
Yeah. What words to use to say that you would say to a kid, because you wouldn't say a different words to an adult, and for the kid to understand. I think that was it.
Yeah, something along those lines. It was it was very clear to me when I was listening to it earlier, and I was starting to think of
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember the exact word, but I remember because I kept asking it over. Because you're right, it didn't get, as far as the core of it didn't hit. That's why I kept answering it over.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that there again, and that's one of those things that can happen in conversation when everybody's caught up and trying to maintain their focus and stuff. And I saw that's what happened, right? But anyway, I did listen to it again and I reflected on that, and I was starting to get into, we gotta get to that with you. I knew I was going to bring it up again, and then Wrights distracted me. He gave me a message, and he took me away from that. So you can blame him.
Oh.
Are you there, Wrights?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
No, I'm kidding. I had to go out and get some stuff from the greenhouses, and then when I came back, we were ready to start stream. So, anyways, I'm going to finish reflecting on that and get to the bottom of it, and I will bring it back up again, and we will get to the bottom of that for you.
Yeah,
for sure. Because it was very, I saw it as to how important it was as well. The question you were asking, it was crucial.
Yeah.
It was,
I can't remember the exact point, but I do remember me asking that because it didn't hit. It didn't hit like, and I just didn't want the pressure to be difficult trying to get that, but.
Right, and I didn't finish actually come brainstorming as well yet to give you the answers. So I got to finish doing that. So I'll do that, and then we'll revisit that again in conversation, and
that'd be great.
Complete that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Big time. Just like I said, those type of things helps me with my son, you know. So, and with my nieces and nephews, because I want to show them and other friends and stuff like that. So that's why things like that, I love listening to hear information comes and then share it. But
I even have it. I even have it marked in the spot. You know, it was very specific to the question you were asking. It wasn't even like trying to. I just can't remember off the top of my head again, because I went into other focuses.
Right.
But anyway, we will definitely answer that. I think that's very important, especially for people who are still working their way out of the corporate world. As far as how do I how do I interact and retrain my children,
Right.
or re-educate, and it becomes a process of self-learning. I have to relearn and rediscover myself, and start there, and then pass that down. It's you got to undo and redo everything. That's really what it comes down to, you know. And I know it's a lot, but it can be a very enjoyable process, and especially if you do it in a balanced approach and take it step by step, you know. Especially when you compare it to the inevitable of what happens when you don't do it, you know, and where that leads.
Yeah. I was earlier. I was listening because some people believe that Bill Gates bought that apple cider vinegar company called Bragg's.
Oh, really?
Well, that's what the rumor was, because Katy Perry and her husband, Orlando Bloom, are investors, and Katy Perry went to him about something dealing with the apples. And they thought when she went to him about that, it was another type of investment. They thought they was going to bring that to the Bragg's company. But I don't know, because just like you was just talking about the illusions, or like you think that, oh, these people are actually in charge, but they're actually not. But when she sold the company in 2019, before she passed, she sold it to different investors, companies. But those companies are related to Bill Gates. I mean, look how big his foundation is. He may not be on the board, but he may be on the board of the people who invested in the company.
Right.
So they say he don't have nothing to do with it. When you say that, what do you mean? He doesn't have anything to do with it directly and indirectly.
In what capacity?
Right, exactly. And why she's going to him, asking him about something about apples of a company that she is invested in, Katy Perry. So that's the thing right there.
The truth is, you know, the hard knocks truth is we should be not trusting and relying on any of these people for any aspects of our life.
Right.
Zero. That's what it comes down to. They're not even all full of shit. They're not. They're so bold and blunt, they're telling us what they're doing in an arrogant mockery type, nah, you can't see what we're doing to you type of fashion.
Yeah, that's true. Or they show it and they say, nah, you can't do nothing about it too.
Right. What are you going to do now? Except run to us for some sort of remedy.
Right.
Like you always do.
Right. And whoever you do run to, they in our pockets.
That's right.
Yeah.
And in fact, you're so boxated and naive and gullible that you can't even see that you're in a box. Never mind contemplate the idea that there's something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know that there's something to contemplate. And most people don't.
I remember, just like I always say, I remember Comcast, man. Years ago, they was telling people this was a lot of things was changing. And people was on the phone like, well, I'm going to going to another like direct TV. They were like, go ahead, we'll see you in 6 months. That's how bold they was. It wasn't like, you know what? We'll take your price down, we'll make it easy for you. They were like, go ahead. We'll see you in 6 months. Oh, we'll see you in this. Go ahead. You're not gonna last long. That's how bold they was.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like, oh man, things are changing. Things are changing a lot. Because I remember before then, I was at a person's house and they was like, yeah, you could just go ahead and just say I'm going to another company. They changed the price. That all stopped. All of that stopped. I was like, things are changing. When they start getting bold like that, and now you got all these companies, it's not a lot like it used to. You only got a handful of cable companies, handful of Hollywood, handful of record companies, and then they all work together. So you pretty much going to have to go with the flow. That's why I was like, you know what? I need to get myself in a position, because I didn't want to be in a position that I was being controlled.
Right.
So
that's what it's all about. No matter what, wherever you are in that system, I don't care where you are in that system, you are being controlled.
Right.
Even at the top of the echelon.
Yep. Absolutely right. So that's why I started putting myself in a position. And even when I had my company, I still lived fruitile. I didn't want to have it that, if this was gone a day tomorrow, I wouldn't suffer for it.
Right.
I wouldn't be in a position of like, man, because I always believe if I get myself be in that position, it'll end up me breaking the law or doing things to my people who worked for me, the other contractors. And I made sure I didn't want that to happen. So I always lived fruitile, day by day. I never went here, went there, made sure I had the nicest clothing. I didn't do that, because I was like, this could be gone a day or tomorrow. And I didn't want to have it that, that I was suffering mentally, emotionally, and spiritually.
Right.
Because my mom was like, Vaughn, they used to always call me, ask you, you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm okay. So, but I still got my foundation and things like that. So I just made sure that, the company didn't take control of me in the system.
Right. The best days of my life were when I learned things that were just straight with nature.
Mm-hmm.
The most liberating days of life. Probably the first one, other than regaining my health, not using any allopathic ways.
Mm-hmm.
That had to have been such a huge thing. But actually, even I can't remember if it was a little before that or after. It was around that time. Okay, I was in my late 20s, early 30s, somewhere around that time. And I remember contemplating myself for a while. I never went to Cubs or Boy Scouts or any of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Never learned the bushcraft stuff and all the basics, I didn't even know, never mind how to grow food and stuff like that. I didn't even know how to make a fire yet without cheating, without current technology,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, fuck, that's sad. That's stuff you should know by the time you're like, what, 10 years old, maybe at most, right? That is so basic. And so I just thought, well, I got to do this. I got to start educating myself and finding out where this information is that I never got access to for all this time. And that was the first thing that I learned. I went online and researched, and I went distance. I didn't just research, okay, give me how do you do it with 2 twigs and I'm good to go. I researched, I wanted to know at least 7 or 8 different typical environments that you might be in: rain, storm, where it's really humid, where it's wet, different types of plant structures in a desert. Give me some main situations that you might be in different environments, and then show me the options that I have available for making fire. So I wanted to know this holistically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just started with that. I picked one topic, and then I researched that for several months, and then I went out and I did it. I went and went into the nature trails and got a couple vines and tried a couple different techniques, and it worked. And I'm like, wow, how liberating just to know that, okay, I never have to think about that again. I'll always be able to do that. And that's what it started, right? So the more I went down that path with everything else in life, the more I really understood what freedom really is. And it's gotten to the point where, I was just telling Wrights this earlier. For the longest time, I've never had to even think about going to a grocery store for food or clothes, And it's not that I know that they're not there, and they could be accessed if I needed to for whatever as a tool. Like there is even a couple times where I got caught in a rock in a hard place. Everybody knows I was in a hotel for a couple years, right? So I accessed that because I was scared about going somewhere else. I was really scared, right? I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I'll make it if I even lead this thing, right? Because my health was really in a fragile state. But there's a difference between, when you see all the other options available to you and you're in the practice of using them, and those resources don't require anybody's permission to get access to. You can just go and take what you need and work with it and so on and so forth. Then the rest is just like, meh, it's there, but I don't care what happens to it. I may or may not ever access to it, may or may not ever need to, but I don't care. If it goes to the wayside, it's probably better anyways, because if anything, that was the distraction that everybody was caught up into, that I was born into, that took me away from being able to learn all these things that I ended up learning down the road. But these things is what I really ought to have learned in my prime years. Right? In the first 10, 15, especially 20 years of life, and all of us as well. And most people don't have even close to the education that I sought for myself now as to how to be self-reliant, even in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. Not even close. And these are the people that are sitting ducks, unfortunately for themselves. It's not trying to learn how to swim. It's one thing when you're taking lessons and there's a safe pool and there's a shallow end and a deep end and there's an instructor, and you don't have to go to the deep end until you're ready, and you can have weighting things on your arm and so on and so forth. That takes time, right? That's one thing. But it's another thing when all of a sudden a tsunami comes and hits the waves and you've never learned how to tread water yet. You're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah, I gotta teach my son how to swim.
It's important. Learn how to. My message is learn how to swim the balance of the seasons of nature. Life is like swimming.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Learn how to balance the wave that comes forth throughout life. In life. Yeah.
That's right.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. So when you was going through those hard times, what was your main source that you relied on to pick yourself up?
There was just already a will to live.
Okay.
And it depends which time. I've really only had two main health crisis challenges.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one was very different from the second. The first one was, well, it's a long story and I'll try and keep it short just to answer your question. But going through certain moments in the midst of it, I was really in no sound place of mind to be making any rational decisions. I couldn't think properly or anything at that moment. So I was left in an interesting predicament. My emotional centers were kind of all whacked out, and it's hard to describe, but I couldn't really feel like normal. And I wasn't in a place of wanting to give up or not wanting to give up. I was in a place of where nothing just really, there was no passion or no unpassion. There was just a sort of a void, a nothingness. I didn't care. I didn't have like the feelings that you have normally to propel anything. And so I didn't want to die or I didn't want to live. I didn't have thoughts about that. I was just in this kind of weird state of ill health and very confused, extremely confused. And I knew that I had to make a decision here pretty quick at that time because my health was really spiraling downward fast. And I knew that if I really wanted to, I could just lay out on the bed and let myself go, and that would be the end. I could feel myself at that point. I was that close. And so I had to decide whether or not I was going to let that happen or not. I had to actually make that decision. Am I done? Am I okay with that? And I knew that I had a short window of time. I had a window of time, but it was short to make that decision. And I was having a very difficult time having anything of substance to use as a weighing board to make a decision on that, one way or another, because of this weird stuff that was happening. And all I could remember at that moment was, well, although at the moment I don't remember what it feels like, but I remember that I used to really enjoy the hell out of music, and I really enjoyed having great times with people and sharing things with people and enjoying different experiences of life. And I just thought to myself, well, if there is no such thing as time, then I have no reason to be in a rush to exit out of here. So if I can get some overtime here, well, I'm not sacrificing it for something else, so why not? It came down to a kind of a calculation thing. And that's what I drew towards. And then I made my decision the next day. I went to go see a man in a health food store that I already had connections with to try and portray that I was in this situation with when I couldn't really talk and start the path of healing.
Was it a long path back to?
Yeah, it was. It took about 1 year and 8 months to stabilize, and not. So I was getting worse every day. But from day one, that progression of getting worse already started to slow down. But it took 1 year and about 8 months to halt the progression from getting worse.
So it was a lot of ups and downs, a lot of severe ups and downs, or meteor ups and downs.
Especially at first, yeah, because I was in a lot of pain. My back was in excruciating pain because my joints and my muscles were not getting the nutrition that they needed so my body was starting to collapse. My organs were they weren't getting oxygen because my blood was too toxic. So they were shutting down. That's what was happening. And so I was in a lot of pain from my body just falling apart really quickly. And so there was a lot of ups and downs, is the turbulence that you go through when trying to deal with that. Also trying to get yourself to get medicines for the regiment, food. I was just on my own. I didn't have anybody at that time. And I was so scared about what happened to me. I also didn't trust anybody because I didn't know what it was that had caused that. So I wasn't about ready to trust anybody for help other than this one man to give me the directional guidance to take matters into my own hands here. So yeah, it was a lot of turbulence until several months later, when the progression had slowed down enough that I could start to relax a little bit and start to feel that, well, as long as every day here we're going in a positive healing direction, that's all that counts to me. And that's what I took on at that point. Then I had that as sort of the anchor to draw from to keep me going.
So you went straight, you didn't use any conventional medicine. You went straight holistic.
That's right.
Okay.
I did, just for curiosity, I went to a clinic just to see what the other side of the field would say. No intention of ever actually really taking it for face value. It was more out of curiosity. And all they said is I had depression and a thyroid problem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which they were partially correct. There definitely was a thyroid imbalance going on because the organs were struggling to get oxygen, and I was also nutrient deprived like crazy. But that was just like one grain of sand in a sandcastle that they were pointing to, you know.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, many other elements going on too. Besides
Right.
those. Okay. Okay.
I had to fix everything, top to bottom. Yeah, I had to cut out all the crap. It was quite a bit of crap, you know. So I was smoking and eating a lot of fast food. All that just gone, literally overnight, and nothing but holistic fruits and veggies, as organic and pure as I could find from that day. It was literally night and day.
Oh, wow.
One day to the next. Yeah.
Okay. And you got all that from the guy that you said that guy that you said he was the only one that you relied on.
Yeah, I had, you know, I was already like engaged with him previously. I never was into the allopathics already, and that worked in my favor. So this man was somebody that I went to see previously whenever I was ill, and he would give me these magic potions. Say, take this, go home, and you'll be all right. And you would expect, you know, like allopathic medicine, you take something like NyQuil, you might fall asleep, maybe you feel a bit better in the morning, maybe you don't, or whatever. It's just kind of a band-aid to get you through, that type of shit, right? No, this stuff was like, whatever he gave me, you take it, and before you had your handle on the door walking out, you were fine, like as if nothing happened.
Oh, wow.
Like miraculous type shit, right? And it wasn't just one time or two, it was like consistently. So I knew that there was obviously something to this that was, you know, there's got to be, it's not a guess, it's a science and an art or whatever. And so I knew who I was going to turn to. There's already an established history there if something ever happened to me.
Oh, okay.
He was, in all senses, my form of a doctor, let's put it that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he was just a man who he himself had his own health challenges from Africa. And and then he came out to the West here, and he wanted to educate himself about natural health to make sure that what happened to him, he got poisoned in a hospital, what it was. And so he wanted to get to the bottom and figure out what happened to himself, and then make sure he took matters into his own hands so that would never happen to him again. And so he got formally educated in natural health sciences over here, and then went further and explored other avenues of naturopathy and holistic chiropractic and dentistry and all that kind of stuff. But he wasn't a capitalist-minded individual. So he wanted to help people as well. So what he decided to do was join forces with some ties in a family that had a health food store chain. There's about 5 stores, I think, here in that chain, in a natural health food store, just a little one, over in the lower mainland of Vancouver here. And so he was sub running one of them, and what he decided to do was, instead of charging people like you normally would for naturopathy diagnosis and all that kind of stuff, he just let people come to the shop, and when they came in, he would see what their challenges were, and then he would start educating them based on what he knew how to heal themselves, and then all the stuff that they would need to support the healing process were right there, right in the shop. So that was his approach, and I thought, brilliant. That's great, right? So, I knew that this guy wasn't greedy, and when I turned to him for help, I didn't even think about money. He could have soaked me financially if he wanted to. Really, I gave him all my trust, right? I mean, I'm on my last legs anyway,
Right.
and so I just, I think I even said that. I said, it's not about cost. Just tell me what to do, but educate me, right?
Right.
Show me why I need to do this. Help, teach me, help me learn, right? I want to learn. And that's exactly what he did. Over the process, he imparted the wisdom of how to take responsibility for your health in a natural way, and ensure that not only so that I knew exactly what happened to me, but also I know what's happening to other people as well, because it all correlates, and know exactly what you can and should do about it for the future. So that's the blessing of what I went through. It educated me and gave me that.
So did you follow a daily regimen when it comes to the health?
Yes.
Okay. So do you follow that to this day? Do you follow
Yes,
that? Okay.
Yes, hit the nail on the head. Yeah, it very much is. It's a lifestyle. That's what it is. Yeah, it comes down to that. Yeah.
Now, each daily regimen, does each thing that you do today, is it focused on the three parts, that mentally, emotionally, and soulfully, and more of your body? You have many members. You have many members in on your body and inside also. So when you follow those daily regimen, does each regimen go to a specific part of the body?
Yeah, well, okay, I already actually had the mental and spiritual already intact myself.
Okay.
What was out of balance was the physical.
Okay.
Absolutely, so out of balance that the rest was, of course, existence is a holistic thing. It affected the rest like there was no tomorrow. I was out of balance everywhere because of that. It's like a wheel, right? You take out a couple spokes and the thing wobbles. And so
you said you was already intact, spiritually and soulfully. You said spiritually and emotionally,
spiritually and mentally.
And mentally. So do they have anything in that where someone is not spiritually and mentally? Do they have?
Say that again.
Do they have a regimen? Because you said you was already intact. If someone wasn't intact, do they have something for that?
Those well, they all tie in together, but as far as like what I was learning for the physical aspects, they weren't directly they were just tied in, but that wasn't the focus. It's just because they're all tied in together. That's how they become the focus inevitably. But no, as far as my relationship with this man goes, we weren't talking about any of that stuff. We weren't talking about, spirituality or we were literally just focusing on physical health and physical healing. But they very much, again, correlate with the others, and you become aware of that down the road. Because even the act of ingesting something is very spiritual. You're taking on an energy. It's consuming. It's becoming a part of you. Those things, but you don't realize that until you have epiphanies down the road. And what happens is when your health becomes better and clear, the understanding of how all that all collects and connects just presents itself. So that's how it ties in spiritually. So health is wealth, and I found that the more that I put health as the front runner of my focus to take care of, the rest started to fall into place much better, because the information channelways were no longer blocked, and the awareness of how that all connects, it just started to fall into place naturally, and I didn't really have to seek it. The things that I knew fundamentally and theoretically as well before that were all now connected once I had that third part of the equation, which was the physical balance.
Okay. Because I was reaching out since I got a whole bunch of teas. Matter of fact, my brother um, um, gave to me, and it had one for like blood, and you have one for meditation, one for sleeping, like if you need, sleep.
Right.
Um, what was the other one that it's a few of them, but each of them have different locations, especially dealing with your body, that you can, they all teas that you can, make and drink. But I know there's one that was real interesting to me for meditation. And then it has one, I think elderberry. I think that's the elderberry. That I think it's I forgot what that was for. And then they have one for your brain, something like that. So, and they have one for information. That's why I was asking that question, because I was like, wow, the meditation one really got me.
These things are, see, there's definitely wisdom in all that because of how things are connected.
Right.
And I'll say that the amount that people will experience will greatly depend on where they're at with their health when it comes to these things. The more healthy a person is, the more clear their pathways are, the more in a state of humility and calmness they are, the more the effects are going to be greater when incorporating these natural things as part of their spirituality and life existence. Because
Right.
those things are very much of everything of nature around you is what you are of as well. It's all connected. So of course, when you understand that, certain elements of certain things will definitely have an impact when you ingest them or smell them or touch them or hear them. A dramatic example of that is it's invigorating when you go in some water, right? You go and dive in some water, it's invigorating. It's refreshing. It's like, wow, you get this rush and goosebumps. And stuff. That's a very spiritual experience.
Yeah, that's true.
Much
Well, I
more
found
so
out-
than people probably realize. Go ahead, Ritz.
I was gonna say I found out one thing about Guru. Don't piss the Guru off. I had the cleanest liver and the best colon in the world. Let me tell you. I'm telling you, wow, he did a job on me. Oh yeah.
I gave him the same cleanse kit that I did as the starting point when I've with the instruction of the man that I was telling you about. The very first thing that we did was do a 7-day full body detox, a gentle one. Rights is probably going, you call that gentle?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that wasn't gentle for me. Go on.
That was gentle. Yeah, but you also got instructions backwards. So take that into account. Anyway, yeah.
I'm just joking. Go on.
So Wrights went through that. Dan also went through it as well. And yeah, that's where that came from. And that sets the stage. It's a good stage setter. Really, really effective. To put the body in a kind of a routinic dynamic going on to foundationally to start doing some other things. Oh, did we lose? Be right back. Oh, he's got to take a call. Okay.
Okay.
He's got to take a phone call.
Oh, this middle of the night. Well, 11:20. Well, late. Hope he's okay. Yeah. Yeah, people better start waking up. I'll tell you that now. They're going to be in a heap of trouble.
Don't hold your breath.
I know it. Gotta have pity if they come crying to us. I'm sitting to think, well, I want to be in a different place anyway. Trying to warn people now. All they could do is ask you. New guru.
I don't think too many people are going to come crying at the last minute. They're too prideful.
You don't think so? Wow.
No. They will sit there and they'll just eat their mother until there's no more mother,
Wow.
And then
And the
they'll
dog.
probably start, and the dog, and they'll probably start eating themselves a little bit, right? Rather than just like pick up a book and learn that leaves are food. I mean, yeah, if you know that, when has there ever been a shortage of leaves,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love those dandelion weeds. My God, those are good. I'm used to
Yeah.
them now. You know what I mean? Oh, they are good. I couldn't get them this week, but I'm going to try next week. I don't know where they come from, but I'll tell you, sometimes they're fresh and sometimes they're like, ugh, you don't want to buy it.
Yeah. For sure, like any of the herbs, But try some of them others as well, right? Because the dandelions are seasonal. But some of those others, usually they're in small packages, like arugula's not in a package. Cilantro's not in a package. Those you can get in bunches, which is great. Dill usually comes in little packages. You have to usually kind of find the spot where they have those little spicy leaf, raw spicy leaf package things. But if you can find them, you'll find all kinds: oregano, dill, mint. Try them all; they're all great.
I will. I promise you, I will. I've done everything so far. You said, you know what I mean? Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If anything, they're great for the refreshingness of the flavor too and stuff. I love the taste of dill and mint, and then you can also put them in your smoothies too if you want to make different flavors of smoothies. A mint flavored, spearmint flavored matcha or whatever it is.
My wife will love that. She loves mint. Oh my God, she'll kill for mint.
Peppermint or spearmint or both?
Both.
Both. Okay. Yeah, me too.
It's got mint on it. Woo. That's mine. Well, what about mine? Yours is done. Yeah.
Yours was the one without mint.
Yeah, right. Yours is the empty cup. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I will. I'll try it. You doggone right, I will. I'm going to get myself situated where I can start doing things, and start learning more. Doggone right. I'm not going to be a slave to this corporate bullshit. I had enough of that shit. Pass it on to my family,
Yeah.
Screw them.
Yeah,
you're right.
It looks like in not too much longer, you won't even be there won't even be a slavery system to be a part of. It's kind of going to the wayside. That's why I'm excited.
Wow. Well, don't be excited until I leave. Till I leave the plantation.
Do you got a suitcase?
Yeah, I sure do. I got muchos of them. Yeah, they're in the garage right now, but yeah, they're in there. Trust me. Oh yeah, all I do is pack my clothes and get the hell out of here. Oh, Chad's here. Is that Chad? Yeah, Chad's here. While you were talking, I was doing lettuce, cleaning it up and washing it and putting it away and spinning it and putting it away. Hot peppers, celery. I was cutting it up. It's the baby and the dude guy.
Sounds lovely.
I don't know if he's still here or not. You still there, Chad? Would you and 12 be like a link?
It's saying free watching.
For live stream. Dang it. We'll get. Okay. Huh.
I like what Von Erich brings to the table is the real questions of the how-to that from where he's at. These are really what do I do when these are my stumbling blocks that people that's the right things to focus on when we're getting out. That means he's not asking those theoretically. He's working his way out of the challenges.
The system, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, he sure is. That's why I was asking what would he do if that would happen. He says he's all set, taken care of. That's good.
Right.
I would like somehow to intertwine with each other if something comes down, so we can relate to each other, talk to each other. Find out what's going on. So we can help each other. That would be nice.
Well, just get a big dinghy and row your boat down the stream and land somewhere, and we'll meet up somewhere.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, I can always fly my helicopter, drone.
You got one of those too?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I like to have one of those. I got to get one of those. And drones still like it is.
It sounds kind of far-fetched, but I'm seriously considering those things.
Yeah. Oh no. Seriously, I'm thinking about buying it. You can see everything.
They have them now where I think the 100 kilometers they can go. It's kind of they're in their starting phases of where electric vehicles were back in the day. But you can buy a man-powered drone vehicle if you want. Buy. They have those already.
That'd be nice. Well, the drones that fly, that if it starts running out of juice, it comes right back to where it started from. It's got a GPS.
Well, how is it going to do that if you just keep going straight?
No, it tells it. It's got a chip in there. It senses that the battery's low.
Oh, I see.
It'll come right back to you automatically.
Oh, one of those types. I got you. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's getting low, it's got to come back. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it does the distance and everything, so you don't lose it.
Right.
You make a mistake. So I'm going to buy one of those if I can.
Well, I'm going to buy the ones that don't come back.
Well, whatever you mean.
And if the ones that I want come back to me, I'm in the wrong direction. I'm in trouble.
Well, ain't that the truth? Yeah. And make sure it doesn't come back when it's running low in juice.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'll be disengaging. All roads lead to the sheriff.
Yeah. I'll leave the control box there. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that's where the signal is for it to go back home to recharge and everything.
Well, you know what? It's a shame what I want to say, but it helped you out because you got sick. If you wouldn't have got sick, I don't think you would have been where you're at now.
And that's very possible.
Seriously.
That's very possible. I didn't need as much of a kick in the ass as I got. I didn't. I did need one though, because I was definitely making excuses, living the lifestyle that I was. And yeah, I don't think that even, I always, my big excuse was, and at that point I already had okay money. It wasn't even a financial thing, but I always said that, well, if I was a millionaire, I would just, I would buy all the best food and blah, blah, blah. And that's the stupid way to think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quality of food is the first thing you use money for if you're in the corporate world. No holds barred. Before anything else,
Why would you
your
buy
health.
quality food when you got it for free in the woods?
I wasn't at that stage.
Oh, okay.
That all of that is long after, like even that, right? That's what you just said a minute ago. All of that gave the incentive to move in the direction, which ended up being everything else as well in terms of being self-reliant. Because now it was also a matter of, okay, I just got my ass handed to me. I already knew that there was something wrong with this system. But until that happened to me, I really wasn't too focused on being compassionate to the rest of the people. I just wanted to I loved helping people. I also wanted to help people heal medicinally with their physical challenges because of what happened to me. And I knew that I had some education now that most people didn't. But I didn't know that the world really deserved the rest of the information yet. I was kind of caught in a rock and a hard place, and I still had a lot of learning myself to do. And now I had a reason to learn. If I'm going to stick around in overtime, then I really need to take responsibility for the rest of the things that I didn't either. I need to know how to not just make a fire for myself without cheating. What about shelter? What about getting access to food? What happens if there's no grocery? What happens if the regimens that I use to heal myself, what if there was no store with the individual in it that I could go to get that help? What if that wasn't there? So I had to think about these things, right? And figure out, I'm really not in a good position, leaving it to chance of others like that, and neither is anybody else. So then I started researching, right? Getting to the bottom of what are the other options in life, alongside with knowing that there was already a big mess in the political game and the monetary game. All of that, I was already on a path of discovery. I was doing that in my 20s, so I had half the picture. I just needed the other half. The first half was how fucked up everything was and why. The second half was, what can you do about it? And so from about 30 years of age, I shouldn't say that, late 20s as well, and even in a certain sense, I was already on a path of what you can do about it. But as far as really seceding yourself goes, during my 30s and up, that's where it really started. Learning those types of things, and it's never stopped. It just became a lifestyle, right? And every day it's still the same. I'm learning more and more, discovering more and more things with nature and what it has to offer to work with, and other people who are doing that. And I've got so much more to discover. Like I said, Fruity and I, Fruity's never been on an expedition like that, and so I'm going to take her on the next one this coming year. We're going to go on another mini world tour of some sort. Don't know where yet. And I'm going to take her out into some other communities, some of the ones that I've already lived amongst, but some new ones that I know about that I've never met personally yet. And we're going to go out and discover them together and see what else we can incorporate on our educational walk of path.
Sounds a lot of fun. It does. Well, everybody goes on vacation, goes up north at least, Not everybody, but a lot of, like we did, We had a ball up there, be up there in nature. And being a young kid, I was entertaining myself. I didn't give a shit about anybody else. Cattails at nighttime, soak them in diesel fuel, or gasoline and walk in the woods, in the middle of the night. Yeah, I enjoyed myself.
You
Didn't
see,
bother me a bit.
do you know that those cattails are one of the highest qualities of food you can find?
I seen it on video already. I went, oh, son of a gun. Yeah, and I'm burning them.
Here you are, soaking them
Yeah.
in diesel and making torches out of them. I remember you told me that the other time.
Yeah, you can even eat the stems as well, the whole thing.
Yeah. They're and there's just like bamboo. Part of it's medicinal, part of it's hydrating, and part of it's food.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that one. Yeah, I says, wow, look at that, I'm burning them like crazy. I could add them for food. Shit.
Right. And
You
how
didn't know as
hard
a
is it
kid,
to find those things?
Up north, it's not. I can't say that anymore. I don't know anymore. I don't know. I haven't
Usually
been up
where
there in a
there's
while.
any marshland, right, and where it's typically a bit wet, it's not too hard to find them.
Oh, there's one place I know is a marshland. In fact, they tried to build on it, and the people said, "No, you ain't touching that land." For the ducks and everything else. Oh, they had a big fight. I mean, a huge marshland. Yeah, okay, I know where to get it. Yeah, forget about that.
Yeah. Just make sure it's nature marshland, not some corporate city dump wasteland marsh or whatever, or some sewage swamp water or whatever. As long as it's away from industry.
Well, the bad thing, there are boats in there sometimes. They drive around in there trying to catch bass or something, or bullheads. Some of them do. I don't
That's
know. Yeah,
that's why petrol has to go, because man is so ignorant, thinking that it's okay to just pollute our resources like that. I had to shoot every single boater that's driving a petrol car, but now that I'm thinking about, I ought to shoot every driver that's driving a petrol car. Wait a second, I'm still driving one. Oh shit.
Oops. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, work in progress, but we'll get there.
At least you're honest. Well, these new EV cars, I don't think I'd want them. It's like you get somebody to design it without the GPS chip, the sensors, so if you get alcohol or if you're swerving off the road wrong a little bit, or it's bullshit. All control. I
That's
don't
not
want
just
that.
in it. That's not just in the electric cars.
Where else they got them?
All of the cars.
Oh, do- okay. I never noticed it. I've never had mine shut off yet.
Since about 2009, they already had technology put in cars. If they want to just press a button, stop your car in its tracks, or drive it off a cliff, there's nothing you can do about it. Remote
Wow,
controlling.
that's crazy.
Ever
Yeah,
since
Go on.
they put the computer technology in there.
Yeah, they got it mine.
Yeah, your car is already controlled. It's just getting more and more, and it's people for some reason think they're just doing it to the electric vehicles. Why? They're not saying that. They never said we're just doing it to the electrics. They're doing it to all of them.
But they're adding on more to it, though. Let's put it that way. How's that?
To the electrics?
Well, yeah, the sensor, the alcohol sensor,
No. That's not just going to be segregated for electric vehicles. It's all of them.
because I never had to. Oh, guess what I found out when I didn't know about. Now, in heating and cooling, sometimes you get confused to what's going on. So you try different parts to see if that's the problem because you can't figure out what's going on. Then you
Right?
take the new part out and to put the old new part in, or the old part back in if that's not the problem. Well, I had a problem with my car, and I says, "Well, just get a motherboard, put it in there, and see if it works." We can't do that. I said, "What do you mean you can't do that?" No, he said, "We put that board in, we have to charge you." I says, "I don't quite understand what you're saying." He says, "What we got to do is before we put the motherboard in, we got to put your VIN number on there inside the motherboard, and once that VIN number is inside that motherboard, we can't erase it. It's yours." I says, "You got to be kidding me." He goes, "No, He says, "We just can't take and replace it. Just guessing." So we got to
Mm-hmm.
know exactly what's going on. And I said, "Wow, I didn't know that." He goes, "Oh yeah, yeah." So that's another deal they got going. They got to put a VIN number in that motherboard just to represent, your car.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's in there, they can't take the number out of the motherboard. It's yours. It's useless to any other car but yours. Weird, eh?
Yeah. 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 Well, okay. Here's one of the easiest ways to gaslight people into slavery. Create a system where they have to pay for everything. Rule number 1. Rule number 2. Implement within that system a price and inflationary design where to get access to things through that system is easy to control, and if they say so, bring out of reach.
What you're just starting to do now.
Not starting. How much of your life have you been able to just go buy 10 houses if you want?
Are you looking to buy one? Really?
You said it.
Yeah.
This is nothing new.
Well, I'm thinking about food wise. Prices keep going up, and where you can't. Now
How
kids can't even buy houses. Go on.
how much of your life have you been able to just go buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grocery stores if you wanted?
They couldn't even buy one.
You could barely go in and afford a few bags of groceries, never mind the store.
Yeah.
See the difference?
Yeah, I do.
It's been going on for a long time. Keep the supply out of reach, and you get crumbs. And in order to get the crumbs, you have to do whatever they say. Why? Because they're supplying the crumbs through your effort.
Well, you know the bottom line of this, don't you? They're just going to make it one big corporation where all these stores around here ain't going to be here anymore. You're going to have to, ask for delivery or, through the computer. That's exactly what's going to happen. We're not going to have mom and pop stores or Kmart to stores or, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be
Oh,
all bought
you
up.
you will. It'll just be within a 15-minute walking parameter.
Oh, you talking about 15, 15-minute cities? Yeah. Concentration camps.
Right. But just remember, if your code doesn't work to get to mile 7 for some reason, jail it is for you. You're already in jail, for fuck's sakes, but now they're going to come and what? Put you in your room and your door doesn't open? I mean, you're already in jail. What are they going to do? People are so stupid.
What we talked about for the past 2 years, yeah, you're right. I can definitely. And you know what? I have to say, I was one of the stupid people too. I didn't know. I knew, like I said, something was wrong, but I had no idea. I had no idea. I couldn't pinpoint it until you started talking. Then that light bulb came on, son of a bitch, right in front of me.
I'll tell you from an overview perspective what I see that's kind of going on here. Remember those little ant farms? They might even still have them that you can get this little like picture frame type thing, a little glass square rectangle thing.
I used to have one.
And there's sand in it or whatever, and it's a little ant farm. Okay. Well, you usually buy those for presents to young boys, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm to be.
That's
Yeah.
typically who's interested in that. Okay. Well, I see what's going on here as kind of the same thing. What's not to say that more literally than metaphorically, we're literally ants in an ant farm, all of us, and there's somebody who's in charge of this little experiment, and we just don't know who they are, just like the ants don't know who the little boy is. And how much sensibility does the little boy have? This to be the authoritarian over that ant farm. Does he really give a shit? Is he really like being? Is he really being so careful to make sure he doesn't tip that farm upside down when he brings it home and thinks about all those ants that they might be dizzy in there, puking all over the place, and and whatever he puts in there for food, or maybe he forgets about them for 3 days, or maybe he wants to try and see what happens and he puts a beetle in with the mix just for fun. Let's see what happens. We'll put one beetle in there and then close it back up. The rest of the ants. That's what I'm talking about here. That's what I see as more of an overhead dynamic of what's really going on here. There's some fuckers who really have no idea about, or no care about, just like we don't have to have a care the way that you swat a mosquito or some insects. It's the same thing. There's some people who view us as insects on that level. And are more in charge of this little ant farm. Well, it's little to them, but to us, it's like the ants. The ants don't see that box that they're living in as little. It's relative to their size,
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I see is going on here. There's just an experiment that's going on where people are having fun, fucking with things and doing what they want, and those little ants, to that little boy, are slaves. They are. They don't truly belong in that little ant farm. They belong in the sand somewhere where it's free, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't belong in that little ant farm. Not healthy for them. But does the little boy care? No. he's all excited because he gets to have his experiment. And his mommy and his daddy and his friends and the teachers and the parents all concur that this is acceptable. Nobody's giving any guidance for him otherwise to think maybe these little creatures running around have a soul. They're a life just like me. Not even a trace second thought of that. These are just ants. Why should we give any two shits about them? Right?
Wow. That's a rough analogy. Whoa. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Like, why would they give a shit about us?
Right. They don't have to give two shits about us, and there's no consequence for them to give two shits about us or not to give, other than the results of what happens in the experiment. But if it's just an experiment, who cares? They're just experimenting, whatever, for either amusement purposes or maybe not. Maybe there's other purposes, whatever. I think it's a vast amount of experiments going on at the same time.
Oh yeah. MK Ultra, TB. They used to, rip people's ribs out just to, fix their TB. It wasn't worth a shit. It was all. Yeah. I mean, we went through hell.
Nationalism, patriotism, religion, all these things, those are all experiments. Let's just give narratives to these people and see what happens. Let's see if they'll figure out that it's all bullshit or not. Let's see if they'll believe it or not. Let's see how far we can make them believe it, just for fun. And then, of course, the believer is so prideful. No, that's just wingnut, tinfoil hat, conspiracy talk. Nobody would ever do shit like that. Yeah?
Mm.
What about that boy with the ant farm?
Well, that tells it like it is right there. And that's how we are to them, ants. If we are ants to them, could be piece of dust.
Right.
Or it's I'm not gonna hang around with this. I can see what's coming, being like I said, being in the military, I seen the inside of the military and I didn't like what I see. That's why I got out of it. One of my terms was to get out. I got out, believe me. But I never thought I'd be in the civilian world. Never. And it came to the civilian world. I went, shit, what the hell's going on here? Until I talked to you. You know what I mean? And you clarified everything. And it came together. Now I got to do the opposite. I got to get out of this thing. And you're helping me out with that. And I appreciate that.
My pleasure. It's the only logical thing to do, isn't there?
Yeah. That's the only thing you can do. There's nothing else.
And it's good news, I'm delighted that there is it's not even just that there's a minute thing that we can do or something. There's actually all the possibility to do everything that we could have done all along is right there for us. That was the best discovery I could have ever had, is knowing, holy shit, everything I need was already there for me. Just like it is for the rest of nature, I don't see a dandelion who's growing out of the ground looking around going, shit, I'm not going to be able to afford that little droplet of rain tomorrow. It just rains and it comes and we get to drink and grow to the sun,
And it's all free.
That's all free, right?
And no one tell me, you can't grow.
Right?
Yeah. You can't do this. You need shade. You're burning yourself. Yeah. You need the Kool-Aid. Uh-huh.
You need to. That's right. You need to be a subject. You need to be a product. You need to be experimented on for the betterment of all. That collectivist view, I'm telling you, I'm starting to think, I'm not so sure which one is more the root of evil, that view or obedience. Collectivism sure has people on a path to self-destruction in a hurry.
Oh my God, the guru. People are killing themselves. Drugs, they gave up. You know what I mean? People are going nuts, are going to see doctors. Yeah, I need help. Here, take these pills.
Right.
It's not the
Isn't
same
that
thing.
ironic?
Yeah.
Go to pill pushers for help to get off drugs. We're going to help you get off drugs by giving you some narcotics. Does that make any logical sense?
No. Well, the guy that helped you out, if doctors would go that route, the fruit of big pharma wouldn't have the money that they want. And that's all it is. It's money.
If that's right. If doctors went that route, there would be no doctors. In other words, we'd be self-doctoring. See, that's what he did. He taught me how to be my own doctor
Wow.
because he became his own doctor. He educated me. I was dumb. I was naive. I still wasn't anywhere near as dumb as most of the people because I already wasn't going to the allopathic side. So I had that going for me. And I already tried some things in the natural side that had some pretty profound effects. So I had that going for me. But I had no idea what the cycle of health really was. The circle of health, foundation of health. And once I understood that, it just all makes sense. You need clean water. Well, the first thing is you need a clean environment. That's the number one. If your environment's not clean, you're spinning your wheels. It's gone. So good luck healing if your environment isn't at least healthy enough to give you a chance to rest and heal and recover. So that's number one, your environment. And there's each one of these, there's like 7 things in a circle. Each one of these spawns into sub things like your environment. What does that really mean then? It needs to be calm and quiet, the energy. Needs to be away from chaos. Needs to be away from chemicals. Needs to be healthy. The oxygen needs to be good. The materials in your environment need to be not off-gassing chemicals and different other things, toxic things. The clothes that you wear, the bedding that you sleep in, all of these things, they need to be healthy, not toxic. Very important. At least healthy enough
Well, I noticed
to give yourself a chance to get started.
I noticed when Pole Billy comes down here, see me, he can't wait to go back up north. He can't take it down there. He
I
just
bet.
can't take it. Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Once you clean yourself out enough, the effects of a toxic environment are 10 times worse than the people, people who don't smoke seem to be affected a lot more by the secondhand and firsthand than people who do. Remember the first time you inhaled?
Mm-hmm. I sure do. Yeah.
Right.
Smooth. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So the body adapts, right? But almost to our own peril if we don't realize that the adapting part is not meant to be a survival thing forever. It's just to get out of harm's way. That's the way that we're designed, and that's ingenious in the design. But if we get irresponsible about that, I can just smoke like a chimney till the rest of my days goes away. You're gonna have problems. It's pretty basic math there, right?
Yeah, I know it is. That I do know. Yeah, I know. That I do know. But you know what? I don't drink. I don't, I eat processed foods. I got no choice right now. But I'm going to change that real fast as soon as I can get up north. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I got that book, and I'm waiting to open that book up and start using it. And it's going to be next spring.
If you start to look at it, all of these things equate to the health, right? So,
Yeah.
Better environment that's away from the toxic people, where you can get access to good, clean food, healthy food, real food, non-chemical food, non-GMO food, and water, right? Where the environment is clean. And that's what you're doing primarily, right? Is you're changing your environment. That's what you got to do. That's where it starts with. For me, it was like I was already in the city when I was 29 there, and that happened to me. So I had to find a little safe spot while I was in the midst of going through that. That was hell. I'll never forget that. I almost begged my landlord, please, I need a place to heal. I kind of did beg him a little bit. I said, I need a place to heal. Just let me in, I'll pay you monthly. I'll pay you 6 months or whatever it is in advance. I don't care. I just need a place that's quiet and safe that I can get this taken care of. I got it. That was hell. But yeah, so environment, that's your number one. And then all the rest sort of correlate and spawn to the rest of it. You need proper sleep. What you're ingesting needs to be clean as well. And you got to focus on if there's imbalances, what are causing those imbalances, sugar imbalances, hormonal imbalances, so on and so forth. Exercise, you need to be getting the right amount of exercise. And then you need your pH to be in order. That's number 5. Your enzyme count needs to be good. That's number 6. And your pathway between your mouth and the other end needs to be uncluttered. That's number 7.
I was okay for a while. I'm going to have another one, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I thought it wasn't too happy when he see me. Wow. I'll never forget that day. Yeah. But I felt better, though. I got to admit that.
You know what I realized when I got out of the city and started detoxing enough and my lungs started healing? People are literally suffocating in the city and they don't even know it.
Well,
I
it's
don't
like
mean I don't mean suffocating by people being. I mean oxygen. It's oxygen deprived. Or air quality deprived. The air is so bad in cities, but people are just so just like when you smoke. You're so conditioned to it, you don't even realize. But
exactly.
people are really literally suffocating in the city.
Yeah. Well,
To a pretty appalling level. I was pretty surprised to actually realize that once I healed far enough and saw, holy shit, my lung capacity and the amount of oxygen I'm taking in out here, how much difference the air is, and that this is the way that we're supposed to meant to breathe our whole lives. And then I'm just comparing that to the quality of air in a city. I'm going, man, these people are, no wonder why they're fighting all the time. They're so toxic and they're choking. They don't even know, right? So their bodies are in this state of toxic trauma without their awareness, and they're trying to function like that and make ends meet and survive. No wonder why people are beating each other up helplessly, and that's by design, of course.
Where I live now, when I was young, 2 miles you'd be in the woods. It was all farm area here. You know what I mean? Just certain section was rural, area. The rest of it was farm area. Now you got to drive seriously at least an hour to 2.5 hours just to get out of here. That's how this place got so, not the city, but I'm talking about beyond our city where I live at. It's all congested with houses. It's just unreal. What a difference. Nasty. Yeah.
Well, and even having not even that the house is close together, that's one thing too. But it's just everything that goes on in a beehive city that people are doing. Everything is the pollution with the fumes in the cars, that everything is chemicalized. Everything you use is plastic and petrol, off-gassing constantly everywhere. And then all the other chemicals as well. And then on top of it, the perfumes, the hair dyes, the soaps, the detergents, and so on and so forth. The dishwashing soap, blah, blah, blah. And it's just an onslaught, bombardment constantly in a city of toxic soup fumes.
And noises. Super noisy.
And noises.
Nighttime and daytime. Yep.
Right.
It's just unreal.
And as if this doesn't have a toll on the body, it has such a dramatic effect, not only in the body, but the mind and the spirit, and that people, part of the effect itself is to make it so that people don't realize the effect, so that they can't see that they are being affected by it, and that that's doing that to them, and it works.
I talked to one person at the grocery store, and I says, "Why would you want to live here?" "Well, I got to work." I says, "Well, there's other options other than just working." "Well, what's that?" It says, "Live off nature." He looked at me and walked away. I went, "Wow." My wife's looking at me and says, "Well, I guess I lost another one."
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they want to live in the city so they can work. They got to make a living, not knowing what the government's doing to them. They're slaves.
And to be frank, I don't want these people. I'm glad that these people are turning the mind's eye and the other cheek to it, because these people don't have the capacity to be responsible out in the nature and the countryside. They'll ruin it. So I'm glad that most people, don't have the capacity to really hear that, and are just going to go in the direction that they go and attrition themselves out. That's the path that they chose, and I'd rather see them go down that path that they want, right, than come out in the forest and wreck the countryside for, it's like, then what, right? Oh shit. Now I have to, in self-defense, I have to think about identifying the species that I am of, and truly being such a virus to the point where I need to eradicate them in self-defense, right? I don't want that. I'd rather the bees, the fake bees, stay in their little hives, right? Don't stir up the pot. Let them stay in the bees until their oppressors come and put walls around them, and then throws the stink bomb inside. Actually, not their oppressor comes. They just hand. I don't want to point it back again to the oppressor being the problem. The oppressor says, build walls around you in the beehive city for your own protection. The bees will do so. Then the oppressor says, now here, protect yourself from stench with this stink bomb inside, and the bees will do so.
Yeah, they will.
To their death. That's the gas gene.
I see it in the military. All through this country. Oh man, it looks good on TV. Be all you can be. Yeah, man, kill,
Right.
kill. Yeah, what?
Right.
Defend a rotten, stupid flag that doesn't mean nothing.
Stand up and at attention and salute that flag in the morning. Put your hand on your hearts. Say that fucking anthem every day. Right? Because Massa said so, because it's not socially acceptable not to do so. Your parents are going to chastise you. Monkey see, monkey do. Be a fucking bee. Live in the cog. For the collective.
At 5 o'clock, every 5 o'clock, if you're outside and you're walking, you hear that horn, with the music, you got to stop and salute. Even though there's no flag, you got to stop and salute. Yeah. God help if you don't. You're walking in a way and that thing's on. Ho, 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 ho. Yep. Yeah, I'm done with that shenanigans. People did it to themselves. They want to believe
They did.
that, yeah.
It's so hideous, right? When you see it for what it is, it's so hideous. It's so obvious. You wonder, how did we ever fall for any of it at all? But I see that it's, I don't really wonder that, whenever it is, when everybody else is around you, and there's people are really good at acting. People are really good at pretending, putting on a cover front, characterizing themselves, right? In the name of safety, we're going to blow your brains out. It's for your own good. In the name of security, we're going to lock you in some walls, protect you. It's for your own good. You want to be safe, don't you?
It gets
And
me to. Go on, sorry. I thought you were done. Go on.
And of course, when you're naive and you've got a bombardment of that narrative around you, then it's kind of hard to be objective a little bit, especially when you don't have too much experience in life,
Well, what really gets me, and I've always wondered about this. Of course, I never cared about it myself. But when a senator dies or a celebrity dies, oh, they make them. Oh, they're so a nice person, very nice, did everything in the world to help the United States, and they're the most crookedest bastards ever. I've seen this before, and people are over there. Oh, they're going to be missed. Oh, we're going to, so sorry for what happened. Yep, bullshit. Glad they're gone. They didn't do nothing for me or nobody else. People just, oh, cry over it. It's crazy.
I think the biggest thing that's crazy that never worked on me is actually believing that you are this patriot thing called nationality, like American, Canadian. I just never fell for that. Like, even though I knew that I was operating in this environment that people call Canada and give you the status as Canadian citizen and all that kind of stuff, I never actually looked in the mirror, looked at my face and went, yep, Canadian.
I thought about that. What you're saying, we say America can. I think what it is that they're trying to ice or trying to pinpoint a person. In other words, they're looking for me. Well, this guy lives in America. He lives in Michigan. He lives in blah 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 city. His address is, what I mean, that's why I think they're using that
Mm-hmm.
because
That's
in another
exactly
way
why.
they did the same thing in the barracks. So company B, company A, company C, and
Yes,
blah
it's
blah
for
blah.
tracking purposes.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking about that.
That's all that is for. And, well, that's not all that is for. Sorry, that's the primary reason for tracking, and also the second is if I can get you to believe in a non-truth as truth, then it's going to be hard for you to see the truth. And that's why I say identification. If you break down the root of it in the way that it sounds, you're denting your eye to the truth. You're identifying. If you have to identify the with anything, that means you're going away with what is by default. You're not seeing what it is in the raw. So you weren't born with this knowing of being an American. Somebody told you that. Somebody trained you to think that way. Somebody taught you that. That's your first clue that it's bullshit.
This is true. Yeah, this is true. Which was school. My parents. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I would have never known. Yeah, I remember history in school, when we got old enough.
Does a cat sit there and think to himself, I'm a cat?
No, no, it doesn't.
Does it even care?
Mm-mm.
And is it missing out on anything?
No, all he wants to do is have his freedom, run around at nighttime.
And be what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a beautiful creature and just enjoying itself. All the animals are like that. Same thing with the rest of nature. This domesticated version of human, though, anything but caring about that is what it cares about. Everything superficial. I'm a patriot. I'm an American. I'm a Canadian. I'm a Russian. I'm the religious ones. I'm a Christian. I'm a Muslim. I'm a this. I'm a doctor. I'm a lawyer. I'm everything but just being who you are by default. A spark of life that's enjoying itself, meant to enjoy itself and enjoy existence.
Well, another thing you said, and it really hit home, is that we're the only creatures on the earth that have to pay to live.
Right.
And it's true. It's true.
I've never seen any of the squirrels say you can't come into this tree and with three acorn 50, please.
Here's your change back.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, who comes up with that? The more I got out of that, the more I'm looking at it, I'm like, who fucking comes up with it? Who would really want that? And people love that, right? They love this idea of their falsehoods of mine ownership. They love that. Makes them feel safe. Doesn't matter that it's a lie. Just write on a piece of paper, owned by Rights for Vets, and everybody all of a sudden, what did that this magical spell of the universe all of a sudden transferred from itself over to Rights for Vets, the ownership of this entity, this little battery or whatever it is, right? And all the energy that goes, well, all of a sudden, it's no longer the rest of nature's, and the rest of nature can't even get access to it. No, that changes nothing. It's all a delusion. It's absolute lunacy and insanity. On the flip side, you got these crazy nude guru guys who just go out and sit with the squirrels, have some lunch, and share the same nuts because nobody gives a flying fuck who thinks they own what out there. Can life really just be that simple? Well, if it couldn't be, the rest of nature would be having trouble. The rest of nature isn't having troubles at all. It's only humans. So, to me, it's pretty friggin' obvious who's got it wrong.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, we're gonna run out of food. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? Do a garden. Plant fruit trees. Can your foods. Fuck corporate.
Go out and
Yeah.
forage.
Yeah. There you
And how
go.
to ferment. Grow some stuff inside. Do a greenhouse. That's quite a wide range of things to do. Anything you get in the corporate world anyways had to have come from there too. It didn't, even if it's lab grown, right? It still came from the same place fundamentally.
Mhm. They can replicate it, but they can't really start it from scratch. You know what I mean? From cells. You know what I mean? So they have to come from plants. They have to come from animals.
The original thing came from nature. You can't make something from nothing, you know?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it all comes from there.
But like you said, people are lazy. They don't want to do it. Oh, I got to do garden. I got to get up in the morning and plow the fields.
Right. Instead, I'd rather get up in the morning and go to fucking college.
Yeah. Yeah. And hope I get a good job. Hopefully.
Right. Because that's going to yield me so much crop for food.
Mm-hmm.
See, people are so dumb. They think, well, I get to have this money and I get to buy anything I want with it.
Mm-hmm.
You get to buy anything you want with $1. Sounds good, like some good logic to me. $1. Yes, you get to buy anything that people will trade you for that $1. And then feel guilty about the idea to go eat for free out in a field.
You know what? That got a guru. Thank you. You're just talking about that. I got a video on that.
Yeah? People, they're ashamed of foraging or something?
Well, no, the guy tells them about the, well, hold on, I won't say a word, about the fiat currency. Wait till you hear this. Oh, and I also found a guy going to put a fork in an electric socket. They didn't show him at the end, but it shows a guy putting a fork in an electrical plug.
Right.
Remember you told me you wouldn't, want to put a kid putting a fork in a plug,
Yeah, I use that a lot.
Yeah, and I found that and I went, oh God, I hope God I saved it. Because I had to do a lot of erasing again, deleting because my phone was getting full. Hopefully I saved that. And I'm going to copy that, take that out there, show people. I seen that. I said, oh, guru style. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this. Apparently, Van Eric is watching my videos. That's good. At least I got some good information, and that helps. You know, makes me know that I'm not wasting my time in doing these videos.
I'm gonna pull a Dan and ask you who told you they were good. What a smart ass. Eh?
Well, you sure know how to hurt a guy, don't you? Hold on here. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know if they're good. I mean, to me, they're good. You know what I mean? Seriously.
I think they're excellent, especially the last 6 months or so worth. Some on Rumble, some on your channel. A lot of educational value you've done. Once you started veering off more of the kind of the so much political CNN or Fox or whatever, you know, went into
Well, you
more
can tell.
educational stuff.
Well, like I told you, I'm not even watching that hardly at all. You know what I mean? Not at all. Now and then I'll come look at it, but I shut it off. And I just, you know. There we go. You ready for this now?
Yeah.
Hope you didn't see this already. Here we go. Audio check.
Check.
Okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm Roger, and welcome to my latest creation, life. The only way to experience my beautiful experiment is while huddled in a fragile meat suit that requires constant food and protection. You can either scavenge and hunt in the wilderness, or you can scavenge and hunt in society, which is a nicer way of saying you can rob and murder. But don't worry, I've created a third option. Pages with faces drawn on them. If you have enough of these, you can exchange them for anything. Don't have any of these pages already because your parents were too lazy to inherit and pass along generational wealth? Don't worry. You can still get them just by doing stuff. I call it a job, and you'll need to have one pretty much every single day of your life until your fragile meat suit finally gives up. First, there's table jobs. Jobs where you sit at a table. You'll look in front of you and you'll push down at squares for anywhere from 1 to 2/3 of your entire day. It may sound repetitive, but the exact order in which you push these squares can make somebody, not you, an embarrassment of pages with faces.
When I finish pushing squares, I drive home and relax by sitting at a different table and pushing the same squares, but in a different order.
A well-earned rest. You might think it'd make more sense for you to press those work squares from your house and save a few hours driving from one table to another and save your crotch from tightening uncomfortable cloth around it every morning. But the people who distribute pages with faces already committed their face pages to paying for a building full of tables. So they're damn well going to make sure you're sitting in it.
It's all right. The office is where I socialize and maybe even find love.
It's true. You'll sit so close to other meat suits, it'll feel like a butcher's fridge or a prison. You'll love talking with other table workers simply because though we plop you in the table room for 8 hours a day, we can never think of enough stuff to fill those hours.
But it's somehow worse than working.
It sure is, friend. So maybe you'll instead become a blue-collar worker, member of the working class. What do people like you like to be called? I don't want you to be offended.
Why would I be offended?
Because we all look down on anthropomorphic labor donkeys for some reason. Hey, what I'm saying is you can specialize in what I call hand job.
Hey.
Jobs where you work with your hands. These jobs involve selling your body, but not in the fun, lucrative way, just in the low-paying, physically demanding way.
At least my job keeps me fit. Muscles grow when you strain them. All other parts of my body will deteriorate, though. My neck, my back, my elbows. Damn it if I don't look good doing it.
And that's if you don't take a type of hand job that damages you extra.
Well, can you offer me any kind of protection from all that?
That's with us protecting you. Everyone thought robots would do all the exhausting, dangerous stuff by now. But aren't you relieved that didn't turn out to be the case and you still have your hand job? If there's any job we'll replace with robots, it's actually... people jobs. The kind where you deal with people. Maybe you take things from one side of the room and deliver them to the other side, like in a food place. Maybe you touch things with a machine so another machine can add up prices. It's a job so pointless, we increasingly just let customers do it themselves.
Hey, I am not that replaceable.
Even if the machines and apps we built to replace you aren't as good at the jobs as you are, people will still prefer them to you.
Because they're cheaper?
No, it's hard to get much cheaper than $7 an hour. It's because they don't like you. They forget anything good you do.
I'm not the bad guy here. It's the customers who are all.
Of course, they're stressed out, trying to wring the most out of what little time they have not working, all the while knowing within just a few sleepless hours, they'll be back at their table or swinging a sledgehammer or dealing with horrific customers of their own in an Ouroborosian cycle of entitled sadness.
There's got to be more to life than that.
There is. Maybe you'll find something creative, something that gets your blood pumping, something that truly leaves your mark on this world.
Like me, I love what I do.
For now. But the only way you can keep doing what you love is by commodifying it and turning it back into a job like everyone else's. You'll no longer choose to do it. You must do it. You no longer decide how to do it. You'll do it the way we tell you. We could hire you to sing songs to kittens while eating peanut butter cups, but give us 2 months, and we'll have you loathing every delightful minute.
Well, forget you then. I will do my act my way on this side until it finds an audience.
That's a great idea. All you'll need is some simple job, just temporarily to pay the bills for a little while, until your passion becomes a career.
That's what I did 20 years ago.
Hey, speaking of paying the bills, just how many face pages do you get for facilitating what we do?
Wow, way more than we give you. It's fair, though, because you're making as much as we let you think you're worth. Otherwise, you'd never agree to work. And like I said before, there are other ways of getting food. I've been Roger, by the way. And while you're out here job hunting, I'm hunting too. For the most dangerous game.
Put that back on for a sec. Are you there?
Right here.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, put that back on for a sec.
The movie?
Yeah.
Or the video, rather? Oh, hold
Yeah,
on. I
you're
gotta go back and get it. Hold on. I gotta go back and get it. There we go. Go here. Almost there. Think. There you go.
Hold on. Let me come back to the screen. Okay, yeah. Oh wait, no, you got to put your full screen on. Where it?
Okay, hold on here.
No. I mean this screen share, not just video. Yeah.
You can't see that?
Take it off present and put full screen for a sec. You'll see why in a second.
Okay, hold on there.
There's this crazy, I think he's a troll or something, putting some comments in your chat. I'll show you in a second.
Okay, there we go.
Or not in your chats, in your comments on your YouTube. Okay, go back to the video.
Go back to the video. Oh, I gotta go. Well, if I do that, I'm going to kick you out.
No, go back to the video tab.
Okay, you see?
Yep. Okay, now scroll down. Did you put it on full screen? Yeah, you did. Yep. Make it so that it's not full screen on that. Here, do this. Close this tab. Close this tab. Okay, go to a new tab. We gotta really get it into you to learn how to not do the long way. Click YouTube. Okay, go to your videos. No. Oh, wait, my bad. That's a new button there. Okay, that'll work too, but there's a underneath your avatar, the big one there. There's a videos.
Oh, yeah.
No, scroll back up. Scroll back up. Underneath your big round avatar in the middle there, there's a videos right there. Yeah, click on that. Okay, now go to that video and pause it when you get there. All right, scroll down and the first. No, don't full screen it, and don't play it. Scroll down to the comments.
Where are you seeing the comments at?
Scroll down underneath video. You got to scroll down. There you go. There it is. Yeah, there. Look at that troll. There's a troll there.
Well, look, and you get a heart out of it. Stay away from the leaves. Well, you did see it then, okay?
Yeah, I did see it. That was a roundabout way of saying I did see it. I also saw the other one you did. Go back and put a comment too on another one. I don't know if you saw it or not. Click back. Don't close. Click back. Go to. I don't know if it was the first one or the third one. Try the third one. Yeah, I think it was the third one. I don't think I've seen the first one yet. Click on that. Pause it. And scroll down. No, just 12B. Put it. Unless if I put it under 12Bs. I don't think so though. No, just you did. Okay, click back. All right, go to the first one.
No, the first one just started. I put that in private.
On it anyway.
Okay.
Then there's probably, I bet it's in your YouTube studio, and you got to accept the comment. Go to your studio. And go to wherever the comments are. I think it's the third one.
This is comments.
Yeah, there it is. And go to the held for review. See where it says held for review?
No, I don't. Oh, yeah, right here.
And scroll down and see if there's one of mine in there.
Guess what? There's no scroll.
Oh, that's weird. There should be. Try using your mouse.
I'm using my mouse now. Oh, I know. Okay, nope. Won't scroll down.
Left click.
Nope.
And now use your mouse wheel. Use the wheel.
Okay, I'm still doing that. Nope.
Okay. Well, click a check on that one. So there's that one.
Click a check on this one here.
Yeah. No, not checkbox. Check mark underneath. Yeah.
Here.
I approve. Yeah. Okay, and let's go back to your videos. And whatever video that comment was on was also the video that I made a comment on. So click on
2, 3, right here.
No, it wasn't. Well, I don't think it was that one. Here, let me see from my end. Let me find it. I'll tell you. This YouTube is so undependable. I probably aren't seeing half of people's messages. Okay, there's that one. So definitely wasn't the first one. There's the third one. Fourth one then. What the hell? Give me a second. How do I find my comments? History. Okay. Click history on the right side. Call text. Comments. Okay. Well, what happened to comment? I put another comment, but it's not showing. It said eat Z bugs, eat Z something, and eat Z something. You can add more. How strange. Can you go to your email for a second? Let's see. It sends you a notification when people make comments on your YouTube, or it should anyways. And just type in YouTube. One word.
Really? Huh. There you go.
Okay, let's look at all the YouTube ones here. Scroll down. Very strange. Well, for some reason, my comment didn't go through. I'll have to, that's if I put it on the wrong video and somebody else on their video site. Z-Bugs. I forget what the 3 was. It was, I know it was, yeah, it was definitely on the People on the Planet Aren't a Heap of Trouble video. I definitely put a comment on there, but it's not on there now. So I don't know what happened.
Let's put it right here then.
It's not even showing on my end, so I don't know why. Well, what that comment that we just approved, I don't even see it on any of these videos. Where did that go? Remember we just check marked somebody's comment?
Yeah, that was wasn't that 12B?
No, it wasn't 12. That was already showing. It was somebody else, that name I didn't really recognize.
Which video?
And I saw their comment on that video when I commented, and it was underneath theirs. So
They
hang
could
on
have
a
taken
second.
it down. You know that?
Yeah, the video?
No, the comment. They could have taken it down. You can erase those things.
Well, that would have been up to you. But then if it was blocked, then it should have showed up right where that other guy's did. But that other guy's actually didn't show up as blocked. It actually was. I could see it on my end.
I missed it then.
Hold on a second here. I'm just going to look at those videos on your end. Okay, there's a comment from Prairie 1 minute ago. Hey, Prairie. Prairie just commented on, I don't know if she is or not, but she just commented on a video. If she is here.
Let's see. You should have a notification of the comment. I didn't know anything about that notification from the comments. Or doesn't that happen automatically? Oh, hell, Perry. You're talking to a dinosaur here. Would you like to come up, Perry? You're more than welcome.
Strange.
I'll even pay you this time. Of course, the guru took all my money. I can give you some walnuts or pancakes.
I haven't taken a penny from you. I've been trying for months. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know. How bizarre. Oh, well, whatever. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. It is what it is.
No big deal. Usually I write back to people when I find it, you know. Unless I said that, find it.
Yeah. Which means you have to first see it. Which may or may not happen. I can't remember what it was. It was Easy Bugs. It was 3 things. What the hell was it again? Easy Bugs. I can't remember. And it was that other comment was like literally 20 minutes later. I watched both videos almost back to back while I was doing some stuff earlier.
Wow. Yeah. Well, as long as you say it's getting better, that's all I care about, you know. So I'm heading the right way, you know. I am.
Oh, much. Oh, yeah.
I'm taking my time now, watching, see what I can get into.
Well, before I used to watch your stuff, and it was content for me to pick apart. Now your stuff is educational for people. Actually, it's solution-based stuff a lot. You know, it's a mix bag of that. Still got some stuff, right? Which is sort of foundationary as to what's going on and stuff, which is good. That's not a bad thing. Tell the truth. I don't know. It's hard to find material as well, though, that really like the stuff that I talk about now at this point with the overview. the whole big picture, I don't really think there is anything that says that as well. I think that's just me now at this point, because people still haven't caught up to that. I think I'm ahead of most people when it comes to seeing the big picture as clear as I do in a holistic perspective. And I think that's because I've spent a lot of time consciously focusing on that, getting to the real roots of the issues, and not just the Band-Aid cover front issues and the Band-Aid cover front approaches of how to solve them and so on and so forth. So I really don't see like much of an overview thing. You just see like bits and pieces of here, a documentary that focuses on this one aspect and another one on another aspect. And it kind of probably already always just has to be like that because it's quite vast, right? I have it all together in my mind from studying it all. And to me, it's just like narrowed down in this little pinpoint. It's so easy to see it all from that view. But to actually say it in a short sort of summary, hit the nail on the head, here it all is, you know, you know, like a 5-minute thing or 20-minute thing or whatever, hasn't really been done yet. And I'm working on it, but I don't know if it really can be done like that.
I haven't seen anything like that. Complete. I've been trying, but I haven't seen anything like that, Guru. You know, bits and pieces of it, but not the whole thing, like you said. You know,
Right.
you went beyond the YouTube.
Probably. And then as far as the solution stuff goes, that's the other side of the equation. That's so vast that there's just no way you can sum that up, and that shouldn't be summed up in 2 minutes. You know, that's a very you know, it's everything from growing food to the different to foraging and all the ins and outs of that, to the different shelters, different ways to cooperate with people. Every single one of them is its own course in its own right, you know.
Yeah, dang it, I knew I forgot something today. I was supposed to do. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what you said is true. No doubt about it. You know what I mean? Everything you said has been true. It's like you got a crystal ball watching this shit, you know, ahead of time. It's amazing. I can't find this sucker.
Perry makes a good point. It usually puts the messages in the bell as well. Maybe we can look at that after too. See if you got when somebody gives you a message, it shows up in your bell notifications.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, we tried it before one time, remember, with the Gmail, and it didn't work. Something we tried. Remember that?
That's different. Right in your, you know, the bell on the top right that shows you. Maybe you don't use that. I don't know.
I was not aware of it.
Well, I'll show you.
Okay, hold on. I'm right with you. Hold on. I got to do something here. I forgot to do something today. And I
Take your time. Just hurry up, will you? Hurry up and take your time.
This is going to be a good topic here. I just got to make sure I can get it right. Hold on. Bear with me here. I'm trying to take a picture here without having a. Where's it at? Where the hell did I see that at? Here it is. See if I can do as much as I can here. I don't have the. Because I don't brush with this shit anymore. My wife does, but. Hold on here. Just, you know. There. Perfect. Okay, I got it. I just got to put it on Gmail. Okay. Something you talked about a while ago, and I says, you know what? He's right. And I happened to look at it. Hold on. Something that people are not aware of. And I wasn't aware of it until you said something and I remembered it. You know, it's just, oh, yeah, he's right about that too. Hold on, dude. I gotta come on. There we go. Make that bigger. And this one bigger too. What the hell? How'd that happen? Okay, let me send this to Gmail now. In fact, I can just show one. This way nobody has to wait. Beautiful. There's one shot off.
What are you looking for?
I'm shooting it in Gmail right now. I took a picture of something I want to show you. Something that you were right about. And I did some examination before about it. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Let me go to Gmail for a minute. I'll be right with you. I'm going to put it up on. That's what I want to hear. Okay, let me go to Gmail here. This is going to be a good discussion, trust me, because you talked about it before. Oh boy, it turns out good. Great. Where's Nude and Fruity at? I'll just put it, okay. Let's do it this way then.
Careful not to open the porn folder.
Yeah. Okay, there's one. I got to go back for the other one. And we got this. And let's go in here. Okay, now I got to go back to almost done. You can remember this conversation. All right, there it is. There's one. And here's two. Got it. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Remember this? We talked about this before.
Yeah.
Then let's see. I don't know if people can see that big enough or not.
Yep.
Can they? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Look down here. Questions 1-800, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, keep out of reach of children 6 years of age.
Right.
More than used for brushing is accidentally swallowed. Get a medical help on contact a poison control center right away.
Right. We can't actually see that part, but does it say if swallowed more than a pea size? It usually says that.
Swallow. No, it just says if you accidentally swallow by brushing, get a medical help or contact a poison control.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, after meals, do not swallow. To minimize swallowing, use a pea-size amount. Yeah, it doesn't actually. We can't see underneath that.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's compressed, so we can't see the warning thing. What you're reading there.
How did it get compressed?
Oh wait, it's at the top. If more than use, hang on. Keep out of reach of children under 6 years of age. If more than used for brushing, accidentally swallowed. Okay, in this case, in other words, if more than a pea size, because that's, I guess they changed their thing. Usually they say if accidentally swallowed more than a pea size. So in this case, it's if more than used for brushing. So whatever you normally put on your brush is accidentally swallowed, get medical help or contact a poison control center right away. That's nuts.
It is. It is. I don't understand that, why they could do that, but they do. They don't care. Oh, I gotta get out of here.
Now go here. Go look at this. Take that off the screen. I'm just curious about something. Take the banner thing off. The overlay.
Oh, the overlay. Yeah, that's up. Yeah, I forgot about that. All right, there you go.
Okay, now go back on screen share again. Pull the entire screen. Okay, go to a new tab. And in the search, type in Jason natural toothbrush or toothpaste. Not brush, paste.
Oh, paste. Nope, I didn't spell natural. Shit, I screwed that up.
That's fine. It's right there. The first one that came up. Right there. The first one. Right there.
Right here?
Yeah. Click on that. Okay, now go to, let's see if they show any one of those, and let's see if you can read the ingredients on there and see if you see the same warning label. This is one product I used to use when I didn't make toothpaste myself. This is one toothpaste I used to buy. Long time
Vanilla
ago.
mint. Ooh.
That's the one that I used to buy right there, the Sea Fresh. That was my favorite. So click on any one of these.
Okay.
And see if it'll show us a.
Clean your teeth and gums with toothpaste infused with calcium.
No, we want to see an example on the bottom. If we
Do they
see
show
the
it?
same, it should. If not
All right,
here,
so
yeah. Let's go scroll back up to the top and click on the back button. Back again. Back again. Oh no, right here. Scroll up higher. Okay, click on images on the top. Okay, now try. We want to just scroll down and see if we can see one that shows the ingredients. Keep scrolling until you can see and that looks like it's the ingredients on it. What
right
about
here?
that one? No, the one on the right there. That might. Yeah. Now let's see if we can. View.
Nope, not there.
Just right click on the picture. Let me show you how to do something here. Right click on the picture. Copy image.
Copy image. Where's that at?
Copy image.
Oh, copy. Oh, right here. Okay.
Yeah, and go to the start menu. Or go in the search and type in paint. There, first one. Okay, now click paste. On the top left.
Oh, okay.
No. Okay. Now just click off a little bit. In the white. Yeah, there you go. Now you can zoom using the bottom right zoom thing. Bottom right corner there, there's a little zoom feature. Yeah. There you are.
Ooh.
And now once you zoom closer, then you can scroll up and down on it. That's a little trick.
Oh, I like that. Keep your mouth healthy with Jason Healthy Mouth. Cinnamon, a fluoride-free formula with cinnamon. Try to build up with bigger brushing. Have confidence in your sparkling smile. Based upon clinical test, tartar control with 2 times a day brushing reduces tartar buildup. No sodium, laureth, sulfates, no artificial colors, no artificial sweeteners. They got sweeteners in toothpaste?
Oh yeah. You're trying to brush your teeth, but it's got sugar in it, of course.
Wow. No propylene glycol and no gluten. Whoa, what happened here? What did I just do?
Okay, follow my instructions.
Okay.
Don't start clicking things. Bring your cursor down to the buttons at the bottom. And a button on the right. Right there. Click on it.
Thank you. I don't know what I did, but okay. Direction: prevent plaque and tartar buildup with regular brushing and routine dental cleaning. Adult children 2 years age or older should brush after each meal or at least twice a day as directed by the dentist or physician. Children under 6 use only a pea size. That's what you're talking about, pea size amount of gel paste and be supervised as necessary. For children under 2, check for a dentist or a physician before using. Keep out of reach of children 6 if accidentally swallowed more than seek professional assistance and contact poison control.
Ain't that something?
Huh. And there's no fluoride in here. I see. It does not say fluoride.
Right. So even the natural, right, is toxic if you ingest too much.
What the heck is
Did
that?
it? Well, was it more than a pea size on that one? Scroll down. The amount you can ingest.
Yeah, it said, what did it say? Pea size.
More than used for brushing. No, it's same as the other one. I found it. It's at the bottom already.
Oh, did you? Okay. Damn,
Yeah.
you read fast.
So yeah, they just changed the language on that now. But anyway, so yeah, it just goes to show you, you know. Now the toothpaste I use is basically food. Coconut oil, sometimes a tiny amount of baking soda, and a little bit of peppermint or spearmint for flavor, freshener if I want, and that's about it. How do you like that?
That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. It should always have been, you know, but they're not doing it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why. Hold on.
So mine is the baking soda. I mean, I can, you know, I don't think it would be too toxic. I mean, they put there's a fair amount of baking soda in a cookie, you know, that people ingest all the time. You don't have to call the poison control center, obviously, for that. So,
Prairie says insane.
yeah.
That's why Guru's out where he's at, eating that fresh, healthy food. I don't like you, Guru. Yeah, they're trying to kill us. They don't give a shit. All they care about is that money. You know the government knows they're putting that shit in there too. You know they do it. They know it
Now, why is that?
because the people are supposed to be checking that out. The CDC and the Department of Natural Resource. No, I'm sorry. Dang it. Department of Agriculture.
You still think that that's some separate entity that's supposed to be in charge of oversighting them?
No. We're not saying they're connected together. That's what I mean.
They're not connected together. They're one thing.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, I mean,
it's the same people.
Well, like I said before, all 3 branches of government break bread together and eat at the same dinner table.
The truth is, there is no branches.
They just make believe there is.
When you go watch wrestling, You see two people in the ring together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they really against each other?
Thank you, Prairie. That's it. Are they really wrestling together? Not really. They talk to each other.
No.
It's all.
Are they are they really? Yeah. Are they really against each other?
Oh no.
Are they really on different teams?
Not really. There's a state. Well, they act like it, but no, they're not.
They act like it.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have separate bosses?
What do you mean separate boxes?
The boss of the wrestling
Oh, bosses.
federation.
Okay.
Bosses, yeah.
No.
It's
One
the
main
same
boss.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. That's what you have to realize. The three branch, you could look at it this way, right? Like, let's say in wrestling federation, you got your bosses of the league, right? They're running the league. And over on the left, you've got X people, and over on the right, you got X people. And then you've got several different rings that these people are wrestling in. And over off here, you've got your spokespeople, your narrators, and your camera recorders, and so on and so forth. But it's just one organization, and they're all on the same team.
With one guy running the show, the CEO.
Right. And in this case, in because that's metaphoric, the CEO is actually not running the show. He is an acting CEO taking directives from somebody else who we can't see.
Mm-hmm. The shareholders.
The shareholders. Who are also taking directives from other people that we can't see, who don't give a shit about money. They don't need to give a shit about it. It's their system. That's why they don't give a shit about that.
Well, I have noticed in this world where we live in that anything that takes a lot of money, or makes a lot of money, they show it. Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, wrestling,
Right.
figure skating. I mean, it's just people just flock like. I've only went to a ball game twice in my life, and that was it for me.
Right. Now, at least when you go to a ball game, okay, there's actually something legitimate as far as two teams playing against each other. But the two teams playing against each other are actually still American. And they're actually still part of the same league. And it's the shareholders who own all the shares in all the clubs of the same league. That's what's going on here. And with one other twist on the equation. In this political arena or the world stage that we see these things happening that you see on the mainstream media, there is no game. It's all an act. Act itself is the game. They're all reading from a script. When you watch CNN or Fox or these news stations or whatever, everything that's being publicized is all by a script. Those people are not being authentic, being themselves, presenting their views. Not in the slightest. And where they're getting their script from is not from the CEO of Fox or the CEO of CNN. It's from the United Nations, who's also getting that script from somebody above.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it makes sense because all of them say the same thing. Every stinking one of them. You know what I mean? When they want to fit their narrative, word by word. Plus, what I've noticed, if they send, excuse me, a contributor, who's going to be on the show, it's pre-script because when he's talking to the person that he's talking to, the host, you can see him reading. His eyes are reading as he's talking to the host. The host does the same thing back. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's off cue cards. Sometimes it's off a teleprompter. And you can't see it because you're facing the person.
Yep.
But it's all by script. You can't see what's going on behind that camera. You can't see all the people who are in charge of the production. But it's a production. And the person who's being televised is an actor. All of them. See, they show you a production of news, and everybody thinks it's like just people. But let's just call up a piece of news real quick here. I'll show you, and it'll start to get more clear. I'll put my screen share on. Hang on.
Hold on, right with you. I'm just having a cigarette right now. Hold on, right with you.
No, hurry up.
I just walked here. Oh my gosh.
Take your time. It's gonna. I'll find a good one. While you're doing that anyway. Oops. Okay. What should pick a news station? It doesn't matter. Pick anyone.
The Nudie Show. News.
Nah, that's not news. Pick a mainstream media news station. CNN, Fox, BBC. It doesn't matter.
Let's do Fox because I used to watch it quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay, so Fox.
I thought that was the honest news.
Broadcast. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can find just the. Well, there's one with 4 hosts. Okay. Could probably use that. Super member warns Biden about pro-Israel. All right. So let me I'll get it set.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. It is
The Big Weekend Show. Boy, doesn't that look exciting? I mean, man, they set up the stage. And there it is. I got on pause waiting for you to hurry up and wait.
I'm coming. That's what it's service to. Yeah, hurry up and wait. Yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget this. Move them swinger weenies. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we gotta wait.
Okay,
I'm coming down the hallway now. I'm passing my bedroom. Okay. Okay, I'm with you.
All right, so here's an interesting example. Here you have the big. Huh?
I'm gonna blow it up so people can see it. There it is. Okay.
Okay, so the beginning of this, if you look closely enough, see that this looks ironically familiar to the start of the introduction to a sports casting.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it?
It does. It does.
You got the team's colors going on here. You got the dynamic of some. You can just see like people are anticipating something exciting. Sports they try and say is exciting, blah blah blah. And they use the same dynamic. It's all just tactics here. And now look at the way these people are sitting, all in their corporate, suits. Why does it have to be so formal like this? Well, because people have an expectation it can't be legitimate if we're all sitting in our underwear, like as if that makes a difference to whatever the story is, because it's not about the message, or it's not about the message, it's about the messenger. It's all a production. These people are sitting here now. If you watch them closely enough, they've all been prompted and they've all been cued and they've all been rehearsed before they do this little mini production. Okay, we're having a show about such and such, and we need to stay on point about such and such. And here's your cue cards for the topic. And you have to follow the script on the teleprompters to stay on topic. But here's where your expertise comes in. You're such a good actor. You have to use a little bit of your natural ability to make it look like it's not an act. Make it look like it's authentic. Now watch it from that point of view.
It's time for the Big Four, our picks for the biggest stories everyone will be talking about this week. I will go first. Postseason.
Do you think she's reading?
Oh yeah, I can see her right now by her eyes. See her eyes?
College football playoffs, they are set. It's going to be.
How did they just happen to have these pictures here ready to go for what she was about to talk to if this was to be off the cuff, authentic conversation?
Michigan versus Bama. Talk about Bama. Washington versus Texas. Woo! But many people are shocked that Georgia and the undefeated Florida State
How is it?
left.
How is it all of these pictures here can coincide with everything that she's saying if this wasn't already scripted?
Very good.
Out of the mix. College football fans are up in arms. This is not the playoff scenario that we anticipated, and some big names and impressive programs left out of the mix.
And of course, all of these are getting paid big bucks so that they cooperate and be obedient, right? They've got a lot of their asses on the line if they don't. And they've also been bribed as well. They do part of the rituals that the elites do. Otherwise, they wouldn't get these positions. All of these people have dirty hands. They do really fucked up things behind cameras in their private life.
Oh, Alabama. David?
Undefeated. That's just wrong.
Rigged. Wrong.
It's absolutely
rigged.
Wrong. It's ran. So, how's
Remember what I said earlier about it's not about being good or doing good. It's about looking good and looking like you do good.
Speaker Johnson says a vote on impeachment inquiry for President Biden could come this week. Here he is on Fox and Friends Weekend.
Everything is totally scripted. It's match, right? You can see he's reading.
Yeah, well, yeah. He's by his
Being
eyes.
stonewalled by the White House because they're preventing at least 2 to 3 DOJ witnesses from coming forward. A formal impeachment inquiry vote on the floor will allow us to take it to the next necessary step. And I think it's something we have to do at this juncture.
Do you have the votes to actually formally start an impeachment?
What's he holding in his hand here?
A script.
What's she holding in her hand here?
A script.
What's this on the table here?
A script. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe we will.
Yeah, guys, you couldn't impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. I just had to throw that in there, but can you please start? There's enough evidence. It wasn't fake. It wasn't collusion. The Post story was real. I think at this point, all of America knows this, but I have nothing else to say about this.
I think you have a lot to say.
Okay, squad member Pramila Jayapal once again warns President Biden
See his eyes?
pro-Israel stance against Hamas will cost him votes in 2024.
The way that this, the handling of this war started was unfortunately such that it has alienated.
These are all actors. Every single one of them. Every one of them. Her too. All of them. They're all actors. If there's any going off the cuff, it's all been rehearsed. And even though she's looking this way, doesn't mean there isn't a teleprompter right here that she's reading off of. Look closely.
Huge communities. At the end of the day, the United States has its reputation to think about globally. And if we alienate all of our allies in the Middle East, that is not going to help us ensure that President Biden wins domestically at home.
She's not even looking at her. It's somewhere off in the distance over here.
Mm-hmm.
She's not wrong about the fact that Democrats have a problem on their hands, but they created this monster. Molly?
All right. The U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights opening an investigation into Harvard, joining a long list of these elite schools. And one Harvard alum is imploring the Education Department to expand its probe on the raging anti-Semitism that they believe is happening at their alma mater. The alums.
It doesn't even sound like the way people talk, right? It's, you know, it sounds like somebody's reading it because they are reading it. And they're trying to make it believable by putting a bit of extra expression and this and that, make it sound like the way newscasting is expected to sound.
sent a letter to the Boston office of the Civil Rights highlighting anti-Semitic and anti-Israel protests.
Which is intelligent. They're trying to sound intelligent. It's not about being intelligent or being good. It's about looking.
Saying, quote, both are undisguised calls for the murder of Jews and Israelis. To date, there has been no indication that Harvard has taken any action in response to these threats against Jews and Israelis, speaking specifically about calls made via a bullhorn to globalize the Intifada and, of course, the other chant, the mantra that is we were.
Now it's obvious. I mean, it's no hiding it, right? She's reading it right off the paper here.
Hearing at so many places from the river to the sea. That mantra, though, was denounced by the president, Claudine Gay.
Absolutely right. But not if you listen to Pramila Jayapal. All right, we have a big and exciting announcement for the big weekend show. Family, meet Guy Benson's new bundle of joy. Look at that sweetheart.
As long as we mix it in with enough like somewhat authentic narrative going on, it'll be believable in the public's eye, right? So just mix it in with a bunch of kind of nothingness, real world jargon that means absolutely zero, right? So we can give the impression that we have some kind of legitimacy.
Conrad James, 8 pounds, 12 ounces. The big, beautiful baby boy cuddled up with their dog, Roy Guy Benson, and his wonderful husband, Adam, welcomed their baby boy into the world just last week. They are an incredible family, and by all reports, and I do have sources, they're embedded deeply in the Benson Wise camp, and my sources are telling me...
What does this have to do with news?
Conrad is a phenomenal...
Does it have to do with anything?
No. No.
But the people, the viewer who's watching this, right? They're in the middle of being entranced and hypnotized. They're in a hypnosis state, unbeknownst to themselves. And this is to help regulate that trance, to keep it appealing and authentic in the subconscious mind, so that it doesn't go too far into the abstract where it's like just they can start questioning it. It's all about keeping that and inducing that trance.
Baby already, and he's already doing a great job starting his life as a wonderful sleeper. Congratulations all.
Oh, adorable. Yes, that does for us.
And watch. And now back to your regular scheduled program.
We'll see you next weekend.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Yeah, that was the end of that one. So,
go on.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, a lot of them on here, reporters, I got a new book. You got to buy it. I got every stinking one of them. I don't buy not one of them. You know, if you don't know what's going on now, why buy a book? You know, the book ain't going to help you out.
It's just a constant infomercial.
Yeah.
Selling you, selling you, selling you, selling you, selling you, selling you, selling you. 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for your life. Just a constant smut and glutton board of being force-fed this junk. That's all it is.
Yeah,
meanwhile, there's a Holocaust going on in front of everybody's eyes that nobody can see.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Meanwhile, yeah, your life's going to be taken away. You're not going to have any food, you know?
Right. That's what the purpose of this is for. It's to distract and pacify from the actual reality. So when you got, you know, like Von Erich earlier saying, and I've heard you say it before, and Frostley said it a lot, and other people, I need to watch these things so that I'm informed in knowing what they're doing to us, and so that I can inform my family. That's not what this is going to do. This isn't going to tell you what they're doing. This is going to dictate what narratives are, the distractionary narratives that are set in place to keep people from realizing the actual truth of what they're doing. If you want to see what's actually going on, you have to go outside and go to source. And it just so happens that the source is not in denial nor hiding their true agenda, or at least some of it, and at least enough of it to see the reality and the writing on the wall here. They haven't hid that at all, that there is a genocidal, holocaustal eugenics program. being perpetrated that all who are involved, who become a victim to, asked for it, embraced for it, and took it on their own merit. They don't want you. Nowhere are you ever going to see that in any of this.
No, but I'll tell you what I do see once a year. These reporters, not all of them, but the main ones, the big ones, they go to the White House correspondents' dinner, rub elbow to elbows. The White House pays for everything for the reporters.
Yeah, that's because they're all on the same team.
Mm-hmm. That's what turned me
It's that
off.
simple. That's all you really have to know. That's all you really have to know is that this is just all of it. This is all just a theater to distract from reality. That's all you need to know. Once you realize that this is theater to distract from reality, you can put it away and say, I have no use for it anymore. What do I need this for? It should have no value anymore to your life because it never did have any real value anyway. It should be the realization that this has no value for you. The only logical thing to do is something that has no value to you. As I was saying earlier with Von Erich, what is the logical thing to do when you recognize that something's a scam? What is the only thing to do with something when you recognize it's a scam? What do you do with that?
Walk away or shut it off.
That's right. And maybe just tell other people that, hey, that's a scam. You might want to figure that out too. So you can also walk away and tell other people the same thing. And that's about it, right? Other than that, what point is there to engage with it anymore and keep it around in your life anymore? It's just a scam.
Well, it is because, like you said, get away from the TV set. I didn't do it for a while. You know that. And I did. And I went back to it. I went, oh my God, he's right. Again, he's right. You know? So I didn't watch it anymore. Like I said, I did watch that DeSantis and Newsom, California versus Florida.
Right.
10 minutes, I shut it off. I said, nah.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, after you've withdrawn enough, it will be. You go back to it for a second, and it'll be like, ew! It's like that first cigarette again. I don't want it anymore. Right?
Yeah,
that's how it
you're
works.
right.
It's very much like that. So the mainstream media is a scam. Hollywood is a scam. The entire everything that's being broadcasted on the television worldwide is a scam. Politics are a scam. The monetary system is a scam. Nationalism is a scam. Patriotism is a scam. And now, are you ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
Be very objective here. All of those things, that was 7. All of those things that I just mentioned come from the same source. Do you agree?
Come from the same what?
The same source.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
There's one more element on the table that's also coming from the same source. Starts with an R. Do you know what it is?
Starts with an R.
Yep. So, to recap, mainstream media is a scam. Hollywood is a scam. Politics are a scam. News is a scam. Nationalism is a scam. Patriotism is a scam. I'm missing. Oh, that's 6. Number 7. There's one more that's a scam. And it all kind of tongue ties everything together and is the center catapults for all the teaming and all the wars. It really comes down more fundamentally to this than anything else. With most of the wars, the patriotism,
the UN's a scam, or how would you say that?
The UN is actually less of a scam than the rest of it. Yeah. Just that they're more of the headquarters they're more of the headquarters of the scam, sort of, or the headquarters in the public eye, taking directive of the scam.
Starts with an R. I can't.
Yeah,
I couldn't even dream what it is, Guru.
Something so fundamentally valued in most civilianry lives, especially in the corporate world.
Your rights. I'm way off. I can tell.
I'll give you a hint. It's kind of spirituality based.
Religion.
Religion.
I would never thought about that. Yep. Yep.
And this is why it's so tough for people to really get to the bottom and let go of it all, because one thing that ties them the most, that they're so glued to the most, is the one thing that is actually where the gel is that anchors the rest of the stuff, and that's the religion. The religion is also nothing but a corporate bait scam. All of it. All
Well,
just facade.
Why are they trying to get rid of it then? They're not just trying to get rid of one, they're trying to get rid of all.
They're not
What is
trying
the
to get rid of it. They're trying to, they're not trying, they're consolidating it. As corporate structure does. That's how corporation conquers. It consolidates and dominates.
So what
it
you're
uses
saying
it uses division to create that narrative to happen. Divide, consolidate, and conquer. More like divide, distract, and conquer.
So you're trying to say they're going to make their own religion out of everyone? Put it all
This
together
whole
and make one?
No, I'm saying, listen, get ready for this one. Hold on to the bars here. You ready for this?
Yeah.
This whole thing is a religion, and it's theirs, and it has been all along.
Wow. Are you freaking kidding me? Holy Wow.
They've been force feeding the corporate world. That's why it's called corporate. CORP corpse. It's the religion of death. It's the religion of destruction. It's the religion of paganism, Satanism, darkness, all these things, right? Under the guise of the opposite, enlightenment. They tout themselves to be the most enlightened. These elitists, right? We're the enlightened ones. So we get to be chosen. We were the chosen ones to be the leaders. They're not leading nobody. They're ruling. They're ruling the naive and the ignorant is what they're doing. And the religion dictates that they have the path of righteousness to do so. The divine righteousness to do so. It's their religion, and it's because that's what you believe in. When I say you, I mean people. But
Yeah, well, no,
you as well, as far as anything that you believe in that came from their religion wise, such as Christianity. One faction of it is part of that one religion. You're a part of that religion. You don't have to know that you're part of a cult to be a part of a cult. In fact, 99% of being a part of a cult is not realizing you're in one.
Like Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm. The Tooth Fairy.
Mm-hmm.
Money.
You know,
nationalism.
I went through this stuff before, and I took it upon myself to, and again, you know this, to buy equipment to find out about spirits. And I got the equipment. I'll let you listen to one. We try to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand about the spirits. If we got spirits, I mean, something ain't right.
There's nothing coinciding with that and the religion. See, that's the difference. It's the ability to discern the difference. There are spirits. You're a spirit. I'm a spirit. We're just floating balls of energy. We just so happen to have a physical shell around us at the moment. But there's energy forms all around us. Look at electricity.
Yeah,
right?
there sure is. Yep. I'll vote for that one. Yeah, I know that for a fact.
Okay, so if we understand what we mean, life itself is a spirit. Existence is a spirit. Existence is spirituality, fundamentally. Religion, however, is the opposite of that. It's the personification of spirituality. That's why it's called corpse. It's the other side of the mirror. It's to take you away from the truth. And to put your belief, faith, and trust. They taught you about these three things, did they not? Belief, faith and trust.
Mm-hmm.
Those are man-made concepts. You don't need that in truth. Truth requires zero of any of that. Truth is just truth. You're holding an apple. Do you need to in your hand? Do you need to believe in it?
No, it's right there.
Do you need to trust that it's in your hand?
No, it's right there.
Do you need to have faith that it's in your hand?
Again, nope, it's right there. I can see it, feel it.
Because it's the
Taste
truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Lies need the truth. And lies need belief. And lies need trust. So they taught you these things, right? It's very clever and very manipulative. It sounds like it's very sound. We need these things for our compass gun. Yep.
Perry wrote something to you.
What about Toth? I don't know what Toth is. Is that a god or something? I'm not sure. You'll have to elaborate on that. Perry, Enil, and Enki, those as well. I'm presuming those are gods, or maybe they're people in religion. I'm not sure. You have to elaborate. And also elaborate when you say what about. What you mean by what about? Elaborate that. Come on.
They're stuck on news. Can't handle what's talk.
So they taught you these concepts just like they taught you all these other concepts. They taught you about patriotism. They trained your mind. They trained the mind about patriotism, nationalism. These are all religion. All the faction of one religion. What is the religion? Religion itself is the religion. Religion is the opposite of truth. It's a synonym for fairy tale. And a fairy tale is a synonym for made up fiction. A fiction is a synonym for lie. If it's not the truth, it can only be a lie.
Well, yeah, it's just the opposite.
Right. So religion equals lie. Go ahead.
Perry wrote your question.
Those book stories are older than the Bible. The Emerald Tablets. I don't know. Those books or stories are older than the Bible. I'm not sure that age has anything to do with anything. And who are we believing when we make those statements? Those books are older than any. According to who? And what does that mean? This one world religion is nothing new as well. Religion itself has been going on for a very long time. And it's not what people do fundamentally to conclude when they don't know something. That's what they do when they're taught to accept something lesser of factual truth in place of truth. That's why you'll hear me say many times, religion or belief or trust or faith is for those who are willing to accept anything but factual truth.
But this world is so perfect. You know what I mean? I mean, nature-wise.
Absolutely. That's the reality. And we don't need a religion then, do we? If we have the reality right for us, it's perfectly balanced.
Who did it, though? I mean, how did... Oh, wait a minute. Bad example. The Bible, bad example. Bad example of the Bible. Bad. Laughing her ass off.
Bad example of the Bible, my bad.
Anyway, yeah, who made this world? That's one of the most... If a creator did make it, it couldn't happen by chance, could it?
All these words and even questions that you're having were because you were taught things. Wouldn't have had that by default as a pharaoh. As a pharaoh, you would have just presented with reality, and reality itself is the miracle of life, you would understand you are part of the miracle of life, existence itself. It isn't a who, and it isn't a what. It's beyond that.
Which we'll never find out until we're dead, probably, right?
Well, it's an illusion, because it's once you get far enough with awareness, okay, and this is really deep into awareness, something that happens once you let go of all the beliefs and just get back to, and just let whatever is truthful present itself through meditation and health and all these things. The understanding and the information that presents itself, it becomes crystal clear and obvious. And I can give it to you in words, but it'll still be theoretical until it's understood at some point. Existence itself doesn't have any limitations. It's infinite. That means it encompasses every fabric of space, right? That part shouldn't be too out of the box.
Gotcha.
Here's the conundrum. If this is the case, how would there be any room for reflection of consciousness?
That you're going to have to break down for me. I don't quite understand what you're saying there. That is something. Whoa.
That's the conundrum. The challenge is you've got this situation where existence itself exists everywhere, omnipresently. It encompasses every single aspect of existence itself, and there is no limitations or borders of that. It just goes on. It's forever in all directions, inner and outer, multi-dimensional, and so on and so forth. So if that's the case, how would there be any room for a consciousness? Well, there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. Yet at the same time, the energy has infinite potential of information of existence, because it is existence itself. So it's the opposite of AI in a sense. It's the only NI. It on itself figured out how to be self-recognized by creating this perception of fragmentation. So it's an illusion of fragmentation to give the illusion of separation, so that there was room to have a reflection and know that there is this thing called life.
Boy, you're way off my my pay grade. I know you're there. I know what you're saying. I mean, I know you know what you're saying, but I'm totally lost in that one. I am. Wow.
Let's put it this way. Let's say look at a mirror.
We'll go back to that in 6 months.
Let's say you're holding a mirror in your hand.
Yeah.
You're holding a mirror. Is the mirror reflecting itself?
No, it's not reflecting itself.
Right. How could you make the mirror reflect itself?
By having another mirror.
Well, let's say there was only one mirror and there was no more room for any more mirrors. It was one mirror, you couldn't do it. So it figured out another way. It fragmented itself and created the illusion like there is infinite mirrors, so that it could reflect upon itself. It fragmented.
I understand the fragment pieces. Others, yeah.
It's not even a real fragmentation. It's an illusion of fragmentation. So that there is an illusionary room of reflection here, so that we have that there's an illusionary amount of space where it looks like there's a space. That's what gives us the perception of space. There really isn't any space. There isn't. There's no room for space. Yet, through this illusion of reflection, we're having an experience as if there is. That's why it's an illusion. That's the truth.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm just not getting it. I'm sorry. I'm just not getting it.
Well, back to the mirror again, right? And just think of it, if everything was a mirror, if existence itself was a mirror, take something and shatter that mirror. Yeah, the mirror itself being a one whole thing, there's no room for it to reflect itself, right? There's no room for it to see itself.
Right.
Because the mirror just encompasses everywhere. So there's no way to have the possibility for another mirror to come into the equation because there's no room for that. The one mirror already encompasses all of space and existence. So it solved it using another technique. It fragmented itself. The mirror fragmented to create the illusion of infinite mirrors so that it could reflect or give the illusion of reflection.
I got it now. All right, I got it.
And that's what we are.
I got it. Duh. Jeez, oh man. Okay. I was thinking something. Okay. So in other words, when you're walking, like there's a glass all over the floor or mirrors all over the floor, you're seeing different aspects of
Right.
yourself.
Right. That's the perception. It's an illusion, but it's our reality. That's how we're able to actually have a consciousness. We couldn't have a consciousness otherwise.
Wow.
That's how we know we're alive. That's how we know we're a self. That's how we have a self.
What about it that way?
And these masters that end up in the religions, there's an aspect of truth in the religions. Have to. They were just people who understood this. That's all.
Now, that's some more stuff I got to think about tonight or tomorrow morning. Thanks, Nude. Wow.
Yeah, it's a deep rabbit hole, right? I didn't learn this by other people, and you'll see it. I mean, that's the stage now, but you can self-discover when you see the truth. And when you can see the truth, the bullshit is obvious. So all these religions, when people talk about them and the way they do, they hold their beliefs so strongly. And I'm sitting there going, you guys have no idea how full of shit you really are. But I understand completely why they're holding on to that. Because if they didn't have something, their whole world falls apart because they've been trained to function that way so that they can be obedient slaves without question.
You'll have to take a peek at them emerald tables and Enil and Enoch. Enoch.
You'll have to take a peek at them emerald tables and something in NKA.
Yeah, she's talking about the old Bible again. The people must be the name of the Bible or pages.
Mm-hmm.
Or bigger. Hold on, she just wrote something else on there.
Tablets. Oh, okay. Yeah.
The only thing I could think, the only way we'll find out the real truth is if you went to Rome, went to the Catholic Church, because they got those things underneath the vaults, all pages among pages, and they're hidden, so people can't see them. I don't know why they got them hidden, but
well, what do you think? What information do you think would be in there?
I don't know. But why would they hide it though? Why would they
Probably
put it in the vault?
Probably because it's got things in there like dandelions are good for you.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Which I reckon is if they really wanted to hide it, or if it was really like so important for them, they would just burn it, right? And then why wouldn't they just keep it on digital sticks for themselves? You see the bullshit, you know, that people just fall for? Just like we went over that TV thing a minute ago. People are so easily, they fall for this thing. Who told you that there is stuff hiding under there?
I've seen it on what the hell was that? Well, it was the news, and hold on, what was that movie? Tom Hanks played it. I forgot the name of the damn thing.
So Hollywood and Hollywood.
Yeah, it was on. It showed the vaults and everything else. It was all glassed in. People couldn't get in there without access to it. You know, keys and
Right.
everything else.
The places that the places where it came from, the idea to have to believe, faith, and trust.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nothing but a fraud and distraction. Who cares what that bullshit is? It's nothing. What you just said a minute ago, finding out the truth has nothing to do with something after death or this happens or blah, blah. It's everything to do with how much you as an individual, a divine energy, spirit, conscious thing, a living soul, a life itself earns the potential that you have as an individual by taking responsibility for your health. In other words, the dandelion or the flower only gets to blossom petals if certain parameters are met, right?
Mm-hmm. Soil, water, nutrients, yeah.
Right. If those parameters are not met, it doesn't happen. Your rulers want to ensure that never happens for you. Because as long as it doesn't happen for you while you're alive, and as long as you keep thinking it may happen when you're gone, if you are obedient enough, boy, do they got you by the balls. What a load of bullshit.
Barry says because there's truth, they don't want us to know.
Yeah, the truth that they don't want you to know is that they're full of shit. That life has nothing to do with finding out information after you're dead. And that you are the one that's responsible for making sure that your own petals blossom so that you can see the truth. That's what they don't want you to know. Or think about or question. Just believe in them blindly. Follow and obey blindly. Trust in them. Have faith blindly. And if you do well enough, maybe, just maybe, you might enter into some spiritual kingdom of heaven. Dead. What a fucking style. And while you're at it, make sure that you give all of your wealth away that you don't need because, I mean, hey, if you really want to enter into the kingdom of heaven, you have to be like a missionary and all these things. That's the real path of, But, hey, be ready to be chastised by your neighbors if you don't keep up with the Joneses. What a mind fuck.
It don't seem to stop the elites to do whatever they want to do.
Because they know it's a fraud. Mm-hmm. Because it's their fraud. Of course. They know it's a fraud, but what they don't realize is that they're perpetrating the fraud on themselves at the same time. They're just as much a victim as the fraud, no matter what side of the fence they're on. And they know that by putting out the perception that they're the elite class, right? They have actually divine authority. They know that the slave class is going to fall for it over and over and over again. Just like the Charlie Brown Lucy skit.
The Charlie Brown Lucy skit?
Yeah, with the football.
Never seen it before. Maybe I don't. Oh, did I erase that by accident? I sure did.
Haven't we brainwashed you enough? It's not working.
Excuse me. I don't have it. I must have accidentally erased son of a gun. I got to put that back. That's usually on my phone. So wait a minute. You know what? When you're doing that, talking away, let's see if I can find this sucker.
It should still be in your. Oh, did you take it out to put the other one in? Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
see.
wasn't even thinking I was in a rush, so you wouldn't have to wait, and I screwed up as usual. Don't hit me, boss. Don't hit me. I might have it in my hopefully. Hopefully I did. Videos. Did I do it or didn't I? I'm gonna have to go back and. Oh no, I did it. You got me going, good Nuge. That's good. Yep, you're teaching me right. Go on there. E. Yeah, you're teaching me to save things. You know what I mean? Uh-oh, what happened? How come I can't find it now here? What the hell? It was here. What? Maybe I'm not laughing. It was here. It's under videos. Under E. I go here and it's not here. Why? What the hell? You know, I hate computers. I really do. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can go on screen share if you need.
I'll be a. What the hell am I doing wrong now? Hold on, right with you.
The button to the left.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have to. This is weird. I hate computers. All right, now watch this. See where I'm at here? Oh, I'm here at the bottom. Press it right. I go to E. I go to videos.
Did you click the plus sign first on the right side to add
Yeah,
the
I did.
thing?
I did, but when I did that, this thing was gone right here. All these were gone. I'll show you. All right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, click this off here.
No, why are you closing it?
Oh, sorry. I have to go back. Wait a minute. I wonder. What happened to my back button? Okay. So I went to here. There's E, right? Here's the video. This is what I got. See that? That's weird.
All right. Why do you want to go in E? No. You want to
That's
go in
where
desktop?
No, that's where I put that Charlie Brown at. I saved it just in case.
Go to desktop.
Okay. All right.
Go to video. Okay, click the back button. And we want to go to, I think it's in Nudie and Fruity, isn't it? Pretty sure I saw it in there. There's another, yeah, I'm pretty sure. You got to go to, where is it? It's not it. It's showing in there. Local store, disk C. Go to local disk. We'll go to, what the heck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yes, pictures, open, click on the desktop button again. I think it was snapshots, open. Close the button. Or close the box, sorry. Okay, and click on it again. Let's see why it comes up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, plus. Why did it make that sound? Close that. Something happened there. Why did it make that sound? Open it again. Okay. Now go to. Okay, we're on desktop there. It shouldn't be all that's on the desktop. That's click on this PC on the top. Okay, go to click into the C colon. Okay, click the back button. It must be in the E.
It's an E is where it's at right here. That one.
Is it an E or a D?
E.
An E for sure? Okay, go into E.
That's in right here, videos.
All right, go into there.
We're going in there. I didn't show it.
Fuck your rights, presentation rights for vets. Okay, click back.
However, you know what I could do?
Oh, I think I know why. Close this. Hang on a second. I know why. Close this. I think you're in the wrong section. You got to scroll down further. It's not in the brand. It's probably still in there. Scroll down further.
Oh, this thing.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
You're in the wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Son of a. You're right. I got the wrong one.
Yeah, that's right. It'll only show pictures because we weren't in the video one. That's why.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I love computers.
Well, it even tricked me for a minute.
Wow, that's amazing. There you go. Let's go back. So, hope nobody's seen that.
They're living it, so it don't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody's living that.
Yeah. Well, all I got to say is, and I agree with you. I will not feel sorry for these suckers that believe in the corporate. They didn't even have an open mind. Yeah. Walk away. Like I'm a piece of trash,
Again, being right is more important to most people than being factually truthful.
Mm-hmm.
Pride is too important. And the religion part is the most jelly, gluey part of all of the stuff that people are indoctrinated with. That's the thickest one that people are the most brainwashed about, is religion. And the ability to discern. It doesn't mean that there isn't, some aspects of truth in religion. Of course there are. Just like there's aspects of truth in the patriotism and it's not like there's everything they say. It's a mixed bag. They have to do that so that if it was just all outright, well, at this point, it mostly is all outright lie. There isn't much truth really left to it. But they couldn't just, especially back in the day when people weren't so brainwashed, if there was such a thing. It's hard to lie to somebody who's critical thinking and hasn't been brainwashed. And you have to start somewhere. So you have to start with probably little drops of bullshit, slowly and surely over time, until such a point where the bullshit becomes overrides the truth over generations, and then people can't see the truth anymore.
Well, it said that in that covenant, if they really found out the truth, people come after them.
Right.
So, and they don't want them to find the truth.
Which won't solve anything either. But that's probably true. Yeah. Because people like to blame, right? Mm-hmm. You lied to me. Yeah, I did. You're an idiot for believing it. That's the truth, right? Well, it's your fault for lying for my gullibility is your fault for lying to me. It's my fault. It's your fault I'm an idiot. That's what they're saying. It's your fault I'm an idiot, and it's your fault for playing me like an idiot because I'm an idiot. That's what people are doing, right? Playing the blame game. It's the government's fault. It's called scapegoatism. And it's part of the programming and the brainwashing to keep people, especially when they're coming out of the indoctrinative state and becoming aware of it. That's one of the last sort of gel anchor glue aspects to keep people back into the indoctrinative state without their being in the awareness of it. If people start to figure it out, then we're going to set the stage of anger so that people can still be distracted even though they're figuring things out, and we still got you. We got you by the balls. We got you by the balls even better. If you come and blame us for everything, well, man, I really am your ruler now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Do you realize what I had to go through to deprogram myself when you were talking? I mean, I went through a lot of shit. You
I
know, my mind was
theoretically
just,
realize. I theoretically realize because again, I didn't have to go through that much like you guys mostly will because I tuned a lot of it out and didn't accept it. I didn't allow that to be my programming. So, but theoretically, I do.
wow. I'll tell you what. I mean, you know, I told you my head was spinning, and I'd had to relax just to think about what was going on, try to decipher it, you know, break it down. Wow,
Right.
I'll tell you.
Right. Yeah,
Sometimes
it's
I'm like,
heavy. Sometimes you what?
sometimes I just, you know, like said, damn, I can't believe this, you know, and then I start pursuing it, you know, and then like, damn, if he right, you know, how stupid could I be? Am I stupid or am I stupid?
And
You
there it
know,
is. Right.
and
That's the
I'm
thing.
just, yeah, I'm fighting myself back and forth trying to figure out what the hell.
Right.
I mean, it was hard for me, very hard.
It's a question about honesty. That's
Yeah.
what this is all about. It's about being honest with ourselves to the core, about everything we've chosen to believe, allow, accept, digesting it, dissecting it, picking it apart, and being honest with ourselves. Is this the truth or not? And then, if it isn't, accepting that, yes, I was an idiot for believing it, and that I'm not perfect, and learning how to discern better so that you're not vulnerable like that anymore and not keeping lies as your truth. That's what this is all about. And then healing from it, which is another aspect, because none of this went without you being damaged.
Oh, no, you're right about that.
It traumatized the shit out of us, and that was by design. That trauma itself keeps us also, it goes hand in hand with being in a trance state. Isn't that interesting? That's why it's called MK Ultra, mind control, ultimate fuck through trauma. The ultimate trauma-based psyop. Traumatize the shit out of you from before you're even born, from when you were in the womb. MK Ultra already started. Before you were even conceived, it already started.
Well, what really got me down is all these people so damn well coordinated. You know, TV, radio, Hollywood. You know, I'm like, billboards, it just, I'm like, how could they be so damn well coordinated to do all this shit? But they are, you know,
They are.
college, schools, it's just on freaking rail. And I had a hard time with that, you know, trying to figure
Well,
that out.
it's coordinated because they brainwashed the people to follow and be obedient. So the people are following directions, being obedient, and that's what the coordination is. If you look at it, who are these people? It's just people. People are following orders like monkeys, taking directives and just following those orders and doing things as they're told.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, no, you're right.
You go to school. A teacher, did the teacher make up the curriculum for the class?
No, was there.
And where did it come from?
In the books.
And
when she was taught as well.
That's right. And if the teacher goes off that curriculum, what happens to the teacher?
Oh yeah, should get fired.
Exactly. So you have an organization of a structure where everybody needs to be obedient to the structure, otherwise they don't get to survive in the structure. Perfect stage setter for slavism. And to get the people to be not only the slaves, but their own oppressor over their own slavery. That's why you don't see the rulers, you don't see the owners, they don't need to be around. They just left the stage for the dumb class to run amok and rule over each other.
To do their dirty work and sit back.
That's right, to do their dirty work.
Man, that's sick. They're so
well, what's sick is that people have done it and fallen for it and are still doing it. That's the people are literally sick in their mind to accept this. You have to be pretty sick in the head, right, to accept self-sabotage, because that's what it is. This isn't really a true BDSM environment here of some other entity. Who is they being oppressive over the human populace? No, that's not what's going on here. You've got human populace oppressing itself. That's self-sabotage by and for its own the same species. That's what's going on here. It's not a no separate thing. And that's why you'll hear me to say humans are not fit to live monarchy style like bees. That's not healthy for us. That's not the way we're designed to function. That's why I say it's sick.
It is sick.
So people are sick. People have a disease. They have a mental disease, cognitive dissonance. They have a mental disorder. And I'm showing you this to take the responsibility to heal yourself and other people as well. That's what this is all about. It's about realizing, hey, we've got some illness, self-illnesses going on here, and we ought to take responsibility for us because there's nobody else around to do so. It was up to us all along.
Yeah, but you got to have people who want open mind to do it.
No.
I mean?
It's about the self. No. It's about each individual to realize it for themselves, and taking the responsibility for themselves.
Isn't that open mind? You got to be an open mind to listen to like
individually. Individually, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Man, I'll tell you, this is just getting. It just never stops, does it? Deeper and deeper and deeper. Holy shh. I don't want nothing to do with the government. Nothing. I want to get the hell out of this plantation. Yeah, I'm done with
Because you want to heal yourself. Naturally. Of course you do. I mean, who would really, once they recognize it, who really wants to say, I want to continue my life being a sabotage to myself and being to my own demise, poisoning myself and being a disease to myself? It doesn't make any sense to somebody who can see. So, of course, you want to naturally be on the path of healing. And that's what this is all about. And the rest of your soul and everything about you is already a million steps ahead of you are when it comes to that. Your body is, and the rest of your anatomy is incredibly intelligent. That's why you're still alive. Against all of this trauma that you were subjected to and subjected yourself to, you're still here.
Yeah, it is amazing. I didn't think I was going to live this long. I'll tell you the truth. Yeah,
I could say the same thing from the stuff that I went through. I can relate. Yeah, it's quite, even when I was giving up, I told you some of the stuff when I was going with Fruity, my will was giving up, but my body wasn't. The rest of me wasn't. It was, no, we're going on. And I was like, okay, well, if you're that determined, I might as well, right? I'll at least get to somewhere that's better. And I did. That hotel, right? Wasn't perfect, but it was better. Again, my environment improved. The number one thing, right? In terms of health that I was telling you in that circle, I improved my environment. And it just so happened to be over time, once again, it was enough, just enough breathing room to allow my body to start functioning again the way that it was intended to and heal in its own wisdom. And then also with Fruity's help, we got to the bottom of the spiral that was happening and got it under control. And then here I am again today. Amazing. Against all of that, odds against you sometimes,
You better be real nice to me. I want to get paid because I'm going to tell Fruity that you're having nothing but parties, wild parties on this YouTube.
That you hosted.
Oh, yeah, forget about that. Damn. Forget about that.
And then I'll tell her to ask, where was your wife?
Guess what, order? Shit. Damn, that came right back on me again. Damn.
And everyone, here's a good comment by Perry here. Everyone has anxiety or PTSD of some sort. So post-traumatic stress disorder. Look at what this is. It's in the word. Traumatic. Trauma. People are living in a state of trauma from the past, the memories of it, right? And what it's done to them. And it builds and it builds and it builds and it creates this anxietative state. This is exactly what happens. Of course, it's going to happen when you're living in an unfit environment for you for a prolonged period of time. Of course, it's going to have traumatic effect on you and create anxiety because your body is screaming at you. It's saying, "This, we can't do this. We're going towards perishing if you don't get out and fix this." That's what that is. It's your anatomy screaming at you saying, take responsibility for this. Do something here. This is not healthy for us. Please. That's what anxiety is. It's your body's calling to you. It's communicating to you. The only question is, will you listen? Will you get the message? Will you descramble and decode the message? Hear it. And then do something before it's too late.
No, I can honestly tell you, if you would have said this 2 years ago, I would have jumped off the bridge. What the hell is he talking about? You know, I would not have known anything. I should see why you did baby steps on me.
Of course. I can't push you to the top of the stairs from the bottom, especially when you weigh 250 pounds. Right? You got to go one step at a time.
I like the stairs better.
Well, maybe we'll start from the top and I'll push you down next time. We'll see how that goes.
Wow. I look back at you talking. Huh? Go on.
But yeah, it really is like that, right? It's a one step at a time thing.
Yeah, I'm looking back right now, just thinking when we first started. Holy hell.
Yeah. It's a lot, but it isn't. I mean, when you understand it, it's just like it's a way of life and you get it. But break it down to somebody who's been conditioned to not see any of it, and it becomes a monumental task. And this is why, expectations are so important, right? Like, you can't just expect people to have the whole picture in 2 seconds or even want to hear it in 2 seconds or learn it. And the idea that people, we got to wake the masses up before we have some sort of change. No. I'm an example of change. You can be an example of change. And if enough examples of change happen that way, it's the same thing. That's how you get the masses. By not focusing on the masses, focus on the individual. And it's already chalk wash anyway, we know, because the math has already been done. There's just a certain amount of the masses in attrition that has to, get washed away. It's not really within our control. We can't really do much about that, unfortunately. Some people just have to have their fate coming to them because of the choices they made,
Well,
I can't snap my fingers and put a new pair of lungs into somebody when they're on their last breaths of cancer because they smoked for 70 years.
Well, what I can do, and again, like I told you before, when everything starts happening right, I'm going to start showing people videos. So I'm doing it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Step by step.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put them on. Says if it wasn't because of New Guru, I wouldn't be this far. Get some good property and start doing some gardening and start learning.
Absolutely. And, if your daughter can do some of that too, right? I know she didn't do really the greenhouse yet, but she did the garden.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe this spring, right? She can video a little bit of, it's too late to video the initial setup if she didn't do that, but that's okay. She can still show how she's preparing for next season, maybe taking some of it to the greenhouse or whatever her plans are. And then also while she's doing that, talk about how she got started and what she did, and the stuff that she learned and what she's trying out, and video that and put that for people. That stuff is gold.
I still got the picture of her. It's on my
Cucumber?
StreamYard. Yeah, oh my God, I can't believe that. Usually a cucumber only lasts me like one day. This thing took me like 4 or 5 days to eat. I went, damn. And it was different tasting too.
I bet it tastes amazing.
Oh, it did. It did. It was just delicious.
I bet it was juicy.
It was. It was.
That's one of the things that you'll see in corporate fruit and vegetables is the juice content is weak. That's not by accident.
Why do they do that? Why there's not a lot of water content compared to an original cucumber, organic?
Because they force the issue of growing synthetically, and it creates an atrophied product, and then you ingest that atrophied product, which is dehydrated, and then you become atrophied and dehydrated. You are what you eat.
Wow.
That's why I'm telling you, trusting these fuckers with, just think about it. If you wouldn't trust yourself before learning about food, with what you would eat, what are you doing trusting all these other people that obviously don't have a fucking clue about that shit? And yet that's what people are doing, right? Go to the grocery store. Don't think nothing of it. We'll just presume it's all safe in here because we've got regulators putting warning labels if it's not. And they would never put something that's not safe on the shelf and sell it to us. They would never do that. They're angels.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But it's all toxic.
I got something for people that they can do to help them out with the corporate food. If they're going to eat the damn thing, it's all lies anyway. Hold on here. I think you've seen it before, but I'll lay it out here. I got to find it, but go ahead and talk one. I forgot about that.
No, I finished. You ran out of your budget. You got to refill it. I'm not saying another word.
Damn.
I'm speechless.
Now you me?
Yeah. Can you imagine?
You got a lot to say. Believe me, you do. I can't.
When it comes to the truth, I do.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm really interested in focusing and talking about is the truth, and having fun. I could do that till the cows come.
Well, I'll honestly say it is truthful what you say. There's no doubt about it.
That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah. Of course, you can't believe it for the first time when you first talked to me. I didn't believe it because I didn't understand what the hell's going on.
Well, of course. Nor did I'll never expect that. Right? I had zero expectations. You got to come from a place of seeing it through the eyes of the individual. And that's why I spent a lot of time over the last few years, especially listening and hearing and grasping that and getting to be able to do that as best as I can. Because again, I only had a certain amount of indoctrination that I absorbed. So I never was in those seeing things through those glasses, to that degree. Mm-hmm. So I really had to do that, make a real effort with the expense of risking my own contamination of indoctrination. I didn't want to do that, but to try and see it through that perspective so that I can figure out what kind of semantics are going to work to make sense and make it understand. It was an experiment of my own, right? That took a few years, and It was fun, but I didn't expect it to pan out as well as it has. I actually got further than I thought I was going to with it, which just motivates me even further, you know? Great to see.
And it's paying off. It is. At least for me, it is. You know what I mean? It is. It helped me out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's on Rumble. That's right. Because I use the other music. I can't put that on there. Yeah, it's on Rumble.
Remember this in life. I should actually make a quote of this. I think I'll make a note. I don't care about who can't see the truth in life. I care about who can.
Well, I'm trying to as much as I possibly can. You know what I mean? I want more. I want to learn more. Seriously, you know what I mean?
I shouldn't say who can't see the truth, who don't want to see it. That's better. I don't care about who doesn't want to see the truth. I care about who does.
Here I am. Show me the truth. Seriously. There we go.
And you know, it shows me as well. It's all a reflection back to me. We get to have this path and walk together. That's the beautiful part, you know? There's no hierarchy here. It's just there may be like a student-teacher dynamic in the sense of like you would go to learn something, learn an instrument from somebody or whatever, right? They've been practicing it longer. But fundamentally, though, you're still a vessel of instrument just like me. Same potential. What is this? Things you should know.
People got to work together. Hold on there.
Yeah.
That's the only way they're going to get away from this corporate bullshit, you know?
Yeah. You got it.
They don't work together, you know?
We need to help each other and be a team with each other. That's what it's all about. And not ask for permission or think that we have to wait for anybody else to do so. It's all just about making a decision. Just deciding, all right, I'm going to do this. That's it. That's simple. And then do it. And if there's a challenge, figure out how.
I'm going to go past this minute, so... Oh, no, this ain't... Oh, mother, forget about it. It's not what I thought it was.
What were you looking for there?
I'm looking for something with the meats and everything else contaminated, and I think it's on Rumble. I thought for sure I had it on here, but apparently I don't. I got so much stuff here, I can't remember everything I put on here anymore, you know?
What? Okay, I'll give you another seed of truth. Want to keep going?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. I'll just focus on things people, you know, kind of deep-rooted things that people get stuck on, right? Another one is people believe that they're omnivores or carnivores, that people are, humans are, right? And they commonly use the teeth of the anatomy as their go-to to try and prove their point. So let's roll with that.
You're going to show that. Okay, I know what you mean. You're going to, yeah. That would be a good
carnivore teeth. What carnivore teeth look like? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is a carnivoristic jar, right? Like this. Real canines. Okay. Now, omnivore. Okay. Cool. Caption. No, showing herbivores. We don't want that.
If I make it a little bit bigger for everybody, I don't know if you see it or not.
There we go. There's an omnivore jaw. Okay, good example. Either one of those two. They look like human teeth and jaw?
Not at all. No.
Okay. And now here's a good example. Does that look familiar? On the right here.
Oh,
on the right.
Looks like our teeth.
Right? That's herbivore.
I don't see any teeth protruding out, to rip. Uh-huh.
So out of the three that you just saw, who, by a long shot, what teeth looks the closest to ours?
The herbivore.
The herbivore. Here's a good example as well. Here's the human teeth. Okay. Here's an omnivore animal teeth. Here's a carnivore. Or sorry, here it's the second one. I didn't drink enough matcha today. Second one is herbivore. Right?
Okay.
Human herbivore. Okay. Omnivore is the third one. The canines and everything. And carnivore. Massive canine. Very similar, the omnivore and carnivore.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much different. Right? But herbivore? No, humans' teeth. Which one does it look closest to?
Which one are you talking about? The carnivore or the human teeth?
Which teeth the human teeth look closest to?
Well, the herbivore.
Pretty clearly, right?
The second one, yeah, right here. Well, you don't see it, yeah.
Right. And the only argument that people use to try and cling to with this is that humans have these subtle canines, these little canines, right?
Eye teeth, okay. Yeah.
Right. And that's they're just subtle. And that's because I reckon that we have the ability to eat a different variety of plants that are catered to our anatomy. And we can even tolerate a certain amount of other things that aren't for our sustenance in a famine for survival if we need to. It doesn't mean, though, that's what we're meant to ingest for sustenance. You and I can eat a piece of plastic and we're not going to die tomorrow. It doesn't mean that's our food for sustenance, right?
I hate to see how that's going to turn out at the end. Eating that plastic. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the difference between a carnivore and herbivore and humans. There's no doubt about it. They got some big teeth there. Or rip teeth. Rip the skin out.
Right.
The meat.
Right. So if you look at the rest of the anatomical attributes, right? Here's another herbivore. If you look at the rest of the attributes, here's another herbivore. That looks very much like humans' teeth too. Right? Very much. If you look at the rest of the anatomical structure of human being and what it's fit for, well, let me ask you a question. Do any of these carnivores and omnivores, do they ever de-skin their prey?
That's a good question. I do not know because I've never seen it.
Do they ever debone their prey?
No, they don't.
Do they ever de-gut their prey?
No.
Do they ever declaw their prey?
No.
Do they ever de-brain their prey?
No, hell no.
Do they ever de-eyeball their prey?
No.
Do they ever cook their prey?
Nope.
Do they ever add flavors to their prey?
No.
Flavors.
Nope.
So I reckon that unless if with your raw bare hands going after and hunting down a rodent or something of the sort with your hands, and ripping into it, the flesh of it, with your bare hands and your teeth, bones in, with the skin, guts intact, eyeballs intact, brains intact, asshole intact, genitals intact, non-cooked, non-flavorized, and non-preserved. If that doesn't sound appealing to you, you're definitely not an omnivore or carnivore.
No, it does not sound appealing. No.
And it's funny. The only little flavor that people really get mostly, why is it people cook meat? They season it with herb.
Yeah, I've done that.
Just to make it taste like something, right? Make it appealing to the human taste buds. Ketchup, barbecue sauce, herbs, right? To give it a flavor that's meant for the human, to mask it. So when you walk by a carcass that's been dead for a period of time, even a short period of time, on the road or on the grass, do you smell that and go, that's great. I can't wait to sink my teeth into it?
No, I don't think so. No.
But a cat will.
And a buzzard.
And a hawk, right? Or whatever, scavengers, right? They will. To them, that's heaven. Because that's what they're designed for. Humans, no. And now that I've also cleaned myself out, right, of the meat after a while, I no longer smell McDonald's flavor, pleasure smell that, oh, that's making me so hungry. Now what I smell is same carcassy, rotting flesh smell that you would smell. That masking doesn't work on my nose anymore. I still smell the rotting flesh. It's no more, it's not appealing at all. It's appalling at this point. It makes me nauseous.
Every day.
Yeah.
Just totally opposite.
Totally opposite. And the reason why is because what you're feeding when you're actually being what you're not here is you're actually eating things and ingesting things that your body is not designed to cope with, such as parasites and pathogens. And they collect and accumulate in your body, right? Because that's why they're existing in those meats. And now they want more of their home environment. You're not actually the true host environment that they were meant to be in, so they want more of it. So what they do is they've learned to adapt, and they give off different hormonal functions that trigger signals in your brain to become addicted to those things, thinking that you are actually craving it. And so you start to crave that which isn't what you truly need, but what they need, what the parasites need. It tricks your brain. Once you detox that out, it no longer becomes appealing to your brain anymore.
Now, my question with that, does the government know about this?
Of course.
I thought you would say that. Wow. And that's why they keep feeding us this shit. Okay.
And now they're doing reverse psychology. Doing reverse psychology, saying with all this, we're going to ban meat and all this kind of stuff. As if it's something you actually truly wanted. It's a psyop.
The bad thing about it is they're going to try to give us bugs to eat. That's
right.
Nasty.
Right. As if that's going to be the real thing that's going to solve the equation anyway. But here's the truth, right? You've been eating bugs for a long time already. Just if you've been eating corporate food, it's already all in the food. They're just going to do more. That's why people are sick, right? So, not sick as in, you know, the context of you all are sick in the head as being facetious or something. No, literally. Toxic and sick and unhealthy. This is why people are And this is why people are convoluted and can't see that they're unhealthy. They're too unhealthy to see it.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm surprised I'm not tore up the more, the way I am right now.
Right?
I
Against
ate-
all
I
that,
ate-
you're still here.
Yeah, I ate a
Mhm.
36-ounce steak one time. You buy it by the pound,
Right?
and I bought I seen a John Candy picture. He ate was that bigger than that? I did 36. Could barely even eat the last drop of it. I went, wow, 36-ounce steak. That thing was huge. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm here. Of course, I love salads. I do love salads.
Of course, that's our food. Every herbivorous animal, when I view their teeth, it looks like ours. Here's another one.
How about that? You wouldn't even think about it. The teeth. Carnivore, herbivore, human.
Well, this
Makes
is like
sense. Makes sense.
this is the number one go-to that people who think humans are carnivores and omnivores, they say, look at our teeth. And are you kidding me? Have you looked at our teeth? That's your go-to. You're saying that our teeth are like carnivores and omnivores? Have you really taken a look at it? Obviously not.
What the hell is that thing?
I think it's a donkey. Something, I don't know.
Wow.
Zebra, maybe? Zebras are herbivores. So, yeah. And the rest of our anatomy, too, like I said, herbivores don't have 4 stomachs. Carnivores do. Or I shouldn't say 4 stomachs, rather. I guess there's some herbivores that probably have multi-stomachs. I don't know. They say cows have multi-stomachs, don't they? 2 or 3 or something like that.
Who's
Cows?
this?
Cows?
Yeah. I'm sorry, you sound like kind of muffled. Yeah, they do.
Right.
Do
As
have
far
two
as
stomachs. Mhm.
as far as I know, cows don't eat meat, do they? At all?
No. Not
Never
that I'm
had a
aware
cow,
of.
so yeah, I really would know.
I've never seen it as a kid,
But that could be again for certain different plants that aren't fit for human consumption. Maybe much more tougher ones, like things with the better branches and vines and shit. Like deers as well. A lot of these, they just rip the vine and the branch and they chew it with the leaves. They don't just chew the leaves. I can't do that. That would hurt.
Well, I used to drink milk until someone talked to me.
Who is the shithead?
I don't know. I don't want to get the guy in trouble, Guru.
I mean, seriously. So they're using these here as that's all they have when they talk about teeth.
Yeah, we call that eye teeth over here. Eye teeth.
Right, and try and reference us to be carnivores. That's a canine. That's a carnivore, or an omnivore, or whatever. Right? Not a herbivore.
Yeah, I got 4 of them. Boy, they just stick right out. But not like that.
And also, we don't have claws.
Nope. We got nails.
Do herbivores have claws?
No.
I don't think so.
Well, they're made to do stealth stuff. Smell, sense, hearing. We're not. You know what I mean?
Well, we are, just not for animals. We're made to do that for plants.
Mm-hmm.
So that we know that an animal didn't piss on the grape that you're about.
Oh, that reminds me. My daughter told me to tell you something that might help you out.
Okay.
She bought some grapes,
Mhm.
and there's like a wax on that grapes. You ever seen those before?
Mhm.
Like a little glare to it.
Yeah.
She said, put some baking soda in there, let it soak, move it around. It takes the
Hmm.
wax off of it.
Interesting.
And she showed me, and I went, wow. She's look at the difference, Dad. I went, yeah, you're right. Big difference. Oops. Perry just wrote something. How come it ain't working? Hold on, Perry. There you go. No, that's how that.
And cow got started. They were putting meat products in the feed. Yeah. Right.
Is that
And
the
all
truth?
the yeah, and
Wait.
all the remains of their own species, and then the hormones and the injections and the
Oh, we just lost you.
antibiotics. Of course. Did we really? Or did still not here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Yeah.
So the hormones, the antibiotics, so on and so forth, on and on and on. You realize most of the food, or not most, but a good lot of the food that those poor slave animals in the animal factories, the corporate animal farms there, factory farms, are actually just eating the deceased of their own species that were before them, their parents and shit.
Jeez, oh, cannibals. They don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
And do you think when people are eating that as the end product that they're getting away from the toxicity of that? That's what people are eating. They're eating the deceased final product of the product that was eating the deceased of the deceased of the deceased of the deceased. Not just the deceased of the deceased of the deceased, but the abused deceased of the abused deceased of the abused deceased.
You know, one of these days, this is going to come to a head with everything they're doing.
What do
Can't get away.
what do you mean one of these days?
Well, I mean, one of these days they're going to be counted responsible for what they're done. What
No,
they're
no.
doing to people.
No,
You
no.
think they're going to? No.
No, no. They're not doing anything to people. People are doing it to themselves.
Well, no, I understand that, but I'm saying it's there and people eat it because it's like that. Well, sorry, you didn't see that movie, Solid Green. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Who's
Anyway, it's
doing
just
what to people? Let's break it down specifically. When you say when you say that one of these days they are going to be held accountable, when you say that, what's going through your head specifically?
okay.
Who are they, and what specifically are they doing specifically that they should be held accountable?
Well, for one thing, they are the people of the UN, the 33 people, 33
And what
levels of
exactly are
fire.
they doing? Okay, those people. What
Okay.
exactly then are they doing specifically?
What they're doing is they're allowing to tell people lies, and saying, hey, here's some food. We got you all set. Go ahead and eat it. Enjoy.
So
We're going to give you
they're
good
lying.
education. Well, they're not telling the truth.
And
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
what's the punishment for not telling the truth, for lying?
well, like Rome did, just fall apart. That'd be
Who's
hilarious.
gonna hold people who lie accountable?
AI.
AI is AI is gonna hold people accountable who lie.
Well, I
Well,
mean, they're
then
going to.
shit, you guys are in big trouble.
Well, I mean, AI is going to. AI is going to advance itself. It's going to be self-aware of what's going on. Get rid of man.
Okay,
I
but
can't.
what makes you think that these people that you're talking about are man?
Oh, come on now. You got to be kidding me. You think it's all AI?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've said that.
Wow.
And even if it wasn't, so what are you saying? AI is going to say, "Hey, you lied to your fellow human. I'm going to kill you."
No, we're inferior. We're going to eliminate you.
AI is going to say to the men at the top there who are lying to other men, we're inferior, we're going to kill you.
Yeah.
Because you lied.
Well, yeah. I mean,
why would the AI do that when, if anything, they're the ones who program the AI to function for their benefit?
I'm just saying, if it's self-awareness, in other words, if it realizes that's been manipulated.
Mm-hmm. But who designed it?
Man did.
Which man?
But it's processors, people who are feeding you the information to the AI.
Point to one.
Point to one what?
Point to one man that doing what you just said. Just one.
I don't know who they are. I know they're there. I mean, someone's got to program it. It doesn't
How do
take
you
my.
know they're there if you don't know who they are?
Well, like your computer just doesn't do anything unless someone programs it to do it.
You've never seen a computer learn by itself?
But for it to learn by itself, someone had to start it.
What if a computer started? What if the human was built by the computer? What if you are the real AI? What if you lie to yourself? What if it's you who's saying, I'm going to hold me accountable? I've been evil.
Here I go again with the brain frogs. There we go. It's spinning. Son of a.
Unless if you can point to me somewhere else. I mean, I'm looking all around. I'm looking for this other, yeah, all I see is you and a computer code. And when I look closely enough, under a microscope under your skin, I also see a computer code.
Nothing lasts forever. Even you said that. Something's got to give.
In a sense that everything is transmuting. Everything is always transmuting. But there is no beginning or end from an essence point of view. Just transformation. It's an infinite loop of transformation.
Well, in this world, everything's got to end sooner or later. I mean, it's just, I haven't seen anything yet that hasn't lasted for eternity. You know what I mean?
What you've seen is a segregation of that infinite loop of transformation. That's what you're experiencing.
From one area to, or from one dimension to another.
Or from one moment to another. And it's an illusion, again, of fragmentation. That's why I say it's an illusion. It's not really, because it's an infinite loop. You can't really fragment existence. You can't. Otherwise, it would no longer exist. So it's an illusion of fragmentation to give the perception of us being able to have this conversation right now, and this perception of I and self. But it's just an infinite loop. And through that, we get to experience this infinite transformational journey, which is fun. It's great. I love it. It's awesome. It also means, though, that in order to have this perspective of fragment, we have to give up the totality of knowing everything.
What? Hold on here. Come on back again a little bit. That.
In order to have this perception of self,
right?
We have to. We can't. Again, if there has to be room for reflection. So in order for there to be room for reflection, we can't be at the point of knowing everything, like omnipresent full capacity. There wouldn't be any room for self-reflection again. So we had to forget a little bit of the truth, a little bit of the fullness of the whole spectrum and the whole scope in order to have room to see. So that's the conundrum. That's the part of the equation that it looks like self. That's the only way that there could be self, is we had to become a bit dumb.
Wow. We okay, I'm gonna have to digest this one. Whoa. Well, I got a lot of thinking to do tomorrow. Thanks, Guru. Jeez, oh man, there we go again.
If we knew everything, then there would be no room to see that we knew everything.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's no man that knows everything. No man.
Right. But holistically, we're in connection with the knowing of everything. That's how we tap in the knowing of anything. Right?
I gotcha.
We're in connection with that. And that's the illusional part. In order to have room to have this experience, we have to have that perception of disconnect, so to speak, or fragmentation. But we're not really fragmented from anything. We're actually very much umbilical corded to divinity and perfection and the all-knowing. That's where a thought comes from. That's where an understanding, that's where a knowing comes from. That's where an epiphany comes from. It's because we are of source of consciousness and knowing. Can't come from anywhere else.
Is this why we are revolving into technology and all that stuff compared to what we were 300 years ago?
Yeah, it's like a season. Yeah, it's like a season, right? And so there's this dynamic playing out of different seasons and fluidity and flowingness, and just like the ocean, right? 1 minute it's a calm glass thing. Next minute it's got waves. Next minute it's got a storm. Next minute a tsunami. And tomorrow morning, so calm, it's like it never had a wave or a rip ever in its life.
Wow. So what you're saying, more or less, I'm just hypothetically, if we do have this, which I know we will, this elimination of people, genocide, then it'll be calm again, and everything will go back to natural again.
There's definitely an equilibrium balancing part in the equation. Absolutely. I wouldn't say that it's back to like total calmness. I would say that as far as there's different lakes. So for the lake that you're talking about, the lake right now that you're referring to is in upheaval. It's very toxic. It's very out of balance. It's very very choppy and very wavy. It's also very compressed and condensed, like putting too much in a cup. And so, yeah, if you take 3/4 of it out of the equation, it's going to feel like there's breathing room again, for sure. For whoever happened to not have been taken out of the equation, or whatever part of the water was not removed from the equation, whatever's left, right? Whatever survived. And whatever didn't survive goes into another direction of transformation of some sort. I personally don't want to find out what that some sort is. I don't need to, but some people will. Is it just me? Did I lose you? I can't hear you. Are you there? Oh, I heard a click.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Have a good night,
Sure.
Prairie.
Good night, Prairie. Thank you. Appreciate your education.
Yeah, thanks for being with us, as always.
Yeah. And charge Guru for your knowledge, will you please? That'll fix you.
It's okay. I got right to the checkbook. The credit card didn't work too well, so we're trying another approach.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of that you caught, because couldn't hear you for a bit there, but
Yeah, I was talking to Wayne and nothing. I heard you.
oh, well, I missed everything you said because it wasn't coming through.
Well, I just more or less said that this is something that's going to happen pretty soon to us. By the sounds of it, Mother Nature's going to just take over and eliminate us. Us out.
No, it's not really like that. It's an artificial. It's back to that kid in the kid with the ant farm again. So the kid's looking at the ant farm and saying, "My experiment is going in such and such direction." Now, depending on what the kid has intended with that experiment, the kid has decided, I've either finished with this experiment, or I need to alter the course of the experiment, or whatever the kid is thinking, right? And at the same token, there is a part of nature within that experiment as well as taking effect as well. Like the ants are sick in there, so of course they're dying, right? That's the natural part, but it's being done synthetically through toxic poisoning in the food that the ants are eating. They're eating aspartame, or whatever. So that's what the dynamic is here. That's going on.
I don't know if you can answer this or not, but it's just something that I thought about. I don't lose it in my head. If, let me say this right, if the elites, the oligarchs, people higher up than them, if they knew that we had this many people, why did they wait so long to do what they're going to do to us? It just doesn't make any sense. But
You'll
they're
have
going to
to
do it
ask.
anyway.
You'll have to ask that kid with the ant farm.
Okay.
And that's the problem, is you have to, who is the kid, right? Who is it? And what was in the kid's mind? What's in the kid's mind right now? We don't know. We don't know if this all, completely, is everything going according to plan? Did some go astray? What is the plan? Whose plan? We don't know any of that. All we can see is that there's an agenda, and on kind of a micromanaged level, they're telling us what they're currently planning on doing with us. They want most of us dead. It's that simple. And they told us how they want most of us dead.
Mm-hmm.
But why do they really want us dead? That's hidden from us. They have their propaganda-based narratives to support it, right? Or to support what they believe in, because they've been indoctrinated by other people above them, and that's why they're believing. That's their religion.
Why so long, though? That's why I can't understand. Why do they wait so long for this many people? I know. I gotta find out.
Why did they wait so long to eradicate this many people?
Yeah, it's just, what was the purpose?
What was the purpose of having this many people to begin with? You're going to have to know that. You're going to have to ask whoever it was that wanted this to take place, and whoever the true owners are. We don't know what was in their mind. I can only logically guess with probabilities that they probably, like the kid in the ant farm, had some experiments that they were running for whatever purposes, probably a multitude of purposes, to discover things, to find things out. Just for shits and giggles is probably in there. Just because they can, to make themselves feel superior, because they're drunk on some sort of weird craziness. Possibly because they don't think the way that we think thinking happens. I mean, there's no end to that. We don't know. Until we know who it is and how they think and got truthful answers, we'll never know. And I don't think that's even possible nor necessary. And then also, you have to get to the bottom of what are they thinking as far as next, where they're taking the experiment. What are they trying to achieve? Are they even trying to achieve anything? Just a lot of guesses, That's all we can really do. I really don't know.
That'd be something that was reading for it. Unless AI came into the picture now with robots and
Yeah.
robotics, they don't need us anymore.
Well, right, and that's presuming that they ever needed us for something. Lost you again.
Just thinking that's all. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, they may or may not ever needed us. No more or less than the kid needed the ants in the ant farm. We are just an experiment to be experimented on, perhaps, for the pleasure or the interest of whoever is doing the experimenting, as they see fit, for whatever they do see fit, for whatever purpose they see fit.
Well, I can see them eliminating us now slowly, but we're doing it ourselves. The drugs.
Right. They're not eliminating anybody. We're eliminating ourselves.
They're just helping us along. Oh, look, we got a little fentanyl here.
Right.
Enjoy yourself.
They've set the stage, but we have done all the manufacturing, all the consuming, and all the selling, and all the ruling, and all the regulating. We've done it all.
Ever?
Hmm?
You disappeared.
At which point? What was the last thing you heard?
It was circling.
After I said the last thing, I just paused. That's all.
Oh, because I seen the thing going. Rrr.
Last thing I said was, that might be you. Last thing I said was, they're not, other than setting the stage, they're not doing anything. We've done the manufacturing, we've done the consuming, we've done the ruling, and we've done the regulating. We've done it all to ourselves. So again, if you go ahead.
No, go on.
If you're gonna say this thing that somebody's gonna have their ass handed to and be held accountable, what you're saying is, we are. And you're damn rights we are, and we deserve it. Because we did this to ourselves. And we're still doing it to ourselves. We're still manufacturing the petrol, the chemicals. We're still harvesting it from the ground. We're still selling it to ourselves. We're still consuming it. We're still using it for product. We're still polluting the rest of the nature and the oceans with it. We're still drinking it. We're still eating it. We're still making excuses for it. And we're still getting sick from it. Nobody else is pushing that on us. And the getting sick from it part is the consequence. And the dying from it is the consequence.
Yeah, but we as a whole are not. We didn't make this gasoline. We didn't know anything about gasoline.
What whole?
Huh?
What whole?
The people, the United States. That's what I'm trying to say. The whole world. We didn't. We didn't make. We didn't. Scientists didn't make gasoline. We had no knowledge. We have no say so.
That's us. We are the scientists. We are the manufacturers. We are the corporations. We are the salespeople. We are the production manufacturers and distributors. We are the consumers. We are the ingesters, and we are the polluters.
What you're saying, all they're doing is sitting back and watching us kill each other. They're not doing a thing.
Yep.
Wow. And laughing their ass off and doing it.
Yep. And to the direct people under them, giving orders to start the process all the way down the hierarchy. And the people at that level are part of us. That's part of the we. It's just a mafia style organization. We are all part of the mafia. It's just where you are in capacity in that hierarchy. That's the only thing that's different. You're at the lower echelons of that religion. The worker bee class, the slave class, the military class, the collateral damage class.
Yeah, really. I just like to know, I really would like to know why this is all happening. Why we're killing ourselves. Why this is going on. Why is it that it wasn't taught a better way to live off the land? Why are we, come on.
Because it's up to us to decide. Why did you decide to accept the falsity and the lies when you knew something was wrong?
Figure it out. I tried. I just couldn't figure it out. It was right there in front of me until you said something. Until that
But you
plantation.
still,
That's what woke me up.
right. But up until then, right? Like the stuff that you that you adopted as your truth, you accepted, even though your gut was telling you something is wrong here.
Well, you're right. But the reason I did that is because I had no other answers.
So
I figured, well,
so in absence of not knowing, and this is what I'm saying, you were taught to have belief, trust, and faith, and accept anything less than factual truth. You decided lying to yourself was acceptable in place of not knowing. Instead of being honest with yourself and saying, I just don't know, and I'm not going to place it with something in the meantime until I know if I ever do, you accepted what was being handed to you and presented it to yourself as truth and accepted it as truth and lied to yourself.
well, you've heard this before. If anything is a lot better than what I'm seeing now, I'll go there. You know what I mean? And I never had that opportunity to see anything better than what I was taught. You know what I'm saying? I knew something was wrong, but no one showed me anything better until you came along.
Right. And
Then
so until,
yeah.
go ahead.
Come on. No, you're right. You're right. Come on.
Okay. And so this is all getting back to answering that question, which you had a minute ago, which is why have we done this? That's why. Because when we say we, it's really a focus of me. Why have I done this? You did it. They did it. The rest of the people did it. And to some degree, I did it. I didn't. I don't know. I have to look at that. What did I actually accept? I don't know. I'm not sure. But anything that was on my palate, I was very quickly ready to say, fuck it. I'm not accepting any bullshit. And that may be really the real distinction between me and most of the people, as I said, is I wasn't willing to accept the bullshit and do that, right? I wasn't willing to put lies on my brain palette and function as if they were truth, like most people do. Doesn't mean I was closed-minded, though. You know, even with the lies, I was still, maybe I gotta see, or whatever. I don't know. When I didn't know something, I don't know stayed as the truth for as long as I didn't know until I figured it out. That was perfectly acceptable. I wasn't insecure about that. What happens is when you when you accept something other than you don't know in favor of you don't know, what you're doing is you're closing yourself off to the truth. That's why. And this is what people have done. They have accepted lie in favor of truth. Why? I don't know. You have to look internally and really get to the bottom of that. Why did you do it? Were you scared? Were you in fear? Were you feeling afraid? I really don't know why people do that. I just know that they have.
Personally, me, I didn't know anything more. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know how. No one told me like you did.
That's not the question, though.
What?
The question is why did you accept the lie over in favor of not knowing?
I didn't know any better.
That's the question.
I didn't know any better. I'm saying I don't. I mean, I was. Well, come on.
What you did though is you your gut feeling, right? You've said it many times. Your instincts told you something was wrong, right? But you decided to let something override those instincts and be acceptable to be your truth, even though your instincts and your intuition was saying there's something not right here.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't take that instinct and intuition as a challenging or compass meter, and instead what you did was you said, well, I don't know, I'm just gonna have to accept something then, or something of the sort. See, that's the part where I really don't know what dynamic played out there, because that's not something that I've ever done purposely, but I see that, I can't say that I've never done that. I've never done that to the extent that most indoctrinated people have. I was very frivolous, what's the word? Very meticulous. There we go. Very meticulous at doing. It was like an automatic for me, After the Santa Claus thing, especially, the Santa Claus thing pissed me off, like to no end. I was so pissed off about that. I didn't care about the presents. I was pissed off about being lied to. And that set the stage. Not just lied to a little bit, but to from my parents, the people that I was supposed to hold the most entrustment to, could lie to me about this like this, and then find out that it's a worldwide conspiracy year after year after year. And then not only that is, so is Halloween, and so is the Tooth Fairy, and so is the Easter Bunny, and so are birthdays, and so is all this other stuff. And then it was obvious how fast the whole thing was a fraud. And I'm only like 7 years old, starting to put these pieces together here, because my instinct is telling me something's wrong with this here. And don't accept just what people say just because they say it, and challenge that. That's the difference. I went down that other path. So why did other people not go down that path and accept these lies and still participate in the lies? I mean, everybody knows that in engaging in a lie is cheat and deceit and not healthy, and it's toxic for people, but yet everybody still participates at Thanksgiving and Christmas every year. What you're asking me is, why do they do that? And the reality is, I don't know. I don't know why people are that dishonest with themselves. Maybe you could help me out and help me to see through the eyes of people who are, by recalling why you were when you did that. That's the only way I'll be able to have some sort of an understanding why people do.
Would you believe I didn't know any better? I just figured that was it. I had no answers to my questions.
You didn't have answers, but you had instinct and you had intuition saying something's wrong here.
Well, where do I go then? I mean, for answers. The only one that did say it was you.
Again, though, up until that, the question here becomes, why didn't you stay at a place of, I don't know, and not accept falsities in place of I don't know?
Because I wanted to find out. If I figured, if I'm going to find the truth, I want to find it eventually. If there is such a truth out there. You know what I mean?
No. Listen. I don't think you're excuse me. I don't think you're understanding the question. Go back to patriotism days and further.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. I'm talking about then. I'm not talking about when the path of discovering since you met me and all that. I'm talking about the path when you had that mindset, right?
Okay.
You even said from time to time, at least, I don't know how deep rooted it was, but you knew that something was wrong, like when you were in the military, and I can't remember off the top of my head. There was other occasions you said, right? Now, all this happened long before you met me, and I'm sure that there was many other things early on in your life that your intuition and gut feeling just made you second guess what the hell is going on here. This doesn't seem right. I'm with a bunch of monkeys and zoo animals here doing these crazy things. it's not possible for anybody to participate in functions that's against their nature and not have the instinct and intuition not call out to them. That's the way that we're born and designed. So I'm sure if you think back to it, there's probably many moments of your life where you just knew that this wasn't right. Something was wrong here, that something seems fucked up with all this stuff, right?
You're right. You're right.
All right. Now, that being said, yet still, you are willing to accept a lot of those indoctrinative lies in place of the not knowing and against your better judgment of instinct and intuition, calling out and saying something is fucked up about all of this. And you accepted a lot of those lies, the indoctrinative lies, which set the stage for you to go in other directions, like the military and so on and so forth. And so this is where it becomes that question. If you can objectively look at yourself and get to the bottom of this, this is something I will never get the opportunity to do because I didn't do that. But if you're able to do that, objectively look at yourself when you're living through all of that and see what it was, the things that prompted you to accept the lies in favor of the not knowing and the instinct and the intuition that was calling out to you, saying to you that something is fucked up with this shit. We'll have a common denominator of why people are so indoctrinated and living the way that they are. Because that's exactly what your peers all around the world are doing as well.
Well, I knew something was wrong. Yes, I accepted because I had no knowledge of anything else. Just like, are you hungry or not? If you're hungry, here's the bottle. If not, then suffer. You know what I mean? If I would have had another option, hey, look at this. We got something better than a bottle for you. Booze. You know what I mean? Well, then I'd take the booze or the bottle and tell corporate go eat some shit.
It's one thing. It's one thing though to okay, not have another option on the table at the moment to draw from, but it's another one to just say this is actually still truth against my better judgment. Like certainly there would have been something along the way saying this seems a little bit weird here. We all have to stand up and put our hand on our heart and say this fucking thing every single day. Certainly there would have been something weird that said, why are we getting up and doing this routinely day after day after day? Certainly there would have been something weird saying when your peers around you are getting abused and maybe you yourself and the teachers are kind of in on it and stuff like that. And some of it, of course, is what I went through, but I'm just giving examples. I'm sure there was many of this type of things that played out, right? That gave you the hints there. And what I'm saying is, yeah, you went through it, but yet you accepted as if it was actual reality and truth when it was not. You accepted that you are American. You accepted that, what are the other things? Patriotism, nationalism, all these things. You accepted that. You tout yourself still, probably to this point. It's so ingrained on your palate still that even coming out of looking in the mirror and not seeing that you're an American is probably still very difficult.
Oh no, I'm done with that shit. I just say America so people know where I'm at and what they think. That's all. It's just a point. So I'm trying to get across people.
No, fair enough. But again, you accepted that for as long as you did, right?
Oh yeah, I sure did. That I can't deny. Yeah, oh yeah.
And so you've got to get to the root then and ask yourself, why did you allow yourself to believe in something that wasn't true or real?
Well, I can honestly tell you, Guru, when I was younger, it never bothered me. You know what I mean? I was
Okay.
very patriotic. You know, as a kid, you know, like you said, uh, say the pledge to the flag. You know, do your prayer in school, get spanked in the ass, and you do something right. You know the routine.
Yeah.
My wake up call was when I was in the military. That's what
So, but
woke me up.
before the military, there was no like senses of instinct at all that were saying something just ain't right about life in this way
Nothing.
or anything. Nothing. No intuition or instinct.
No, I
I
had
don't.
no problem.
I don't
That's the truth.
believe you. I
That's
don't
the
believe
truth.
you.
No, that's the truth.
I
I had
granted, I would think that it might be a lot less, more subtle or whatever, but I don't think that there is any time that you didn't look around during your corporatized lifestyle and your instinct was not telling you, probably screaming at you, but you weren't actually paying attention to it. But
my
I
corporate.
really,
Okay, go on.
I really don't think that there wasn't any times in that's a lot of years.
No.
What year did you sign up for the military? How old were you?
71. I was let's see, 20.
You were 20. Okay, so in your first 20 years, there was not a trace of intuitive doubt that something may be a little fishy here at all. Never.
No,
Not
you know
once.
why?
Hmm.
'Cause I didn't even pay attention to corporate. I was just having a good time in my life. I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? I just did what I ever wanted to do, like you do now. You know what I mean? But in the
Yeah,
corporate world,
yeah, but
and
again, you
and
you didn't think that there was something odd that there was people, some of the people around you were hungry, and
no,
that there was drugs and people were kind of messed up, and
no,
you know, no.
I had just accepted it. You know, uh, hey, who cares? You know, I'm telling you, I was kind of like a a wild sucker in my time. You know what I mean? I didn't care.
The very thing that you said accepted though means you had to have observed that something wasn't right to accept.
Well, yeah, I mean, I accepted it. I just didn't care. That's all. Hey, there it is. That's what it is, and that's it. You know, I didn't question it. Didn't ask, you know, anything. Never bothered me.
No,
You
but you
know,
noticed that something wasn't right.
no, to me, I
Well,
just accepted it.
how
It
would you
was
know that there was something to accept if there wasn't? You know, there would be nothing to accept if unless something wasn't right.
well, a guy tells me to eat shit, I accept it. It's the same thing. That's nothing. It's nothing nefarious. Whatever. You know, just don't touch me. You know, I accept things. When I did that as a kid, I did nothing bothered me as a kid. Seriously. For working in a corporate world, I didn't go to a corporate world that much. I just started working until I went in the army.
Oh no, you can understand what I mean by the corporate world. Then, when I say corporate world, I mean the whole thing. everything
The
about
whole.
Yeah, everything about what you live in is the corporate world. The military, the capitalism, the nationalism, the patriotism. That's all the
No,
corporate world.
I
All of
didn't
it.
even think about it at that time. It didn't bother me. Seriously, I didn't know anything about government. You know what I mean? I just let things go. I didn't watch TV. You know what I mean? I just played out with my buddies. We went out there and partied all the time. You know, or
Hmm.
chased women. You know what I mean? Seriously, I mean
Hmm.
that's all we did. Didn't give a
Hmm.
damn. And until I went in the military, and then I'm thinking, well, wait a minute here. All this patriotic bullshit, you know, to the flag, and I'm like, something's going on here. Something ain't right. You know, people dying off, they don't give a shit. You know, people hurting their wives that living in these apartments outside the fort,
Hmm.
needing money. They didn't give a shit.
Hmm.
You know, I'm outside doing guard duty on these god dang officers while they're
Hmm.
eating lobster, steak, beautiful chandelier, you know, beautiful china, and I'm over there guard duty. I said, well, what the, you know, what the hell is this shit? And then
Hmm.
I go to the dingy bar. It's all nasty looking and, you know, smoky as hell, and you know, beer bottles all over. What the? That's something ain't right here. You know, wake
So
up
it
every
wasn't.
morning.
So it wasn't really instinct. It was that what you were seeing, the math wasn't adding up.
Right when I was in the military, yeah, it just something wasn't right. Then it started dawning on me. You know, I mean, like I said, I didn't care about it when I was a kid. Nothing bothered me. I just did what I wanted to do, and no one stopped me. You know, as long as I didn't break the law. I just
Yeah.
never got caught. But it's the wake up call was when I was in the military, and that's when it woke me up, and I knew something was wrong. And when I got out of there and I started seeing it here in the corporate world, then I started like, wait a minute, it's the same shit that's going on with the government.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I started really getting involved in it. And then when it happened to me in the VA hospital, that really woke my bell. I said, this ain't right. And when my dad almost got fired in the government because of me, I'm like, come on, give me and it's just, all added up. And I'm wondering, I said, well, I got to go through this process, which I did, the corporate process, until I met you. And then it all came together. And it dawned on me, I got fucked. But as a kid, seriously, I didn't think about anything. I just went through the program, didn't bother me, whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm not even talking, again, I'm not talking about a thinking. I'm just talking about instinct.
No, the instinct didn't hit until I hit the military. And that's when it hit.
It doesn't even sound like the instinct. It was instinct that hit. It just sounds like the viewing, the observation, and all of a sudden you saw that.
Oh, I seen a lot.
Yeah, it's what you were seeing wasn't adding up. It wasn't instinctual necessarily. It's just you're seeing something other than what
And
you
hearing shit.
Right, it was being unfolded in front of your eyes, literally.
And then, like, whoa, what the, and when they asked me to re-up again, I says, I ain't keeping, well, it's my job. I'm going to ask you. That's my job to tell you no. Okay, you can leave, so yeah.
Okay, so I guess for you then, and I guess this is a lot of what happens, the only conclusion I can make is why are people doing this? Because they're gullible.
Yeah, makes sense. I was gullible.
Right.
Well, I'll admit it.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I guess there's multiple dynamics playing out, I'm sure. I mean, we would have to do what we just did right now with each individual, to get to the bottom of lots of it. But bottom line is there is a common denominator. There is a mass hypnosis trance-based brainwashing effort that's going on here. A cultist style brainwashing effort that's going on. That's working.
Mm-hmm.
And the weirdest part about it is that it's being done by the people onto themselves. That's the weirdest part.
Yeah, let's remind me of that. Okay, keep going. You're right. No, it's true. Because when I was a kid, they did indoctrinate me. So I was in Catholic school. I was in a Catholic home.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When I was younger, and
Right.
I accepted it. I didn't want to get spanked either, like I did last time.
Right.
And this is whatever they wanted to fine, and I just accepted it. This is when I get older, I want to do what I want to do, and I did. Fuck them, and I did until I went into the military. But yeah, I was all gun ho, got to join the army, freedom and democracy, and
Right.
what was I wrong? And you're right. I was stupid. I'll never do it again. Of course, I don't have to go in the military anymore. I'm done with it. But I would never help the government out again.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's an interesting thing, asking this, why are people doing what they're doing? And of course, there's a lot of factions and something that I studied for a long time and still do because it's important. If anything, for self-preservation to make sure I don't fall, into the traps of it because it can happen easily, by the looks of it. And then there are, I'm not even going to rule out, I'm not going to rule out fully that there isn't also foul play going on that is interference that's not necessarily of the people as well doing it to themselves. For example, if I put a frequency wave out that induces trance in people, I'm responsibly doing that then. I am fucking with people without their awareness. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, I'm not saying that there isn't an aspect of that that's there. It looks like there is, but who's actually doing that, I don't know. As far as specifically, I don't know who is actually behind setting these frequency waves. I know where some of them are just coming from our devices, our refrigerators, our TVs, cell phones, the towers. So that's us again, right? Because we're the ones who are making those technologies and choosing the frequencies that are going into the air. And we're the ones that are turning them on and accepting them and buying them. Well, that's us, right? But then there may also be other things going on. in the air being broadcasted that isn't necessarily us. And I'm not sure about that. That's a question mark, right? So there could be that too. And that certainly would be a big factor in the equation as to why people are crazy.
It's crazy. I'm telling you, Guru, you know that it's crazier than hell. I mean, everything came together when you talked. I mean, it's just like it was like a puzzle to me, from the very beginning of the service. Well, as a kid, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Pledge allegiance to the flag in school and the Catholic school, and thinking, okay, whatever, and then going to military, and then it really dawned on me when you said a lot of stuff, and I said, son of a, I got screwed, and I did too. I mean, I got it big time, I did everything they said, and I still got screwed. They didn't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. It's because of my not paying attention. I knew again, but if somebody would have told me sooner, like you did, oh my God, I would change 180 degrees. Am I thinking, which
I'm
I'm
sure.
doing right now? Because
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I ain't going through this shit again. These people want to go through it, that's fine. I'm not doing it. I did everything the government said, and I still get screwed. And these people are going to be screwed too. No doubt about it.
Well, as if you were believing that we're supposed to be like some sort of an obedient servant to this thing called government, where that's the part that is so bizarre to me. Why does anybody want to be a good sheeple why does anybody want to have a master?
Well, I can honestly tell you because I was stupid. I'll be the first one to admit it.
Is it just a gullible thing, or is there more things as well? I'm sure fear was probably a part of it.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. Police officers, government had to
But
sign
that's
up for
different,
draft.
Right, but that part is different because that part is people acquiescing then, and it's not what they really want. So I'm really trying to address the people that actually love their country and love their master and love having a master and love being in servitude to a master.
No, once I come out of the service, I didn't care anything about government, especially when my dad almost got fired. That really pissed me off. And the caking was what they did for me for VA, nothing. You know what I mean? And that's when I started going on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And nah. And I'm glad that we met because I was still to this day would never know my answer to my question. Why?
You roboted there. What was the last thing you said there?
I says, I'm glad that me and you got together because I would still never know what was going on. Why? How come? What's going on?
I was thinking about that the other day. You know what? If we never met, there's probably still a good chance you would be making Patriot Fox videos and being angry at the government.
I
probably.
tell you this, I would. Thinking I'm doing good. You know what I mean?
Right. That's very, very most likely the case. And
It's
that's how touchy it is that, we can go either way down walk of paths in life, right? So I just thinking about that and reflecting, same thing for me, right? There's many moments in my life that if I had made different turning points, wouldn't have known what I know. So gratitude for that,
It's amazing. But I do appreciate it. Why don't you take a break from him? I'm going to turn down this video here. We'll get right back, okay?
Okay.
This is about education. Get yourself a matcha, do a 10-100, beat your dog.
I'm looking around going, where are you?
Get him, Newt, get him. All right, audio check.
Well, that's me running away. Check.
This is about the education system. This should tell a lot of people a lot of stuff here. Ready?
Ready.
So I thought I needed. So I thought I needed. Thought I needed. So I thought I needed. You make
You're John D. Rockefeller in the late 1800s, and you have a big problem. It's the Industrial Revolution, and you have this giant oil empire, but you simply can't find enough wage slaves to keep the wheels turning. Unlike today, where you can just make a job post online and a bunch of educated laborers will come flocking your way, back then most of America was rural. Most of America lived simple lives on farms. They were homeschooled, they went to schools ran by churches. They didn't know how to work a factory job or at an oil refinery. They weren't conditioned to clock in and out. So you needed a way to educate the population on a massive scale so they could come work for you. However, we don't want to educate them too much now, do we? Remember, knowledge is dangerous. There's a reason why slaves weren't allowed to learn how to read or write. So if you're going to educate the masses, you have to tread very carefully. Teach them too much and they'll become too ambitious, too independent. They'll think for themselves. They'll become your competitors. Instead, you want to teach them just enough so they can keep your empire running with a happy, obedient smile on their face. So what did you do? You helped pioneer the American public school system. All of a sudden, every parent could just send their kids off to a free public school funded by good old Rockefeller. To the rest of the world, you looked like a saint. You were giving free education to all those uncivilized, ignorant Americans. But you now know the truth. By dangling the prospect of free education in front of millions of American parents, you were able to trick them into relinquishing their children to the states. That way, for 8 to 12 years of a child's most formative years, you get to condition them to be exactly who you want them to be. You get to decide what they learn and don't learn. You get to decide how they see the world. You get to condition them to be scared, to be fearful, to be obedient, to not chase after their dreams, to accept mediocrity. You get to teach them that if they don't follow orders exactly to the T, they are a failure.
I can't believe it.
B is for bitch! Because these are the traits that make for a good laborer. And it worked. By giving every American access to free, standardized public education, you were able to solve the labor problem in America. Now, every generation that came after it would go into school filled with innocence, creativity, and joy, and they would come out of school as an obedient worker that doesn't want to rock the boat. Workers who are perfectly happy making their employers rich.
Education system is predicated on the idea of academic ability. And there's a reason. The whole system was invented around the world. There were no public systems of education really before the 19th century. They all came into being to meet the needs of industrialism.
Ah yes, our entire education system today was created because John D. Rockefeller needed more workers. But it wasn't just Rockefeller. No, loads of other rich American tycoons poured billions of dollars into creating the modern-day education system we have today. These are the same wealthy dynasties behind big oil, big food, big pharma, and they all wanted to provide you with free conditioning, education, while they send their kids to private schools. As Rockefeller once said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. These are the dark origins of our education system, and why you want to stay dangerous.
For generations, experts tended to blame failing schools on failing neighborhoods, but reformers have begun to believe the opposite, that the problems of failing neighborhoods might be blamed on failing schools.
I'd like for this country to have a real education president for a change.
I'd like to be the education president.
I don't ever expect to sign my name to any law that is more important than the Education Act of 1965.
The day of reckoning is here.
The origins of the American education system can be traced back to something called the Prussian Empire. The Prussian Empire is the empire that made up modern-day Germany, and these Prussians were geniuses at controlling the masses. See, in the late 1700s, Prussia invaded Poland, and they won. Prussia now occupied Poland, but the Prussians now face a new problem. Sure, they controlled Poland, but how were they going to get the Polish people to accept their new German rulers? They were the colonizers, the enemy, and yet somehow they needed to get the entire population to throw away their Polish identity and to accept imperial German nationalism. But the Prussians weren't stupid. They knew they had no chance in changing the minds of the adults. The adults were proud Polish people. They were set in their ways. There's no hope in converting them. But the children? The Polish children were much more moldable. And if they could attack the children, they could decimate Polish culture in just one generation. So Prussia created a new 8-year education system, where for 8 years kids would go to school and learn things like reading and writing, but they would also learn how to listen to orders. They would learn how to do as they're told, to respect the authority of their Prussian leaders. And this new Prussian education system worked. One Prussian philosopher brilliantly described their education model by writing, "Education should be aimed at destroying free will, so that after pupils are thus schooled, they will be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than as their schoolmasters would have wished. When the technique has been perfected, every government that has been in charge of education for more than one generation will be able to control its subjects securely, without the need of armies or policemen." It was as poetic as it was true. Basically, if you want a submissive population that you can rule over, you have to destroy their free will. You have to condition them not to think. Thinking is the enemy, and you have to start this conditioning when they're as young as possible. So, every Polish and Prussian child was required to attend school for 8 years. 8 years where day in and day out, these kids were force-fed so much Prussian patriotism that by the time they left school, obedience to the Prussian monarchy was the only reality they knew. The Prussian system was so effective that it caught the eye of one person, an influential American politician by the name of Horace Mann. And Horace Mann planned on exporting this Prussian model to the good old US of A. Horace Mann was passionate about reforming American education. It was his life's duty. So in 1843, he traveled across Europe visiting schools to get ideas. But no education system impressed him more than the Prussian model. To him, the Prussian model was a work of art. Here was the roadmap to molding children into anything the elite wanted. If the Prussian model could remove every single trace of Polish culture, what could it do for America? With the Prussian model, it wouldn't matter if kids were Protestant, Catholic, Black, an immigrant, Native American, or even atheists, because we would be able to permanently instill patriotism, duty, and hard work into all of them. And with Horace Mann's political influence, tax-funded public schools following the Prussian model slowly started popping up all over America. And slowly but surely, parents, teachers, those in charge, and society as a whole started to accept the Prussian model as the only sensible way to educate the youth. Instead of one big class, schools were divided into separate classes for kids of different ages. Horace also wanted mainly women to be the teachers, which is why women dominate the teaching field today. Teachers were even sent to Prussia to learn firsthand how their system worked. Authorities bought into the Prussian model so much that by 1864, Congress made it illegal for Native American kids to be taught in their native languages. Instead, they were sent to faraway boarding schools so teachers could kill the Indian to save the man. By the end of the 1800s, the Prussian model had taken over America. And by 1900, almost every American state made public school mandatory, meaning that you had to give up your kid to the states or get the kid taken away from you and thrown in prison. Horace Mann changed the face of American public education forever. But the public school system wasn't in its final form yet, because as much as the Prussian model did wonders for the governments, it still didn't do much for businessmen like you. And as John D. Rockefeller, you also saw the power of the Prussian model on the masses, and you plan on systematically infiltrating it. By the late 1800s, school was mandatory. They were using the Prussian model, but there was still a giant problem. There wasn't any standard curriculum to follow. So most kids ended up learning nothing that would make them useful in an oil refinery, mine, or factory. It doesn't matter how submissive or obedient they are. If they don't have the baseline education needed for your labor, you needed submissive, obedient workers that were also educated to your standards, educated on how work will set them free. So what did you do? You went to your closest confidant, a man named Friedrich T. Gates, and together the two of you created the General Education Board. On the outside, the General Education Board sounded like this very official government board that looked over the education system in America. And that's exactly the vibe you were going for, when in reality, you just created this thing out of thin air and named it the General Education Board. That is the power of a great name. And a year later, thanks to your connections in Washington, the General Education Board went official. It was incorporated by an act of Congress in 1903 with the purpose of the promotion of education in the United States of America without distinction to race, sex, or creed. A very noble sounding cause. While at the same time, this entity would be your Trojan horse to inject more than $3.5 billion in today's money into the public school system. Today, a few $1 billion wouldn't make a dent in the monstrosity that is our public school system. But back then, it was still in its infancy. So $3.5 billion was way more than enough to mold it into whatever you wanted. So with the money and the government charter in hand, the board went on to fund a vast number of public high schools. 912 high schools in the southern states alone by 1914. You also funded universities, medical schools, Ivy League schools, so that when kids finished their conditioning in high school, they would continue their conditioning in higher education. These are the origins of America's love affair with college degrees, by the way.
College graduation has never been more valuable than it is today.
And soon other business tycoons started jumping in on the action. By 1905, Andrew Carnegie, the steel magnate, founded the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. Not because he wanted people to learn about the world and become innovators, but because he needed mine managers, operators, engineers, repairmen, smelters, and railroad conductors. And the public started to catch on all this big money moving into education. In 1914, the National Education Association said that, "We view with alarm the activity of the Carnegie and Rockefeller Foundations, agencies not in any way responsible to the people, in their efforts to control the policies of our state educational institutions, to fashion after their conception and to standardize our courses of study, and to surround the institutions with conditions which menace true academic freedom." But your infiltration of education had picked up too much steam, too much momentum. There was no way it was going to slow down now. By 1918, every single state started requiring kids to complete elementary school, and it just picked up from there. From standardized tests to the Carnegie-funded textbooks, to the Department of Education, to labeling and medicating kids that don't do well in this Rockefeller model of education. And your boy Friedrich T. Gates, who you created the General Education Board with, put it perfectly when he explained what he envisioned for America's education system. "In our dream, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. The present educational conventions fade from our minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill onto a grateful and responsive rule folk. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or of science. We are not to raise up among them authors, orators, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor will we cherish even the humbler ambition to raise up among them lawyers, doctors, preachers, statesmen, of whom we now have ample supply." That is the education system Rockefeller wanted. One that didn't search for the intrinsic gifts endowed in each of us. One that didn't pump out philosophers, authors, artists, or musicians. No, our modern day education system was designed for one thing and one thing only. To pump out mindless, thoughtless, standardized, dare I say it, slaves. John D. Rockefeller put it even more succinctly. He said, "I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers." And if you look around today with all this fear, all this debt, all these years of education, and yet you come out not even knowing the basic fundamentals of how to survive in this world, like how to find a lifelong partner, save, make money, invest, and file taxes, when you look around and see all of this, I'd say that Rockefeller got exactly what he wanted.
What do you think about that, eh?
It was, am I being heard?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a well put together documentary. Excellent.
Yeah, that guy did a good job. He did. Yeah. And that's what it's all about. Control the masses. Work for the man and get nothing out of it.
I just wish these people would put these documentaries more in a world view instead of such a local nation. But I understand why that has to be done to a degree, because that's where people are at, what they're thinking. But it still negates the overall bigger picture in the narrative that people need to realize as well. That this isn't just a America isn't the only country that this is being done on, you know, that the same narrative is happening everywhere, all across the board.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, yeah, and a lot of people won't look to care about that because they still have ties with, they're just concerned about their nation, their plantation being better.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they care about, right? And still falling for the narrative instead of realizing that the ideology, nationism itself, I don't care what nation you're in, stop. The whole message here is stop advocating for it. Stop advocating for nationalism at all. And that's what people have a hard time getting to. Because that means you have to let go of everything that you thought brought you security and safety in life. Which never did. It was all a facade. Didn't bring you any of that.
Can you imagine if people were like you? Yeah, 1 million people like you? Freaking government would shit. They wouldn't know what to do.
Well, there are millions of people like me. There's just 7 billion people that aren't.
Mm-hmm.
There's both sides of the coin. And the funny thing is this. Most of the people, the millions that are like me, know about the 7 billion people that aren't, but not vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't know anything about it myself until you said something.
And most of those people aren't interested in paying attention and don't care. They went on with life. They've left the rest of the beehive humanity to their own demise. And I don't really blame them.
You would think they would try to help other people out a little bit, you know? They probably do. We just don't know about it, you know?
Not really. They're more willing to accept people when they are on their own path and they come to terms with it and they're looking for, you know, something else. They're ready to accept other people like that a lot when it's sincere and when they're not going to be problematic. So when they're truly ready, in other words.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, as far as like doing anything along the lines that I do, coming back in the corporate world and talking about it, not a chance. They it would never cross their mind. And I don't blame them one bit. They have no responsibility for every blade of grass. They don't. Neither do I.
Yeah, but you choose to help people, though. You mean?
That's right. I do.
You just didn't say, well, screw these people, you know?
That's right. I didn't.
Of course, I can see why if they don't come to you and ask for help now, and when it's too late, screw them. Let the Somni hit them.
I'm doing it because I'm doing it because there's enough breathing room and leeway for me to do so where it doesn't affect me in my essence. And so the compassionate side says, why not? Why not propagate the same wisdom and more that I've learned as well that enabled me to come out of the indoctrinative and corporate world? Why not? Why not continue that message? If it wasn't for some other people who didn't do what most of those people do, I may have not have gotten the message on my own, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I see the value and the wisdom of that, and I have gratitude for that. And I also see the potential in everybody, regardless of how brainwashed they are. I still know that fundamentally there's other potentials that they don't realize they have. And so I don't give up on people until they're dead when they're not breathing, you know. But don't confuse that with meaning have any hope for people. I don't do that. It literally is just whatever they present is the reality that I can work with at hand in the moment, you know. And it's up to them. They have to want it. They have to show that they're interested and sincere in it. They have to ask questions. I'll drop seeds, as I always do. That's just me telling the truth. I'm going to do that if I'm out in the woods amongst the squirrels and talking to myself and the trees anyway. Just talk about the truth. Just being in truth. That's a way of life, meditative state that I just exist in. So I'll do that all day long. That'll never drain me, So I'll do that here too, and I'll do that around an environment that I'm in. And if I see that somebody is catching to the wisdom of that, somebody's paying attention. Oh, ding, ding. That's the first clue. Well, let's try this seed. Are they paying attention to that? Can they catch that? Oh, somebody's asking a question about that. Well, there's a reason for that. They're asking a question. It's not because they're totally closed off, or another person is putting a different view or their own view, or they disagree even. Even a disagreement is like somebody who took note and thought about it. Might be something there too. The people that I can't do anything with and have no interest in, the people that take no acknowledgement to truth at all for contemplation or overview. Complete no capacity to even recognize it, and or go off in belligerent tangents of insecurity or egoism and whatever, that type of mindset. Those are lost sheep, whatever. Nothing you can do about that. That's the discernment level. They don't know how to conduct or are not interested in a truthful conversation or how to engage themselves, blah, blah, blah. That's really all there is to that dynamic. It's really that simple. For the qualifying aspect, quality over quantity type thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's really all there is to it. Yeah. Whoever's wasting their time can waste it by themselves. I won't be wasting it with them. Now, for the few that are left over who are interested in focusing on something meaningful and productive, let's do it. Let's do that. Let's focus on something meaningful and productive. Let's not waste any time. And that's it. What it boils down to.
Well, you got Frosty involved. You got me involved. My daughter started to get involved. So that's
Right.
a good one right there. I'm loving that.
I found you. I found Frosty. I found Fruity. I found Dan. I found Prairie. I found did I say Fruity? Yeah, I found Fruity.
Yeah, you said Fruity. Mm-hmm.
And then tens of thousands of people in my private life.
Hopefully you'll get a lot more, before this starts.
No doubt about it. Through that, there's a whole, network of subsidiary people that I haven't met, and that's how it goes. So there's a lot of people, through all the bullshit of dishonesty. There's quite a big ocean of people who aren't and who don't want to be a cog in the wheel, and want to be honest with themselves about that. They may not like some of the things about that aspect because of what it might mean, but there's a lot of people that everybody ultimately is on the path anyway, just whether or not they're in denial to it. That's really what it's all about. A lot of people are in denial that what they really are seeking is to enjoy life. Tell me a person who would really say, I'm not interested in enjoying life, and that what I'm doing is not really in a pursuit of trying to enjoy myself.
They have to be nuts if they didn't.
I think so, right? And if that's the case, then then it's just a matter of getting them to objectively look their current pursuits in the moment, whatever it is, and then asking the question, is that really a healthy pursuit in lieu of that idea to enjoy yourself? Or is it a desperate, superficial attempt to prop yourself up because you're depressed because you're not on the path of health and enjoyment? And then change accordingly, Then it's up to the individual, right? Are you going to be honest with yourself about that? Come to terms with it, and then be ready to start the journey of taking responsibility for that? Or are you going to continue down the road of self-destruction? One or the other. Then it's you can see then it's obvious, it's easy to discern who to spend your focus.
Yeah. Well, hey, I didn't come this far to do nothing, Shit. We went through a lot together, that? Seriously.
Uh-huh.
Holy Canada. Yeah.
It is, and all recorded, and all for anybody's benefit who wants to view it. This is the project in action. We've been doing the project, right? We are the project. This is it live, Doesn't matter if it's on a small scale, but we've been doing it ever since.
No, I don't care either. People are watching it. I see a difference already. You know what I mean?
Right.
It slowed down a little bit, but I see the difference. I see with the analysis, of my YouTube and everything else. So many people watch it and what group and everything else. So I'm happy with it. People are listening, at least, at least give it a try. If you don't like it, leave. If you like it, then stay. Talk.
Right.
So,
Right.
I'm not going to kiss their butts. I already know what's going to happen. And again, I wouldn't have known it if it wasn't because of you. And everything you said was truthful. Every aspect of it. I mean, watching the YouTube, see, just like that fork going to that receptacle, and, oh, come on. Give me a break, a guru. Sticking a fork in your finger in your light socket, I says, you got to be kidding me. So I got to get that video. I hopefully I got it in here. I'm going to tape that and put it on the YouTube. So next time you say that, I'm going to show that on YouTube. Yeah.
That's funny.
It's been great. It really has. I mean, it's been hard for me. I admit that. But
well, growth usually has some of that, right? It's not always easy to learn and grow.
No, not at all.
But that's all right. It's always worth it.
Yeah, I told my wife today we were driving, almost got hit twice. I was driving down the aisle, and some girl backed up, almost hit my car. I said, "Son of a," And another guy swerved, almost hit me. I said, "Come on!" I want to get freaking out of here. My wife's looking at me, meaning I want to get out permanently. I'm tired of this bullshit. Relax, relax. I says, you know me, I can't talk, I can't drive. So I do. I want out of here. This is bullshit.
I'm the same way. I need to be solely focused. That's why I can't stand the city. I don't like the roads at all, but at least in the country more, I can relax a bit and just pay attention and take my time,
Mm-hmm.
And not have so much distraction. The roads are dangerous, the lunacy system. I can't, as soon as I get off, I can't get on one. I can't wait to get off, I can't wait to be out of the crazy. Make it safely,
Oh, my car's 12 years old. Yeah, in fact, this year, 12 years old, and only got 42,000 miles on it. Shows you how many miles I put on it.
I can't believe how easily we all just, accept such lunacy-based system. The road system, the cars themselves. I mean, they've been ridiculously, hideously unsafe and not well put together since they were built. And they haven't been progressing. They haven't been progressing at all. They've gotten worse.
Look at the people, though. Fuck you. What do you want? Or no service, or well, like today, what I told you. Trying to get my clothes. What happened?
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. I just couldn't believe it. So, it's amazing down here anymore. It's great. You go up north. How you doing, sir? Who you talking to? You're looking around. Talking to you. Oh, hey, I'm doing fine.
I guess
Not
people
used to it.
thought that they were getting a free lunch when the Industrial Revolution hit.
Yeah.
It seems like that was the selling thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
life's going to be so much easier for you and better for you, and you don't have to worry about famines, and there'll never be another Great Depression. And what else? Oh yeah, now you can go across America and anywhere you want. You don't have to be so self-reliant anymore. Don't worry if your crops don't grow. We got corporate farms now in the grocery store, right?
Rely on us. Yep.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna fuck you. Now you ain't gonna eat shit but bugs.
Right. That was a bad move. That was a very bad move for the already fairly indoctrinated minds to go to. It really was dumb.
You know, another bad move is, I hate to say this, but go to college. You spend all that money. I mean, you work your ass off, and 4 years. Spend all that money to go to college. You don't know if you're gonna get a job. And
So
then
is the kindergarten to grade 12. That's also a dumb waste of time. Everything of value that you could learn from kindergarten to grade 12, you could have learned between kindergarten and grade 3. After that, it's all hogwash. With the exception of some shops and, but those things, again, you could have learned. You didn't need the education system to learn any of that. I learned mostly how to read the basics of it before I started kindergarten. And math, I didn't actually learn in school. I was finished the textbooks before the next grade.
Damn.
And that was my way of through school mostly, right? That's how I knew most of it was memorization. And so I had this way about just only memorizing the basic amount you needed to pass the test, and the rest I just drew on my desk and played drums. I didn't even pay attention to the lessons. Right. And I carried my way like that. That by doing that, I was able to maintain a B+ average until about grade 6. 4 A's, 4 B's, couple C's. That was my average. Right. And then at grade 7, it all become none of it. Already by grade 5, it wasn't interesting. But again, I was still, I wanted my skateboards or whatever. So, or bikes, So, and then by grade 7, I had so much of enough of it. I was just like, I'm rebellious mode, full steam ahead. Grade 7 on. I just tuned all of that shit out. And then I started to smoke pot when I was 16, I think. 15, maybe. Got into that kind of stuff for a while. And then it was affecting my health. But up until that point, I was able to do that. And actually, that's why I brought up the pot, because the pot affected my ability to get away with that. All of a sudden, I wasn't able to just absorb like that and just pass my grades. And now all of a sudden, I had to try really hard to get a 50. So that's when I said, no, I got to cut this shit out. This is not good for me, and I dropped it. This pot stuff, no, not going to do that.
You remember those tests they give you once a year to see how well you're doing? For the national average, math, history, you draw circles around it.
You're talking about the IQ test?
Yeah, they have it once a year for your school,
yeah,
high school. Okay, well,
yeah.
I heard. Well, there's no such thing as flunking. Just do your best. Go. I just did the circles, went to sleep. I didn't even study. I just, that looks pretty good. I'll do that circle. A, B, C. I came out a moron. I didn't care.
So yeah, it's not just college that is a waste of time, but kindergarten to grade 12 virtually has no value either.
No.
That's a waste of time too. That's what we were talking about with Von Erich about a lot last
Mhm.
night. Is that's not educating, that's training. And it's fundamentally important to understand the difference.
You know what amazes me too, though, Gru? These kids, they spend all this money, 60, 80, $100,000 in college, instead of, and then go to the corporate. Oh, well, we'll start you low. Instead of the corporate saying, hey, we'll pay for your college. You learn as you go, Nope, they won't do it. You got to pay your own college. That's bullshit. I wasn't going to do that. You know what I mean? So I just did it the other way. I did to trade school.
Interesting past, people. I didn't do any of that. I worked as a cog for McDonald's for 3 years, 3.5. And you know the story behind that. Hated the shit out of that. But I didn't know where to get a job. I didn't know you could look in the newspaper. And I also had a summer job, which I loved compared to that, being a flag person, going out and getting a tan, drinking a couple beers, having sandwiches, and taking a nap on the side of the road, resting my go slow sign against to make sure it didn't fall over when my head nodded. That's what I took pictures of. Brought back to McDonald's. This is what I did, getting paid almost time and a half. What did you do all summer? So that was funny. But yeah, anyway. I never really had a real corporate job, like working for a corporation. Now that I think about it, other than McDonald's, and I don't really count that as corporate job. I mean, like well, I don't know. I guess it depends what you mean by that. I had a couple other little odds and ends jobs, but every single one of them, I couldn't stay too long. They bored the shit out of me. I hated the shitty pay. I hated who I was working with. They all seemed to not mind their jobs or whatever. I just couldn't relate to them. And I just felt like what a hindrance of potential. Like I had so much more I wanted to offer and pursue and do and whatnot. It's just like there's no path in any of this for me to do that, So it's like, fuck this shit. And then I started looking at what are the other options in the corporate world that you can do, and I started to realize, wait a second, there's business owners all around. Well, how do you become a business owner? How do you do that? How does that work? How do you get to be on that side of the fence? So I started looking into that. And then all of a sudden, it's like, what the fuck? You just go sign a couple papers and you own a business, pay $30 and you got a business name? Well, that was easy. You don't need any training or anything like that. No, figure it out as you go. Wow. Holy shit. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay. Next thing you know, I got 12 business registrations going, and I'm going to try this out, try that out. And then I see the red tape aspect, and I'm like, well, how do I get around the red tape? Well, the solution to that was pretty easy. Stop going through the red tape. I'm just going to go man to man. If you want to do business with me, I had a carpet cleaning business, right? So I advertised for it. I didn't go through any employee governmental like thing with it. It was just I advertised. You give me a call. You hired me. I went in. I took your credit card or I took your cash. You got a good carpet cleaning, and I walked out. As simple as that. No paper trail, unless if you wanted Scotch guarding for protection on top of it. Then there was an what do you call that? Warranty. I offered a warranty on that, and for that there was paperwork, but that wasn't between them and me. That was between them and the Scotch guard company. So I just started to see, little by little, man to man was the way to go. The more I stayed man to man, the more the government could go kiss its own ass, right? It didn't even know I was doing business with people. And I just kept it that way, right? And then I learned from other people what investing was, and then I ended up becoming really good into sales, and then I started putting it all together and started becoming a consultant, and then I got opened up to some options in a private investing arena and club type thing that I got involved in, and that ended up faring well down, not too far down the road in my late 20s, which was my saving grace when I got sick. Fortunately, I had a passive income coming in from those investments that enabled me to not have to work.
Saved your ass, yeah.
It did. Yeah, it saved my butt. I still have that to this day.
Wow.
That was opened up to me in my mid-20s, just before my mid-20s. Got involved. So, yeah, came across the right people who educated me about how the money game really works and how to win. And so I won. Didn't really win, but I won. It was that simple. I followed the formula that wins. It's not, wow, what an epiphany, right? They showed me the formula that wins, and I followed the formula that wins, and so I won. Wow, what a revelation. Almost like it was meant to be or something, It's just, it's so basic and not rocket science. It's just, I wonder why people have, well, again, the brainwashing. So anyway, yeah, I just chose different paths, right? That led me down different things, and ended up giving me a lot more breathing room to have the time to focus and study on the other stuff, research, get to the bottom of what the hell is really going on, find out the truth, discover everything, and then find out what you can really do about it in the midst of getting sick and all that kind of stuff. And if it wasn't for that, can you imagine if I was going through what I went through? I didn't have the breathing room that I had, and the time to research, and the access to the person who helped me. What would I have done if I still had to work just so that I can, stay afloat, pay rent? I would
be miserable.
I would have been dead. I didn't have the capacity to go anymore. I was at the end of the rope. My body was ready to give out. That I would have been dead. Simple.
You know what's bad about it? No one gives a shit either. That's the bad thing about it.
Yeah.
Oh well, another guy died. Oh well, who cares? No big deal.
Yeah, but you know what?
It's a shame, huh?
I didn't give a shit until I stopped doing that. Why should nobody else can give a shit except me?
Mm-hmm.
What difference would it be if anybody else gave a shit? What could they do?
Well, just like a veteran, VA doesn't take care of him, but Two Tunnels does. It gives him a home, place to stay, watches over him. You know what I mean? Do something. Just I don't know. It just seems like we're a dime a dozen. Where who gives a shit who dies anymore?
I don't think it ever was anything but less than a dime.
No, but during my time, people did care. I mean, seriously, with the neighbors, I'm a vouch for that one.
Slightly more, sure.
Yeah, not now. It's just totally fuck you. What it is.
Yeah,
hate to say the word, but that's what it is.
But again, it wasn't genuine caring, and it wasn't in the right way because it was still in the corporate world as far as people were functioning better in the competitive environment because they weren't as sick yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's all, right? And it led to the road. It was because of that. It was still destined to get to here now, and where it's going. It's still destined to get there because of the path now people are on. And that's the thing. The only true solution would have been back then for people to just stop being on that path. And there probably were some that decided to get off the path back then. All along, people are really, I don't think, how many people actually walked into the gas chamber in Germany versus How many people didn't? I don't think everybody just bowed down and, said, cook me. I'm sure a lot of people escaped.
They're smart, they did.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there were people that we'll never hear about that somebody else was saying, hey, they're doing this to us, and they got labeled conspiracy wingnut, and most of those people thought that he was a conspiracy wingnut, but there was a few that realized this guy ain't nutty at all. He's speaking the truth here, and I better listen.
Well, in Poland, the I'm sure I said this right. Israelites, or not Israelites, listen to me. Jewish people, they hid in the woods, 1,200 of them. 1,200 people. This is a documented story. Yeah. When they had the German war going on, they're looking for them. 1,200 Jewish people, and they survived. Not all of them, probably, because, the sickness, cold, but a lot of them did at the end. They lived in the woods.
Right.
I mean, that tells you right then and there, if people can live in the woods, they did it, I got to get out of this shit. I do. No doubt about it.
What were the original function of police?
Oh, I thought it was just protect to serve the public. So I was always taught, I mean, we used to have them in school. If you need any help, they would say, call the cops. We're the good guys. You just come up to us, and if you need something, just say something. You need to get us, call us.
Isn't it
protect to
interesting
serve.
how in school they never taught you that the former version of police were slave catchers?
No, they never said that.
That was well known at the time. Just accept that's what they did. Policia, policy enforcement. That's their job, to enforce policy, force policy. Policy is a synonym for rule. So the slaves, they were presented to be a slave catcher, and then they expanded it and said, okay, we're going to give you this scope. Follow the policies of your master, and if you don't obey them, we're going to come and we're going to beat you to a pulp or do what we're going to do. We're the policy enforcement agency over you slaves. So they expanded their role. They didn't contract it. We still have the same thing. You just don't see it. You see, they're still catching slaves, putting handcuffs on them and putting them in cages. It's still going on today. But the public doesn't see it that way because we don't call them slaves. We don't call them slave catchers.
The news lies a lot too. You could be the best guy in the world. You go to jail. Oh, that guy, man, he was no good. He, caused this trouble, caused that trouble.
If I can call you a citizen instead of a slave and you believe it, then I can call you a protection policy enforcement agency instead of a slave catcher and you believe it. You're no longer going to see yourself as a slave, nor are you going to see me as a slave master, a ruler, or enforcer over you. You're going to look at me as your best friend.
Now, what I seen them, no way.
But as you just said a minute ago, what was it that you believed before? What was it you were told when you were in school?
Oh, protected to serve, and if you need help, just give them a call. They'll be there. If you're out in the street,
And what did I just say a minute ago about best friend?
About being tyrants, slave catchers.
Right. All I have to do now is change the name to citizen from slave
Slave
and
masters.
change the name to policy enforcement instead and security enforcement instead of slave catchers. And you'll look at me like I'm your best friend.
You know, you're right about that, because if you do something wrong against the government side, oh, arrest that guy, slave catcher, you know.
That's it.
Yeah, that man did the wrong thing in the plantation. Grabbed him, beat the shit out of him, you know. Yeah.
That's right. And your peers will even help you out, just like the way it was in the slave days. Why? Because the other slaves don't want to be beaten to a pulp by the slave catcher.
Hmm.
So of course, bootlickers around you everywhere.
That's why I don't associate with anybody hardly around here. Hi, what's going on? I go in the house, you know. I don't.
Nothing has changed. Nothing. Slavery has never gone away.
No, I can see that right off. That's getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
They're cracking down more. The IRS, 87,000 have the right to carry firearms now. Why? 87,000 brand new ones. IRS.
And that's just a fear campaign.
Huh.
That's all that is. Do you really think that they need to promote what they can do to the slave class?
No, but I don't know why they would say stuff like that, though. You know,
I just told you why. It's a fear campaign.
that's all it is.
Yes. Be afraid of us.
Unreal.
Obey us.
The bad thing about it, it'll never stop. It'll get worse.
Stopped for me.
For now, but you know what happens when it goes on full fledged, though. You know what I mean? When they want to eradicate 6 to 7 billion people, that's when we got to hide real well.
They're already doing that right now.
Yeah, but they already said, what's that guy's name? Dr. Dennis Meadows. If it doesn't really work out the way he wants, they want to do it totally, and they hopefully it's humanely done.
It is working.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, well, I know it's working, but is it working fast enough for them? You know,
Yep.
for 2030.
Yep.
Damn.
Right on target.
Which means they'll probably put more shit in our food, stronger shit, you know, without us
Yep.
knowing about it.
Yep. Eat Z-bugs.
Yeah.
The civilian class, right, is so lethargic and sick right now. I have no worries about them. Especially with my allies. No worries at all. Those fatheads, you think they can get to the top of the stairs like I can?
No.
They don't stand a chance. They don't. And they're not after me. They're not interested in me. Why? Why aren't they interested in me?
One thing, they won't be able to find you.
That's probably... They really could. It's not like I could be invisible if they really wanted to, you know? And I'm still using their system. That's, you know, I'm tracked every second that I do so. Can't get away from that. So...
But you're not a threat either, though. You know what I mean? If they try to get you, you're gone anyway. You're mobile, you know?
I'm not a known threat, at least at the moment.
No.
And I'm not a confrontational threat. I'm not a head-on threat, and I'll never be that. Right? I'm never going to go and try and take the government on or anything like that. I could care less. So why would they care about getting rid of me?
They wouldn't, that I would know of.
That's right. The government's never been my problem. You know who might be a little bit of a problem? The people. evidence for that. Huh? No.
Snitching, or I don't.
No. Who are they going to snitch on me to? More people?
Yeah, they'll do that. There's no doubt about that. For money, they'll do anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just the people.
Mm-hmm. Boy, he does snitch.
Who exactly do you think is going to come and find me or do something? Who do you think might do that? And for what reason?
I can't think of any reason. I don't know who would do it either.
I mean, I'm only
Unless
just
it's-
what
unless it's
am
the
I
people.
doing? Go ahead.
Unless it's the people.
Unless it's the people. That's right. And why would the people want to do that?
I don't know, dude. I've never had it. I don't know. What do they get out of it? Let's put it that way.
Think
By
back
snitching.
to the plantation video.
'Cause they don't
One
wanna
of
get
those, right there you go. One of those slave people decided to tell the truth, wanted to leave, didn't
Mm-hmm. The others didn't want to hear it. Doctor's
Who
cheering
what?
him on when he's getting whipped.
Right. And who wanted to chastise that individual?
The masters.
No, the people.
Well, the people, yeah, they were cheering him on, yeah, telling him, to whip the shit out of him.
Yeah, those are the people that wanted him to be chastised. Why? Why did they want him to be chastised?
Because they didn't want any harm to come to them. Thinking
Exactly.
that they were part of him. That they were
Bootlicker.
thinking the same, huh?
Bootlickers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So the people might be afraid of me. That's why Kill the Messenger is real. That's why you only see nude guru. Because I'm talking to the people. And I'm telling the people, you stupid sheep, wake up. Well, I'm not saying that, right? But that's the presentation in their view, right? I oppose their views of indoctrination. And because I'm not naive to that, I know that people are going to be afraid of what I'm telling and look at me the same way they looked at that slave that wanted to leave the roost in the plantation and want me chastised because I'm telling the truth about it. Saying, grow a pair of balls. Stand up for yourself, right?
We don't know that man. We don't know him at all. Hit him.
Right. We don't know that man. Kill him. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get us killed. Kill him.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. So, but I'm not worried about them either. Because he who has the fastest draw has.
Yeah. Well, you see, I'm ready.
And there you go. I got a pretty fast draw.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm not shooting blanks like they might be, and I'm shooting from a distance with remote control, having a sip of wine, like you said.
Yeah. So that'd be. Oh, I'd love to see a picture of that. I'd laugh my ass off.
One day, when it's in place, I'll show you my I always forget. I'm gonna look it up again. Hang on a second here. The name of that thing. Is Vietnam? This Vietnam movie.
You think I would know that, and I can't remember myself. I don't feel bad. I was in the military.
I always forget the name of this thing. Punji. There we go. Punji trap. Wait till you see my punji trap.
Think of bungee cord, bungee trap.
Punji. Pungy.
Oh, punji. Oh, they said bungee. Bungee. That's weird.
No,
Bungee.
I'll show you. Hang on a sec. Okay, I'll go on screen share. One sec. I'll just show you a couple. Oh, am I still on screen? Oh, it's just not up. There we go. All right. There we go. There's a couple examples. Primitive style punji traps.
Are you showing it? Because I'm on the my phone.
Can you see?
I don't see it.
can't see my screen share right now?
Hold on.
I'm sharing my screen right now.
Hold on. I see what's going on here. I got it now. Okay.
You there?
Yep.
You can
Got
see
it.
now? Okay. All right. See these? Can you see
There we
them?
go. Yep. Now I can. Yep. Oh, look at that.
These are primitive punji traps, booby trap.
That's the way they used to do it in Vietnam.
Right. So wait till you see mine. Wait till you see mine. For a starter, they ain't no 2 feet by 8 feet here or whatever. And these are real primitive, and they're effective, no doubt. But we're in the modern world, right? We're in the modern. You gotta go to town with the electronics that we have. And, I don't know. Should I divulge too much of it? I'll divulge a little bit, just food for thought. I mentioned a few when it was me and you, some more of it. But your imagination can run wild with you when it comes to this stuff. There's nothing you can't do, and you can use modern technology and just kind of get the picture here of what you can do. Cement walls closing in on each other, on itself, and electricity is a very powerful force. I'll throw that hint out there, and sure, wood spikes like you see here, or whatever. I think they use bamboo a lot.
Yeah, they do. Bamboo is what they showed us.
But bamboo, we got metal in this day and age. Different types of spikes you can use. And you don't have to just have spikes this way. You can have spikes in multi directions, and then all of a sudden, and then also, the wall doesn't have to be just dirt like this. It could be moving, rotating, grinding, you name it, crushing, just like a blender.
I've seen a live one in boot camp. Of course, what they did, they put a string around it. A little, caution as you're walking in the woods, and the sergeant would be there to, show us what it looked like. I went, wow. We're looking down on it, and you just see the spikes sticking right up.
Right.
And then they showed us, like I told you, a video of an animal doing it. Like, whoa.
Another example is make a snake pit. Right. Have a punji snake pit just full of a bunch of rattlers and cobras.
That would do it all, man.
Catch themselves, the hungry snakes or whatever. They get caught on one of them spikes or whatever.
They wouldn't have a chance. Look at that. Look at that.
Right. Now, of course, if this is like outlining, let's say I have a 50 or 100 acre plot. If my base is like somewhere in this the middle of the plot or at the back end, all I have to do is make these punji traps on the perimeter, and they're nowhere near me, right? All in the outskirts of the perimeter, and anybody who decides they want to quote unquote trespass, well, as far as I know, this is on what do you call that? What's that land called? Easements. I don't know who put these on my land, whatever. But of course, the people are dead anyway. Who's going to challenge that? Now, start to get the idea, okay, that I'm with a network and a community of people that think like this. And it's not 10 people. Put all the lands together and put the people together.
They wouldn't have a chance.
Right? And that's just this. Never mind the rest of this, the other options that we have that, So we don't care. Go ahead, come. What are you going to do? We don't want war. But if you want war, well, you're going to have to get past our defenses before you can get it.
Well, here's the way I feel. I'm leaving you alone. Why are you coming to my neighborhood? You know?
That's it. That's it.
I mean,
This
it's
is
gonna
only,
be
this is, this is a response to, aggressive violence in defense to that, right?
Yeah, it's just, yeah, then it's on.
Right.
Because they're gonna come
And,
over to do me harm. That's why they're showing up.
that's right. And I'm making it remote control. Like I said, it's new age stuff. Like this, it's got sod over top of it. You'll never see it as you walk over it. And that way the animals aren't in danger to it and stuff like that. So I got it all, wirelessly remoted. And, if I get a security beep or whatever, oh, what do we got over there? Look on the camera. Oh, we got an intruder. Okay. And I go ahead and release the trigger. And at that point, anybody who walks on it is good luck to you. You're going to be somebody's barbecue or something.
Oh, they'll be surprised. Will they ever? Oh, that's a horrible way of dying. Mother freaker.
Wouldn't want it to happen to me.
Oh my God. After seeing that animal, if it hits you in the heart, you're okay. You won't feel it as much. But I'll tell you what, if you die slowly in that, oh man, stuck in that thing, you can't move, you can't do anything. Just bleed out. Damn. Well, they deserve exactly what they get. They come in your neighborhood because you're not bothering them; they're coming to bother you.
I'm just I'm just defending myself. Somebody wants to be a bully. So it's either that or I get killed. Right? So for what? What do you want to kill me for? I'm not a threat to nobody. Right? So, but that's the thing. Being not a threat to nobody, other people think that they can be a threat to me, I guess. But nobody has been a threat to me so far, which is great. And if all goes well, it'll continue that way. And I'll never, these will all be for nothing other than just it was interesting, I hope nobody ever has to fall in.
It better be safe than sorry. You know what I mean? Get things ready for you.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, it's just it's a shame you have to even think that way, but you got to. It's coming. There's no doubt about it.
I forget what kind of door this is, but that's the other style, right? Where the door, it opens, falls in on it. Whoever walks on it goes down. And it happens so fast, they never see it coming. There's the sod, right? The sod is laid over top of it.
Like a trap door.
Yeah. And they fall in the punch and they're injured or dead, one of the two, but they ain't coming back out.
No. I guarantee you they're not. Nope.
And so now that we're in modern technology, you see, you got to think a little bit further, right? Like, if that happens, now you've got, problem on your hands, because if they're not dead, or even if they are, their minions, the colleagues, are going to know that one of their own kind is missing, or 2 or 10 or whatever. They're going to go looking. And once they come across these traps, then they're going to see, something's going on here. Red flag, code red alert type thing. So for that's where the cement thing comes in. So with my approach, there'll be a cement wall here. So I don't know how to really draw it here, but let's say you couldn't, let me put this one large. Okay. So for here, let's say it's just for these 2 rectangles here. That's the whole thing. You wouldn't see this one. This one would be totally covered up, but this one is where the sod goes over. And so somebody comes and they fall in, and then what happens is they fall in spikes and they get electrocuted. And then right here on this one, that's a compressor of cement. So it comes in and crushes against this edge right here, which is also cement. And then it goes back over here after it finishes the crushing. And as it does that, it triggers to make the sod to come back overlay and look as if nothing ever happened. So anybody who comes after that will only see back to all on autopilot. They'll only see again just the sod that's covering over the top, and they won't realize that. And they'll look to investigate, and they'll fall in the hole. So unlike the old style, is once the trap was worked and captured somebody, then it was now exposed that there was a trap there and somebody's in there. With this, that solves that problem. So it resets the trap on its own, and you can't see again if there's a trap there.
It's a hell of a death.
Right. So, and now that's the first part. And the second part is, rather than making it like this, where what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a massive 1 or 2 of these to cover the whole territory. And we're going to capture 7, 8, 10, 12, 15, perpetrators all in one shot. And then you put that all around your perimeter, right? So anybody who's coming there doesn't even get past your perimeter. That's the first line of defense. And we've got second line of defense and third as well, all the way to the decoy, which the decoy is looks like I'm there. And if you're lucky enough to get that far, I can just have it even explode in on itself. If you're inside, I'll just make a bomb go off the side. Whoever's in there looking and seeking and to try and find me or whoever. Once they're in, boom, the building blows up. There's all kinds of things you can do, because that was the point, right? It decoyed whoever was remaining there. By that time, if they got that far, I might feel that, okay, they're getting a little too close for comfort. I'm still at such a quite of a distance that I can evacuate my abandoned ship and make it to somewhere else that I've diversified in life and live there. I'll just leave. But at least when I left, I had a lot of ample room to leave in safety. And all these shitheads who tried to, do what they wanted to do, they didn't succeed.
You know what's good about it? At the end, you can use it for fertilizer. Compost.
Well, whoever wants my land after that, if I abandoned at that point, I abandoned it for good. So, left to the wolves at that point,
Yeah, it's just you got to do what you got to do. Seriously, if they're coming after you, there's a reason for it, and it's not going to be good intentions.
Yeah. That's for fact, right? It won't be to. There will be a point where I'll cut off the line as an option for people to try and make an ally with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, there's war going on now. It's not time to sit down and discern if you're friend or foe, right? Either you've already been part of the group at this point, and if not, then just stay away, right?
Which
and
makes
it's
sense.
and it's that simple, right? Stay away and do your own thing. Do what you're gonna do. I don't have the time at the moment now. It is
Well, I
what
know
it is.
when this shit hits, I'm not going to be hitting the computer that often. Only to get a hold of you or just somebody who needs help, or vice versa. Other than that, I'm done with it. I'm done with YouTube. Screw this shit. I
Right.
got all the content I can use up there for everybody. You're right. I do have a lot of content. I didn't realize how much I had.
You got tons.
Yeah.
And on Rumble too.
Yeah. I
When you
never noticed it.
put it together. Mm-hmm. And you also had that other channel that got deleted. Imagine if that was still there,
Yeah, I can't find it. But yeah, it's just yeah, I sure did. So that's good. So I'm happy there. Just like you. We're out here doing the best we can. If not, that's it. We're done, and just protect yourselves. The hell with everybody else.
All right.
You made your bed, you lay on it.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly. exactly it, you know. And people will do that. They'll make their bed and lay in their shit all the way to rotting, stinking corpse. Right? That's what they'll do. And they won't blink an eye about it. They'll make excuses for it, and they'll sit there and fight with each other in the shit in the sandbox all the way out, without a care in the world. And that's fine. Let them. It's retarded. It's ridiculous. It's beyond childish, you know. It really is. It's completely irresponsible. And I don't care.
Yeah, just leave me alone. You know, that's the main thing. Do what you want to do. Leave me alone.
That's right.
Yeah.
I really don't care. Yeah, there's only one part that I do care about. It's that their toxic ways, and mine too, because I'm done it and I'm still doing it a bit. Still have a petrol car. Is grotesque, grotesquely affecting all of us in nature as well, and we shouldn't be doing that at all. We just shouldn't. So there is that, and part of me has this thing. Well, you get what you deserve, you know. If you wanna hot box all day in a carbon based, petrol based hot box of air, and you choke after a while, and then you die. You're the victim of your own stupidity. It's the only sad part about it is that there are innocent victims. That's I can't really, you know. Am I really a victim to the carbon monoxide? Well, the fucker shouldn't have had that tailpipe aiming at my kitchen window, right? That was pretty dumb. And I should have really slammed his head against the wall to wake up, right? For doing that to me. I really should have, you know. But is this really a product of all of us and what we're doing? Yeah. You know, all of us together, that's the collective, if there is one. All of us together are allowing each other to drive petroleum cars. What are we doing? Why are we doing that? Why are we accepting that? Why are we accepting us harming each other? Why are we doing that? That's not acceptable. And then the real innocent victims are the rest of nature, right? The animals, the trees that don't have any part in any of that, and they're getting sicker by the day by the effects.
Yeah, that's something else I wanted to tell you about. I wrote to Jack about it. I don't think he understood what I was saying though. Last year, not this year, but last year, 222 and 221.
Mm-hmm.
I have garage lights that come on at nighttime. I got two of them.
Right.
Bugs up the ass, flying all over the place. I mean, you just see them, tons of them. This year, I was lucky to see 2 or 3. Now that's telling you something. That's telling you something right then and there. Something's killing them.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you're not the only one to have noticed and pointed that out.
Really?
Yeah, not by a long shot.
I'll be there. Okay.
Hmm?
Yeah, there's something going on.
Yeah.
But I don't think Jack realized what I was saying. You bypassed it, you know. But I probably didn't explain it right either. But yeah, I went, well, what is going on here, you know?
Let me see if I can show you a couple of shorts that I was watching. Did I leave it up or did I? Remember that guy that I told you? I found the videos of an activist that's lying there to a cop. Did you get the email? Did you get the memo?
No, I didn't
probably
see
none
it.
of your business, right? Yeah. Anyway, I found it. It's here's the deal. I didn't find the video yet. It's here's the deal, guy. And so now I just got to find that video. But I wonder if I could read. He's got a couple shorts. Oh, actually, I could just go to his channel. Wasn't on Facebook, on YouTube. There we go. There we go. This one here. All right, let's watch a couple of these.
Yeah. Meaning of police. Oops.
This guy is kind of a semi-controlled opposition mixed in with a lot of pretty good truths as well. So I try to point out to discern
Hey, check this out.
the bullshit
Right here
part.
in America,
This,
land of the free, home of the brave. Over 40 million.
my audio coming through?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit low, but I want to tune it up a little bit more.
Okay. I will too. These shorts don't have a separate volume. There. Okay.
Speeding tickets are if the U. Hey, check this out. Right here in America, land of the free, home of the brave. Over 40 million speeding tickets are issued every single year. That means over 112,000 tickets are written every single day by sheriff's deputies, highway patrol troopers, and municipal cops. It's a staggering $6.2 billion annual windfall for the state. And if you want to break it down by minute, that's over $11,796 every single minute of every single day. I don't know about you, but it doesn't sound like they're interested in making America safer and better, but it does sound like they're trying to carve out an Everest-sized mountain of green American chatter. Check this out. Right here in America.
Guy's good.
Yeah, and some of his stuff is good, but
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, oh yeah, the second one I think was kind of stupid. Yeah, I'll skip that one.
Newsflash for you. Lawyers lie and are corrupt. Politicians lie and are corrupt. Law enforcers lie and are corrupt. Judges, yep, you guessed it, they lie and are corrupt. And yet the entire American judicial system rests on the foundation of lawyers, politicians, law enforcers, and judges. What does that say about Americans who continue to consent to this type of arrangement? And more importantly, how do we change it? Newsflash for you.
I say, old chap, if people were truly concerned about the safety and well-being of others and putting an end to the killings, as it were, wouldn't we be about the business and diligently, I might add, of stopping, putting an end to, and banning all high-capacity assault governments? I say,
Assault governments. That's to reverse the anti-gun rhetoric. That's a good one.
we need to create legislation that bans assault weapons. Just way too many people are dying and we have to ban assault weapons. Oh yeah, Brian, how do we enforce the legislation that would ban assault weapons? We enforce that legislation by having men with assault weapons going door to door, threatening people who we don't want possessing assault weapons.
Yeah, some people, yeah, that's a good one. Let's enforce gun control with guns.
Yeah. The good people won't have guns, but the authoritarians will. Yeah.
Right. Or the ultimate, right? We need to reduce the population in the name of human sustainability.
Yeah.
Right? So the species can sustain itself.
that's fired, every missile that's launched, every bomb that's dropped, every vessel that's deployed, every jet that's scrambled, every ounce of fuel that's consumed, every military meal that's served, every uniform that's worn, every article that's supplied makes warmongering military industrial complex owning fat cats and their parasitic political puppets a lot of money. War is legalized mass murder, and it's waged under the pretense of securing world peace. It's sold to the masses through propaganda, it's funded through the plunder of the people, and it's exacted in bloodshed. War is power and wealth. It's a power and wealth transfer. It always has been, and it always will be. You will not benefit from war, but the fat cats and their political puppet parasitic psychopaths will. If a cop's response to an individual exercising and standing firmly on his rights is, "Why are you being so difficult?"
I believe you were difficult the last time we talked to you at the park. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. You acting like this is not helping the situation. So what is the reason for being difficult?
Why do you have to make things so difficult?
So do you understand what our job is? You're making this more difficult. I don't understand why you're making this more difficult than
But the cop being there is not making my life more difficult already, you
it
know.
needs to be.
You gotta wonder what they think the objective of their chosen profession actually is. Because the last I checked, the opposite of difficult is easy. So, what exactly do they want you to make it easy for them to do? Leave your thoughts in the comments below.
You know how many fucking
To suck their boots.
antique shops sell fucking license plates?
Suck that chrome off their bunker.
This is a good one. This is a short of the actual full version of it, but we won't watch the full version because it's kind of long, but it's funny. This guy here just really puts it to these arrogant cops.
You know how many fucking antique shops sell?
This guy baited him. This is the type of stuff I used to do that I talked to. He spray painted all over his car like a bunch of fuck the cops and a bunch of shit. On his own property. On his own property, and then the cops wanted to come and deal with him on his own property.
Well, I got to see this one. Oh yeah.
Wayne's World just crossed over into the real world.
Excuse me?
Wayne is confronting cops, and you're gonna love it.
Sure. Oh, yeah, exactly. It's my fucking truck, you stupid. You like feel proud of yourself what you do every day? You got no chicks. You fucking sleep in a bed with a chick last night? No, dude. You're a nerd. You stupid dummy. Holy fuck. You fucking are a loser. You're gonna be proud of your life and the shit you did, bro? You just made that up.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. And what are you gonna do? I don't care! Bet your girlfriend's taller than you too, you little nerds. You guys ever kiss each other? You even know how to work a screwdriver? You look like a little baby. Can you even grow facial hair, you little baby? Arm up your flappy man tits, bud.
Never underestimate the sheer power.
Let's see if I can actually find that one.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, hold on. See if we can.
You know how many fucking antique shops sell fucking
He linked right to it. So
You know how many fucking antique shops sell fucking license plates, you fucking idiot? Am I allowed to do
Wow,
that?
look at that truck.
Wayne's World just crossed over into the real world.
Excuse me?
Wayne is confronting cops, and you're gonna love it.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's my fucking truck, you stupid fuck. Do you like feel proud of yourself what you do every day? You got no chicks. You fucking sleep in a bed with a chick last night? No, dude. You're a nerd. You stupid dummy. Holy fuck. You fucking are a loser. You're gonna be proud of your life and the shit you did, bro? You just made that up. I don't care. I don't care. And what are you gonna do? I don't care! Bet your girlfriend's taller than you too, you little nerds. You guys ever kiss each other? Do you even know how to work a screwdriver? You look like a little baby. Can you even grow facial hair, you little baby? Arm up your flappy man tits, bud.
You guys are going to absolutely love this guy. Never underestimate the power, the sheer power, the mullet.
Game on!
This guy's got a mullet. His name's Zach. This comes from the YouTube channel, First Gen Zach. I want to give you the setup real quick, and then we're going to get right into this video. But you're going to just stay tuned because you've never seen cops get talked to quite like this. This is almost like Wayne's World meets real life.
complete with the mullet and everything. Zach says, me and my friends were walking into a restaurant. I opened the door for my friend to walk in, and all we hear in the background is, "Hey, buddy, is that your truck?" from the black officer. And then he proceeded to harass us, calling in backup and the supervisor, even tried to make up a story that we diverted being pulled over and pulled into private property so they couldn't do anything to us. Meanwhile, and he's not using any punctuation here, meanwhile, we were just trying to get lunch and we were already halfway into the restaurant. For anybody who sees this video, I hope this explains this. We never got pulled over. We got harassed while we were trying to walk into a restaurant. So let's watch Zach perform his handiwork on these prying police officers.
Oh, like a supervisor, he'll be here. You don't know what you're doing. My truck not being white. For my truck not being white. Is that a ticket you're gonna?
I'm gonna give him a ticket for his truck not being white.
Write me a ticket? Is that for my truck not being white?
It's got a horn. I mean,
He said you're
horn in
violating
front.
the Highway Traffic Act, and it has something to do with the color of his truck. He said
And he's on private property.
because it's not white. I'm not familiar with this Highway Traffic Act.
I don't have to tell you who I am.
Sorry?
I don't have to tell you who I am.
Okay, you mind I stepping back there?
No, I'm here with my friend. I think I'm gonna do him.
I don't know who you are. I've never met you in my life, okay?
I've never met you either. I probably make more money than you do. So why are you being mean to us, man?
Mean to you? Alright, you're gonna get arrested in a minute if you don't provide your driver's license. Okay,
You can't.
You're going to get arrested if you don't make yourself insecure in your person. Now, give us your ID. Yeah, you haven't committed a crime or anything, but there's a Highway Traffic Act out there, and we got to save a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, go punch it into the computer.
You don't have the ownership of the vehicle. A white stolen by a crackhead. Okay, so it should come up as a white pickup truck. That's what. Okay. Who's this license from?
Pickup truck.
99976. Bro, I stole those plates.
White.
Like no one. You know how many fucking antique shops sell fucking license plates? You fucking idiot. Holy fuck, bro. Am I allowed to do that, bro? Yeah, exactly. It's my fucking truck, you stupid. You guys fucking, you know what fucking color your car is? What the color is your car on the ownership, dude? Because all those fucking cop cars, they're white, black,
You're just
they say
waiting
white
on
and black,
that.
they say fucking gold letters on the side. You guys are fucking goofy. It does. You
So that's good. So when this truck was purchased, apparently it was a different color, obviously. And then
I'm gonna give you a ticket because your truck's not white. Think about the logic behind this. How many trucks and cars on the road are not white?
he just comes back at them and goes, "Do you think that the color of your cop cars right now were the original color when they rolled off the assembly line?" I mean, the intellectual capitalism that we see in this video, how they capitalize on these cops with a mullet, looking like they do, the truck decorated like it is. This is just classic.
You know, you grow up and fucking feel cool. You like feel proud of yourself what you do every day. Cause like, you know, you didn't get you got no chicks. You fucking sleep in a bed with a chick last night? No, dude. You're a nerd. You think I did? I'll answer that question, bro. You stupid dummy. Holy. You're a fucking prankster, bro. You got fucked with in school, bro. You fucking are a loser. You fucking think you're cool growing up? You're gonna be proud of your life and the shit that you did, bro? Because this is more fucking than you'll ever fucking see. This is the most you're gonna see out of a fucking human, bro. You think you're doing more Corelio? Go live by your shit. Stand by it, bro. I do. This is my shit. Fuck the cops, bro. You fuck this guy, you know why? Because fuck you guys. Think about it. Nah, it's not there for no reason. You think that all these pedestrians fucking give a fuck? They love this shit. Every old man like standing like this, they see this go by while they're standing talking to your dipshit ass. They're like, fuck yeah, dude. They smile. They're like, rock on, dude. This is a people's truck. Telling me to paint it white, bro. You're fucking over the people, bro. Let the kids paint on my truck, bro. The fact that your little dipshit ass would say that I gotta paint it white, bro, let the fuck.
This guy's sitting right here going, contemplating his choice of profession. Why did I get into this again? What is this all about? Why did I pull this guy over? What is the highway traffic code? Why don't I just leave this guy alone? Why am I coming at him and giving directives and threatening him with force and violence because he's not complying with me. What's going on with my life? Maybe the guy with the mullet has a point.
Down your fucking red nose. Fucking little nerd earpiece. We got dog. You got dog. You got trained, doggy. Yeah, bro. Look at you standing wearing someone else's fucking clothes, bro. All geared up. It's not even your shit, bro. I got all the same fucking shit.
This guy makes a great
Look at
point.
the look on his fucking face, bro. Fucking stupid fucker. Yeah, call your dad. Call your fucking big brother. Fucking idiot.
Idiot one and idiot two.
Got 3 fucking cops here because my truck's fucking painted. What color is that?
3 cop cars for a white truck that's not
You
white.
guys feel more powerful now that you guys... All right, guys, let's do it.
So they're pulling him over for a multicolored vehicle with writing on it as they pull up with multicolored vehicles with writing on it. And this is the hypocrisy of law enforcement. It really is. They don't want you to be disarmed. They're like, hey, you're in violation of the law. You're carrying a firearm. That's a criminal offense. As he walks up to you wearing a firearm, which shows you, they show by their actions that they believe that they have more rights than you and they have a higher claim over your life and property than you.
Yeah, that's dope. That's kind of funny, dude. You guys get to drive around in that, and you know I can't drive around in this. Apparently that's a real law. So write me the ticket for my truck looking like that, dude. And let's go, and I'll get breakfast. Because I came here and told this guy I was gonna get breakfast, and he says, "You're gonna get breakfast at 3 o'clock?" Like, what the fuck, bro? What kind of shit is that? Like, that's the dumbest shit I heard all day.
Sunday.
I understand you're upset you're going to get breakfast. So you guys are new guys, I guess. You guys are the new guys? You know, the old guys are like, this, you know, this is a pretty dumb job. I'm on private property, bro. So, when he stopped,
You're mad because you pulled us over for no reason.
No, he fucking didn't.
No, he didn't. I have it on tape. I've got it on tape.
Thank you.
He pulled us
God.
over
You are
for
so
no
dumb,
reason,
bro.
and now
You
you're
guys are
mad
dumb.
because
You
we
guys are
didn't do
saying so
nothing
much
wrong.
dumb shit.
Nope.
You just made that up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't care.
And what are you
I
gonna
don't
do?
care.
What are you
I
gonna
don't
do?
care.
I love that they got that on tape. And these are Canadian cops. This apparently happened in Canada. But he said, you just made it up, and the cop admitted
I may or may not be close to the vicinity.
he doesn't
Thank God
care.
for that.
You see it all the time. They must not care because they're constantly making stuff up. When they pull you over, they're looking for a reason to pin you to the wall during their fishing expedition. It's not about keeping people on the roadway safe. It's not about protecting your rights. It's about trying to find something on you so that they can declare you guilty, so they can drag you through the injustice system, so they can leave you of more money, and so they can exert their authority. This is all about power, and it's about money. Or you never would do this. You would never choose a profession where you're going to harass your fellow human beings. Never. You would never do it unless there was something wrong with the wiring in your cranial structure.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Oh, you little shorty.
Right to go.
Yeah.
What's that called? Halton Regional Police. This is in Canada.
Bro, I got every right. Right, I do.
Read
I got
the
every
green
right.
ticket.
Read what fucking green ticket?
The green portion
Oh,
of the
read the
ticket
green
will have
ticket,
all
boys.
your options.
Yeah, and I'll go. You know where I'll go to fucking pay the ticket? I'll get to pull another ticket out of the machine, bro. It's like the ticket machine, bro. You guys are sick. What fucking number are you, bro? Because I'll be whatever number comes out of my fucking tab.
You're just another number.
There's a lot of when I started, it's kind of funny. Never underestimate the power of the mullet, the sheer power of the mullet. He is really making some really salient points here. These guys drive around all day and they get paid not to serve and protect, but to harass and collect. It's the same in Canada as it is in the United States. You're going to give me this ticket, and basically you're economically terrorizing me. You're stealing money out of my pocket. I work hard. I drive around. I do productive things, and then you are here to parasitically tear us down. He's making a lot of good points here.
On the list, bud.
You're a fucking nerd, bro.
You're just another number on the list, bud.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I will, bro. I'll enjoy my day. What,
Fucking
thanks
go.
to you dummies? Thanks to you guys, sir?
Bet your girlfriend's taller than you too, you little nerd. You guys ever kiss each other? Do you even know how to work a screwdriver?
No, he doesn't fucking know how to. He probably doesn't even have all the bits at home to put him a shelf on his wife's wall.
Yeah, you gotta call somebody to fix everything, eh?
Your wife
Yeah.
You got a daughter, bro. She thinks I'm hot.
Yeah. It's funny because it's true. You look like a little baby. Can you even grow facial hair, you little baby?
This guy.
I mean, where do these guys get this? I mean, this is just off the cuff. What kind of job do you have? Do you even know how to work a screwdriver? You guys ever kiss each other? Oh, F your wife.
Fresh out of high school. Go patrol the traffic downtown. I think it's getting busy downtown.
Careful of them Canadians, eh?
Like crackheads breaking into shit. 3 cops, 1 truck. Yeah. Look at him. Standard procedure. What is this? He's boob warming, bro.
Warm up your crappy man tits, bud.
There he is right there. That guy right there. Verbally decimated 3 cops. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to handle it. And he made some really, really good points and did it with a whole bunch of humor and entertainment. Leave your thoughts about this for the World and the Global Thought Police. What I'll do is I'll leave the link to First Gen Zach so you can tell him personally how you.
Well, there you have it.
That was good. That was good.
Just examples of no fear, right? I'm telling you, it's these they're just a bunch of pussies, right? There's nothing to be scared of.
Giving you a ticket because your truck ain't white.
Or it's not the same color as when it left the lot when you bought it, right? What the hell? Oh man, I mean, I've heard of reaching for the stars, but that takes it to a whole new fucking level where they just make shit up out of thin air, you know?
Yeah, I can see why they got mad about that one. Yeah, I would have said something myself. Wait a minute here. What the fuck? This is my truck. And then
But see, this is the thing, right? All the other statutes that they're doing as well, they also made up. Just not them on the spot, but somebody that, it's still just like their crew that made them up. Their organization made them up. All of this, just a bunch of made up fucking things. You can go with this, do that. You can't do this, blah blah blah. Yeah. Somebody just made it all up.
The bad thing
I can make things up too, and you're not probably not gonna like what I make up if you're gonna try and oppress an authority.
That's the bad thing. They're getting out of hand.
They never were in hand.
Yeah, but I mean, they're getting worse and worse. They're making up their own rules now, their own laws.
No. Listen, seriously. They always were from the get-go. If they weren't making up their own rules, then what were they making up from the start?
Oh no, I understand what you're saying, but it seems like they're adding more and more though to it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's what they've been doing since the start.
Wow.
It's always been that way, right from the start. That's what they are. They're rulers. They just make up rules. That's what they do all day long. They make up rules and then they go enforce them on people. That's why they're called policy enforcement. Policy is a synonym for rule. Rule enforcement.
And this is why they have qualified immunity to do what they got to do. Screw us.
They have qualified immunity because they get to decide if they have qualified immunity because they're ruling. It's their corporation. They have qualified immunity by default. It's not like it's like, something that they even grant themselves. That's just they're just mocking people again. Well, we're going to have qualified immunity over this as if they didn't already.
Wow.
We're just going to distract people and think that there is something to even focus on there, whether they have qualified immunity or not. It doesn't matter whether it says it or not in some of their policies because it's their corporation. Do they have to write every policy down about their corporation for the public to see?
I guess not.
Of course not. If it's their corporation, if it's my corporation, do I have to write Do I have to, if I make a rule in my house that I'm not going to the bathroom after 8 o'clock, do I have to tell you?
No, no, you don't. Not at all.
That's simple.
Wow.
If I make a rule unto myself in my own head by myself, do I have to tell anybody?
Nope.
Can I make
You do it.
qualified immunity to that rule to myself if I want?
Yeah, yeah, you can.
And do I have to tell anybody about that?
No.
Of course
No.
not. So yeah, that's the thing, right? People get this weird perception as if there's like some sort of obligation that they have of legitimacy just because they write the word official on it.
Don't you respect the uniform?
Right. If you're going to respect the uniform, then what you're saying is you get to respect that they get to decide all those things and you don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what that means, right?
Yeah.
Don't question that. That's all that means. Respect the uniform. I respect dog shit more than I respect that thing. At least dog shit has something to offer to the plants, respectfully.
Yeah. Well, this is part of the indoctrination when I was a kid. Oh yeah, we'll help you out. You know, you need a cop, we'll be there. You know, lying sack of shits.
Here.
I didn't know what a qualified immunity was until 5 years ago. That's the truth.
Qualified immunity is nothing but a distractionary narrative. It means nothing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Because what I understand what it meant was that they have qualified immunity to do what they want to do to you. You get away with it. A lie, in other words, you know.
Well, of course they do. Whether they tell you they have that or not is irrelevant.
Wow.
Why would it matter? That's what I was just saying a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it matter?
Their corporation.
Right. So if you see them having this debate over that, that's again just part of their campaign propaganda to distract people, get them all confused. Here's the only thing you have to understand is this. It's none of your business. You don't want it to be. That's all you have to understand. Whether they have qualified immunity or not, it's all fairy tale. It's nothing to do with you. Unless you still believe they're legitimate.
I just got to get better if I ever get stopped for no reason at all. I hate getting burned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to deprogram. You have to deprogram yourself from that programming of authority in your face. You have to just get that out of your head and see that these are just Muppets. They're just people. Look at them man to man. What the fuck are you?
Mm-hmm.
What's your problem? Right? You want with me? I want nothing to do with you. You have to first and foremost realize that you have no duty to anybody else in life. You don't. To obey anybody else, you don't. Unless if you have a contract that you have consented to, of course, then yes, you have a duty to stand in honor. But that's a duty of just moral compass. Not even a real duty. Nature isn't going to look at you and just, nature doesn't look at liars and say, oh, let's put a lightning bolt through his head because he's a compulsive liar.
No.
Nature doesn't give a shit, right? Because nature doesn't recognize any of that. That's man's thing. So you gotta get to where this guy is at, right? You gotta get to that. This is just another man, a pompous, arrogant, sheep-headed, wearing a fucking costume like a clown. That's all it is. It's a clown. Somebody who's acting, wearing a costume, who might actually truly believe that they have some sort of authority because they put on a fucking Felicia shirt. Look at me, just like the queen. Look at me, I'm a queen. Right? Look at it. Look at the diamonds I'm wearing. Oh, look at me. I'm almighty and powerful. Bow down to me.
Suck my boots. Suck my boots. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'll do with those diamonds. I'm gonna improve my batting average.
Start shooting them in the water.
I'm gonna hit a grand slam on the first try.
Go fish, baby.
I won't need no second chance, you know? I won't.
Oh.
I'm telling you, 98% of these shitheads are just pussy, right? And they're 98% are all bark and no bite. And the 2% is I don't know. I'm the calculation is probably way off. I don't know. Just from my encounters, you know, I'm sure it depends on where you go. Probably in the middle of, like Joe says, in certain areas in like Chicago and, you know, maybe Detroit as well. Probably areas where you go where it's just a honeypot, right? They're just baiting civilians to try and revenue collect and put them in cages, and so, you know, it's probably just stupid to walk into their honeypots unless if you need to throw a bunch of grenades everywhere and dodge for cover, you know. But generally speaking, from my experience, it's actually a small percentage of cop that has balls to go to the distance or is crazy enough to go to the distance, and for that you must be willing to go the distance farther, faster, farther and faster than your oppressor if you want to maintain your liberty, or secede as much as you have to and maintain your liberty until you know how and gather allies.
Yeah, that's what
That
we're
takes time.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna just yeah. Hey, nude, yeah, I'm in jail. Can you help? Click. Hello, nude. Yeah. It was my one phone call. I don't care for cops. My wife, she watches that cop station all the time. You know.
You're right.
Not me. I could care less. We're
Let me
totally
ask
different,
you.
opposite sides.
Let me ask you a question. I've mentioned this many times before, but maybe I don't know if it registered or not. Do you know what the corpus delicti principle is?
Well, you don't have to cuss at me.
I'll try harder.
No, I never heard it. I heard it before. But I have no idea what it is.
It goes to the tune of, if there's no actual victim in a scenario, then there's no crime. So in other words, if nobody was harmed, then there's no true crime.
No body, no true crime. Type of deal too, or no?
No, just whether or not somebody is harmed or not.
Okay.
Is the basis point for whether or not there's actually something really to be explored and investigated, whether there's even a matter at hand for cause.
No, is this physically as well? I mean, just mentally as well as physically, or just physically?
Well, harm is the key thing. So this is where that's the discerning point. So let's say I attack you. Was harm caused?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. We have to look at the broader spectrum. Did you get injured? Was it a consensual engagement?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was something like that. Yeah, it was consensual. You know, you didn't say that before. I just, you know.
Yeah, all of these things, right, are the factors. So, but if there is no harm or no victim to begin with, in other words, what corpus delicti does is it protects you from frivolous accusations where there's nobody else but you involved. For example, you're speeding, but nobody was injured. Who's the victim? If there's no victim, there's no crime. It should be dropped immediately. No need for the idea to go any further with that is ludicrous after that, and it's totally against moral compass. So why does state go further than that? Revenue collection. It was always about that to begin with. So corpus delicti is really the shield against the bullshit when you use that the principle for corpus delicti. Right here, I'll even still on screen share here. Look it up. Corpus delicti. Delicti. Okay.
Right, gentlemen. I gotta make it to 100.
Okay. I'll read it while you're doing that. You still here? Okay. So, corpus delicti is a common law Latin phrase that translates to body of the crime. The phrase generally refers to the principle that no one should be convicted of a crime without sufficient evidence that the crime actually occurred. Corpus delicti in Western law is the principle that a crime must be proved to have occurred before a person can be convicted of committing that crime. I gotta find it further, but there's more elaboration and there's specifics somewhere, and it's even in the Constitution, the American Constitution, the corpus delicti principle. I don't know about the Canadian. So it's kind of interesting that corpus delicti is foundationally used, right, or stood upon. But to sum it up, it means if there's no victim to begin with, then it's not possible to have a crime. And there's nothing to even investigate. You need to have a victim for there to be something to investigate. Somebody had to have been harmed in order for there to have been a crime at all. So a crime must be proved to have occurred before a person can be convicted. It says French Gothic rock band. Don't want to go with that. Literally means body of crime in Latin. The original sense of body in question refers not to a corpse, but the body of the essential. Let's elaborate. See.
Saying all that, you're right. It's all about the money. It ain't anything else but the money.
It is.
And I'll give you a perfectly good instance. In Detroit, it's nothing but a money trap. You got to park, and when you park, either you got to pay by charge card now, or you got to go to a parking lot to pay. It's ridiculous. And they also have a vehicle now where they travel down the street and your car's parked. They have a scanner that checks your license plates out as they're driving. And if it hits a license plate that you owe money parking, it alerts the cop where the meter made. And he stops and calls the cops, and they told it, or what do you call it? Damn thing, tow truck. You know what I mean?
Right.
Unless you want to pay right then and there. And a lot of times people don't have the money. It's a money trip. I hate it down there. I don't go down there at all.
Money equals slavery.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
If you don't have that stupid paper permission slip, you don't get access to whatever it is that they're ruling. That's slavery. Saying that you don't get to come here and stand your 2 feet in this spot right here, unless if fill in the blank is slavery. That is slavery. Because I said so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I have dominion over this. Because I said so. I'm saying I have dominion over this territory, or this area, or whatever it is, right? And if you want to have access to it, then because I said so, you have to do as I say because I said so. And if you don't, then I'm going to fine you with more papers that you're going to have to give to me. And if you don't, then I'll probably put you in a cage.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. Exactly, you hit it. Yeah.
That's slavery. Right? So again, a citizen is a synonym for slave.
Yeah, but Guru, you're breaking the law if you do that. If you don't pay them, you know.
In other words, I'm being disobedient to my master.
Right. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Synonym is citizen status, capacity, is a synonym for a slave. And so, of course, my position would be, where's the contract? You're trying to force me into a contract? You're trying to force me into what you're saying is I breached a contract right now at this very moment? Prove your claim or get the fuck out of here. I'm going to stand in honor, right? And if you're saying that there's a contract that I'm breaching right now and that I owe you some money because of that, show me. I'll give you the chance. I'll give you the opportunity. Show me that you're standing in honor. Show me this contract that I am agreeing to operate under at this very moment, and show me that I owe you some money because I'm breaching that contract. Do it. Do it right now. This is court. If you can do so, I'll make good on the contract. No problem.
How could they
But
give
if
you
you
a contract? Go on.
but if you can't do it, you better get the fuck out of here for trying to force me into a contract that I have no interest in being a part of.
Excuse me for asking this, but I thought a contract is something that you have to sign willingly, saying, "Hey,
No.
here it is."
There's no have to in life. It's whatever you decide. You and I made an agreement to come on at 5:00 in the afternoon. Is that a contract?
Yep.
Absolutely. Did we sign?
No, we did not.
We simply just made an agreement. The contract is a synonym for agreement. That's all.
All right, help me out here then. Okay, I'm getting
Sure.
a little. I understand what you're saying, but I'm
Yeah.
just trying to use this scenario to help me out a little bit more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, I park. Meter maid comes up. Starts slapping a ticket on my damn windshield. Hey, you know, I'm not under contract with you. Why are you doing this for? You know, well, it says right here, no parking unless you pay. Well, no. I didn't agree to that. Well, you know, you parked and you have to abide by it. No, I don't have to. Show me by law that I have to abide by your rules when I say it's not my rules. Now what?
Stalemate. Have a nice day.
That's it? Wow, that was too easy.
But here's where they're going to get you as opposed to where they can't get me.
All right.
They're going to send a bill and try and force collection out of you because you've got a license plate, you've got a VIN number, right? And if you want to insure your vehicle again, you have to make good on your collection, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? I didn't know about this. Whoa. Them sneaky bastards.
So here's where it's not a problem for me. I don't have a license. I don't have a VIN number, and I don't use insurance. What do I care if they're gonna? Where are they gonna send a bill to try and collect you? I don't care. They can write receipts all day long till they're blue in the face. I don't care. They don't even have an address to send it to, unless if I give them one. And you saw what happened. My my crown jewel, right? Where that goes. I got tons of addresses to give if you really want one.
Yeah, I bet you
If you're going to fraud me, well, I'm just going to reciprocate it back to you because there is no actual contract of agreement here. And you want me to write one on the spot? No problem. Who is the actual responsible party for this contractual obligation? The state is. Okay, that means the state takes all liability for this contract. That means you can write the ticket to the state.
Wow.
So when they ask for your name, I'm going to give the state's name. Send all inquiries to the state. Deal with them. Deal with it. Deal with it through the administrative channels of the state. Your state. Your fictional state of bullshit. Leave me out of it. Go have a heyday. Collect revenue from yourself to yourself all day long. I don't care. You're not going to extract anything out of me. I don't even use your fiat bullshit. What are you going to get out of me? You want to try and confiscate my car over my dead body, you're going to have to get past me before you do that. That ain't happening. You don't want to try that one with me, right? And they don't, right? Typically they don't, because they know that they're out of jurisdiction, because this is not in their possession. This is it's not a state piece of property. So they typically go, man, I don't have a script for this. I better not fuck with this one, you know? I don't know. This guy could be, he might just have, he's got enough balls to drive with a fuck you sign on his license plate, or fuck the cops, or fuck the pigs, or fuck the state, or something, you know, maybe he might just have weapons on him. He might just have other people. I might just want to go home today and not think about this. You know? And it's just a projection of fear can go both ways too, you know.
Wow. I'm going to have to get note of this. Right now, I got to pay car insurance this month, and I'm just, it went up. It went up a price for no reason at all. Just being, you know, dick about it. You know,
So,
it's just, go on.
Right. And back to your, just to have fun with it. I'll do a lot of things just for fun, just to mess with them. Right. Back to your narrative that you're saying. You're parking a car, he gets out and he said, there's the sign. Right. I don't know how to read. What you going to do now? If that's true, that means it's not possible for me to have accepted any contracts from them whatsoever, because I would have had to have full capacity and understand what I was accepting. And all of their contracts are written. And if I don't know how to read, that means I also don't know how to write, and I couldn't have signed anything either. So go ahead and show me that parking sign. It means nothing to me. I don't even know how to read. What you going to do now? It's your responsibility to show facts of the case, right? Not mine.
Yes.
There's so many ways where it's over before it starts. Okay? And that's why, you know, it's kind of important in a sense to know their game and know it well. But you don't have to. You can study till you're blue in their face, and you'll never. It'll be a no-ending thing, because it's their game. Excuse me, it's their game, and they get to, you know, change it at their whim when it's their game. So what you really need to know is the fundamentals of that. What I just said there. You really need to know that it's their game, and it's a game of bullshit, and you can have a game too. It's a game of game. So you want to play a game? All right. Well, I have a different dictionary in my game. I go by my dictionary. I don't go by your dictionary. And you never got to see my dictionary? You never got the memo? You never got the email? It's because it's none of your fucking business. My dictionary is for people whose business it is. So if you don't know what my definitions and my words mean, it's because it's none of your fucking business. You want to play a game? I can play a game. That's simple.
Oh, no, you better get close to a phone. One of these days I want to try that. I'll probably be in jail. Seriously. Hey, dude, it didn't work.
There's, if you want, you know, again, it's all about what you do with your time. You have to realize that I've spent literally thousands of hours watching videos like the one that we just watched, right? Deprogram myself from the fear of these fake cops and costumes until it doesn't trigger me or worry me till I got to that point, and then doing my own thing, right? And then doing it in for real life. And at this point, it's like looking at a little bug that comes at you and tries to tries to spread its wings, saying, "I'm Superman," and I just like I'm ready to kick it with my little toe. Get out of here.
Ooh, let's watch
Yep.
instead. Yeah. Oh man, if we had a lot of people like this, like you know, I mean, to really, man, I tell you, these, well, they're doing it now, really, from your auditors and everything else. The cops are getting pissed. They're getting burned.
That's right. And that's why I'm motivated to help, right, and do something, because people are taking more initiative at the very least. Maybe they're not going in exactly the right direction or whatever, but it's not a start. It's far from a start. It's way beyond a start, which was great to see, you know. It was great to see in my research, and still is, that people are doing that. And it was so relieving in the corporate world. I'm not even talking about in the other world where I've met other people who have already long succeeded that, but in the corporate world of slaves, there's actually a lot that are awake, or at least have enough balls. The blue balls haven't set in so much where they're willing to step over the blue balls of the blue pigs, you know.
Do me a favor, if you ever get a chance, to look this guy up called what is that? Long Island Audit.
We watched them together.
Oh, did we? Okay, yeah, that guy's good.
I would say he's mediocre.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Some of the shit he gets into.
This guy who we just watched, I'm a cut to the chase approach individual. Just, I'm not. My style isn't. I'm not interested in being polite to oppressive shitheads who want to try and think that there's a chance that they'll go the distance with weapons to be violent against me just because I'm not licking their boots. I'm not interested in being polite with people who think like that. I think that's a problem. People think they should be a polite master. Please, master. Please just leave me alone. Go home.
Yeah, I've done that too myself. I admit that. Yes, sir. There you go. Here's the wallet. You know, put my keys on top of it. You know,
That's what it
I
is.
carry a concealed weapon. You know, sir. Is it on you? No, it is not on me right now. You know, yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah.
And-
I've done it many times.
And to me, people who do that or half do that, if you're going to stand up to mass, just stand up to it. If anything but standing up to mass is irresponsible. And that's why master rules the roost, because the billions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of slaves compared to the couple of master, that was like sheep. Master.
I had one. This is no lie. I pulled up my driveway. He's right behind me. Blocked me. I got out of the car. I said, "What the hell are you doing here? What did I do?" Oh, I put in the wrong license number. I was, oh, okay. And he backed up and drove off. That was weird.
Interesting.
Yeah. That happened both. Shit. I think about 12 years ago. Yeah. Pulled right behind me, my driveway.
So, okay, so back to corpus delicti here. So according to this dictionary, not sure which one it is, the substantial and fundamental fact necessary to prove the commission of a crime. Number 2, the material substance in brackets, such as the body of the victim of a murder upon which a crime has been committed. Did you know? Ignore that. Corpus delicti literally means, quote, body of the crime in Latin. In its original sense, the body in question refers not to a corpse, but to the body of essential facts that, taken together, prove that a crime has been committed. In popular usage, corpus delicti also refers to the actual physical object upon which a crime has been committed. In a case of arson, It would be a ruined building. In a murder case, the victim's corpse.
So then I was right. No body, no crime.
No victim, no crime.
Oh, all right. Totally different. I thought of. All right.
Well, you need a body to have a victim, though.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just mean a murder case. That's just an example, right? If you come and you break my arm, I'm definitely a victim. No two ways about it. And this now is, see, all this stuff that people do in the legal world, it's all just a bunch of nonsense for nothing. Well, not for nothing. It's for their profit is what it's for. Nothing. It's nothing to do with how to deal with cooperative function of people in terms of how to get along and moral compass. It's all a distraction from that. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. About revenue generation, policy enforcement. And yet, even in your Constitution, as far as I know, I've never actually read it, but I've heard people reference it. Corpus delicti is part of the principle. Maybe we can look that up. Here's another one. The substance of a crime that the prosecutor must prove, and that consists of an injury or loss, as death of a victim or disappearance of property, and the criminal act that resulted in it. Again, if you don't have a victim, you can't have a crime. Just standing on that principle alone is enough to eradicate probably 98% of the court crap that goes on.
Well, I know one thing what I'm kind of surprised about is that one of the guys is taking a video and a cop touched his camera. No, my apologies. It wasn't a cop. It was a citizen that touched his camera when he told him to back up.
Mm-hmm.
And he says he wanted to press charges on him. I'm like, what? Touching his camera? And apparently, if you touch his camera, you're actually touching him as well to do a bodily harm. Hello? Did I lose you?
You didn't. I'm just multitasking here while you said that.
Yeah, it's just if you touch his camera, your camera, guy does, then that's considered aggressiveness.
Yeah, and you're causing me harm because you're impeding my ability to move, and you're wasting my time of life, right? You're impeding if I don't want to have any engagement with you, you're forcing me to engage with you when I don't want to. That is harmful.
That was it. Yep, that was it.
That absolutely would count as a crime, a true crime. No questions asked. On the spot. We could have judge and jury right on the spot instantaneously, and it would be over in 2 seconds.
Yeah, he did. He sprayed the guy's face.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So in the passive righteousness, right, self-defense also comes into play here when corpus delicti is in effect. So if somebody is trying to pose a crime where they're going to harm you, in other words, in some way, you have the path of righteousness to respond in whatever you need to do to defend yourself from that and go on with life. Very simple.
That would be with a cop too, if he didn't do anything wrong.
No exceptions. Okay. Again, a cop is just a man in a costume.
Well, I just want to be sure, because if you touch a cop, then you go to jail for, I forget what they call it, obstruction.
Well, again, though, that's in their fictional world of bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't think that this principle is going to hold up in their fictional world of bullshit. Their fictional world of bullshit doesn't adhere to moral compass principles. If it did, they would cease and desist immediately.
Wow.
That's not an honorable system.
So many rules. I tell you, wow.
Right. That's your first clue when it's not an honorable system, is when it's all about rules. Rules are for fools. Rules are for dishonorable people. Rules are the oxymoron to agreement. Understand this. This is the Achilles heel right here. If you can understand this, everything else should start to fall into place. The entire corporate governmental world system is foundationally precedented on rules. Rules are the opposite of consent. Rules are the opposite of agreement. You either have agreement or you have rules. One of the two. Rules. A rule is a synonym for enslavement. If somebody is ruling over you, it's because you don't agree with them. So they're forcing you. They're saying that's a rule. I'm going to force you to obey and comply with this rule. That's slavery. You didn't agree to that. But if you did agree to that, then it's not a rule. It's an agreement.
Ah, I got you now.
You get it?
Yep. It just hit. Yep. How can you?
That's the discernment point right there. How can you what?
How can you agree with anything they have?
There you go. There you go.
Seriously, yeah.
Now it should make sense. It's all a complete buffoonery of enslavement. That's all it is. They just rebranded it with different semantics. Instead of calling it slavery, we call it rulership. And they don't even call it rulership. Why? Because if they called it rulership, it still sounds too close to slavery. So guess what they changed it to?
Rules.
Law.
I'm assuming, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now you feel like you have an obligation to follow it because you don't want to go against the law, especially when they tied it in with you must obey with a religious aspect, right? I showed you that. Where if you don't obey your government, then you're going against God. Well, isn't that just a convenient stage setter? How convenient.
What I don't understand is how they can put these laws in when they don't even ask people. They just do it among themselves. Oh yeah, we're gonna put it.
Because they're rules, not agreement.
Okay.
And those who are foolish enough to believe that those rules are real
are slaves.
Are slaves, exactly, and will obey and comply. Those who don't, i.e., this new guru guy, say, fuck you. My rules are bigger than your rules. What you gonna do about it? My rule says you don't have any rules. My rule says you want to say suck my boot, I say suck my ass. Let's see which one has more shit on it. You know?
Do me a favor, if that ever happens, get your Fruity's phone, wherever, and tape. I'd love to see that. I really would see how you do your magic. You know.
I'm telling you, it's hard for me to withhold my documentation. I do have documentation of my encounters, and it's really hard. That's the hardest part. Not that I can't dox myself, but I do have it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Shit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I can't. But at least I can showcase things like I just showed you a minute ago, where I'm far from the only person who's doing it, and people are even taking it to distances I've never taken it to. You know, sometimes I think that's crazy distance, you know, but that's it, right? When you're in your own domain, you're in your own righteousness and your own jurisdiction, and you're writing your own rules. Say whatever you want. Who are these people?
Well, basically, they're not supposed to be even protecting you in any way. Well, you're speeding. Well, so, by law, you're not supposed to be protecting me, or everybody else. What is their function other than money? That's it, right?
To keep slaves obedient and to put disobedient slaves in cages. To keep the slavery game functional and operational.
That's their only purpose.
Policy enforcement. They didn't say what's the way he put it there? They didn't say, it doesn't say, am I still on screen share? Let me come back to this because there's another good one that actually answers it of this guy
I
here.
know it looks like a regular door, but it's the most indestructible, epic.
We'll get back to this. Hold that thought, and I'll remind you when you get. This is funny too. Watch this one.
Anti-government psycho door you've ever seen in your life.
It's a nudie door.
Somebody here?
I know.
Not even a fucking ding on it. That's a nudie door.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, morning, Sly. Okay, here meaning of police. Okay, that's the title of this one. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna give her.
This is well said for sure.
I know.
Here's a little etymological cabbage for you to chew on as you follow me down a rabbit hole. The term police comes from the 1500s French word meaning policy. So cops are not law enforcers, they are policy enforcers. And where do these policies come from? They come from the political class. So these so-called laws are really the commands of politicians written down on pieces of paper and backed by the threat of force. And here's the rub. When policy enforcers interact with you and me, it's incumbent on them to prove that their policies actually apply to us. And guess what? Not one of them does. So this changes our entire worldview that we've been taught and indoctrinated with since we were little bitty kids. If you have any comments, leave them in the comment section below.
That sums it all up right there. Want one more time?
Yeah, please.
I know. Here's a little etymological cabbage for you to chew on as you follow me down a rabbit hole. The term police comes from the 1500s French word meaning policy. So cops are not law enforcers, they are policy enforcers. And where do these policies come from? They come from the political class. So these so-called laws are really the commands of politicians written down on pieces of paper and backed by the threat of force. And here's the rub. When policy enforcers interact with you and me, it's incumbent on them to prove that their policies actually apply to us. And guess what? Not one of them does. So this changes our entire worldview that we've been taught and indoctrinated with since we were little bitty kids. If you have any comments, leave them in the comment section below.
So they're not the peace enforcement. They're not protection enforcement. They're policy enforcement. You understand? Policy. Who's writing policy?
The upper class.
Politicians. Police. Politicians. The politics, right? They're writing policy. The corporate structure of headquarters is writing policy. The police are enforcing the policy of the policy writers. Rules. Policy is a synonym for rule.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right.
What else would it be?
I'm thinking of law.
Law in that context is a synonym for policy and rule.
Most will cover both of them.
They're just synonyms. They're just different words of the same meaning.
Hold on. got you.
Okay.
Gotta get something.
Are you gonna let off a stink bomb?
Gotta get something.
While you're doing that, I'll come back and see. Friend Sly. Good morning, Sly. Still with you. Oh wow, you wrote a whole bunch. Oh, and Joe was here earlier too. So was Dennison. Holy shit. We had a bunch of people.
Really? I didn't see him. Well, of course, I was listening to you. I wasn't,
Yeah.
Really?
I wasn't paying attention to that either. We'll come back to that in a second.
Mm-hmm.
In a minute.
I'm with you.
Okay, so yeah, very important to get this. Very, very important to get this. Policy and rule, and in this context, law are just synonyms for the same. Law shouldn't even be used in the equation. It's a very poor choice. Again, that was put in there. Obviously, I can see the writing on the wall from quite a distance on that one. That was obviously put in semantically so that people didn't see it as ruling so easily. And policy making too, same thing. They think it's just more something that, oh, okay, that's something that we need to follow. It's good policy, it's good practice, blah, blah, blah. And the law is something that is just more of an obligation you feel that you have, especially when it's intertwined with religion. Because if you go against the law, you go against God, right? That's all it is. Just it's a psyop, a mind fuck. It's a gaslight.
It's a
all
mind
it is.
fuck, in other words. It's a mind fuck.
Yeah, just a complete mind fuck. Right? But the easiest semantic to understand of what it is in its truest form is just a rule. That's all it is. And then it becomes policy. Yes. And then it becomes, well, do you truly have any obligation to follow anybody's rules?
No.
No. Unless you agree to it, which then it no longer is a rule, it's an agreement.
Now, is there any law that affects you? Murder, breaking, entering, you know what I'm saying?
But see, those aren't laws, those are crimes.
Okay. I see the difference. Okay.
Right? I'm not standing in honor to my fellow man, I'm causing them harm, right? Or vice versa. Nothing to do with agreement.
I got you. Now I see the difference, though. All right.
Yeah. So, and that's why they even put it to, they even show you in their jurisdictions, there is a difference, if you notice, between a civil and a criminal arena, right? Jurisdiction. Civil deals with all
minor shit.
Well, policy-based shit.
Okay.
And criminal deals with all of the other stuff where it's more like true crime, right? Murder, stealing, rape, so on and so forth. Right? That's all criminal stuff. And of course, they intertwine the two. They decided, well, we're gonna rule over all of it. We're gonna create policy over all of it, and we're gonna judge over all of it.
That's amazing. You've taught me more in a lifetime in one night than I know my whole life.
I hope so.
Yeah, seriously, yeah. I just, I don't try not to get along. I try to stay away from them,
Right, and of course, then it
Right.
comes down to the same thing again, whether or not you fall for the gaslight.
The lies.
Yes. Well, it's not even a lie. It's just whether or not you agree to it or not. If you agree that this person's policy is true for you, then guess what?
I'm screwed.
It is. It is. Because you agreed, right? You agreed. It's that simple. If you agree, you agree.
Well, I got a lot to think about tomorrow.
You know, crying about what you agree upon is just ludicrous. You know.
And that'd be the same way when you're voting in your oppressors. You're voting and then you cry about it.
Completely.
Yeah.
Completely, right?
Uh-huh.
You voted for a ruler. You voted for people to make the decisions for you, and so on and so forth. Yeah. What are you doing crying about when they actually do?
And they're doing it under proxy. We're giving them the authority to do it.
Right. In other
it.
words, you're agreeing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Authority is all about that. Authority is nothing without consent. Honorable authority, right? Dishonorable authority isn't true authority. There's no authority anymore. It's simply slavery again, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I got you. Now.
Master again. I'm beyond authority over you. I'm just, or leader again. That's why they use these different words. There's no leadership here. There's rulership.
And this is why Joe Cool can do what he does, because he knows this distinction.
Right. To the degree that he does. Absolutely. And also all these other people, to the degree that they can do it, is always matches the scope of the understanding that they and comprehension that they have when it comes to this, to stand on their own feet and realize, no, wait a second here. How about if you just turn and reverse the roles? Can you imagine if you said some of these things that they say to you, to them, or anybody else about? Then just use that as your judgment call as to how much of a crock of shit any of it actually,
Somebody's in the basement.
I heard that.
Oh, did you?
See if it's good morning, Sly. That's Sly baby with you're on mute.
Good morning, gentlemen. Kinsey says good morning as well.
Good morning, Kenzie. Good to have you with us.
Hi, Kenzie.
Yeah. I got to check in the morning. And Nudie, I guess you stopped sending me. You stopped sending me to when y'all on, so I got to check every now and then. But how you guys doing?
Do you want me to send you those?
Still? I mean, you can, but like when you send them there, I just still have to come to YouTube because there makes me have to sign in. They want me to sign in to YouTube. So if I see y'all on, I'll just look and then I'll come to the channel.
Yeah. I figured, I tend to just do it a bit at first, and then after that, I just, once I figure when somebody gets used to it, if we do kind of a routine thing, then,
yeah.
If they're looking at the bell and blah blah blah. So, but if you want, I will. To you,
I appreciate you. I appreciate the conversation too.
Thank you. I figured you would once I seen you were there.
Yes.
Does he charge you like he does me when I talk to him?
Every charge always. There you go. Every charge always reverts back to your checkbook and credit card, right? So you know that already.
Are you a Jimmy? Wait, Nudie, are you a Jimmy Shively?
I don't even know what that is, to be frank.
You don't know it? You don't know Jimmy Shively?
No,
oh my God!
I really don't.
Jimmy Shively be in the chats in the over at Paul's, over at OTW's. I don't know where else. Over at maybe sometime at Jack's.
There's so many names at this point. Very few I remember. Everybody's familiar at this point.
All right, so I'm gonna let you know who Jimmy Shively is. I love you, Jimmy Shively, but I gotta let people know who he is. Jimmy Shively is the one that community loves to have because Jimmy Shively is money good. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes.
Yeah, so he, everybody's friendly to Jimmy Shively because Jimmy Shively, he sends the ching ching.
Got it.
So But yeah, that's what I was asking her. You were Jimmy Shively. Do you be, Jimmy Shively gives, you want to receive.
Well, maybe I've been a work in progress in that. Rights never pays his bills anyway, no matter how much I try. I've been trying for months. I don't get anywhere with it.
Well, when things get better with me, I'll try to see what I can do for you. $1 here, $1 there.
We just mock that. We'll never be about that. It's all in good fun,
Yeah, I know. You know what? That's why I appreciate you guys, because you don't get into all the semantics of being on YouTube. You know what I mean? You're just here to educate, to just be friendly, whatever. I like that.
That's it.
We try.
Yeah.
Believe me, we try. I give it all to Guru, though. I'm just a mentor. I'm
I
running.
got his credit card, but it was maxed anyway. So.
Slaves, I tell you, they don't pay their bills.
Yeah. Which reminds me, Slashy, did you receive my bill for my monitor damage that you did?
Did you receive my bill for you calling me Slicey?
No, I said Slicey.
It's not Slicey. You trying to slice me? I tell you, y'all with these bananas trying to slice my name up. I mean, come on.
Slushy was the last time.
Yeah. Call me a slut, yo. What the hell?
You're in the red big time now financially, there, Mr. Big Thumbs.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you the bill.
Wait.
All right, come on. Wait, listen to me. Slide, shy.
Oh, shy. Oh, I thought it was shy. Slice shy.
See? Yeah, slide shy.
I'm on my phone. I can't see your name that well. I thought it was slice shy.
That's okay. So you could call me slushy, slut, anything you want. That I love you. It's all in. Listen, it's all in the love and in the intent of the way you say it. You're not saying it calling me no bad names. You're just mispronouncing. You're just mispronouncing Sly Shy.
Yeah, Sly Shy. Well, yeah. Did you get my bill for my monitor damage? You know what she did,
sir.
Guru? This is what she did to me. Are you listening now? Really? You talk about this is me.
What was that again?
I want you to listen. Why she ruined my monitor? Okay. She showed a delicious turkey on there, and I ate the freaking monitor.
Well, that's your fault for not being vegan. That's what you get for not being vegan. At least vegetarian.
He should have saw the other video. The other video I had some vegan stuff. I had the mac and cheese. I had the candy yams. I had the greens. I had the stuffing. Yeah, I did all of that. Yeah, I tried to feed the neighborhood people that hang out on my block that don't live around here.
Did you at least put ketchup on the monitor first?
How did you?
No, he bet I had to put ketchup. He bet I had to put ketchup on that turkey, yo.
It's kind of tough, though.
Yo, don't talk about my turkey, man. See, you ain't right.
Was it a little overstuffed, right?
Yeah, I thought she gave me the bone.
A little dry.
Wait, no, he probably snatched the bone when he bumped into the TV. But Nudie, yo, I was listening to you, and you're so right. I was even reverting back to last week when you were talking about regulations. Like everything is regulated. No matter what we do, everything is regulated. Right? Because even when we walking down the streets, we're being monitored by cameras.
Which even that, is another synonym for ruled upon. That's what that means. Regulated. Right?
Yeah.
Ruled upon.
Yeah, exactly. Controlled.
Right. Controlled, ruled over, domiciled, whatever you want to call it. All the same thing.
Sovereign citizens. How about that?
What about?
sovereign citizens. What do they call? Why do they use? Why do they use the term sovereign citizens? And who do they direct that term to?
People who can think for themselves.
Hmm. And then the okay, so let's think about the word. Let's think about what the government has
It's another
labeled
psyop.
that.
It's another gaslight.
Right. But I'm saying though, like, so people like me, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna use me. People like me to stand up for myself, right? That's
Right.
self-sufficient. Take care of me. I don't
Right.
need nobody to govern me.
Right.
That they would call me the sovereign citizen. Like,
That's right.
right?
It's
But
easy to lump in a stereotype and then chastise.
exactly so. But the real sovereign citizens is the government. They are the real terrorists. What do they call them? Sovereign, the terrorists, whatever they call them. They call it sovereign citizens terrorists, some kind of terrorist group.
Right. Well,
Why?
they get you with
It's
again these semantics. It's the ludicrous part about it is you can't have a sovereign and a citizen is an oxymoron, right?
right.
So
That's what
you
I
can't.
learned that from y'all. Yup.
And so even saying that they're a sovereign citizen, well, they're not a citizen.
But
They're
they
just
act as
acting.
they are.
They're
Yeah, they
acting
act.
more in sovereign capacity is what they're doing, and they're ruling upon their own domain. But then they're going an extra step and gaslighting people to be under their jurisdiction, and most people are falling for it and agreeing to it. So then it changes. It's no longer rulership. It's consent when people do that.
Right. But the reason why I say they are the sovereign citizens because they believe they're sovereign. They they are above the law and they're citizens because they pay taxes. You understand where I'm coming from now? They
I do.
believe that they're
I do. You know, and they would be a closer thing to that if there was such a thing. But even when
exactly.
they're acting in the actual capacity of their duty, they're not acting as a citizen.
Mm-mm. You
They're
know,
acting. No.
most
They're acting.
citizens are
They're
crazy.
acting. They're acting as an
You-
official.
most citizens are crazy as hell. Even the ones that follow them are crazy as hell.
For sure. They're still crazy. Oh yeah. Just I'm not saying that crazy goes away. They're just acting in a different capacity. At that moment,
Okay.
they're operating as an official. That's their status,
Yeah.
right? And
Right.
that has a different set of parameters in their corporate jurisdiction while they're under that. That's why they do all these other gaslights. While I'm an official, I'm on duty. I'm afforded different privileges than you are, such as sovereign immunity or qualified immunity, right? And they just change the semantics on it. It's really sovereign
Yeah.
immunity. Let's get to the point, right?
Okay.
Is what it is.
Okay. So explain it to me exactly what that immunity thing means.
It just means they're immune from getting penalized in their own system.
I thought so.
Which is
So
what
like when
they
they give us
have.
their shots, so when they give us them shots, right? We supposed to be immune from the shit that they. Oh, okay. I got it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And of course, lads, what I was saying to rights earlier, they have sovereign immunity by default because it's their jurisdiction. Of course. And they don't have to tell anybody. The reason why they did tell people that is just, again, to gaslight them into another directionary debate over something that is totally distractional from the root of the issue. That's all it is. It don't matter. They don't have to tell you if they have that or not. It's their. If I own Burger King, or the excuse I was giving to rights earlier, if I decide to make a rule in my house that I don't get to go to use the washroom after 8:00, do I have to tell anybody? No. And if I decide in my own mind to say that I am immune to that rule that I made, do I have to tell anybody? No, of course not. So that's not even something that it's just needs to be stated at all. It's just basic logic. When you're the one in your own jurisdiction writing the rules, you by default have immune to the rules that you write. Because you're the one writing the rules. So of course you can change the rules as you see fit for yourself and be immune to your own rules because you're ruling yourself, you know?
All right, another thing, policies and rules are for them. They are not for us. As
Those
long
are,
as we don't break the law.
and those are synonyms. Policy and rules are synonyms. That's a synonymous word.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Meaning that they just changed the word. Instead of calling it rule, they call it policy, or they call it law, so that people feel more of a sense of obligation to comply. That's all it is. But there are true synonyms in definition of what they are. And I was saying that to Rachel earlier. Law should just go out the window because that's a very poor choice of semantics. And if you look at it, you can see easily the reason why they propagate that word so much is because it's very heavily tied in with religion. And if I can convince you that not obeying means you're not following the law, well, you don't want to do that, especially when it means it's tied in from your biblical religion that it states in there. If you're not following, that means you're going against God. And it says in the fucking Bible, there's passages in the Bible that if you don't follow the commandments of your designated rulers, you're actually blasphemous to God. It says that in there. And that's what I was saying to Wrights. How convenient. How fucking convenient. What a stage set up for the ultimate psyop of slavery.
And that's why they didn't want certain people to know how to read, because they wanted to teach them their own way.
Right.
They wanted you to fear God.
And be obedient.
And be obedient, yep.
What better slave than the one that doesn't recognize its own slavery and embraces it and will chastise anybody else who wants to chastise the idea behind it? Now I've really got you. You're going to do all my dirty work for me now. And that's what they've done.
With the Catholics and the Christians and yeah. We're going to set up these different groups and these different dynamics, and we're going to have everybody confused.
Exactly. There is nothing legitimate about any of their personified authority, even the criminal part about it. There still is no legitimate authority. The only legitimate authority one has is their own to themselves. That's it. Now, you can agree to delegate that authority to someone if you want to, but then that's not a rulership. That's an agreement. And that's what people have done. They're doing it constantly. They're agreeing to point the delegation of their own authority outwards to other people and bending the knee and saying, go ahead, rule over me. And I'll vote for you to do so.
Yeah, because a lot of the videos I watch, I've noticed that a lot of people are being taught, or a lot of people are understanding that if you don't do what I say, I'm going to call the police.
Right.
So one video I watched earlier, Good Guy Activism. Stop, Graham. Good Guy Activism. He was at the train station, and they had a little train museum, something or another. He went in, he was recording, and where their workspace is, it had, employees only on the outside of the doors, but one of the doors was open. So he was recording. So they got all bent out of shape about him recording their private office. He said, well, you can close the door and create privacy. Well, they didn't like that, so they called the police. And they said the police will have them removed. But that didn't work out like that. The cop came, and he was really nice, and he really, he looked up the law, and he told them, look, ain't nothing I could do. The brother's okay. But
As
people think that,
as if there's something he wish he could do or something,
Most people nowadays do though, Nudie. They think that when they call the cops, like you're going to automatically get arrested. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're going to snatch you up, put a
Right.
knee on your neck. It's like that's what they be looking for.
The truth is, it depends how much money you have. How much can you grease the palm behind closed doors? That's how that works.
True that. True that.
What was I going to say? Yeah, I forget. Oh yeah, there's a reason why they don't call them peace enforcement.
Who?
There's a reason why they don't call themselves peace enforcement.
Because they're not.
Right?
Oh.
Because they're not. They're not peace enforcement. They're not cooperation enforcement. Right? They're policy enforcement. Compliance enforcement. Do you know that let me ask you, do you know what the original role of the cops was back in the day?
To serve and protect. That was on the car, and we didn't know that it meant to serve the people and protect the Constitution. I didn't know that.
The true role of the cops back in the day were slave catchers.
Oh shit! Oh, delete laws talked about that. Yup.
It's no different today. That's what they are.
True that. True that. Because we are slaves.
Right. They have just changed the brand to make it less obvious because people wouldn't accept it so much. Right. That's all they've done. And I reckon that this form of slavery, in a lot of senses, is even worse than the way it used to. Because it's more hidden.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
How you figure it's more hidden? And y'all just got finished talking about Joe Cool's videos. How you talking about it's more hidden? It's more out now than ever. Because they want new world order. They want to have to make sure that they have a certain division in the people where they can control. They want dictatorship.
I'm comparing today to past days. At least in past days, slavery was more open, and they called it slavery, and it was more obvious. Today, it's not. Today, it's more hidden, and people have embraced their slavery, much not knowing that they're slaves.
Nudie, come on, man. It's more in the open now, and people are still willing. And shit. Video I watched the other day. Guy went into a public meeting, and I mean, it must have been everybody in that room over 70. You heard? Everybody in that room had to be a good over 70. And they were against the man's First Amendment right to record in a public meeting. They really came down on this guy, called this guy all kinds of names and everything. So these older people are still living like they slave owners.
Yeah. What I'm saying
the Supreme Court still living like they slave owners. Stop playing with me. And it's out in the open.
Yeah, what I mean is it's not recognized by people. They don't see it like it was so obvious back in the day. They don't see it the same way.
Like you said, because they transform that word, the word slave.
They changed the brand.
Exactly. But just because I don't know, Nudie, because look at have you noticed? I don't know. I live in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a lot of churches are closing. I noticed a lot of melanated people are becoming Muslim. I noticed a lot of people are, I noticed the separation of people learning that they don't need them. Like the Amish. The Amish don't need them, right?
Yeah, they never did, right?
Right. So I really believe that people know that they don't need them. They're just afraid to break away from them.
There's a lot of that for sure. There's also a lot of dependency because of the little crumbs of comfort that it gives people, that they think that would be such a drastic, dire straits lifestyle change. It would be so terrible if they ever tried to look at a different way of life, you know?
But are they giving it? Stop, Graham. No, I'm sorry, y'all. He gets
Mhm.
like this when I'm live. He still does it, Nudie. Graham, stop. But what was I going to say? Oh, Graham, you made me lose my train of thought. All right, you said something about the crumbs, right? And
Yeah.
that's that. But okay, that's what I was saying. But the crumbs that they're giving, are they really giving it, or are we giving it to ourselves?
You're giving it to yourself.
Right.
At the
They ain't
expense
giving us
of,
shit.
right, at the expense of everything. So yeah, you're just robbing yourselves of everything. For you're saying, well, I collected a couple grains of sand here, and now I can't access anything else anymore because I'm so stupid and I agree to this bullshit narrative that has been set before me. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You traded away the abundance of everything for the illusion of security in a tight little bubble that literally is poppable by me pressing my finger to it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't solve anything. The narrative was the narrative selling pitch was this is the selling point of the corporate world. You don't want the law of the jungle. It's terrible out there. It's dog eat dog, right? So we're gonna solve
Yeah,
that
but
for
who
you.
knew? But who knew that it was corporate though? Like, right, Nudie, who knew that it was corporate? Who knew that the United States was a federal corporation, other than the government,
Well,
other than the people that we elected? Who knew?
yeah. Well, people in business knew.
That's what I'm saying. Well, shoot, you see the case where this Tish child is a mayor, and she got like 50 people that work for her as her family member.
But the sales pitch, right, to the people was, we're going to solve your inferiority to the law of the jungle with our corporate way of life. And so now you can live in a comfort bubble with conveniences, and you're going to be protected from the law of the jungle, when in fact it didn't solve anything. You can't solve nature and think that you can't solve protection or sorry, perfection. It was already perfect. There was nothing to be afraid of. But that's the thing. People got afraid about, oh, well, we collide here. We're not immortal. We're mortal here, you know.
That's because they changed the word convenience to privilege. You know, you don't have the convenience anymore. It's a privilege now. We're giving it to you. We're saying you're allowed to do this.
Right. Yeah. So this is where it comes down to. Write your own rules, or somebody else will do that for you. So it can only be one of the two, right? So I write my own rules, and I give myself permission to do whatever I feel like. I don't give a shit if somebody else thinks otherwise about it, and that's how I live my life. It's pretty simple. The rest is just a soap opera that means nothing to me. It's funny, right? It's terribly funny.
That's what I was telling somebody this morning about the, like we don't hang out too much anymore in certain places, right? So that's what I was saying. It's more comedy than anything anymore. It's like, I have to find other places if I want to stay strengthened and knowledgeable. I have to hang out other places.
Yeah, you're definitely not gonna find much within the indoctrinated world itself, because the indoctrinated world is not generally interested in being anything other than indoctrinated and more of it. With few pockets, and this is one of them. This right here, one little pocket where it's the opposite, with not lip service, but actual experiences and wisdom to showcase and help people who truly want to live a different way be able to do so.
But
And meet
Nudie, people
the challenges they
are
might be up
afraid.
against.
Man, that's what I'm saying though, Nudie. Everybody's so scared to hear the truth. It's like when I start talking the truth and what you can do and what you should do for yourself, people like totally are against that. It's like I'm trying to
be wise to who you're selecting to speak yourself to speak to.
True that. Well,
right?
true that, but the way the
Quality over
world is
quantity.
this day and age, Nudie, everybody's so angry. Don't nobody want to hear it. You ain't making no sense.
It's like in sales, you have to qualify for interest. If you don't do that, and you end up speaking to, the clouds, well, you still got learning to do. You got to learn to qualify for interest. Otherwise, you just spin your wheels and waste, and you'll get caught up in all the stuff they're distracted in, because they're going to try and pull you in there, right? All the narratives and the drama, right? And the infighting and the childishness and the sandboxes and the agents of chaos and the riffraff and all the bullshit, because that's what they're engaged in. So you gotta self-discern. Like you said a moment ago, you said, I gotta find different areas to put my attention to. Definitely.
Mitch proposed that question to me yesterday. He said, something about I'm going to start finding other trending places to be, and I said
Trending?
I'm already on that. Trending.
Oh, I see. Other places that, I get it. Right.
I told him, I said, yeah, but it's definitely not here.
My thing is, like, a guy like that, what took him so long? He's not a new kid on the block.
But he's not going anywhere. You have to understand, and I keep explaining
No.
to you guys, right? He's not going anywhere because
He's a looper.
That's his character, though, Nudie.
Yeah, he's a looper.
Right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's his character, though. You see, everybody has a character, right? It's just up to you whether you want to keep looping with that damn character.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Because they're going to loop. You notice it. It's been going on since I've been there, right? They're going to do what they do.
That's
and it's
right.
up to, like you said, it's up to me to, not engage, remove myself when I need to, and I engage when I want to. You know what I mean? But I don't engage in negativity. I engage where it's fun. I'm, joking, busting on one of them. You know what I mean? But it's never nothing where I'm getting too personal up into their stuff. Cause it's nonsense to me. It's not real life. To me.
It's a shit show.
Right. Well, most of the times it is when they let certain people take over.
Yeah.
You know
80%,
what I mean? So,
even in the unslavia territory, it's about 60 to 80% shit show, 20% something productive.
Well, that's because, and I see that too. That's because he doesn't get enough productive people on his show.
Oh,
you understand where I'm coming from?
I'm not gonna buy that, because what's
I
look at here. Look where you are right now, Sly. Come on.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, man.
You're trying to Stockholm syndrome him. No.
Well, listen, I mean, I pay attention. I've been paying attention, and whatever wherever they're comfortable is their comfortability. I try not to get all up into it, right? I watch, I come, I see, I watch, I engage, and that's it.
My view on Paul is he has an uber amount more value to offer than he focuses on most of the time.
He does, but if he, just like Talcott, if he has people that just constantly wants to enable him, what are you gonna do?
Which tends to be the same people and enslave you. That comes and distracts him, right? Where he was engaged in before. So there it is, right? The agents of distraction and chaos.
If that's what they want, you know what I mean? I can't burn myself out, keep burning myself out trying to get them to understand what their you know, what I expect when I go. You know what I mean? I it's not my shit, it's not my show, it's not my mine. You know what I mean? I can only expect what I get.
Yeah, they do what they want to do. If I'm there, I'm there for typically a little bit of everybody's got a bit of wisdom to share, so I'm always looking for that. And
definitely.
Also amongst the craziness, there's also other individuals that it's like diamonds in the rough.
Appreciate you. They appreciate you. I see that.
And
I see that.
I'll find and connect with those, and the next thing you know, we've got like the Jessies and the who else off the top of my head? You don't like Jesse? Are we talking about the same Jesse?
Yes, we're talking. Listen, I know all the characters, Nudie. I just don't be around them like that. Like I do know all the characters. I've been around Paul all this time, so I've seen everybody he's encountered. You know what I mean. I've seen these rooms. I've seen the offsprings of everybody that encountered him. I see the offsprings. You know what I mean. So it's just one. It's just one loop. It's just a loop. Jesse Howe.
We're talking about Jesse with his own show. He's got a
and
daily
Jenny, something like Jesse, right? Jesse Howe.
Yeah, he's a Canadian guy.
Yeah,
from
and
Alberta. I think.
he got a lot of stories. He's really friendly and got a lot of stories, right?
Something like that.
Yeah,
he's an intelligent guy, and he's got a lot to offer in an intelligent conversation.
And he be on Jax.
Yeah.
See, I told you, I know everybody, Newbie.
But what about him? I don't see anything.
No, listen, no. His first, like I said, my thing is to pay attention to people so I can support. If I want to support or whatever. If I want to, get something from you, I gotta pay attention to you. And when I first seen Jesse, he got into the mess. And
where on Slavia or on
both,
Jackson?
Both.
On both, yeah.
He got into the mess, and it was like, but now I see him, but a lot of people got a lot of stuff again. I mean, whatever. They got a lot of problems with Jesse. Jesse did some stuff to people, and I don't know. I don't
know any of that. I have no idea.
I don't follow them. But then they get mad at you. Then they get mad at you if you go hang out. Like, I was up on Jack's panel or somebody's panel, and Jesse was there, or OTW, I don't know. And Jesse was there, and we had a really good, little conversation or whatever. But then it was like
my encounter with Jesse has been nothing but excellent. That's all I know.
Yeah. But then you got these other people that try to like push.
Oh yeah.
They want to push. They want to push the behavior. They want to see the behavior come out. You know what I mean? And I don't like
trolls.
That. Yeah. And then I gotta ask this question. I'm a mod in my boy's chat, right?
In whose?
In Eli's chat.
Okay, right.
So a lot of times, not a lot of times, but I see people timing people out and stuff like that, and I be like trying to tell them, don't time people out unless they're being a distraction. Or I might say, I had to time somebody out because they kept spamming the chat, and I was kind of feeling like, is that being bossy or is that just being manageable?
I don't think to suggest is being bossy.
Okay, and like
it's all in the approach.
End, right, and that's what I try to explain to people. My approach isn't, don't do this, da 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 da. That's not my approach. I try to talk to you. I try to say, things like please and thank you. You know what I mean? Like we let's not do this here right now.
Right.
I try to say things like that. And then you'll get people coming back like, oh, Sly's being this, oh, Sly's being that. No, I'm just trying to keep things manageable so we can pay attention to the content creator, right? Pay attention to his stuff, right? So we can support him, right? And if we're in his chat talking about everything else going on everywhere else, are we paying attention to the content creator?
I wouldn't think so.
Question? Yeah, see, look, it took you a long time to think.
I'm chewing at the same time. So
Okay, you try to eat your nuts and dates.
Right. I'm living up to my reputation, except I'm giving you more courtesy than I normally would. And
okay, I appreciate that.
Like an ape.
You're lucky. He won't even talk to me when he's eating.
Yeah. Pay your bills.
But Nudie though, because I noticed though I got a couple of trolls that's watching me, right? And I just don't want to give
probably
off the
means
wrong.
you're doing something right,
Yeah, I just don't want to give off the wrong impression that I'm trying to be controlling or anything like that. I just think that when you're in somebody's chat, it's like being in their house. You know what I mean? You respect their house, you respect their chat, you respect their company. You know what I mean? And you don't be distracted. And I ended up the person that was being a distraction. We ended up like I told him behave, and he sent me a heart emoji and a hair praying hands. You know what I mean? So they kind of do understand me, but you do have people that are childish. They don't see the point.
You hear what she's saying, right? Get off my panel.
Thanks. See? You're a troublemaker, you are, young lady. You're a troublemaker.
I'm sorry, man.
You're a homewrecker.
Go back to calling me Sleeshy then.
I gave Eli a couple visits for a little bit, and it didn't really appeal to me. I don't know if I got to give it more of a chance or whatnot, but it just looked like even more primitive shit showish from what I saw. It didn't really look like much real sensible engagement was going on.
All right, so maybe I can help you a little bit. Watch some of his videos. And like I said, you have to understand that a lot of these YouTube people are characters, right? Even though that's the real him doing what he does, they still have to have a certain persona about them when they're in the streets to keep the viewers. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, that's the type of arena that's going to turn me off for sure. If it's
I said that about a video I watched earlier this morning. I said the same thing. I said, see, then that's the kind of behavior that would turn me off, because I could see where they says, oh, you just want to be an agitator. You just want to be, you know what I mean? And then when I see them being agitating, I be like, yo, sometimes they can do a little bit too much, but it's what their audience want. It's what their audience like. You know what I mean? So
yeah. That's why I'm here.
Me
Excuse
too,
me.
Nudie.
What time is it right now, Nudie, on the StreamYard? Can you see it?
Time for you to get off my panel.
See?
It's
Yeah.
9 hours 16 minutes.
Okay.
Damn.
Just checking.
Y'all been on for 9 hours. Where I been? Because I was up. I've been up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I had known. Well, no. I apologize. I'm lying. Because when I get up in the morning and wake up at like early wee hours in the morning, I don't be wanting to be bothered with nobody. I just want to catch up on my videos. That's it. Eli put out a good video last night, so. But
We
yeah.
had an epic stream the other day with a lot of good discussion. With a lot of great discussionary minds. It was awesome. And tonight was a little bit more relaxed, mostly just the two of us. As you saw, we had Von Erich on for the first little bit, and then he had to take a call and he didn't reappear. And it's pretty much just been the two of us all night until you came up.
Yeah, because Nudie. Oh no, I was in the chat when Joe. Yeah, I was in the chat because we left for a minute and went over to Rogue Nation. Wish him a happy birthday. So I did watch some of that show the other night.
No, it was a good one. Maybe even our best. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's how it felt. But then when I say that, I go back and I look at it and I go, no. I always get it backwards. The ones that I think needed more work sounded better than I thought. Maybe that's just the law of reflection or something. Morning, Dan. It felt like a really good one anyways. It was a lot of laughs, a lot of fun, a lot of good education, a lot of good people, and not an ounce
When
of
the
shit.
when the energy is good, Nudie, you're gonna feel that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what I be looking for. I be looking for the energy, the right energy. I'm there.
And productive
You
too,
know.
though. Like we had, I was presenting really good, deep questions, roundtable observation, and everybody throwing in their ideas, and also with the intention to see if it can get people to understand a little bit where I'm coming from when I'm expressing other options for different lifestyles. And it resulted fruitful. So it was pretty delightful to see that.
I don't know. I gave you my idea and you guys threw me out.
What did I say about fruitful?
Oh, sorry.
I think that was fruitful.
You wasn't bringing the bananas, Vet?
Yeah, they wanted the peel with them. They just wanted the bananas. They wanted the peel to go with it.
Oh snap! So Denison's still around, huh?
Yeah. He comes up once in a while.
That's
Joe
cool.
popped in earlier.
Yeah, I saw that.
We didn't see him.
He says, I was looking for the gay activist channel. Is this the right place?
Yeah, I saw that. I cracked up on that one.
Well, Rights, are you going to respond to that?
Hi, Joe.
Should we make a new and improved woke introduction video?
Yeah. We miss you, Joe. Cool.
Yo, they had a real nice thing for Rogue Nation's B-Day stream. It's real nice. A lot of people was popped up on his panel. Really nice.
Sorry, you kind of cut out there. Can you say that again?
Do you know Rogue Nation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he had a great B-Day stream the other day.
Oh yeah.
There was a lot of hitters came up and wished him a happy day. It was nice.
Cool.
Maybe if I tell people tomorrow's my birthday, they'll come up and say hi.
Well, I'm doing one on my birthday, so you're welcome. I'm doing one on January 6th is my birthday.
There's just one little itsy bitsy problematic challenge to that, right?
What's that?
You kind of need to have people first.
Yep.
I'll be your rock and your people vets.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mean old
Sly
guru.
Shy. Look, wait. Sly Shy will show up. Slooshy will show up. Slut will
The
show
whole gang,
up.
the whole crew.
The whole
got a lot of
Sly gang
friends
will
right
be
here.
here.
Yeah, I can't wait to blow out that
Yes.
candle. Yeah.
Just be careful if you ask them to light it.
All right, so Nudie, let me. Can I get back to explaining a little bit of Eli to you?
Yeah, by all means.
He's you kind of got to watch his videos and kind of understand who he is. Once you understand who he is, you'll understand his behavior, his demeanor, the way he talks and stuff like that. He's a real lovable guy. You know what I mean? He does what he does from his heart. You know what I mean? It's really not a show. He gets his support from his fans because he really does what he do. You know what I mean? And even if you checked out yesterday's video, the way he's treated on the streets is just totally wrong. People just look at him and just, oh, why are you videotaping me? Why are you looking at me? What are you doing? You know, they treat him like he's nothing. He's nobody. So he stands his ground and he shows that he has a right. You know, he has a right to be in public. He has a right to be a human being. He has a right to, you know what I mean, to be to live in the United States of America, to be free. And a lot of people don't know about freedom. A lot of people think that we have to be told what we should do, what we can do and can't do. And that's not right. So that's kind of like where his videos are. It's just showing the world how people act of other people just being free. Just like Flex Your Freedom. You see Lipstick Face and Shadow Man, the Shadow Man the other. You know what I mean? It's just like they do their things just to show I can be who I am as long as I don't break the law.
Sure, I'll give that a look for sure and see where you're coming from with that. I get that. It just was when I was viewing his lives, or sorry, not his panel lives, right? I saw.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got you.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's where it was like, okay, this is past the threshold of where my of engagement is. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see it the other day? Did you see the premiere the other day of the podcast? New York guys?
No, it was like a few weeks ago now. And I only watched I literally watched maybe about 15, 20 minutes of two of his lives, and they were both kind of like the same like that. And I'm going, man, maybe this is just not something that...
Was I there? Was I there?
I think you were for at least one of them. Yeah. Yes, you were. Yes, you were there for at least one of them.
All right. So the reason, so what it is Nudie, you know I'm different, right? You know I stand on my own 2 feet. You know I think for myself and stuff like that. They don't like that. You know, they don't like me being opinionated. They don't like me having a voice that I say it with my chest. You know, I don't tell them what they need to hear. I don't tell them what they want to hear. I tell them what they need to hear. You know what I mean? And they don't like that. Right. You know, Sly, you talk too much. I'm talking stuff that makes sense. I'm not talking a bunch of bullshit. Would you rather listen to reasonable stuff? Or would you rather listen to the bullshit? Most like to listen to bullshit.
No. And engage, and that's why they do what they do.
Yes.
In the face of being a hypocrite to what they stand for on the other side. That's the part that I can't stand the most. If you're going to be an activist and promote the idea for change, but 5 minutes turn around and stand for everything in action-wise against everything you just said that you stood for, to me, you're just a waste of the idea behind the whole thing and the efforts of other people who are trying to do that legitimately.
Exactly. And that's when you separate. That's what, because this is a YouTube, right? It separates yourself from the good guys and the bad guys. That's what I do. You listen, separate myself because
Right.
I just don't like the negative energy. Like you could get so far if you're positive. That glass half full is what I carry around with me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where people are at with their lives, is they're really in that negative cloud, and they're just, instead of looking to resolve that and heal themselves, they're looking to just propagate their ways of destructive ways through the branded cover front of doing the opposite. And it's, I don't know how people can fall for that way.
You said they stand against tyranny, but they're tyrannical.
Right. Even more so than the oppressors would be, right? So
Exactly. I see what you're saying.
they fast become a hypocrisy of that which they're touting to make a stance against. They haven't resolved, it's like they recognize it externally that they don't like it to them, but they haven't realized that they're a part of the problem until they heal themselves and learn how to function and be an example for others, and not just lip service.
I left somebody a comment. They did one of those, I'm not like these others, right? And I had to kind of correct them, like, don't throw other people under the bus just because, don't throw other people under the bus to stand out. Was that a good statement?
Let me think about that. Don't throw people under the bus to stand. I think so. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, because they, it's like, I'm not like those guys, and like, don't throw them under the bus to make you look good. Right?
Yeah. There's an Elon Musk thing that was stated recently that I totally agree with what he stated. There's a lot of people in this world that are more concerned with looking good than being good or propagating to do good and the right thing in life. As long as you look good in the view of other people, that's all that counts. And it usually comes down to the almighty dollar for the most part.
Yeah, see, and that's kind of what I said at the end of that. Just you have to always be aware of how you conduct yourself and how you behave, right? I can't point the finger at how somebody else behaves. I can only stay aware of how I behave.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can not point fingers, but I can tell you what I see. Because I tell Jack Talcott what I see all the time. But I can tell you what I see. You don't have to agree with it, right? But most of the time, if you tell me something that you see in me, I might could take a look at it, step back, and say, "Hey, you might be right."
Mm-hmm.
I might argue a little bit first.
Well, it's a lot of people, that's just kind of natural in a way, but another thing that's lacking with most people is authenticity. But of course, this is YouTube. And this is the main idea behind this platform is it doesn't pay to be authentic. It also doesn't pay to be truthful.
Yo, you don't see this right here? I'm so, do I need to turn on more light? What the fuck did he say? Oh, you said rarely. I'm sorry. You didn't say all. You said rarely.
No, I said it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to be authentic, and it doesn't pay to be truthful on this platform. It doesn't.
Shit, but I don't care what. No, you know what? I disagree with that. You know why? Because what I do makes me stronger.
Yeah, but how much are you getting paid?
Blessings come, buddy.
In dollars, right? I'm talking about what people focus on when they come here. Primarily, they're looking to make a channel and make some money out of it. And if that's that's the majority of the people who come here. They're coming to be a YouTuber to try and make some money, whether it's of a big business or just a few dollars or whatever.
You
And
gonna
it
shoot me
doesn't.
down? Wait, you gonna shoot me down? Hold up. You, I'm gonna have to. What was it? Yesterday was something honest on Paul's joint yesterday, right? So, and you said people want to start these channels to make money, da 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 da. Right? So,
right.
So I ordered this. You see what it is?
Let me put it on large. What is that?
Wait, I'm trying to get in front of the camera so you can see it. See it?
Okay. It's
one of my stabilizers. One of my stabilizers.
Okay, right.
I got another one. I hit a microphone and everything. Wait. Nudie, I ain't finished, Nudie. Wait. Girl, I'm getting ready to make me some money on YouTube. I got me a body cam. Wait, I ain't finished, Nudie. I ain't finished. One more thing, Nudie. Hold up. And I got me a little miniature recorder. I'm getting ready. No, I'm doing this
full activism.
Yes, but I'm really doing this for educational purposes only. Really,
right.
not so much. Trying to make money on YouTube. I just want to have a purpose. Huh?
Are you even going to monetize?
I don't know. I got 497 subscribers. So I don't know, but I'm not really concerned about that. I just want to have fun. I want to educate people, and I just want to be free. That's all.
Yep.
You better. Who you talking to? Yo, you better watch your mouth. You hear him? She just jumped on him.
Right, you got a dog running your stream around here. What you gonna do about it?
Sounds like my wife beating on me.
Look, she just jumped on him. She just jumped on him, told him to shut the hell up.
Good morning. Did you have a good nap?
Who, me?
Yeah, it's only a couple hours.
I was listening to you. I can tell you exactly what you said.
Okay. Listen.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Shoot, I heard that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I heard
that a couple of weeks ago.
I heard every word.
Stop listening to yourself so much, right? Come on.
Yeah, so Nudie, I'm ready. I'm ready to get out in the streets, like, as soon as the weather break, get out in the streets and just,
Slicey's going cop watching and auditing or something there, Rights. What's your excuse? What are you gonna do now? Huh?
Well, I'm gonna go on the streets and go topless.
Shit, I'd record that. Wait a minute, hold up. He could be my side piece, yo. Right? He could be my
now I
side
know
piece.
you're gonna monetize 100%.
You know it. And we're gonna get an OnlyFans page.
If you get in coots, you'll find out he already has one, and it's probably running pretty good as we speak.
Yo, could you drop that link in the chat, private chat, please?
Yeah. I got to get the fun somehow.
That's right. We're gonna link those channels together right away. You in business now?
Yes. Restreaming the OnlyFans. Yes. But seriously, Nudie, I'm gonna set up a stream for my birthday. This will be the third stream on
Right.
YouTube. Yup. You was
Wow.
there. You was there for my first two.
I was there for your first, at least the first one, because that was, well, at least I remember that one, because that was the one that you said you were going to do your very first live, and you did.
12 hours. Yup.
Right.
My very first live stream was 12 hours. Yes, it was. But that was cool too. And I did this. The next one I did with ice cold. You know, ice cold audits, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that. And so he's supposed to be on the next one. So
Cool.
yeah, he's going to be my co-host. And I might really. I'm thinking. I might get Eli to do it.
So that's,
Eli got.
I remember it was in January, the first one. I don't know how I remember that, but so that's coming around the corner then.
Yes, January 6th.
And so you're going to go out this time and no, with the camera? No?
No. I might. I'm now. One time I did. No, my first stream was when I went to the parade, and I got I got a copyright strike.
At the parade?
I was walking down the street. I didn't know. And Living La Vida Loca was playing.
Oh, no way.
Yo, and I was like, yo, how am I supposed to know that music can't be playing in the background if I'm walking down the street? Like, how do you do that?
That's just bullshit.
Yeah. Just to hold you down. Yeah, just to discourage you. You know what I mean?
I'm all for consenting to privatization and other platforms, but that being said, fuck TOS of YouTube. They're part of that fucking genocidal psyop. I'll do what I want on this one.
Yeah, because how they got guidelines for certain people, right? You could go to so many different channels and hear so much stuff that we are not so-called not allowed to talk about.
Right. I don't even think the YouTube gods know the algorithm of it. It's very pick and choosy, whatever they feel like on a whim or something.
I think who they can get the most money from.
Well, I don't know, because if that was the case, they wouldn't be banning all these revenue generators over the last few years that they've been doing, right? Terminating their channels. And
when does it happen, Nudie? When have you noticed since you've been? Have you noticed when that starts happening? When they start, throwing at the channels and stuff.
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand all you there.
Third quarter, everybody stop spending.
Oh.
Yes, corporations. Everybody stop spending third quarter. So they gotta find a way to cut the losses. You know what I mean? They gotta find a way to not spend no money. What better way is it?
They're not saving money by cutting content creators out of the picture.
They're not paying out no money though, are they?
Well, in order to be paying out money, Sly, it's because they were generating revenue to pay out too. It's a portion of the revenue they generate.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So they gotta set their books. Every corporation third quarter gotta set their books for the new year.
No, but the math don't add up here with this, because if the content creator is getting money, they're getting a commission. They're getting a cut of money generated already by YouTube. So for them to axe a content creator means they're axing increase in revenue for themselves. Why would they do that?
All right. So how all them channels got in the past 3 years? How all those channels get? You know what I mean? You remember the first year, 21? A lot of channels were getting destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So by every channel that YouTube destroys cuts into their revenue.
and maybe not make more, not making room for. I suppose. I suppose I don't like your content.
As in you being as if you're YouTube, or what do you mean?
Yeah. If I'm YouTube and I don't like your content, I don't want to pay you no more.
Well, it doesn't. Even if they don't like it, it doesn't make good business sense to act something that is profitable just because you don't like it.
Oh, with no shit. Copyright striking me for them walking down the street with a Ricky Martin video playing in the background.
Right.
That wasn't smart.
Right. None of it is smart. That's why I'm saying there's something else going on here, because it doesn't make any good business sense what they're doing for their bottom line. It's against all of this acts and the content creators and even the intellectual property bullshit, the copyright, all this stuff is actually definitely hurting their bottom line in a big way, right? Yeah, they're still doing it. They're not even drawing back on it. They're increasing it.
Right. Well, you see what happened to Walmart and what other place? One of them other stores. They went viral for lying about their prices for Black Friday.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they got customers went in and was checking the prices and seeing that the sell prices and underneath had the regular price and the sell price was the regular price. So they was tricking people into thinking they were getting sales and they weren't.
Yeah, typical.
And it went viral.
Wow.
So Walmart is going to lose a lot of money.
Yeah.
Walmart and one of them other ones. What's it? Target? Yeah, Target.
I think that's more common practice than most people realize. To do that. I got a couple memes about that. Where everybody's like waiting for the sale and they're pausing, and then all of a sudden there's this big gold rush, and they just marked up everything 10% to mark it down 10%.
Right, exactly. Or they'll lie and tell you they got the 85-inch TVs will sell for $299, and you get there and they only had two.
Right. And everybody's gold rushing over the same thing. They could have gone on any other day when there was no rush. That's pretty funny. That's what people do.
I think the system is so crazy though. You think because like I sit and I think about all the stuff that they come up with, like just like bars, like they had bars and clubs. You go out and drink and have a good time. Then you got the police on the streets waiting for you to go get in your car and drive. Like
right.
It's a setup.
That wasn't a bait or anything, right? The entire road system slide is nothing but a honeypot bait scam. The entire road system.
Yes.
So it's a system by and for slaves. That's all it is. The road system. It literally is just for slaves.
Yeah.
Now we can have road pirates all day long, collecting revenue in so many different ways because of that.
Just think though, in the summertime, because it was a time like that where people were just riding bikes. But just think though, in the summertime, if nobody used public transportation, nobody drove their car, right? Well,
it would probably bankrupt the state in 2 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. Just a day, just one day. Don't drive your car. Don't ride public transportation. Do yourself a favor. Walk. Only in the summertime. I'm talking about when the weather's nice though, not in the blizzard and storms and stuff. Then you got to drive your car.
Right.
But when it's convenient, far as weather-wise, and if you can walk, if you can find a route, if you can get a group of people, shit. We used to when SEPTA went on strike. Man, we used to walk to school. We used to have to walk to school. You know what I mean? And we got like about 10, 20 of us. We walked into school. I mean, and it was quite a ways, but we walked to school. Sometimes we just got to make adjustments.
You just reminded me of one, probably my most favorite Dean Clifford rant. You know what Dean Clifford is?
Is he on one of them shows? One of the
No.
cartoon shows? Oh, okay. No, I don't
He's
know.
he's an activist in his own right that goes way, way, way back to some of the days where people were doing kind of the free men on the land stuff and things of that nature. If you know stuff in James Freeman's beginning eras back in those days.
Okay.
Anyway, definitely somebody that I got a lot of wisdom from back in the day. Probably out of all the people I studied, brought me the furthest in everything, to the point where kind of maxed out capacity of what people were saying, and then went in my own direction. But anyways, let me just find this one clip of his. He's got an excellent rant, touch based on what you just said, as far as basically just boycotting, and that's something that I've said too a lot. You know, boycott corruption. Just boycott it. If only just 5% of people of the world boycotted the corporate world, it would be over in like 2 days. You know, it would bankrupt it really quickly. Find this. Give me a second to find the.
And that was one time they was talking about a blackout or a blackout for Black Friday or something like that, where nobody spent any money. I don't know how far that went.
What did you say? I'm trying to gather what you're saying while I'm doing this here. What about Black Friday? Oh,
I'm sorry. It was one time they were supposed to, something had happened, and they had on social media, suppose they had created this day where nobody spent any money, nobody did anything. It was called a blackout, Black Friday or a blackout, something like that, where nobody was supposed to spend money.
Gotcha.
I don't know how far it went, but it was a good idea.
Okay. There it is. I found it. Okay, give me a second to put the screen share up.
Okay.
This is just one of those hit the nail on the head in a short period of time. Couldn't have said it better myself. Short little rants with no holds barred and blunt and no bullshit.
There's so many better things we can do. And also, that's not even a threat anymore. What are they going to do? Are they going to kick 10 million people out of their homes in the United States? Are they going to have 10 million empty homes with nobody making mortgage payments from the United States? I think that it would be great if, instead of a march against Monsanto protest, everybody organized a stop paying your mortgage protest. And 10 million people got together and stopped paying their mortgages altogether. And that would pretty much settle the problem in one night. It's done. The whole mortgage scam would be over. Every bank in fucking North America would go bankrupt in one fucking day. Why aren't we doing that instead of against Monsanto? Monsanto.
I like this guy.
They're a private corporation making products that you go buying. If you don't like it, quit fucking buying it. Don't protest against them. Quit fucking buying it. That's all you gotta do. You don't like Starbucks? Quit buying it. Don't protest against them. You don't like the American government? Quit fucking voting. Don't keep voting 30% of your paycheck and pledging your fucking life to their flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Drool falls out. I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah. All the flag waving retards out there, you are propping up these regimes that are causing every problem in your life. Every fucking problem in your life. But you've been convinced you need these people. No. So, and again, all these people that tell me, well, I never pledged my life to these people. Well, no, you did. You did. If you're American, every week you're pledging allegiance to a fucking flag. Are you kidding me? You would die. You would kill people on the other side of the planet and you would die for a flag? Really? A fucking flag? Not your family's life or not anything else. Maybe you mistakenly believe that flag somehow protects your family, which it doesn't. That's another matter altogether. But these are the kind of things that need to be addressed. So you need to realize the scam that's going on, which is your continued participation in these events. And these political debates are part of the circus. They're part of the show. I think they even call it that. It's a political circus. It's meant to entertain you and keep you talking about them, because now they're relevant in your life. They have some relevancy. You believe they are something to you.
I like that guy. I couldn't have said it better myself. Oh, Nudie, you already said that, huh? Yeah, I mean, and it's true though, man. Yo, and like he said, people be fighting for the wrong shit. You know what I mean? Like snafu with this petty pedophile thingy, right? Like, yo, have you ever did anything in your real life that you got so much passion about? You know what I mean? I just don't get it. People be fighting for the wrong stuff and don't be paying attention to the right stuff.
You know what else I really don't get about that? Why is it just segregated down to like that one thing? Why aren't they speaking out against all violence?
Because it sounds more passionate when we stick to one. It sounds like we really mean it. We really doing something when we stick to one. I don't know.
People in their tunnel vision, right? Let's stay with the tunnel vision and not look at the big picture and see the root of what's going on here and try and correct the root. You know, let's just propagate ourselves to be on a pedestal and make it look like we're doing something productive. Again, I just ask, where's the fruitfulness? Show me anything other than lip service.
Let's wage more war on our people.
Right.
They already raging war on us, but let's us do it to each other.
Well, actually, it's only been us doing it to each other the whole time. That's what I was talking to Wrights about earlier, is this idea that there is no other people that are sitting doing this stuff to us. It's just some of us people have been fucking with some of us other people and continue to do so, right?
Yeah, because it's not like no other system, no other body, no other, they're all human beings, right?
Or something, right? Yeah, it's just some of us selected from our own group, right? Our own race, and put on pedestals and do these different things, and other people obey to it, and then other people think that everybody has to obey to it or whatever, right? And now you've got a majority who's advocating for oppression and then complaining about it when they go home for dinner. Like, go figure.
That's one of my things I want to do when I hit the streets, Nudie. Ask different questions like that. Like, how do you feel when you get off of work? I mean, how do you feel after you leave your 9 to 5? Like,
invigorated, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I want to hear from the people. Like, how do you feel about being a slave? Like, then they'll look at me like, give me that look. I'm not a fucking slave. Yes, you are. Did you go to work from 9 to 5 today? Did somebody have to tell you when you could take lunch? Did they tell you could have a 15-minute break to go pee?
Yeah. How much of your life do you do that by choice?
Exactly.
How many other choices would you make if you didn't feel obligated that you had to earn a living?
Right. Make one of your own. Make a living of your own.
Right. How about just live for a living?
Yeah. Like me. Oh, I'm
You're gonna get in trouble.
I know. At least if I get in trouble, I had a purpose, like some of these other clowns that I see, yo. No purpose at all.
Mm-hmm. Agents of chaos. You know, they're getting paid too, right? And they think that they're like,
exactly.
They're just soft mercenaries. That's all they are.
Pushing the P. Oh shit! Did I say that? Yo, Nudie, see what happens? Now I see everybody's pushing the P, right? Gosh, that's crazy. Well, I don't push the P. I'm sorry. I'm not pushing no P, no Piznog, no none of that.
That's okay. They will. You can count on it.
I know, but it's well to me. It's like I said. It's just a loop, constant loop, and I'm not getting anything from it.
Right. It surprises me that anybody ever does, especially in adulthood or supposed adulthood, right?
And I said that in the chat the other day in Eli's chat. I was like, we're supposed to be we're supposed to be adults here. So I be throwing out my, like, I know how to conduct myself where I'm an adult. I conduct myself like this, you know what I mean? Like, and I be trying to like push that on. Is that pushing the P? Just no, I don't know. Is that pushing the P when I try to tell people just be an adult, like know how to conduct yourself, know how to be responsible? You know what I mean? Is that pushing P?
I don't think so, but they might think so, right? If they didn't graduate from Sandbox in grade 2 or 3, and they're trying to pull you in what you're saying is, I don't want to go on your Sandbox, and I'm trying to remind you that the Sandbox was for grade 3 and 4. Is that pushing the P? Well, my philosophy of this: if you're still in the Sandbox by the time you were supposed to have graduated and further, you might want to at least think of getting out when somebody shits in it, at least, just saying, right?
Exactly, yeah. Yo, some of them bring pooper scoopers with them and just move it to the side. So what's in your back pocket? My pooper scooper, so I can move the shit to the side and still play in the sandbox. You dummy. If the sandbox is full of shit
at each other, yeah.
Yeah, they start flinging shit at each other, yo. And that's what you see daily.
That's what it is, And
the mashed potatoes, on the fork. Fling.
There's when I said I kind of surprised, there's half of me that is and half that isn't, because of all the stuff that I know that's going on to fuck with people and psyop people and poison people and so on and so forth. So, the Arrested Development that's gone on, but to the degree and to see that it's so widespread, I don't know. There's part of it too that it looked like after the jab you, right? It looked like to me that the people who actually got it went 10 times more further into Sandbox. That's what I saw.
Well, how about the ones that didn't get it?
I don't know too many.
Well, I know a lot that didn't get it, right? But where they messed up at is they kept the diaper on all the time. So.
If they're doing that, to me, that's just as much. You might as well have got it. They're still kind of in that, arena, so to speak.
Well, I kind of, for me, Nudie, like sometimes I still put one on, right? And that's to protect myself, right? Because I don't know what. We had smoke from Canada. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. We got train derailments with fumes.
I don't know what the mask is. Do you realize though that the mask was never to protect you from anything? That's not what it is.
No. If somebody sneezed, wait, Nudie. If somebody sneezed in my face, that mask would catch it. What's out of here?
Not really. No. It was to prevent when you sneezed from going everywhere.
So what about when other people sneeze and it going everywhere?
When they're wearing one, yeah. But if you're wearing one, it doesn't really protect that. Let me just put it this way: a fart goes through that, right? And if that's
No, wait, wait. The ones I have, honey, I have worn them in some really stinky places, right? Because I got on a train one time, not too long ago. And I mean, this train was lit. And I grabbed my diaper and I threw it on. And it made it better until I got off that train.
Well, on the boxes of them, it outright said on the boxes of those masks, these masks will not protect you against COVID.
Oh, I know. No, listen, I know that they don't protect you against shit. What I'm saying is, it makes me all right. So when I wore them, my purpose for wearing them, my hands touch stuff, right? I touch my eye, I touch my nose, I touch my mouth. So if I had the mask on, it deterred me from putting my hands in my face. You got me?
Sure.
Yeah, it deterred me. Just like mice holes, right? If you put steel wool down, if you put steel wool in the hole, it deters them from coming back to that hole, right?
Okay.
So that's kind of how I use my mask. Like, people were just coughing and sneezing and shit all over the place, like and touching shit. So I said, well, if I wear a mask, it'll keep me from putting my hands in my face and stuff in sensitive areas, then I'm good. But I know it don't, it doesn't really protect you from anything, but it keeps people, niggas sneezed over my neck. I mean, and I was like, yo, thank God I had my diaper on. And then I seen people prank while people was in line, like in a fast food restaurant getting their food, and people would stand behind them and cough and sneeze. The girl turned around and she said, nigga, what's wrong with you? He said, it ain't that COVID. She said, I don't give a fuck. I don't want you sneezing and coughing on my neck. It ain't nothing to do with COVID.
Well, if that's the case, I'll send you a spacesuit for your birthday.
Okay. Listen, we might need one. Shit, you know another plan is coming.
That's right. We'll be covering our bases, all of the bases.
Our whole body, yes. We be walking around here in fucking suits soon, yep. Did you see the robots going viral now?
Robots. Which one?
Yeah, they got robots playing soccer. They got robots dancing. Listen, they are about to replace us.
Yep.
Yeah, look, they be popping up on the YouTube shorts.
We got
robots
video.
playing.
Hear the interesting thing? We've got video documentary of that technology being shown and used since as early as the 1800s.
I believe it. I think you might have showed me some shit like that before.
Possibly, yeah. Another one of the there's so many of them. The tubeless tire that's starting to become popular now. 1800s. old thing. The very first car was an electric car. Most people don't even know that, and it was excellent. It was really good quality.
Yeah, how'd they come up with the Jetsons? Stop playing with me. How they come up with the Jetsons? Right? When was the Jetsons out? In the 60s?
I think so. 70s at least. Yeah.
Yes. Fred Flintstone. The Fred Flintstone. The Amish picked up on that. The Amish said, "Oh shit, we can replace our brick wheels with horses. Okay, we in."
I'm looking forward to the robots doing all the jobs that, job equals slave. That's what that is. The thing that
Is you sub to my channel?
Yeah.
You ain't seen my robot short?
Don't think so.
That
Well,
nigga
let's
was
see it.
following me.
I'll put it up.
I can't. You know I don't do it. All right,
No,
I
I'll
don't
put it
know.
up. I'll put it up.
All
Hang
right,
on.
go to my shorts. Yeah, go to my shorts so you'll see the video with the robot.
Okay.
He got some views too.
All right. Shy. What? What's going on here? Am I typing? Shy. Is it 58? I never forget the number.
Yes, it's 58.
Shorts. All right. Which one is it? Other short. Right here. Is that it? Damn security.
That's it.
Now we're down this we in BJ's walking down the aisle, right? And all of a sudden this thing, I don't know what it is, right? It's a robot. I don't know why I said I don't know what it is, but now I'm gonna follow it like it was following me. So we standing there looking at the grills, and he just pulled up on us and then moved us out of the way. What the heck is going on around here? We got robots following us around this shit. I don't understand it. He just pulled up, yo. Now he out. You gotta get out. Get your ass back to work.
Yo, you see how many views he got?
Where do I see that on here?
At the bottom of there, and right down there, it should tell you how many views it got. No, yeah, right down there, right there. It should tell you how many views he got.
I don't see on here.
You don't see it?
Oh, 18. No, that's messages. 32 likes.
It should tell you on there. It said how many views. I know he got 1.5K or something like that.
Wow, that's something.
Yeah, yeah, but look, no, Nudie, they are. He's supposed to be the
There it is.
What do you call it?
709.
Yeah, he's. Oh, I thought. Okay. Oh, the thin blue line guy got the most views. Then you see the thin blue line? Go ahead. Go up some. It's a guy that's carrying a thin blue line flag. Go up
This
some
one.
more. You see it? Yeah, him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 5,000 views on that one. That got.
Yeah. Click on that, John. Not the food, Nudie.
I didn't click on the food. Why did it go there?
I don't know.
There.
Back to blue until it happens to you.
Oh.
This guy is walking down the street with a thin blue line flag. That's just so disrespectful. And he a dark-skinned guy, too. Just so disrespectful. Man.
I kind of felt like it was disrespectful due to all the unarmed people that was murdered by the police. Hello?
It's just sheepish. Yeah, I'm just contemplating that.
Yeah, that's kind of why I felt like it was disrespectful. It was like when I said he's a dark skinned brother too. It was like, you see what the thin blue line do to us, and you proud, you're a proud soldier.
That's it, right? So either he's part of their gang or he's just a bootlicker. One of the 2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. 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 Exactly.
Master. I gotta stand up for my master.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, none of my shorts are police activity, but I do got plenty of a few police activities on my videos.
This was a big thing,
Yeah.
right? Rights and I was focusing on last couple streams, and today one-on-one as well, is, slavery never ended. And I have an interesting thing. I was actually going to bring this up. I was contemplating something earlier today before I talked to Rights. Let me run it by you. I'll bring this up when there's panels too. I just noticed something. Okay. If we're going to take for face value the narrative that was told to us in mainstream schools that some settlers came over in the 1700s or whatever it was from Britain to try and get away from the monarchy because they were tired of it. They were tired of the oppression and the slavery. And the idea was they were coming over here to start a new colony, and it was going to be a freedom-based colony, and that's why we had the Constitution, all that kind of stuff. And the whole idea was to get away from slavery. Then my question is, why has there been actual slavery and it being called slavery ever since?
Because they were psyched into believing slavery had ended.
No.
No?
They came, I'm talking about the people who, this is the narrative, right? Forefathers from Britain came over as settlers to secede themselves from the slavery and oppression that was going on in the monarchy of Britain, right? So the idea is they come over here and they find this new land and they settle and they colonize, with the idea being that we're going to start a new way of life that is the opposite of slavery. Well, if that's true, because that's what the story is that people are taught in school. If that's true, then why has there been slavery ever since the start?
Yeah, I'm still feeling the same way because they thought that they were leaving that situation to come to America for a new, better, free life.
No, they started
That was
America.
a lie.
They started.
They started here. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. They started here, and then where did they go?
And there's the story that the schools tell us is that they came here to start. They're the forefathers, right? They came here to start a new colony on their own,
right,
and not bring slavery into the mix. Yet,
they lied.
If that's true, if that's the real story, that forefathers came here to start a new colony without slavery, then why has there been slavery ever since?
They lied. They wanted the people to follow them. They had to lie. They had to make it. Look, they had to get the followers, like on YouTube. The clickbait. They used the clickbait method, yo. We going here, and we going to get a bet. We going to do better, and da 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 da. I'm gonna hit the snap food. I'm hitting the snap food right now. Do the da 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 da. I got sold a few Jack Talcots. It was the way we were taught.
and then you'll hear all these people that are like, our forefathers, they're the ones who started the idea of freedom, and that's why we have the Constitution, but it's all bullshit.
Lied. They lied. Yes, they lied. They lied. Forefathers, my ass. They lied.
That's the point. There was never any mention of there actually being any non-slave organization. There was never any intention of there being a non-slavery environment. It was always a plantation right from the start.
Exactly. But what better way to get the people to follow us is tell them we're going to make it better.
We're going to make it free, right? And then tell them we got this Constitution that's going to save them from slavery. And they get people to go to war of it and say that they died and fought for your freedoms. And that's what that's the narrative ever since, right?
And I'm still hearing people say, thank you for your service.
Thank you for
Yo,
your
what are
service.
you thanking them
Right.
for? They didn't, what service? They went and killed innocent people and stuff. What service did they provide?
Right.
Right? I just don't get it.
Ask that question to those minded people, though, Sly, and see what answers. I just realized this, earlier yesterday. I'm just thinking, wait a second here. If there isn't a bigger hypocrisy that I've ever recognized here, if the idea was there was going to be no more slavery when they came in here, then how come there's so much fucking slavery in the history books of the United States since the 1700s?
16.
1600s, right?
1618. 1618. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get that from you too?
Probably.
Yeah. Duty, listen, I pay attention, man. Some of the stuff y'all be dropping. Listen, I pay attention. Yes. And like you said, the forefathers lied. They had to get the following. You know what I mean? Just like the Bible.
I don't even think there was forefathers at that time. I think there was already colonization going here way behind, and we're just told the history books, and it's all fucking psyop. There was no forefathers.
They had to give us fathers. They had to give us daddies like Paul. They had to give us daddies, so they gave us forefathers.
Stay in line, and be obedient to your constitutional scope and boundaries, so you can be a good embracing slave and never question your slavery.
Yeah, because when I used to be in this chat, right? Antoine's John. You heard of Anton, right?
Yeah.
Jack, Anton, yeah. So I used to be in their John, and they used to be like, you owe everything to the United States. People died for our freedoms here, and this, that, and the other. And I said, I don't owe the United States shit.
Right. I would have been like, you actually paid attention to that shit grade 4? Fuck, I was smoking joints out in the bathroom.
Yo, stop playing with me, Nudie. I was smoking joints in the bathroom too.
Forefathers my ass,
Yo.
They say there's pretty much the same narrative in every nation. Canada's got forefathers. Britain's got forefathers. It's the same thing wherever I go.
Wait. I was watching something on something yesterday, and United States is trying to move in on Canada. United States is about to give Canada some more jurisdictions or something going on where the United States and Canada are about to work together. Something's going on. I was watching that yesterday, and I was thinking about my Canadian friends, and I was like, wow. So government is the same everywhere.
Yeah.
Because they all read the forefathers book. I'm sorry.
They wrote the forefathers book.
No.
They wrote it.
They already wrote it, but we're in 2023 now, dude.
It's the same book.
Yeah, but with the reading, there comes interpretations of. You know that, Nudie.
Yeah.
Everything that they're, even in the law, you hear the police talk about it's the interpretation of, right? Mm-hmm. I can record in public. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, there's no and or but. Well, you interpretate the law wrong. How? Freedom of press is freedom of press. How do you interpretate that wrong?
What's that called when there's no room for an arbitrary decision. That's the basis behind it, but the entire thing is arbitrary from the get-go. And that's where people are just like spinning their wheels, Again, it's all about that authority thing. Who are you going to delegate to have authority of any kind over you? For me, it starts, is, and ends with myself.
I'm sorry, I had to run. I had to run for a minute, but that was my another question that I wanted to pose to people. Who has authority over you? Who should
Whoever,
have authority over you?
whoever I decide.
Why would you decide to let somebody have authority over you?
I wouldn't. Well, actually, that's not true. There is sometimes it's a healthy balance. Never a permanent thing, though.
All right, tell me please explain the healthy balance.
Right now, I have a bit more authority than you do up here by default, right? But it's a consenting authority, so it's healthy.
Right.
So some situations are fine. When it's consensual, no problem. The problem comes when it's no longer agreement. You either have agreement or you have slavery.
All right, so when would it be consensual?
When you have an agreement.
Yeah, but why would you agree to have somebody have authority over you?
Well, right now you're agreeing to be up here with Rights and I. We've got authority. We can hit the mute button or whatever.
You can do a Jack Talcott is what
Right,
your
we can
ass
do
is
it. You know,
saying.
yeah. For some environments, it's a consensual arrangement, right? You can even say that there's a minor aspect of dictatorship up here if you really want to look at it, right?
True, because I watch it on Jack's, man.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's a consensual environment where there's no force. Nobody is actually forced to participate, so therefore it's healthy. Where it becomes unhealthy is when people are forcing people to participate and do something against their will, whether they choose to or not. That is no longer healthy. That is no longer agreement. That is just simply outright criminal and slavery.
Slavery. Oh, no, I was wondering if you was gonna put that word in there.
Crime, slavery, potato, you know. All crimes are precedented on slavery. All of them. Every crime causing harm to somebody else is by doing something against their will, forcing them to do something against them.
Mm-hmm. So if I'm out enjoying my day recording, somebody says, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Enjoying my day." Is that wrong?
No.
Is that being rude?
No.
Do
Even
I
if
have to
it
answer
was.
questions? Do I have to answer questions?
Nope. And rude is not a crime. I can be rude. Go fuck yourself. What you gonna do about it?
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Now, see, I try not to be that way, right? I don't know why. I try not to be that way, but some people do have pushed me to that limit, to where I say, "Go fuck yourself."
Sometimes I would say it's a responsibility to be that in the face of somebody who wants to try and oppose their will against you to the point where they're going to be physically aggressive, right? I think it's a responsibility for you to be vocal about that and not be polite to those people and stand your ground, right? But they had to do it first.
All right. So could you do me a favor? You pull up Eli's last video.
Okay, hold on a sec. Eli, it's just one L or two?
One, ELY. Video. Is that TV Deuce? Yeah, that one. The first one.
First
that
one?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me? Huh? Excuse me? What are you doing? Hello?
Why are you filming?
Excuse me?
Why are you filming?
I'm recording. A video. For me? What you mean for what? I'm wildin'? Oh, we got here. Who you calling? this a shelter? Oh, this is shelter. No wonder. How you doing, man? What's going on?
Nah, don't take it out.
What?
Take it out. You
Take what out?
The video.
You got a mask on.
Yeah, but that's...
A ti que te importa. A ti que te importa. ¿Qué no te qué? Yo, tú estás loco, eh. Haz lo que tú quieras. Haz lo que tú quieras. You gonna do what?
This is at one of the migrant hotels in New York.
Yo, ¿quién diablo me dobló la cámara? Yo, ¿quién diablo? Who the fuck turned my camera on, bro? What the fuck, nigga? Who the fuck? Yo, que yo estoy loco por enseñarlo para que aprenda, Pero él sigue echándome marica, salando con mi vida, yo le voy a enseñar a respetar.
No, pero no me voy a enseñar a respetar a mí.
A ti te voy a enseñar a respetar, cabrón.
No.
All right, you can stop it. Now you see all those people
Yeah.
that approached him.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing anything wrong.
Correct.
But because they have to follow policy, right? They think that we're supposed to keep this on a hush. This little, we got the migrants in this hotel. Nobody's supposed to know. He has a right to be there. They called they tried to jump him. They tried to fight him. They messed with his camera. Then the cop came out and snatched his camera, snatched his whole gimbal and broke it. For nothing though. Because he was exercising his rights. He was being free. He was just enjoying his night, walking down the street, recording.
Right.
I don't get why people are so messed up about that. Like, why do people don't understand that you're being recorded everywhere you go?
Because fluoride.
Hey, you go with the fluoride again. I think that's why dogs are so smart, because I didn't give them no fluoride. But go ahead.
Probably. Yeah. Because fluoride, hypnosis, the television, and 20 years of indoctrination works.
Yeah, I guess.
And it works so effectively that it's hard for people to even think anything other than that.
When people start doing that, then I want to reverse it on them. What if you was walking down the street minding your business and I stopped you and asked you what was you doing? How would you feel?
I would ask you this. I would say, did you get the memo? And then I'd ask you if you got the email.
Uh-huh.
And if your answer is no, I'd say that it's probably none of your fucking business, isn't it?
I like that one. I might have to write that. I'm gonna have to jot that down. One for the books.
That's one of my go-tos for the cops.
Yeah.
What's her name? Did you get the memo? No. Did you get the email? No. That's probably none of your fucking business.
Excuse me. I would throw in one a little better. Did you get the email? Did you get the memo? No? That means it wasn't no information for you. No information for you.
The reason there's even more psychology behind the word business being used in there. Because
you're kind of going in and out.
Am I? There's a little bit of an echo. Let me see if that's on right. Hang on a second. No, it's on your end. There's a teeny bit of an echo going on. I think it's that thing that happens. Yeah.
Is it me?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
I know what the problem is. Give me a second.
Okay.
I had YouTube open on my other device. You still hear it?
Yeah. No. Oh yeah, I do. It's there.
Let me check out.
It's that thing that your phone does sometimes. I think would sometimes get fixed. Some, if I remember, when you go down and up something.
I got earphones on though.
I don't know why it's doing.
What? You still hear it?
Yeah,
You sure it's not you?
definitely not me.
All right.
It's not even a
This is what.
echo. It's a weird sort of bassy echo thing.
All right. This is probably why I'm not allowed. Well, no. This is why I'm not allowed on. Not probably. This is why I'm not allowed on Paul's broadcast. How about if I take these off? Hold on, Nudie.
Yeah.
Hear me, Nudie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Yo, it's this Bluetooth stuff, man. All these devices and crap.
That's probably it. Yeah, now it's better. You're good now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Bluetooth. It's like trying to connect.
That's an even better mic quality than that headset.
Yeah. And I don't have nothing on.
I think that's probably the way to go on that device, as long as you don't have YouTube running in the background or something, you know.
Right. But yeah, every time I go up on Paul's, he gonna say, "Get a headset. Get a headset." Now the headset don't work properly. So I stopped trying. Just look. If you can't have me, well.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So what I was saying earlier is another thing too that I've talked with Wright a lot about, understanding this whole business thing. It's actually where I learned a lot from Dean Clifford again back in the day as well. Fundamentally, at least the foundational part, and then took it to whole new levels and heights and just practice and stuff. This whole policy thing that's going on, even the dynamic is all centered in foundation. Having problems today with my speech. Foundationally centered around this thing called business. And in business, again, same thing as in life. Life itself is business, and it becomes this question of whose business is it? Whose business is it? That's the same thing as the authority thing that we were talking about earlier. Whose authority is it? Whose business is it? Or whose jurisdiction is it? All of these are the same questions fundamentally. So when you're dealing with a cop, what you need to realize that they're trying to do, or when you're dealing with government, is their first order of business, no pun intended, is to get you to consent to being in business with them. Can I have your name, please? Consent. Can I have your ID, please? Consent. And what you're showing is you're showing the paperwork. When you do that, that confirms the presumed consent that they had when they first started engaging with you. Mm-hmm. So even in their own jurisdiction, and there's some reasonable merit to this, presumptions unrebutted stand as fact. That's just a general consensus in their jurisdiction, and I reckon that it's actually sensible. That being said, the burden of proof always rests on the accuser. So, if you're going to accuse me of being in business with you, that I have some sort of contractual engagement of being in business with you, fine that you make the accusation. I have no problem standing in honor to that, as long as you can show me that I have a legitimate contract with you, that I'm choosing at this very moment, at this very time, to be operating on whatever it is, agreed honorable arrangement that you're saying or making a claim that I have with you is. Produce that or fuck off, because if you can't produce that, then you're not standing in honor. You're trying to force me in being in business with you, and I am not interested in doing so. That's going to cost you big time and dearly.
But who's willing? I mean, who's? Let me see how do I put this? Who's strong enough to say it though? I mean, like people don't stand up, duty. People fall for anything. They don't know how to stand up for something.
People who understand this too.
Yeah, true that. True that.
Anybody who wants to understand it can. And anybody who's willing to back themselves up to whatever degree that they need to go so that their business is not overrun by somebody else's business. If McDonald's came to you, for example, somebody as a representative from McDonald's, a policy enforcement agent of McDonald's, okay? They're their own corporation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And within their own corporation, they have policy meetings for their own corporation, right?
Right, just like the police. But go ahead. I'm on your boat. But go ahead.
Right. Let's say somebody from the policy enforcement department of McDonald's decided they're going to go out and they're going to go on the road and they're going to stop somebody and they're going to try to enforce the policy of McDonald's on that person. What would you say if that was you?
If it was me, I'd be like, listen, I need you to take that policy, go back to your superiors, and make sure you understand policies are for you, laws are for me.
You see, now be more literal. I'm using the example literally as if it was not, I know you understand I'm being metaphoric, right? But if it literally was a policy enforcement, or not enforcement, sorry, a policy.
Yeah, I would believe it.
Somebody from the policy department is on the road and they decide to, pull over with you at a stop sign and approach your window and said, hey, we've got this new policy at our headquarters here and you need to follow it. And it doesn't look like you're following it. So I got to write you up for breach of contract here.
I'm a dumb slave. I'm a dumb slave, and I'm gonna be like, okay, I didn't know about the I didn't know about the new policy.
A dumb slave is gonna be like, McDonald's gets the rules of my life.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know that McDonald's out on the road passing out policies.
And this is what it means, Si. This is what ignorance to the law truly means. It doesn't.
But you know that nobody listen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that, Nudie. Nobody pays attention though. The handbook is full of the policies and codes for the employee. Nobody, they give them the handbook and they said, here, read this. These are our policies and principles, policies, rules, whatever. They read the book and think that the book is for us.
For everybody.
Right. The book is for them. They cannot go outside their policies. Right? They can't report in the police stations because they have private information where people live, social security numbers and stuff like that. They're not supposed to record. Even in those government buildings, they're not supposed to because they have access to everybody's personal information. So I don't understand how they try to switch it around and say it's the public that can't do it. It's our policy. The policy is for y'all.
I can explain that to you.
Go ahead.
If you're choosing to operate as a citizen, if you're choosing to personify that your capacity at a given moment is operating through a citizen status, you are no longer outside of their corporate structure. You are a employee. You are a franchise. You are operating as one of their structure employee staff.
It's like just say it. Just say you're operating as one of their slaves. Go ahead, say it. Stop playing.
Less than a slave.
Okay.
Less than a slave. You're operating as a citizen.
A citizen.
Citizen.
I used to call Dennison that. I'm sorry, Dennison. I didn't mean to call you that.
But that's what it is. Okay, so that's that's why it's very important to stand in honor in life, right? So that's the first thing they're going to do is that's why they want you to present these IDs, because they're getting on record that you're testifying to yourself right now on the spot that you're agreeing that you're operating as a citizen with these terms and conditions.
So
and
that's why they feel. That's why they feel it. That's why they feel like they have the authority to question us, right?
Not only feel like it, they actually do. You consented to it.
All right.
At that moment, if you are saying that I'm operating on it, they can't read your mind. Just because they think that you might not know that that means that you have the terms and services bound to you by saying that. That's not up to them. That's up to you. That's what ignorance to the laws is no excuse really mean. If you're not aware and don't know better and don't know where your standing is, that's on you. It's nobody's job to actually inform you of your capacity and that you actually have the sole proprietor to decide for yourself that you are the dominion and you get to make your own rules. If you don't know that and you're ignorant to that, well, it's nobody else's. Nature doesn't give you a free pass.
Because they cite this out. They said people died for your right to vote.
Right. Right, exactly. What do you mean you're standing outside the box? What do you mean you want to go outside there? There's nothing for you out there. We're here to protect you. You need us.
People died for you to have this freedom to walk. People died for you to have this freedom to talk.
That's right. What are you talking about that freedom stuff? That's blasphemous. There's people who died for your freedom. Why do you want to talk about that?
That is Yo, I wish I could remember that video where all them elderly people was this, and this man was a veteran, and they, oh my God, they told him he was a creep. They called him all kinds of names. But Nudie, the worker, was, after they badgered this man for like 20 minutes to a half an hour, they started the meeting with a prayer. You heard? Seriously, Nudie, they started the meeting with a prayer talking about freedom and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, yo, but y'all just did the opposite for 30 minutes.
I know, the psyop is deep.
Yo, it was so crazy. I mean, the whole squad, that whole room, with nothing but white hair, gray hair people.
You know the number one proponent of being in a cult is that you don't realize you're in one, right?
Yeah, the Supreme Court.
Let me ask you a question. Are you in a cult?
Yeah.
Well, good answer. Because that's the first stage of getting out of it, is the recognition.
Every time I go outside, I'm a cult member.
Totally in a cult. Exactly. And back to the last thing I was saying a minute ago, to tie it in together with that business thing, okay? Now it'll make even more sense why I choose the word when I say, did you get the memo? No. Did you get the email? No. Then it's probably none of your fucking business, is it? Right? Because what I'm saying is I'm not in a business engagement with you. Fuck off. I'm not consenting to be in one right now. I'm rebutting the presumptions before they even came into play.
Right.
Right from the get-go. What's your name? You didn't get the memo?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get the email? It's probably none of your fucking business then.
Mm-hmm.
The stance is clear at this point, right? That I have no contract
with you. Yup. That's what happened to me. I had 20 cops in my face. Like, yo, you better back up. They kept telling me to back up. Nah, y'all back up. I ain't signed no contract with y'all. I gotta follow what you tell me to do.
Right. The stupid pissing match, right? Is who's the employee? It's BDSM 101, right? That's what's going on. Who's the master? Who's the slave? Who's the dominant? Who's the submissive?
Yeah, but they trained the police, though. They trained the police to really believe that they are dominance, authority.
as they train the civilianry to really believe that they're the submissive obedience class.
Yes, damn. We were trained. Oh my God, I never even thought of that one. See, Nudie, I gotta write this down.
Listen, there's a big difference between educated and indoctrinated. Indoctrinated is a simile for domesticated and trained.
Well, we were indoctrinated. Okay, so I was indoctrinated in the 60s,
Right?
right? That's when my indoctrinated started in the
Right.
60s. So then I was,
If
what's
you
the next word you said?
domesticated / trained. If you
Then,
use
then
those
I,
words, and it'll start to make perfect sense.
right. Then I became domesticated because I had to take care of my aunt's kids and stuff, right? And then what's the next word?
Well, you were domesticated from about 5 years old and above, and probably
Yes.
sooner than that by your parents, right? And trained,
I was
same thing.
well, I was no, no. Um, um, my mother didn't do too much. I was indoctrinated, like I said, yo.
We
My
are all
mother didn't do
domesticated.
too much. She didn't. I don't know. Was it training or because
All
she
of
beat
us
my
living
ass a lot?
all of us living in a beehive corporate environment with rules is domestication. We've all been domesticated. We haven't
Yeah,
been
but
left to be feral and run wild.
true that. But see, I was forced into everything.
Yeah, forced domestication and
Yeah.
forced
So
training.
yeah, before my time, before my before my age or whatever. I was forced into a lot of stuff.
The truth is, the process started before conception, when we were in the womb. If you really want to look at it,
True that. When my mother was being, yeah,
right?
yeah,
But the
yeah.
training, the pre-training happened lightly when you were before kindergarten, and after kindergarten, the training part that happened very, very heavy-handedly from grade kindergarten all the way up to graduation, if you did, and even further. That's all training to be a good, obedient worker slave. That's all that is, and i.e. slave, right? You just got
I think
trained to
I
be.
started training myself then, Nudie. I think I started training myself when.
There you
when
go.
I,
Now that's the last icing on the cake. Here's what they've done to us. They have trained us to enslave ourselves and be our own, in charge of our own slavery, censor ourselves and do all the dirty work for them without them even being in the picture. We've done it all to ourselves. And then they've trained us to point the finger and blame them so that it's just a boogeyman. There's nobody. It's just reaching for the stars in the air and never getting anywhere with taking accountability and self-responsibility for ourselves. They're sitting
so
there
how do you?
rubbing their hands, salivating over this.
So how do you? All right. Now here's my question. How do you train yourself not to let them train you?
You have to unprogram yourself. You have to go back to where you were when you were young, and you have to take everything off your brain palette and start looking at things objectively and picking it apart and saying, is that healthy? Is that not healthy? Is that necessary? Is that not necessary? What would I have done if I were left myself in the wild amongst the trees? And what would I have observed and taken upon myself as what was truly of value for education, wise and not indoctrination or training and programming for a corporate world?
I'd be sitting up here with an icon just like yours. I'd be Nudie / die.
There's room in this square. It's a big box. It looks like it's a box here, but it kind of goes further out.
Yeah,
So,
I'd be a Nudie / die.
Right. And that's
But
what I've had to do, and really what it comes down to is we have to take out the gunk that's in our mind and deprogram ourselves and detoxify ourselves, because we're all toxic from the indoctrination.
I think I did that at a young. I mean, I believe that's what happened to me, Nudie. Once I stopped using, the chemicals, I started waking up and paying attention to a lot of different stuff. That was, that I started paying attention to what I had been through, and I was awakened to what I can go through. Does that make sense?
It does. Mm-hmm.
Because like once I stopped using, I started paying attention more. My mind started, I guess, clearing up. And like you said, I started erasing all that old shit, started thinking for myself, started seeing things for myself.
Right.
And I guess that's when I stopped. I cut off the indoctrination. I cut off the training. How about that? I cut off the being trained. Is that
Yes, you started. You ended the practice of being running on program of somebody else that put it on your subconscious palette, and you decided to take conscious intention for your programming and change your programming, and got good at that as being a practice to the point where it becomes a way of life. That is what
right?
it's all about.
Right. So I trained myself, basically.
Yeah, in favor of being trained by others. This is again the authority thing. You either write your own rules. Same thing. You train yourself. You're in charge. That's what self-governing is all about. Either govern yourself, write your own rules, or somebody else will govern you and write the rules for you.
And they pushed it. I here go another one, another example. This is what I think they did. So I'm a victim of child abuse. I was a victim of child abuse.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went to school, they made me feel like I could trust them. I told them everything. By the time I got home, my mother had known everything I told them. And I got beat worse. And I think that was a setup to get you in the system.
Absolutely.
Right? That's a setup to take you away from your parent. Because why, if I told you I'm being abused, why would you go home and tell my mother instead of investigating and finding out like what's going on? You just go straight, yeah, she told me this, she told us that, she told us this. Then they left. Let me go home.
There's definitely something fucked up with that.
Yeah. So that's kind of when I stopped trusting.
Right. You
Right?
realize
I
for me
stopped trusting authority. Yeah, I stopped trusting authority. Because look at what y'all did to me. Like y'all told me y'all was gonna help me. Look, take care of me, whatever. This can't be stop. Yeah, this could be not, you know what I mean? They ain't do none of that.
For me, it was Santa Claus.
Oh, I got told about that when I was like 6 when she stole the gifts. I'm
same age. I'm in grade 1, right? And I'm thinking to myself, and I'm contemplating, I'm starting to, develop a little bit. And I'm already questioning things. I already got thrown out of the church in kindergarten for asking questions. And now I'm thinking in grade 1, I don't know about the Santa Claus thing. There's something a little fishy about it. I think I'm going to put it to the test. And so I'm walking home from school and I'm thinking, I'm going to pretend, I'm going to gaslight my mother. I'm going to psyop her. And I'm going to pretend that we had a talk in class today and they announced that, Santa Claus is real. And then we had a discussion about it, whether it's, this or that and so on and so forth. And I did that and my mother totally bought it. Oh yeah, you did it. So you know the truth, right? I was pissed. I'm like, what? I flew off the handle. You mean it really is a lie? And
oh, you set your mom up.
I set my mom up. She bought it. She fell for it.
She bought it. Oh my goodness.
And so, I wasn't pissed about the Santa Claus part or the presents part. I was pissed that the people that I was supposed to have the trust for
lied to
me after telling me that lying is wrong and looking around going, holy shit, the whole fucking world is in on this every fucking year. And now I'm thinking, well, what else is that? Here's the start of it. Well, now I've got to find out about the tooth fairy, right? Now that Easter bunny, come on, he don't really have fucking ears going. Nobody has a basket that big to hold all them eggs, right? And on it goes. And I never stopped, Sly. That was the start of it. And so I've been challenging everything ever since and discovering that, yeah, the whole world is in one big state of psyop, gaslit, lie constantly.
Yeah.
And I've never accepted any of that bullshit to be a part of my indoctrinated palette. So I've always kept that distance and really didn't have the same amount of gunk as most of the indoctrinated people do to lift out of their system. Right? I had much less detoxing than most people had to go through, and that set the stage for me to discover a lot of the other stuff in my later years. And get to the bottom of things, all the way to what I know now about self-reliance and self-sufficiency. If it wasn't for that, so thank you, Santa Claus. Thank you, Gaslight. Thank you, all you motherfuckers that lied to me and taught to me the lesson that I need to learn is that none of you guys can be trusted. I need to count on myself.
And you know, your people would get mad if you told their kid it wasn't no Santa Claus. Yeah.
Right? What do you mean you're not going to participate in the lie with all of us together after we just, tell our children not to lie again? Or how about this one, right? How about this one? What's up, right? Good morning.
Let's see what time is it you guys have? 12 hours?
10:57.
11. And we're coming up to 11. Another hour left.
1 hour left. Okay, keep an eye on it then. I'll go back to sleep a little bit. Okay, go on. Oh, you're sorry.
Love you right.
There you go.
Okay, so here's the other one. From about 1 year old, from whenever you can really start conversing, with your parents. I remember one of the things they always tell you, don't talk to strangers, right? Don't talk to strangers. It's bad to do that. This can happen, that can happen to you.
Right.
Great. Age 5 comes around. I remember like a week before, my mother saying, well, I guess we better start you in school. I'm like, what is that? They never talked about it to me before. Oh, well, that's where you go and learn things and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that sounds like, I'm thinking this is like, oh, that sounds like preschool. I've been in there. Right.
Right.
And all of a sudden, after all these first few primal years of don't talk to strangers, all of a sudden, literally overnight, I get walked to school by my babysitter that I hardly know, a half an hour away, only to be thrown into a basket of 500 to 1,000 strangers that I know absolutely none of. And
exactly.
I have to just follow and obey their command, and I don't know who to listen to or trust or where to start or whatever. And this is the stage setter for the next 20 years after it was hammered in my head. Don't talk to strangers.
Right.
What the fuck?
And who told your parents to say that? Where did that ad come from? Because it was an ad. It definitely was an ad.
Right.
Look, after the McDonald people, what's it, McGrimace and McDonald, Ronald McDonald and all of them, like after them. Look, don't talk to strangers.
Don't talk to strangers.
Yeah, this damn clown, this damn Ronald McDonald in a suit, and don't talk to strangers.
I'm surprised.
Go sit on this guy's lap.
In his lap, right? Exactly. I'm surprised I didn't freak out and break down any more than I did sitting there. I'm surprised I didn't have a nervous breakdown in kindergarten, looking around, going, being in a panic. What can I do? I'm surrounded by strangers. I'm going to get in trouble here.
Kids have though, Nudie. Kids
I bet.
Yeah. You done kept me and you didn't warn me, right? So I can see if you from the age of 3 to the time where I go to school, you tell me, well, when you get a little older, you're going to go to school, you're going to be around other kids, and you're going to have a teacher. Like these things you prepare your child for, right?
I had none of that, slammed right into it. I had no idea what I was getting into.
They said, look, this is what they did. They grabbed your ass up by the arm. They took you and threw you in this building. And they said, he said, if you don't go here a certain amount of days, they're going to come and lock me up.
Right. And hurry your ass up because I finally get a break from you for 8 hours every day. So get going, right? Yeah. I've been looking forward to this since about Labor Day.
So for 12 years, who was left to raise your kids?
The state. Isn't that
That's
the most?
crazy.
Isn't that the most irresponsible thing you can do? Right?
Yes.
Especially after you just got your ass handed to you by your own 12 years of being in slammed in with the state. You know what they're going to do, and it's that it gets progressively worse. It doesn't improve.
College.
Mhm.
Then you gotta then marriage. Then family.
I
Then
was
you gotta buy
telling
a house.
Wrights this the other day, asking him the question: do you like the idea of having parents after you left the nest?
I
And
do. I
you do?
wanted to trade my mom in, yo.
Well, that's reversing the role. That's a little different. But this is what people are opting for, right? And then they're also opting for instead of parenting their kids themselves, sending their kids to the same oppressor that they're complaining about for parenting. What?
But why did they have to do that though, Nudie? Because they had to go to work for the oppressor.
That's right. Because
So
we
they
don't
had
have
to
enough
send.
time.
So they
We're
had to
talking-
send their kids somewhere.
We were talking to motors, and then they make the excuse about it, right? Well, if you I have no options. If I'm forced to work all these hours, then you got to give me some benefit. You at least have to take the responsibility off of me
Raising
for my
my
kids and
child.
stuff. Raising
You
my
got-
child. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Since when did that become an obligation of anybody else? All of a sudden, never mind the obligation for you, but now your descendants too. Wow, talk about spoon-feed-itis.
So what makes the Amish so different?
They're a more primitive cult with more traditional values.
Okay.
They don't
And they
tend
govern
to.
them, and they govern themselves, right?
Yeah, they're more self-governing. That's right. They're more cooperative, and they don't want to. They don't want to embrace that which atrophies.
Right.
Which is the technology and the superficialness.
All the slave tools. Say it,
All the
Nudie.
slave tools.
Damn it.
All the
Say
slave
it,
tools.
Nudie. All the slave tools.
Right. That which is going to make your life so much easier, right?
Mm-hmm. Does it really?
No. Of course it does. It makes things a little more convenient, but at the expense of forgetting how to function without it. That's the atrophy.
Exactly. Like, why would I need somebody to boil my fucking eggs? Excuse my expression, Nudie. Why would I need somebody to boil my eggs?
Right. I know. When you work too much and you have no time to raise your kids.
So I need somebody to boil my eggs?
That's right. And your kids' eggs too. So you might as well have somebody from the state come in and be the babysitter and take care. Isn't that what preschool is all about? Isn't that what sending your kids to school is all about?
Well,
and then while they're there, we might as well indoctrinate them to be good worker, obedient slaves.
So they trying to get preschools earlier, like at 3 now, right?
Well, I thought they already did.
Oh, well, maybe I'm just picking up on it. I don't know.
I think so. And that's when I started preschool. Well, it was kind of there was preschool and then daycare, and they were kind of the same thing back in the day for us. I don't know if it's
All right,
still
so
is.
preschool. No, we didn't have preschool. We had kindergarten.
Okay. We didn't have
we didn't have any we didn't have any 1 to 3. No. We didn't have no daycares and all that. We had babysitters or that's it, babysitter.
Okay.
And she was like maybe 15, 16 years old.
Right. Yeah, it was private in the home. So yeah, we had that, but then we also had state sponsored or private preschool and daycare.
Oh yeah, well, see, we got a lot of that now. We do have a lot of. How old are you? You sound like you still a baby, yo.
I'm 47, Sly.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. They did start preschools back when probably about what, 20 years ago?
Well,
No.
no.
Well, Canada, wait, you're in Canada. Sorry.
Yeah, that would have
You're
been 40 years ago.
you're in
Here.
another universe. I forgot. I'm sorry. You're not. Even though you're part of the United States, you're not really part of the United States.
I ain't part of none of that shit.
I know. Yo, somebody asked me a question the other day. I had to and they said, are you a registered voter? And I gave him the I, right? But I said, yeah, I'm a registered voter. I was getting ready to get into, yeah, but I wish I wasn't. I don't vote.
Here's another reverse psychology thing. Are you a citizen? That's none of my fucking business. My fucking business. That's none of my fucking business.
I didn't know. I thought when they asked me, was I a citizen of the United States? I said yes. I was taught to. Look, now they ask me, am I a citizen? Hell no.
Well, notice how I didn't say that's none of your fucking business. I said that's none of my fucking business, right?
Right.
Because it's not. The citizenry, that's not my business.
It's not my business.
None of that is my business.
Because I used to always get, you don't like authority. You don't like authority. You against authority. And I'm like, yo, I'm against anybody trying to tell me what to do.
Yeah, see, there's the reverse psyop. Here's my response to that. I'm all for it. I'm the authority.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Right? Yeah. Claim it.
I am absolutely for the authority.
Okay.
100%. My authority.
Right. Who has authority over you? Me. Yeah, I like that. That's right.
And I'm not against anybody else's authority.
Right. There you go. I'm not. I am against bad authority. People that, tyrannical authority.
That's slavery.
Okay. Anybody that wants to rule. Anybody who wants to rule. Okay, I got you.
It's the end of consent, right? It's the end of agreement.
Yeah.
So you rule yourself, I rule myself. This means when we come together, if we have an agreement, we have an agreement. If we don't have agreement, we go our separate ways until if and when we have an agreement, everything is peaceful. No problems. Mm-hmm. The problems start when one decides they want to force something over somebody after they don't want it anymore. They don't want to agree. They don't want to participate. They just want to go home or whatever. If it's not left as is at that point, that's where the problems start, and they need to be dealt with swiftly.
But you're interfering in my investigation.
I'm interfering with your investigation. You're interfering with my investigation.
But all I'm asking you to do is just give me your ID.
All I'm asking you to do.
Simple. It's that simple. Why are you making this difficult? Why are you making this difficult, sir? If you just turn over your Fourth Amendment and give me your ID, this will be all easy. This will go smoothly.
You must be under the presumption that I'm a part of your business.
Well, listen. You're just. I have a job to do, right? And my job is. Somebody called. Said it was a suspicious person out here, and
you're not trying to force me to be a part of your business, are you?
Well, no. I'm not trying to.
Awesome.
No,
I'm not. Thank you for your offer. I'm not interested in your business.
See, send me more cars.
And at the same time, I'm doing the same thing. Come on, I got a tyrant alert, right? I'm doing the same thing, right? I got my allies too coming in.
Yo, that's what they be afraid of too, duty. That's why they be telling people when they be on their phones and stuff, when they pull them over at a traffic stop, they be like, oh no, get off your phone, because we don't know if you're calling somebody over here.
Right. And the reality is 98% of the time, it's a bluff. It's all bark
Right.
and no bite, right?
Yeah. Well, it's
And
not with them though. No, when they get on there, when they do like this, he's not cooperating. He will not
right,
ID.
right. But as
That's
far
just real.
no, but as far that's real. But as far as them actually going to do something physically or whatever, 98% of it is a bluff. Especially when they see that somebody is not afraid to operate their own affairs, not in non-compliance to them. Right, like somebody like myself, if I don't have a plate on, or I have a plate that says "fuck you" to authority, or "fuck the police," or whatever it is, they really don't want to. I'm not their first choice of person to target because
Oh my
I'm not.
God! You ain't see the
I'm
video
not.
the other. You ain't see the damn video. The what you call it? What you call it? When the cop get questioned, when the not interrogation, litigation, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy had a sign standing on the corner somewhere, and the sign read some vulgar stuff. Cops came out, snatched the sign, threw him on the ground.
Yeah,
beat
that
the
guy.
man up, beat him up, arrested him, and all that, right? And then he had to answer questions. Well, did you see what the sign said? Nah. You didn't investigate and see what the sign said? Nah. Well, did you snatch the sign from him? Nah. You didn't snatch the sign from him? Okay, I might have. Did you snatch the sign hard or soft? He said, could you define hard or soft? Nigga, did you snatch it with violence? Yo, I'm telling you, man, they come up with their own stuff, Nudie.
Yeah.
And then they lie.
Yeah, that's okay. That's not a problem.
It's a problem for me because you ain't.
Well, yeah, you're not in my position. That's why.
Yeah, true that. True that.
Right.
Can I move up there with you, Nudie, please?
Well, yeah, but it's not even just that. It's also like, I've got a network of allies that's strong, right? That are willing to come at moment's notice to back me up, and vice versa. And it's not just two or three people. It's large, and it's not in one location. It's all over the place. And the cops know that there are people who have gone to that extent, and they really don't want to get caught up in an engagement where they really do want to go home. It's not like they really want to get into. They don't want to risk their lives if they don't have to, right?
Yeah, that's how they train, though. That's how they train. That's why they're tyrants more than anything, because their safety matters before anything else.
They're trained to run a script, and their script is to go after the honeypot of obedience, and that's what they'd rather do all day long. Just pump out and turn out ticket after ticket after ticket, generate revenue with the least amount of resistance and the least amount of threat to their life as possible.
Exactly.
So I am far from being in that honeypot target for them. So when they realize that there's no bluff on this end, typically it ends swiftly, right? Especially if they have the idea that, oh, wait a second, this man's not afraid to have his life on the line here to preserve his liberty and not go in a cage. Maybe we're better think twice about this here.
I think that's what them 20 cops did when they was all up in my face. Oh, did I tell you that situation when I was on the corner recording? The young man, all his charges got dropped. He they searched his car and found a gun without probable cause. And that's all I kept screaming on the video. What was your probable cause? What was your probable cause? Did you see him point a gun at anybody? Did you see him with a gun? What was your probable cause? And they all kept trying to get me, surround me and all that, bully me and all that, trying to get me out of there. I didn't move. Right. And his mom, she texted me last week and said that all the charges were dropped. So I'm glad that I was out there recording for that young man. But they was on me though, Nudie. They pulled up white shirts on me. They had a female They had all these other cops in my face. They couldn't move me.
Did and how the interaction.
You
You know how many
I bet they did. Did you see what I was showing rights earlier?
No, what?
Here's the deal guy. Maybe you've seen this one or not. Tell me if you have when I play it, and then I'll stop it again.
I watch Here's the Deal every day. Go ahead.
Okay, so you've probably seen. So here's a good example of people, and they don't even know. Like, it's obvious they don't even know, like, maybe 10% of the stuff that I know as far as how the system works. These guys just know that tyrants are tyrants, and just their willingness to not back down to them and call them on their bullshit was enough. And this is up somewhere in the Canadian neck of the woods, so I'm not sure exactly where this is, but here's talk about fucking a ridiculous dumb cops narrative. They're trying to tell this guy here he's on his own private property. He's done an infraction for, first of all, not having his car painted white. And then the second one, as that didn't go too smoothly and didn't work, that they were doing some kind of a code violation, that their paint color was not the same as when they left the lot when they made the purchase or something.
I saw that video. Go ahead, though. I
You
did see that video. Go ahead. Yeah, I did. Go ahead. I watched all of them.
So, and another prime example of just the bigger part is just the way that people are, able to stand up to these tyrants and don't back down no matter what they do. A lot of people, that thing that you did where, they're going to call in for the cavalry and blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people have that, right? Fear is what they're thinking. So they end up acquiescing and bucking the knee. And that's what's created. These cops are used to people doing that. And so the more people are going to have to, because we've let that go so far for so long that it's going to take a few people getting hurt a little bit sometimes, right? Taking a few punches, for these fucking tyrants to start getting the idea that we're just not going to take shit anymore. And I reckon that some people, much as I'm not advocating for violence and I'm not saying the civilianry, some people probably have to get killed in this civil war battle that's going on, as it has been for a long time.
But they have been. They have been, Nudie.
I mean, outright, the reason why Nudie has the Nude Guru thing up here and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, I advocate for shooting tyrants in the head to stop it.
Wait a minute, zombie killer. Are you calling them zombies?
Sure. I mean, who else wears a costume and acts like a clown and then tells himself to have legitimate authority every day?
I'm telling you.
Got to have some kind of zombie-ish going on. Right? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I reckon that had this been done sooner and people start getting the balls to go the distance sooner, it would have been over with a lot longer, and these fucking pigs would have gotten the message a lot longer. Wait a second, no, I don't want to be going out there and putting my life on the line like that. It's going to come. I'm making sure of it. You can count on it.
They're going to create it, though.
So am I.
You know that? Huh?
Oh my! I'm pushing for it.
Yeah, but they creating it themselves.
Yes, they are. They've been asking for it for a long time, and it's surprising that the all these keyboard warriors and puff persona people,
like Snafu. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, lip
I did not mean to say that.
Right.
I do not like going in these boxes dropping names. But excuse me, Snafu. I'm sorry.
You should ask some of these people where they stand against tyranny.
I kind of did. I did yesterday in the chat. I said, Snafu, have you, he said he was in prison. So I said, well, as you was closer to the PP people than anybody. Did you do anything?
I just want to know if he dropped the soap.
If he did what?
If he dropped the soap.
No, the way he talk, I don't. The way he talked, Nudie, I'm just saying he might have got a little scared, got a little push scare up in there.
All right, we'll watch a bit of this, and again, just a great example. It's one of so many. I've got such a big collection, just to
Yeah, he
showcase to
just dropped.
people.
I just got a notification from him just now. From Here's the Deal.
Oh, okay, he's got a new one out.
Yeah.
You know, and this guy's pretty good. I mean, he's a little bit controlled opposition. I can see that, but there's a
You talking
lot
about
of
Here's
good
the
stuff.
Deal?
Here's
You
the
talking about
deal.
Here's
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. I noticed that the other day. I kind of paid attention to that the other day when he did something, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely in there, and definitely shows them as well.
Yep.
Fair enough if people are making a living. Actually, I'd rather see them doing that at least
Yeah,
than
because he
something
tries to keep
activism
it.
productive.
He tries to keep it enough where the community is on board with him.
Right.
Right? You know what I mean? He tries to keep it enough where, the community ain't like looking at him iffy.
Right. Yeah, so there's that and whatnot. But nonetheless, there's still, there's a lot of good in it as well. And this is one of the classic. Now, it's not his video, but he's propagating it, which is great.
Mhm. Yeah.
And,
That's what he does. That's all he does, though. You notice that?
Yeah.
That's all he does. He's not out in the street auditing or anything like that.
Was he originally though, or something? I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
I forget how he started. He had another thing going, if I remember, before this channel.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. Yeah. Anyway, so okay, a great example again. These Canadian guys, I'm telling you, got to watch out for them.
Antique shops sell fucking license plates, you fucking idiot. Am I allowed to do that, bro?
Wayne's World just crossed over into the real world.
Excuse me?
Wayne is confronting cops. And
Yeah, exactly. It's my fucking truck, you stupid fuck. Do you feel proud of yourself what you do every day? You got no chicks. You fucking sleep in a bed with a chick last night? No, dude. You're a nerd. You stupid dummy. Holy fuck. You fucking are a loser. You're gonna be proud of your life and the shit you did, bro? You just made that up.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And what are you
I
gonna
don't
do?
care!
Bet your girlfriend's taller than you too, you little nerds. You guys ever kiss each other? Do you even know how to work a screwdriver? You look like a little baby. Can you even grow facial hair, you little baby? Arm up your flappy man tits, bud.
You guys are going to absolutely love this guy. Never underestimate the power, the sheer power, the mullet.
Game on!
This guy's got a mullet. His name's Zach. This comes from the YouTube channel First Gen Zach. I want to give you the setup real quick, and then we're going to get right into this video. But you're going to just stay tuned because you've never seen cops get talked to quite like this. This is almost like Wayne's World meets real life, complete with the mullet and everything. Zach, me and my friends were walking into a restaurant. I opened the door for my friend to walk in, and all we hear in the background is, "Hey, buddy, is that your truck?" from the black officer. And then he proceeded to harass us, calling in backup and the supervisor, even tried to make up a story that we diverted being pulled over and pulled into private property so they couldn't do anything to us. Meanwhile, and he's not using any punctuation here, meanwhile, we were just trying to get lunch and we were already halfway into the restaurant. For anybody who sees this video, I hope this explains this. We never got pulled over. We got harassed while we were trying to walk into a restaurant. So let's watch Zach perform his handiwork on these prying police officers.
Call like a supervisor. He'll be here. You don't know what you're doing. For my truck not being white? For my truck not being white? Is that a ticket? You're gonna write me a ticket? Is that for my truck not being white?
Stupid.
He said, "You're violating the Highway Traffic Act, and it has something to do with the color of his truck." He said, "Because it's not white." I'm not familiar with this Highway Traffic Act.
I don't have to tell you who I am.
Sorry?
I don't have to tell you who I am.
Okay, you mind I stepping back there?
No, I'm here with my friend. I think I'm gonna do him.
I don't know who you are. I've never met you in my life, okay?
I've never met you either. I probably make more money than you do. So why are you being mean to us, man?
Mean to you? Alright, you're gonna get arrested in a minute if you don't provide your driver's license. Okay,
You're going to get arrested if you don't make yourself insecure in your person. Now, give us your ID. Yeah, you haven't committed a crime or anything, but there's a highway traffic act out there, and we got to save a whole bunch of people.
Go punch it into the computer.
You don't have to ownership for the vehicle. A white stolen by a crackhead. Okay, so it should come up as a white pickup truck. That's what. Yeah. Who's this license plate from? Tango 976. Yeah, bro, I stole those plates. Like no one. You know how many fucking antique shops sell fucking license plates? You fucking idiot. Holy fuck, bro. Am I allowed to do that, bro? Yeah, exactly. It's my fucking truck, you stupid. You guys fucking, you know what fucking color your car is? What the color is your car on the ownership, dude? Because all those fucking cop cars, they're white, black,
just
they say
waiting
white
on
and black,
that.
they say fucking gold letters on the side. You guys are fucking goofy. It does. You
So that's good. So when this truck was purchased, apparently it was a different color, obviously. And then he just comes back at them and goes, "Do you think that the color of your cop cars right now were the original color when they rolled off the assembly line?" I mean, the intellectual capitalism that we see in this video, how they capitalize on these cops with a mullet, looking like they do, the truck decorated like it is. This is just classic.
You know, you grow up and fucking feel cool. You like feel proud of yourself what you do every day. Cause like, you know, you didn't get you got no chicks. You fucking sleep in a bed with a chick last night? No, dude. You're a nerd. You think I did? I'll answer that question, bro. You stupid dummy. Holy
This guy.
You're a fucking prankster, bro. You got fucked with in school, bro. You fucking are a loser. You fucking think you're cool growing up? You're gonna be proud of your life and the shit that you did, bro? Because this is more fucking than you'll ever fucking see. This is the most you're gonna see out of a fucking human, bro. I think you're doing more for real, yo. Go live by your shit. Stand by it, bro. I do. This is my shit. Fuck the cops, bro. You, fuck this guy, you know why? Because fuck you guys. Think about it. Nah, it's not there for no reason. You think that all these pedestrians fucking give a fuck? They love this shit. Every old man like standing like this, they see this go by while they're standing talking to your dipshit ass. They're like, fuck yeah, dude. They smile. They're like, rock on, dude. This is a people's truck. Telling me to paint it white, bro. You're fucking over the people, bro. Let the kids paint on my truck, bro. The fact that your little dipshit ass would say that I gotta paint it white, bro, let the fucking
This guy's sitting right here going, contemplating his choice of profession. Why did I get into this again? Why did I pull this guy over? What is the highway traffic code? Why don't I just leave this guy alone? Why am I coming at him and giving directives and threatening him with force and violence because he's not complying with me? What's going on with my life? Maybe the guy with the mullet has a point.
down, you little fucking red nose, fucking little nerd earpiece. You got dog. You got dog. You got trained, doggy. Yeah, bro. Look at you standing wearing someone else's fucking clothes, bro. All geared up. It's not even your shit, bro. I got all the same fucking shit.
This guy makes a great
Look at
point.
the look on his fucking face, bro. Fucking stupid fucker. Nah, call your dad. Call your fucking big brother. Fucking idiot and working for the fucking hound.
Idiot 1 and idiot 2.
Got 3 fucking cops here because my truck's fucking.
There it is, Sly. Cavalry called in.
Told you.
3 people for not
So
for
they
a,
pull
for a
him
truck
over
not
for a
being painted
multicolored
white.
vehicle with writing on it as they pull up with multicolored vehicles with writing on it. And this is the hypocrisy of law enforcement. It really is. They don't want you to be disarmed. They're like, hey, you're in violation of the law. You're carrying a firearm. That's a criminal offense. As he walks up to you wearing a firearm, which shows you, they show by their actions that they believe that they have more rights than you and they have a higher claim over your life and property than you.
Sovereign citizens sounds like sovereign citizen to me.
And you know, I can't drive around in this. Apparently that's a real law. So write me the ticket for my truck looking like that, dude. And let's go. And I'll get breakfast. Because I came here and told this guy I was going to get breakfast. And he says, you're going to get breakfast at 3 o'clock? Like, what the fuck, bro? What kind of shit is that?
Sunday.
I understand you're upset and you want to get breakfast. So you guys are new guys, I guess. You guys are the new guys? You know, the old guys were like, this, you know, this is a pretty dumb job. I'm on private property, bro.
You're mad because you pulled us over for no reason.
No, he fucking didn't.
No, he didn't. I have it on tape. I've got it on tape.
Thank you.
He pulled us
God.
over
You are
for
so
no
dumb,
reason,
bro.
and now
You
you're
guys are
mad
dumb.
because
You
we
guys are
didn't do
saying so
nothing
much
wrong.
dumb shit.
No.
You just made that up.
Yeah. And what are you
I
gonna do?
don't care.
What are you
I
gonna
don't
do?
care. You
I love that they got that on tape. And these are Canadian cops. This apparently happened in Canada. But he said, you just made it up. And the cop admitted he doesn't care because they do it all the time. They must not care because they're constantly making stuff up. When they pull you over, they're looking for a reason to pin you to the wall during their fishing expedition. It's not about keeping people on the roadway safe. It's not about protecting your rights. It's about trying to find something on you so that they can declare you guilty, so they can drag you through the.
That's where he's not correct.
Why not?
It's about getting you to confess on the record that you have a contract, and then they can say you breached a contract.
Well, I mean, kind of, sort of was what he's saying. Brian just doesn't look. He just doesn't have. You already said he's, one of them, right?
Well,
so he doesn't have the same kind of lingo as we do. You understand what I'm saying? He got to sugarcoat it a little bit.
It's
fluff it up.
if he hasn't correctly identified the true psyop here.
You know he's not. You just said it yourself.
I've seen him do it otherwise, though. I've seen him do it otherwise, and
he's a flip flopper.
Yes, for sure, flip flop. And everything else up to this point, though, he was on par with, absolutely. But that one little thing he just said there, that's not.
What did you just say before you played the video? What did you say? You said it. He has to be, he got to walk the fence a little bit to keep things going his way.
Right. And so I will always correct that when I do these for anybody who's watching it, so that they don't get caught in the fluff in that narrative and fall for it, right? Because it's too easy. It sounds so off, especially when it's coming from a guy who's presenting himself to call out the bullshit, right?
Exactly.
They must not care because they're constantly making stuff up. When they pull you over, they're looking for a reason to pin you to the wall during their fishing expedition. It's not about keeping people on the roadway safe. It's not about protecting your rights. It's about trying to find something on you so that they can declare you guilty, so they can drag you through the injustice system, so they can bleed you of more money, and so they can exert their authority. This is all about power, and it's about money.
That part, 100%.
You would never choose a profession where you're going to harass your fellow human beings. Never.
That part, 100%.
Ever. You would never do it unless there was something wrong with the wiring in your cranial structure.
That part, 100%.
Because they're trained that way.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Oh, you little shorty. Yeah.
What's that called? Halton Regional Police. This is in Canada.
Bro, I got every right. Right, I do. I got every right. Read what fucking green ticket? The green portion of the read the green ticket, boys. Yeah, and I'll go. You know where I'll go to fucking pay the ticket? I'll get to pull another ticket out of the machine, bro. It's like the ticket machine, bro. You guys are sick. What fucking number are you, bro? Because I'll be whatever number comes.
Number is 3126788.
Out of my fucking.
Just another number.
There's a lot of never. When I started, it's kind of funny. Never underestimate the power of the mullet. The sheer power of the mullet. He is really making some really salient points here. These guys drive around all day and they get paid not to serve and protect, but to harass and collect. It's the same in Canada, United States. You're going to give me this ticket, and basically you're economically terrorizing me. You're stealing money out of my pocket. I work hard. I drive around. I do productive things, and then you are here to parasitically tear us down.
On the list, bud.
You're a fucking nerd, bro.
You're just another number on the
You're a
list, bud.
fucking stupid. Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah, thanks very
I
much.
fucking will, bro. I'll enjoy my day. What?
Fucking
Thanks
go.
to you, dummies. Thanks to you guys. Serve and protect. Serving.
Bet your girlfriend's taller than you too, you little nerd. You guys ever kiss each other?
You guys got more money in infrastructure doing less than I do.
You guys ever kiss?
Do you even know how to work a screwdriver?
No, he doesn't fucking know how to. He probably doesn't even have all the bits at home to put on the shelf on his wife's wall.
Yeah, you gotta call somebody to fix everything, eh?
Your wife
Yeah.
you got a daughter, bro. She thinks I'm hot, and she'd go for a ride.
Yeah.
And shit, bro. So you
It's funny
wouldn't go
'cause
for a
it's
ride
true.
in your shit, you stupid fuck. You stupid.
You look like a little baby. Can you even grow facial hair, you little baby?
This guy.
I mean, where did these guys get this? I mean, this is just off the cuff. What kind of job do you have? Do you even know how to work a screwdriver? You guys ever kiss each other? Oh, F your wife.
Go patrol the traffic downtown. I think it's getting busy downtown.
There's probably some like crackheads breaking into shit. 3 cops, 1 truck. Yeah, look at him. Standard procedure. What is this? He's boob warming, bro.
Warm up your flappy man tits, bud.
God, there he is right there. That guy right there, verbally decimated 3 cops. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to handle it. And he made some really, really good points and did it with a whole bunch of humor and entertainment. Leave your thoughts about this for the World and the Global Thought Police. What I'll do is I'll leave the link to First Gen Zach so you can tell him personally how you think you did and how the interaction went from your perspective. If you haven't done so already.
He did another one. Well, it went viral. The young man at his college, he was at his dorm, and somebody called the police and said that he had beer in his dorm.
I saw that.
Yo, that young man gave it to him. Yo, they was bent, but they couldn't do nothing to him.
That's right. Yeah.
He said, "Did you see any alcohol? Did you see me bring any alcohol in here?" He said, "No, you didn't see me do shit." But yeah, so how you going to say something about your car? Now they telling you can't paint your own car.
Right.
That's a privilege now too.
Yeah, it's an infraction not to be in the same color as when it drove off the lot.
Damn.
Oh, that's
so race
so
cars.
funny.
So wait, so you're telling me race cars come painted automatically, or do sponsors paint the cars? Sponsors put the nudie. Sponsors put them stickers and all that stuff on them cars.
Right.
So I'm saying, like, yo, race cars, you can't buy a race car with stuff on it already. They get the car and they put the shit on it. The paint, the number, the stickers, the logos, they put all that shit on there.
There may be something as far as insurance goes, like if you don't.
That's bullshit.
Well, no, it's not, because it's their, it's their business.
Huh? It's your business. Wait, hold on. You telling me that it's their business if I want to paint my car?
If you're going to use a third-party insurance company to insure your vehicle, then they can put a stipulation on that saying that you have to state the true color of your car.
That's crazy. So you're telling me that if I buy a car that's white and I want to change the color to red, I got to go to my insurance company and ask permission?
You don't have to go to ask permission. You just have to declare it if you change it under their whatever the contract says. Otherwise, your insurance will be void.
It's my car.
Yeah, but it's their insurance. They're taking on the liability, and you're delegating that. You're giving them your business.
So ain't my license plate? Wait, hold up. I'm trying to work this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does the color of the car have to do with anything?
It's because you're using their service,
right?
Whatever they can set whatever terms of service in the agreement that you have with them, and if you don't like the terms of service, don't do business with them.
That's crazy though. So you can say, all right, so my insurance is on this white Malibu. And if I want to make my Malibu green in a couple of years,
You can do so. You just have to inform us so that we have a proper identification on your car, whatever the terms is that they say for you to do so. Otherwise, you might void your insurance because you have signed and agreed to do so.
that's crazy. Anybody, well, and I say this: if anybody sign any contracts without reading the fucking fine print, you're crazy.
There it is. You are absolutely crazy. If you're gonna have an agreement with somebody, don't you think it's kind of rational to know what you're agreeing to?
Exactly. You don't just agree to it because somebody say, oh, this is the right thing to do.
Or not even investigate and have something on table. And how about this? How about this part about it? How about at least knowing you can negotiate your fucking own terms? You've got to say in the matter, don't you? Of course you totally have a say in the matter. Nobody thinks about that. When I used to
don't want to. I'm sorry, Nudie. Go ahead.
When I used to use the insurance companies, and I actually still do sometimes for certain things, the contract that's laid out before me, I sit there and I read it and I strike things off and I hand it back to them. I say, "This is my offer. Tell me if you accept it or not."
Exactly, and as you should. You
Right?
shouldn't sign a contract to where everything is in their favor.
Right. You have to
Just
look
like-
at the contract at first until it's signed by all parties is an offer.
Right.
It's an offer. It's a presentation. It's a sales pitch. And if you sign it, you say, "I agree. I'll take it. I accept your offer."
Right.
You're not
Whatever your
doing that.
offer is, I'm accepting it. So I can't come back and complain about something you didn't read the offer.
Not honorably, right? You can come back and complain, but you're the bitch if you do so. You're an asshole. You're a tyrant. You signed this, and now you want me to change it just because you said so? Fuck you. You're causing me damage if you do that, and you're damn rights they should hold you accountable if you're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not operating
The color of the car, though, Nudie. Come on, the color, Nudie.
Again, I'm not saying there's a logic behind it. Maybe there is. Maybe they have some logic. I don't know. Investigate that, right? Maybe there's some merit to what they're saying. I don't know. I need to see their position, but most people don't even do that. They just sign without even reading any of the terms, and especially the fine print. And then they find out all of a sudden they got this ridiculous thing that they signed to. They didn't even know it. Next thing they know, they're getting a $400 infraction bill, and they're thinking, "I have a right to do this." No, you don't. You sign that right away, you dummy.
Stop playing with me. So BJ's got this thing where they automatically what is it called? Wait a minute, it's a word that I'm trying to get to. Tax. They tax your checking account if you have an account with them, as far as membership. They tax your account on pre-renewal. You hear me? Pre-renewal. So they can go and automatically take money out of my account for me.
The assumption that you're going to be still their
that I'm
customer
going to
after a year from
renew.
now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting funnier by the day. I love it.
Yes. I was like, because I seen that, I was like, they took like almost $300 out of my account. Well, not BJ's, but one of these places. They took almost the dog foods thingy. They took almost $300 out my account for the next year. I was like, oh hell no, yo, who told y'all to do that?
Well,
I said I went to go pay a bill and I see $300
the money
out my
wasn't
account.
in there, right?
And they said, well, it's in the contract. I said, see, that's my fault because I didn't read the contract fully. I didn't read the fine print.
As ludicrous as it is, if it's in the contract, it's not ludicrous at all.
Exactly.
Except it is ludicrous because that's not very good business, but it doesn't matter. It's still honorable business. It's totally
their
honorable.
business. It's their business. And if I sign on the dotted line, it's my business too.
It's an agreement.
It's an agreement. Yeah, to agree to their business.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Both parties agreed to the terms set forth. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter if it's ridiculous. Both parties agreed to the ridiculous.
Right. So
fair
if you
game.
don't sit down and read it first, then you signed up for the ridiculousness.
It's that simple. Again, ignorance is no excuse to the law, right?
Yeah.
None at all. And that would never even hold weight in their courts, and their courts aren't even honorable, but that is honorable, totally, to hold people accountable to what you agree to.
It is. It is. Because
You
if
also,
go ahead.
You might not know this, but just like with YouTube, with most bank accounts, there will be a clause in there that says that the jurisdiction of arbitration is them. So in other words, what they're saying is no matter what, they got the final say. That's it. That's all that matters. The rest of the contract means nothing then. In other words, they can do what they want with your money when they want. They don't even have to give it back to you. And what you're actually doing when you make a deposit with them is you're
That's
not
how
making
banks do. The banks
That's
do
right.
that shit.
That's what I'm talking about, is the banks.
Oh.
What you're actually doing is that's not a savings account. You're not actually giving them at a deposit. What you're giving them is an unsecured loan, uncollateralized
Exactly.
loan. That's all
I'm
you're doing.
loaning them my money. Yup.
That's right. And then guess what? They're doing it. They're loaning it back to you.
Yup.
If you
And
ever
then they charging me. Then they charging me
19, 25% maintenance fees, and that's on top of the 100 times fold money they make out of thin air for fractional reserve on top. Thank you very much for your stupidity. And yes, then they don't even give you a cut of it anymore, even though 1 or 2% was never enough to cover the 4 to 5% inflation every year.
My joint ain't never went no higher than 0.1 point something.
Exactly. And instead, what do they give you for that? They give you service fees for your stupidity, for doing business
Maintenance
with their
fees.
stupidity. Yes.
Maintenance fees are $5 now.
They charge you and tax you for your stupidity for doing business. And they mock you and laugh you about it all the way to the bank. No pun intended.
Yup. You're right though.
That's what they do.
Just like this property tax thing, right? So people, they buy their houses, they pay their property tax, right? But if the tree, if the ground get messed up, you got to pay for it.
Right.
Why is that? If I'm paying you property taxes to take care of the grounds, why I got to pay to take care of the grounds?
Because you're not actually paying property taxes to take care of the grounds. You're paying property taxes as a franchise fee because you don't actually own it. You're a tenant. That's why. And as a tenant, you still have the responsibility to take care of the ground.
Hold up. You saying property owners are tenants?
Correct. A real property owner, why would they be paying rent once a year? Doesn't matter if you label it what you want. Tax, right. Label it what you want. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
right.
the tax
is rent.
Okay.
That's what it is. Rent is supposed to cover something of service of value, is it not?
Yes.
Right?
It is. Yes.
That's what it is. You're paying a rental fee, an agent fee. What it is. So once again, you're not in a position of actual authority or ownership when it comes to that. If you are going to be the true title holder of ownership of your property, then don't register it with the state and give the jurisdiction over to them. Keep it. That's what I do.
That's where the trust come in.
Keep the title, keep the deed. I have my own trust. I am the trust.
You are. That's what. That's what I mean. You trust yourself with your own shit.
Right. I don't register anything. I don't even create a foundation or nothing in their name. I just keep it with myself. They don't even know that I have an agreement with myself. I do. It's none of their business.
It's none of their damn business. What you say, Duty? It's none of their damn business.
None of their fucking business. Exactly. And now I'm standing in a position of honor. So now if you're going to come and go on my property, you are truly trespassing on my property. I'm going to shoot you if you don't get off.
And you have all rights.
I have more than a right. I have an obligation. Because if I don't do that, then I'm saying I agree again.
Right.
Right?
Then more people will keep coming back.
Exactly, because I
See,
keep agreeing.
once you cut it off at the first one,
Make your point, make it sound, make it solid, and stick to it.
once you cut it
Otherwise,
off, that's right.
nobody can read your mind, and that can be changed at any time. And again, a presumption unrebutted stands as fact. Make your point, stand your ground, and keep it that way.
Yes, I feel you on that. But the slaves, they don't get it.
They don't.
They
Fear
don't get
for them, confidence for me.
Exactly. And that's how I be feeling, right? I be like, yo, you dumb slave. And I think every time I say that to somebody, it you know how you get that star
You're being
bing?
belligerent or whatever. Yeah, it's no. It's just a statement of fact. You're just an ignorant fool. But
Calling it what it is.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to insult you or put you down. You're just retarded. You know, what can I say? It's stupid.
I remember somebody got insulted because I called them a sheep on Facebook. I said, well, I didn't call them a sheep. I just said, you know, you're a sheep if you go along. And Joe, they came back, yo, I'm not a sheep. Like, I ain't say you was a sheep, man, but if the shoe fit, if the hoof fit.
I don't know about you, but I couldn't come up with a polite way of saying you're an idiot if I tried, you know. Show me how.
I was trying to be nice, yo. I was trying to be nice by calling you a sheep.
Right? That was kind of soft. I agree. You know?
Yeah, I was fluffer buttering it for you.
Right. Well, here's my position on that, Sly. Is it arrogant to be blunt?
No.
I agree. Perhaps it's also irresponsible not to be.
Thank you. And this is what a lot of these YouTube people, some of the YouTube people think, like, you know, just because you say it with your chest and you say it with conviction, you're being arrogant. No, it's not.
Big difference.
And it's not the ego either.
It's called telling the truth. No holds barred.
Well, I gotta sugarcoat it.
Right. That's irresponsible.
Yeah. That's fluffing it up for you. Why should I fluff it up for you?
It is. Wow, it's a matter. You can't handle the truth. What's wrong with you if you can't handle the truth? Are you a liar?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Only people who are liars would get mad at somebody for telling the truth. No?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because you lied all your life. You lie all your life. You lied all your life, so you don't believe the truth.
Yeah, you don't want to confess to yourself that you're a liar is what it is. Right? Come to terms with that and conflict with yourself.
So you done told yourself so many lies, you done started to believe the lies, and nothing nobody else says means anything.
Yeah, not only that, your whole core belief system functions because of that. And if you are presented now with the truth of just one thing, if you confront yourself with that, that means you got to confront yourself with the rest of it. And that's a big pill for people to swallow. And that's why they get stuck and stay indoctrinated. It's more important for people to be right than to be factually correct to their death.
Well, the first thing I hear, Moody, is when I say, well, you know, you have a right. Yeah, but you know how they are. You know how they are. They don't, you don't have no right to nothing. Yes, you do if you stop licking the boots. You got rights if you stop licking the boots.
Fear. That's all it is, right?
Yeah.
You fuck the rights even. Again, you know, I'm not for this rights thing. I don't give a shit what somebody thinks I have the right to do or not. You can think I don't have the right to something or I do. I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to show you that